The entire school, teachers and students alike, are laughing at you, calling you a fool. You've clearly contracted a 1 in a billion first sequence hidden divine pet, yet it's a bankrupt snail that costs 100 million just to hatch. The principal was so excited he almost knelt when he saw the divine patterns, but his face turned ashen, like he'd eaten a fly, when he realized it was a titan snail that exclusively eats dragons. After all, in this era where dragons are extinct, raising this thing is worse than having a stray dog. Surrounded by schadenfreude and mockery, even the failing student is spitting at you, holding his thunder tiger. However, they don't know that the moment the class teacher regretfully patted your shoulder, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice, without warning, exploded in your mind. Ding! Divine Pet System activated, issuing beginner's gift package, SSS grade talent, myriad-fold feeding rebate. Looking at the soft and cute little creature in your arms that can even devour dragons, your lips curl into a slight smile as you casually feed it a stalk of dragon's blood grass, gifted by the Divine Pet System. In an instant, a stream of pale blue data frantically refreshes on your retina, feeding successful. 10,000 times critical strike triggered. Obtain Dragon's Blood Grass Seeds X400, S-grade skill Titan's Body, all attributes boosted by 300 points. Can't afford to raise it? Doesn't exist. I'll just mass-produce everything. The contract ceremony is about to begin. I'm so excited. I hope my beast pet is a first sequence combat type, with the talent infinite growth. Woohoo, let's fly! First sequence. Every year, the success rate for contracting a first sequence beast pet is less than 1 in 1,000. And an infinite growth talent? I suggest you go to sleep, you can have anything in your dreams. East Cloud High. Class 1. The students were chattering away, filled with excitement and anticipation for the upcoming contract ceremony, in addition to their apprehension and nervousness. In the second to last row, near the trash can, Bai Fan gazed out the window, a hint of expectation on his handsome face, his dark eyes burning with fervor. As a transmigrator, Bai Fan had fully integrated into this world over 3 years. He had also developed a deeper understanding and analysis of its culture and history. 1,000 years ago, this world underwent a strange change. Countless ferocious beasts and monsters descended upon the planet from another dimension through spatial rifts. Back then, human civilization was not advanced, and suddenly faced an invasion by beast tides from another world. Humans became mere food for fierce beasts, slaughtered en masse, nearly to extinction. Until our human ancestors discovered a divine vine hanging down from the sky. Using its power, the first generation of beast tamers awakened their beast taming talent. From then on, humanity entered a new era. The era of universal beast taming began. Today marks the day when tens of millions of Dragon Kingdom citizens, having reached the age of 16, are uniformly scheduled for the contract ceremony to become beast tamers. It's no exaggeration to say that the upcoming contract ceremony will determine the future fate of every single person present. Much like academic education, beast tamers are also divided into various ranks. First sequence combat type beast pet. Among combat type beast pets, those with infinite growth potential talents are 1 in a billion, belonging to the hidden type. Trailing in the second tier are enhancement type beast pets. Providing the beast tamer with full party buffs, healing, attack enhancements, and more, all are categorized under enhancement type beast pets. Finally, at the bottom of the food chain, yet making up the largest proportion of beast tamers, are lifestyle type beast pets. For example, cleaning beasts, earth-eating beasts, herb-gathering beasts. However, even by contracting a lifestyle-type beast pet, at the very bottom of the food chain, becoming a beast tamer still elevates one above ordinary people, making them a sought-after existence in the eyes of countless powerful families and corporations. On the podium, homeroom teacher Zhuang Mo was still lecturing endlessly, making a final effort for the upcoming contract ceremony. The first beast pet of beast tamer contracts almost determines the future trajectory of everyone's destiny here today. Especially when choosing a beast pet to contract, you must pay attention. Combat type is not necessarily always the best. Please remember, there is no strongest beast pet, only the strongest beast tamer. Homeroom teacher Zhuang Mo specifically provided an example for this. For instance, the combat type beast pet, Fiery Tyrannosaurus. As a dragon-type beast pet, the fiery Tyrannosaurus is an undisputed first-sequence beast pet, with a rarity level of 7 stars. However, the loyalty of flame Tyrannosauruses is generally difficult to cultivate, and they have violent temperaments. During combat, incidents of disobedience and distraction frequently occur. There were even precedents where beast tamers, due to improper training, caused their fiery Tyrannosaurus to turn on its master. In contrast, the enhancement-type beast pet, twin-horned holy light beast. It is also a fire attribute beast pet, yet it has a gentle nature and small stature. Its weaknesses are a slow growth cycle and astonishing appetite. However, once a twin-horned holy light beast enters adulthood, its role in combat is completely on par with the flame Tyrannosaurus. The talent gap between the two is only the difference between 6 stars and 7 stars. Therefore, when choosing your first beast pet, please remember to make your selection based on your own talent characteristics and actual circumstances. Be cautious. Be cautious. Be extra cautious. On the podium, the homeroom teacher finished speaking. The words talent caused the classroom, which had gradually quieted down, to erupt in another round of heated discussion. As everyone knows, after the beast taming era, everyone awakens a beast tamer talent at birth. Beast tamer talents range from the lowest F grade all the way to the highest S grade. Previous contract ceremonies have proven that talent level determines the strength of the first beast pet of beast tamer contracts. Typically, for E grade and below talents, 99% of the first beast pet will be a lifestyle-type beast pet. For D grade and above, but below C+, the first beast pet is highly likely to be an enhancement type. Only B grade talents have the possibility of contracting a combat-type beast pet. Baifan awakened a D+ rank talent. This undoubtedly became Baifan's biggest weakness when contracting his first beast pet. Even so, Baifan looked out the window, his hands unconsciously clenching tightly. My goal is still a combat-type beast pet. With the advent of the beast taming era, and through nearly a millennium of evolution, there are thousands of beast pets that beast tamers can contract. No matter how things change, combat-type beast pets still belong to the T0 tier. Aside from their powerful combat abilities, every combat-type beast pet has a slow growth cycle, but once they evolve from their juvenile phase to their growth phase, their money-making ability becomes fully apparent. It's no exaggeration to compare a combat-type beast pet in its growth phase to a money tree. Although such a comparison might be difficult for some to accept. But for a commoner beast tamer, if you can't even feed your own beast pet, what future can you talk about? Ranran's medical expenses are getting higher and higher. Only by contracting a combat-type beast pet can I attempt to clear dungeons solo with my beast to earn money. Besides that, whether it's an enhancement-type beast pet or a lifestyle-type beast pet, let's not even mention the high risks and costs of teaming up with others for dungeons. Both of these types of beast pets generally have slow growth cycles and astonishing appetites. In the beast taming era, it was common for a beast tamer to be impoverished or ruined by their own beast pet. A beast tamer once made a statistic: to raise an enhancement-type beast pet from its juvenile phase to its adult phase, the average cost required is between 3 million and 30 million dragon coins. Let alone commoners, even noble families and conglomerate heirs wouldn't dare to take such an astronomical figure lightly. Time's up, everyone get ready. Let's head to the athletic field for the contract ceremony. On the podium, class teacher Zhuang Mo clapped his hands, pulling Baifan's thoughts back. He withdrew his gaze from the window and, along with his classmates, orderly queued up from the classroom to the athletic field. Good luck. As he passed the podium, the class teacher specifically patted Baifan on the shoulder as an encouragement. Out of more than 50 students in Class 1, Baifan's performance in class had always been remarkable. For this reason, the class teacher had high hopes for Baifan. The only slight regret was that Baifan's talent was only D+. However, there have been exceptions in previous contract ceremonies. What if a D+ talent could also contract a beast pet with great potential? Ding! What the class teacher didn't know was that with that pat, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Baifan's mind. Detecting host is about to contract, Divine Pet System activating. Divine Pet System activated successfully. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Do you wish to claim it? Ding! Newcomer gift package, containing SSS grade talent, myriad-fold feeding rebate. Playground. A colossal green vine descended from the dome, stretching towards the horizon. A sacred aura emanated, as if the entire sky was tinged with a sacred glow. Solemn. Grand. Full of life. This is the Beast Tamer Divine Vine, one of its myriad clones. Divine Vine, Divine Vine, Divine Vine. People always habitually use sacred and beautiful names for this green vine. Besides that, it has another name, Fireseed. 1,000 years ago, humanity was nearly wiped out. It was this vine that preserved the tinder for humanity. It was also it that awakened humanity's first batch of beast tamers, giving them hope for survival. Contract ceremony officially begin. On the podium. The school leaders did not give the students much time to gaze or be awestruck. With a command, the bustling contract ceremony commenced. The students whose names I call next, please prepare to ascend the high platform. The Divine Vine avatar will automatically detect your attributes, talent, and other information, and grant you your first beast pet accordingly. Number 1, Zhu. As the first beast tamer to contract a beast pet, Zhu instantly attracted thousands of gazes present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhu took a deep breath and, with a mix of excitement and apprehension, walked onto the high platform. Buzz. A leaf from the Divine Vine drifted down, landing lightly on Zhu's forehead. In place, a layer of green ripples lit up. A faint glow engulfed and covered Zhu and the high platform together, blocking the view inside for the people. What type of beast pet do you think Zhu will contract? 99% its combat type. Many students who knew Zhu stated this with certainty, and they had good reasons. As the first person to contract a beast pet, whether it was the teachers or school leaders, who wouldn't want to get off to a good start? Before Zhu went on stage, she had been carefully selected. B+ talent. Her performance in all aspects, even in the elite class, was above average. For such a talented girl, her first beast pet being combat type wouldn't be too much, would it? Amidst the speculation and discussions, the green light on the platform quickly faded. A fiery red beast pet egg, its surface covered with mysterious patterns, lay quietly in Zhu's hands. Zhu, however, had a look of being on the verge of tears. These patterns. This beast pet egg is an enhancement type beast pet, blazing twin-tailed fox. Oh, this. The result was out. Many people's morale instantly collapsed. Their spirits were shattered. Even a genius girl like Zhu only contracted an enhancement-type beast pet. How are we, whose talent is below B grade, supposed to live? Damn, this is a definite hell-level start. Contracting a beast pet, is it that difficult? A chorus of wails. Not just the students, but the teachers and school leaders also looked displeased at this moment. To ensure stability, the school carefully selected Zhu from the accelerated class to be the first to go on stage. But the outcome, the backlash, was swift and unexpected. The whispers reached Zhu's ears, causing her to completely break down, and crystal tears rolled down her cheeks. Carefully cradling the beast pet egg in her hands, she silently walked down from the high platform. "Teacher, I'm sorry, In the queue." What could Zhu's homeroom teacher say? He could only gently pat Zhu's shoulder and softly comfort her with a few words. It was simply Zhu's bad luck. Normally, with B+ talent, one could certainly contract a combat-type beast pet. The contract ceremony continued. 1 hour. 3 hours. During the subsequent contract ceremony, the streak of bad luck finally broke. For 70% of the students, their first beast pet was lifestyle type. For 20%, their first beast pet was enhancement type. The remaining 10% got their wish and contracted a combat-type beast pet. Good. Our class 2 has another combat-type beast pet. Old Zhuang, you really need to step up. How many combat-type beast pets does your class 1 have? The homeroom teacher of class 2, named Dong, had his mouth stretched almost to his ears, grinning uncontrollably. His tone was also mocking, practically screaming, bragging on his forehead. The homeroom teacher of class 1 was shaking with anger. This scoundrel was asking the obvious, just to kick him when he was down. The two homeroom teachers had been at odds ever since they started working at the school. They were old rivals, always ready to step on each other whenever an opportunity arose. 2. Zhuang Mo said grumpily. Only 2? That's exactly half of what our class 2 has. Tiscold Zhuang, you really need to watch out for your assessment targets this academic year. Dong laughed even more unrestrainedly, full of smugness. Zhuang Mo simply turned his head away, out of sight, out of mind. Next, Bai Fan. Zhuang Mo suddenly looked up, his eyes brightening. But the next second, seeing Bai Fan walk onto the high platform, his bright gaze gradually dimmed again. Bai Fan's attributes and conditions are all very good. Unfortunately, C+ talent really holds him back. Zhuang Mo sighed. If Bai Fan could contract an infinitely growing hidden type beast pet, that would be great. In this small city of Dongyun, no one has ever contracted a hidden type beast pet as their first one. If that were truly the case, not only would this academic year's assessment target be maxed out, but the person surnamed Dawn would probably be so scared they'd kneel on the spot. All right. Stop daydreaming. With C+ talent, getting a combat type beast pet would be a blessing, let alone a hidden grade one. Boom! But at this moment, on the high platform, a sudden change occurred. Oh my god, what is that? What the F? A miracle! A miracle has appeared. The crowd erupted, thousands of upward-gazing eyes collectively fixed on the high platform. Above the dome. The tens of thousands of feet-long divine vine suddenly thrashed wildly. Thump! 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 With a series of faint rustling sounds, bud after bud emitting a mysterious aura bloomed on the divine vine. The next moment, millions of buds automatically detached from the divine vine, scattering in midair like a rain of petals. Roar! Roar! In the flower rain, one beast shadow after another materialized, roaring skyward. The legendary giant dragon. A qilin with a sheep's head, wolf hooves, a rounded dome, and a 5-colored body. Not far away, a lin, shimmering in contrast. A golden python with horns on its head. A winged celestial tiger. Myriad beasts descend. Earth-shattering. It's Bai Fan. This commotion was caused by Bai Fan. Oh my god, what on earth happened? People were shocked and petrified. Finally, countless gazes fell upon a tall, slender figure on the high platform. Zhuang Mo's throat was dry, he was too stunned to speak. On the rostrum. Several school leaders stood up in surprise, staring at the high platform for a long time. This is the phenomenon of a beast tamer talent awakening. This student awakened a new talent during the contract ceremony. The leaders exchanged glances, and when they sat back down, their hearts were filled with shock. These words were also heard by the teachers and students. For a moment, there was silence. A new talent awakened during the contract ceremony. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Looking at this world-shattering phenomenon, Bai Fan's newly awakened talent must be at least A rank, right? Comparing oneself to others can be fatal. This guy, Lao Lu, is simply maddeningly envious. On the high platform. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the SSS rank talent, myriad-fold feeding rebate. In the sky, one phenomenon after another disappeared. The divine vine returned to its normal state. After the mist enveloped and covered the high platform, a branch of the divine vine lightly cut through the void. Pop! The next moment, Bai Fan seemed to see countless beast pet eggs silently floating in chaos within the space cut opened by the divine vine. Outside, students, teachers, and leaders were still immersed in the miracle they had just witnessed, unable to extricate themselves. East Cloud High, with a 100-year history, has never had anyone awaken a new talent during the contract ceremony. The commotion is too great. I'm certain Bai Fan's awakened talent is at least A rank. Could it be the legendary S? Someone made a bold speculation. This was not impossible. Quiet! Suddenly, on the main stage, the principal slammed the table, startling countless teachers and students into silence. S. Is it really S rank? The principal's hands trembled slightly with excitement. How to determine if a student is worth cultivating? The first factor to consider, without a doubt, is the student's talent level. East Cloud High has a 100-year history. Talents above C rank are already considered top students. Above B rank, from the first day of enrollment, they are directly placed into the accelerated class and given focused training. As for a rank, A+. Such prodigies no longer look at small cities like East Cloud High. They have broader development in futures, and even in provincial key high schools, they have a place. S-rank talents, even searching the entire province, are fewer than a handful. The appearance of any S-rank would cause a sensation. S-rank talents have another title: prospective top scholars. The principal's vision was even sharper. He was almost 99% certain that Baifan's newly awakened talent was S-rank. Now, we'll see what his first beast pet is. Excitement aside. If Baifan's first beast pet was an enhancement type, it would still be a shot in the dark. But that possibility was almost negligible. With an S-rank talent, a combat-type beast pet is almost a foregone conclusion. Even if it's a beast pet ranked at the bottom of the combat type, with his S-rank talent, this student named Baifan can still soar to great heights. As long as he doesn't accidentally fall midway, and as long as East Cloud High's resources keep up, becoming a Titan is only a matter of time. On the high platform, Baifan's contract ceremony was nearing its end. A branch of the Divine Vine delved into the chaos, and before long, it returned, pulling a beast pet egg. Splat! The beast pet egg landed smoothly in Baifan's arms. Hum! Mysterious patterns glowed on the beast pet egg, sending out ripples. The mist dissipated. This scene fell into the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Swish! The next moment, thousands of people simultaneously rose, their gazes like hooks fixed on the beast pet egg cradled by Baifan. This pattern. This surging mysterious aura. It's not a combat-type beast pet. It's hidden-type beast pet. Boom! The crowd erupted in ecstasy, excitement, and shock. First sequence. An infinitely growing hidden-type beast pet. Awesome! He's taking off. Baifan's luck is just too good. Is he the illegitimate son of the goddess of luck? Crack! On the rostrum, the principal no longer cared about his image. He kicked over the table and leapt into the air. Baifan felt a blur before his eyes. The principal was already standing opposite him, his square face flushed with excitement, his gaze as if he wanted to devour someone. Student Baifan, your first beast pet is a first sequence hidden type. MHM. Baifan nodded, not understanding why the principal was so excited. See, can I see the beast pet egg? The principal looked at him eagerly, his outstretched hands wanting to take the beast pet egg, yet he wore a shy expression. This scene left countless students and teachers dumbfounded. The principal, who had a face like the king of hell, was blushing like a pure maiden. Oh, this. It was certainly an eye-opener. Baifan himself didn't mind. Although it was a hidden-type beast pet, its flaws were too great. This little thing wasn't easy to raise. Here. He casually tossed the beast pet egg into the principal's arms. Thump. Oh my God. The principal's face turned green. This was a hidden-type beast pet egg. How dare he throw it like that? What if it broke? What if the beast pet egg's yolk broke? Fortunately, the principal caught it steadily. As soon as he had the beast pet egg, various basic information about the beast pet automatically appeared in the principal's mind. Species, Titan snail all elemental. Aptitude, supreme purple. Growth, soon to hatch next growth stage, infancy. Talent, infinite growth. Trait, omnivorous beast pet diet is limited after the growth period, Titan snails only eat dragons and wyverns. During infancy, Titan snails only eat dragon's blood grass and dragon's soul grass. Growth value, 0-1000 infancy stage, each dragon's blood grass provides +1 growth value, each dragon's soul grass provides +3 growth value. Loyalty, 27. Fan noticed the principal's expression gradually change. From red to white. From white to green. From green to black. Crack. Like the sound of a heart breaking. It's a Titan snail. The principal seemed to have lost his soul, completely dazed. Why a Titan snail? His heart was bleeding. S-rank talent, hidden type beast pet. An unbeatable combination. The result, the beast pet was a Titan snail that only eats dragons and sub-dragons. Even in its infancy, it eats dragon's blood grass and dragon's soul grass. But do you know how precious dragon's blood grass is? In recent centuries, with dragons almost extinct, dragon's blood grass, which grows by absorbing dragon blood, costs 100,000 dragon coins per stalk. A Titan snail needs 1,000 stalks of dragon's blood grass to grow from hatching to infancy. That's 100 million. The principal's dream was shattered, and he dejectedly returned the beast pet egg to Fan. Below the stage. Countless people also heard the principal scream. Titan snail. Holy crap. There are countless beast pets. Amazing ones, useless ones. But the Titan snail is the most infuriating. Throughout the history of beast tamers, for thousands of years, the Titan snail has always been among the top 3 on the list. Just look at its diet. It eats dragons. Once it enters its mature phase, saying invincible is an understatement. However, 100 years later, with dragons extinct, the Titan snail has also fallen from its pedestal into the dust. They're too expensive to raise. An enhancement-type beast pet could potentially bankrupt a rich second-generation heir. What about the Titan snail? It can devour an ancient, aristocratic family's inheritance until it's gone. And that's just from hatching to its juvenile stage. What about later? Where would you find a dragon to feed it? The gazes directed at Fan were no longer envy or jealousy, but outright pity. How tragic. A genius falling from grace, it only took less than a minute. Speaking of which, the Beast Tamer Ascension exam is in a month. What's he going to do? As a beast tamer, is he going to fight bare-handed against other people's beast pets? Doesn't he still have another beast pet egg? If worst comes to worst, he can just throw the egg. Thump. The crowd burst into laughter. Aren't you despicable? If I were him, I'd just go home and fry that beast pet egg in oil. At least I'd get to taste what a Titan snail is like. These murmurs reached Fan's ears. His face was expressionless, but inwardly, he felt a certain degree of helplessness. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting a beast pet. The Divine Pet System rewards you with Dragon's Blood Grass 1. Ding! Divine Pet System Achievement Quest. Quest requirement, become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Rating municipal, provincial. Quest failure penalty, if your quest fails, the Divine Pet System will reclaim your SSS rank talent, myriad-fold feeding rebate. Quest reward, upon completion of the quest, based on the host's rating, choose one from a bronze, silver, or diamond treasure chest. Soon. Amidst the discussions, the Beast Pet ceremony finally came to an end. During this time, Fan became the focus of everyone's discussions. Ridicule, sarcasm, sympathy, pity, all sorts of gazes fell upon him. Various snide remarks also surfaced. On weekdays, Fan was an extremely famous figure at school. Whether it was the school-wide practical assessment or the theoretical test, he always scored full marks. He was, in essence, a top-tier outstanding student. But everyone secretly mocked him. So what if he got a perfect score on the assessment? A C+ class talent is destined to not take him far. And just now, a miracle appeared. Everyone thought Fan was about to completely turn his life around, but they never expected him to contract the most powerful, yet also the most useless, hidden-type beast pet, the Titan snail. This was truly a roller coaster of events. Given Fan's family background, even if he received national funding and successfully helped the Titan snail enter its growth phase, where would he find dragon meat to feed it? Ha ha! Top student? You're nothing special after all, not even as good as me, a failing student. Just then, a student with dyed blonde hair and a flippant demeanor couldn't help but sneer. This person's name was Tianlong, Fan's classmate. A true underachiever. He had failed both the practical combat assessment and the theoretical test. But just now, he had contracted a beast pet that shocked all the teachers and students present. Combat-type beast pet Crimson Thunder Tiger. A dual-attribute beast pet of the third sequence. Its aptitude was excellent blue. Its talent was Swallow Thunder Spitfire. During its infancy and growth stages, it fed on magical beast meat. After maturity, it could increase its strength by consuming lightning and fire. Although not an infinitely growing hidden-type beast pet, it was by no means weak among combat-type beast pets. In everyone's eyes, Tianlong's beast pet was not only better than Zhu's blazing twin-tailed fox, but also superior to Fan's Titan snail. It was suitable for ordinary people and possessed extraordinary combat capabilities. This immediately made Tianlong, who was originally a poor student, the object of admiration and envy for all students in the school. At this moment, Tianlong also felt triumphant and became extremely arrogant. He had long disliked Fan, always acting cool and composed, and now he was going to thoroughly humiliate Fan. Brother Long, don't bother with that kid. After all, you're no longer in the same league as him. That's right, with the Crimson Thunder Tiger that Brother Long has contracted, you will definitely shine at the Beast Tamer Ascension exam in a month. Brother Long, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? As expected. These fair-weather friends immediately echoed Tianlong's words. Don't take these comments to heart, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The homeroom teacher, Zhuang Mo, could only pat Fan's shoulder in comfort. This matter was truly regrettable. One can only say, fate plays cruel tricks. In this contract ceremony, the fates of countless students underwent huge changes, all relying on luck. Those with good luck, with their beast pet, soared to great heights. Those with bad luck returned to mundane life, continuing as ordinary people. Currently, Fan was one of those people with bad luck. Don't worry, teacher, I won't give up on myself just because of a few sarcastic remarks. Fan smiled indifferently at his homeroom teacher's comfort, not flustered in the slightest. As for why? This was, of course, because I had the divine pet system. Having read web novels for many years, his heart was as steady as Mount Tai the first time he heard the divine pet system's prompt. Everyone speculated that the talent he awakened was S tier. But in reality, what he awakened was an SSS tier talent, Beast Pet Rearing 10,000 times return. Beast Pet Rearing 10,000 times return SSS, you can obtain one 10,000 times a random item return reward by rearing beast pets. Note: this talent is exclusively produced by the Divine Pet System. Random items include but are not limited to props, skill books, class change books, equipment, money, talent, etc. Fan looked at this SSS tier talent, outwardly calm, but inwardly ecstatic. This talent gave him infinite hope and possibilities. Moreover, the Divine Pet System had just rewarded him with a dragon's blood grass for his first beast pet. Startup funds are secured. Next, he needed to see what this talent could return to him. Alright, the contract ceremony is over. 1 month from now, you will face the second most important event in your lives, the National Beast Tamer Ascension exam. During this month, cultivate your bond and rapport with your beast pets. Then shine brightly in the college entrance examination. Dismissed. Everyone go home. At this moment, the principal also uttered these words. At the same time, he meaningfully called out names: Tianlong, Tianming, Zhang Wenshan. The 12 of you stay behind and come to my office. During this period, I'll have a few teachers give you extra tutoring. After all, your dozen or so people's combat assessment was too poor, that won't do. Upon hearing the principal's remarks, everyone immediately grew envious again. Damn! Here it comes. Free extracurricular tutoring. No choice. It's like this every year. The principal will provide special tutoring for students who have contracted combat beast pets. It's said that the principal even pays out of his own pocket to buy supplies to help students feed their combat beast pets. All of this must be for the Beast Tamer Ascension exam. As long as one of these dozen or so people can rank in the top 100 provincially or become the top scholar in Dongyun City, it will all be worth it. From the looks of it, Tianlong, Tianming, and Zhang Wenshan have a great chance. It's probably more than enough for them to get into a top 10 Beast Tamer Academy. Sigh. I can only say I'm envious. The gap between us and them will only grow wider in the future. They'll be high above, while we're as low as dust. Amidst the fervent discussions, the students also returned home. Bai Fan also hurried back home. Tianyun Community. This was a remote and desolate old residential area. To this day, magic and technology have become highly advanced. All cities have embraced highly intelligent living. Dongyun City is no exception. But with Bai Fan's circumstances, he could only live in such a backward and dilapidated neighborhood. And what's more, his apartment didn't even have air conditioning. Returning home, Bai Fan directly threw the Titan Snail's beast pet egg onto the sofa. The reason he wasn't in a hurry to try raising and hatching it was, naturally, because he had more important things to do. He briskly entered the kitchen, cooked rice, and then took out the last bit of pork and vegetables from the fridge, stir-frying a simple yet delicious dish of stir-fried pork with vegetables. He then carried it into the bedroom. As soon as the bedroom door opened, what met his eyes was a junior high school girl, about 12 or 13 years old, leaning against the headboard, holding a needle and thread, weaving something. The girl's eyes were crescent-shaped, and she was delicately beautiful. Her eyes, which seemed to speak, radiated a joyful liveliness and cuteness. She was a true beauty in the making. However, her pretty face was tinged with a pitiable paleness. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was certainly afflicted by some illness. This young girl was Bai Fan's younger sister, Ranran. 3 years ago, a small beast tide occurred in the Azure Wind Mountains, located in the southern region of Dongyun City. Bai Fan's parents and Ranran happened to be there and encountered the disaster. His parents died in that small beast tide while protecting Ranran, and Ranran was bitten by a certain snake-type magical beast. Although her life was saved, the snake venom completely crippled Ranran's legs, leaving her confined to a hospital bed. And the original owner of this body. Due to extra classes at school that day, he couldn't go play there with his parents, thus escaping the catastrophe. However, after receiving the news of his parents' death and his sister's poisoning and coma, the emotionally fragile original owner directly hanged himself, proving himself a complete coward. And precisely because he took his own life. Bai Fan, from Blue Star, was transmigrationally reborn here, gaining a new life. Ranran, didn't I tell you to get some good rest today? Bai Fan walked in, carrying the food. Brother, just a moment longer, this sweater will be knitted soon. The girl, whose face was pale, meticulously stared at the needlework in her hands. A high-quality sweater was already taking preliminary shape. The threads used to knit the sweater were all made from the fur of a magic beast called golden-furred demonic winged tiger. Clothes knitted from this material not only have excellent texture but are also very comfortable to wear, making them extremely popular with the public. I told you, you don't need to worry about money. Come, eat your meal first, and then take your medicine. Bai Fan persuaded her with a hint of helplessness. Brother, only these last few stitches are left. Sister Wang said this sweater is worth 3,000 dragon coins. If it sells, we'll get at least 200 dragon coins. That'll cover our food for another week. Determination, along with a touch of heartbreaking maturity, flickered across the girl's delicate and lovely face. Bai Fan still wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly internally. I just don't want to be a burden to you, brother. I won't live a long life, destined to spend it in a sickbed. So while I'm still healthy, I need to earn more money, at least so you, brother, don't have to work so hard. Saying this, the girl lifted her exquisitely pretty face, which was pale and pitiful, and smiled. Silly girl. Eat quickly, and remember to take your medicine after you finish. Bai Fan lovingly ruffled his sister's head. He didn't stop Ran from continuing to knit the sweater, because he had already tried to persuade her countless times. Furthermore, he also understood that his sister always felt she was a burden to him. If he didn't let his sister find something to do to pass the time, then in these long hours, her heart would eventually dry up in despair. Watching his sister obediently eat, Bai Fan had already made up his mind. Once he had money, he would definitely hire a beast tamer who had contracted a healing-type beast pet to treat his sister. He couldn't let his sister lie in a hospital bed her whole life. He smiled. "You eat first. Your brother is going to take care of something." Ran obediently hummed in acknowledgement. Immediately, she even specifically pushed some of the dishes aside. These were for Bai Fan. Arriving at his bedroom, Bai Fan looked at the ink-colored Titan snail egg before him, his eyes shifting slightly as he cast the general skill appraisal. Beast pet egg, Titan snail. Status, unhatched. Introduction: this beast pet has formed a soul contract with you. Please use the beast tamer skill tame on it. Upon successful use, you will acquire the beast pet Titan snail. Who? Bai Fan slowly exhaled, adjusting his inner state. Then, without any hesitation, he directly activated the tame skill. Tame can be used on any beast pet that has not signed a contract with another beast tamer. Upon successful use, this beast pet will be tamed by you, becoming your exclusive beast pet. This is a basic skill possessed by every beast tamer. Buzz. The moment the tame skill was used, the entire ink-colored beast pet egg began to emit rays of light, with mysterious patterns continuously spreading, and a moving beastly aura slowly diffused. Howl. At this instant, it seemed to sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the Titan snail, and all the pets and beast pets in the entire neighborhood began to tremble and grovel on the ground. Many beast pet owners couldn't help but change their expressions upon seeing this. What's going on? Had a first sequence supreme beast pet been born in the neighborhood? Regardless, this was a Titan snail capable of devouring even dragons. Moreover, it was a hidden type beast pet that ranked at least in the top 3 of the first sequence. The beastly might it exuded was naturally supreme. For other beast pets, just the pressure from its birth and arrival in the world was enough to scare them to death. Meanwhile, in Bai Fan's bedroom, the beast pet egg, shimmering with golden light, finally cracked at this moment. Watching the shattered eggshell pieces fall away, Bai Fan's heart was filled with excitement. His first beast pet was finally about to be born. Seconds later, all the eggshell had fallen off. And finally, the true face of the Titan snail was revealed. A white snail, about the size of a cat, raised its 2 slender antennae. At the tips of the antennae were 2 round, black eyes. It carried a small house on its back, engraved with mysterious golden patterns. People's impression of snails is that they secrete sticky liquid. But this Titan snail before him was clean all over, with no mucus production whatsoever. It just stared blankly at the human in front of it with those 2 round eyes, emanating a touch of cuteness. And under its gaze, Bai Fan felt a sense of intertwined bond in his heart. Gaw! It cutely tilted its head, making an endearing sound that melted hearts. Bai Fan's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap! A snail's sound was actually cuter than a cat's meow. Under Bai Fan's astonished gaze, this Titan snail hatchling began to gnaw on the fallen eggshell fragments beside it with crunching sounds. Gaw! After finishing, it tilted its head again, looking at Bai Fan cutely. At the same time, Bai Fan received a wisp of its thought. Master, I'm hungry. This made Bai Fan not know whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow has quite an appetite after gnawing on the eggshell. It's still hungry. It's time to try that SSS rank talent. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the dragon's blood grass, which was rewarded for his first beast pet, from the Divine Pet System warehouse. And when the dragon's blood grass appeared in Bai Fan's hand, the Titan snail's eyes instantly lit up completely. This particular dragon's blood grass was previously rewarded by the Divine Pet System. Given Bai Fan's current family circumstances, let alone dragon's blood grass, he couldn't even afford the meat of those farmed magical beasts from the wet market. Fan generally went to work at factories that raised magic beasts after school every day. The meager relief money given by the community each month was just enough for the siblings' food expenses. And the medicine Ran took daily had to be purchased with extra money. So Fan basically had to work every day to earn the money for the medicine. Right now, Fan was very likely to experience the first turning point in his life. After 3 years of transmigrating to this world, he finally had his own cheat, the divine pet system. Now it remained to be seen whether the SSS-level talent granted by this divine pet system was truly powerful. When Fan handed the dragon's blood grass to the Titan snail, it politely curled the dragon's blood grass with its 2 cute tentacles. Then it put it into its small mouth. The Titan snail's mouth wasn't very big, and Fan could barely see its tiny teeth. He could only see this cute little creature, like a rabbit, using its tentacles to put the dragon's blood grass into its mouth, then slowly crunching and chewing. Ding! And when the Titan snail had eaten all the dragon's blood grass, the electronic prompt from the divine pet system in his mind finally sounded. Feeding Titan snail successful. Given that the host is feeding a beast pet for the first time, a beginner's grand welfare mechanism has been triggered, and this feeding triggers a 10,000-fold return. You will receive the following rewards. Reward, 99 Beast Pet Growth Value. Reward, Beast Tamer S Rank Skill Book Chain of Life. Reward, 400 Dragon's Blood Grass Seeds. 500 Dragon's Soul Grass Seeds. Reward, Divine Pet System Planting Space Permission Opened. Reward, Divine Pet System Storage Space Permission Opened. All rewards have been issued. Please check them yourself, host. Listening to the perfectly clear prompt from the divine pet system in his mind, Fan's expression was utterly stunned. He didn't hear wrong, did he? The triggered 10,000-fold return was actually so generous. One could only say, as expected of the SSS-level talent granted by the divine pet system. And when all the rewards were issued, the Titan snail, which had already finished eating the dragon's blood grass, suddenly glowed brightly all over. It slowly retracted its body into its snail shell, which was engraved with golden patterns. As its owner, Fan naturally knew that this was because the 99 points of beast pet growth value obtained from the 10,000-fold return of the SSS-level talent were taking effect. Originally, the Titan snail had eaten 1 dragon's blood grass and gained 1 point of growth value. Coupled with the 99 growth value points awarded by the SSS grade talent 10,000 times return for pet rearing, it just perfectly made up 100 growth value points. When a beast pet's growth value accumulates to a certain extent, there's a chance it will awaken certain talent abilities. This is why beast tamers are so eager to feed their beast pets. It not only allows the beast pet's attributes to improve but also enables the beast pet to awaken other abilities. And now the Titan snail has retracted its body into its shell, likely waiting quietly for its awakening transformation, similar to a secluded cultivation period in xianxia novels. Fan did not disturb the Titan snail, letting it undergo its transformation in peace. He turned to begin tallying the other return rewards. First up is the S-grade Beast Tamer Skill Chain of Life. Chain of Life S, all damage you receive will be fully borne by your beast pet. Note, when you have multiple beast pets, the damage will be evenly distributed among each beast pet. Without a doubt. This is a life-saving skill unique to the master. A beast pet's vitality and various defensive attributes are much stronger than those of the beast tamer, who is the master. And many times, beast tamers are considered squishy. Therefore, beast tamers themselves also need certain self-preservation methods to survive safely on the battlefield. This skill undoubtedly provides Fan's life with a very stable safety lock, preventing Fan from being easily severely wounded or killed in battle. Next came the seed rewards for the 2 spiritual plants, Dragon's Blood Grass and Dragon's Soul Grass, as well as the opening of the Divine Pet System's planting space and storage space. As everyone knows, Dragon's Blood Grass and Dragon's Soul Grass cannot be artificially planted and cultivated in this world. This is not only because the seeds of these 2 spiritual plants are difficult to obtain. More importantly, humanity has not yet managed to research cultivation methods for these two spiritual plants. And it's difficult to find special lands suitable for cultivating dragon's blood grass and dragon's soul grass. Considering all factors, this indicates that these two spiritual plants are only likely to be found wild in secret realms abundant with natural spiritual energy. Or rather, they can only be found in ancient ruins where dragon wars once occurred. But now, Qin Fan has directly obtained hundreds of seeds of these two spiritual plants. This is simply a priceless treasure on Earth. If Bai Fan were to sell these seeds now, he and Ran Ran would never have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. In fact, they could squander it however they pleased for the rest of their lives and still never run out of money. But Bai Fan obviously wouldn't be so short-sighted. In a world like this, centered around beast taming, having money is far from enough. Because above the wealthy are beast tamers. If you only possess wealth but your own strength is weak, you'll find that others can freely plunder your riches, and you, being weak, will be unable to resist, only able to watch as your wealth is taken by others. So, Bai Fan absolutely cannot sell these seeds, because these seeds will be his hope for a comeback. Next, let's look at the descriptions of the planting space and storage space. Divine Pet System Prompt: Host has gained an independent planting space. Within this planting space, there is a spiritual land where the host can plant all spiritual plants. Note: current spiritual planting area, 0.1 mu. Maximum number of plants that can be grown, 10. Divine Pet System notification: the host has acquired a storage space capable of holding any items. Note: current number of items that can be stored, 5. This space cannot store living creatures. Indeed, the planting space and the seeds are a set. And this storage space can provide Bai Fan with numerous conveniences. Does the host wish to plant now? Bai Fan chose yes. And for the planting option, he chose to sow 10 stalks of dragon's blood grass. Planting successful. Dragon's blood grass will be mature in 15 days. 15 days? Although it's a short period, it's a bit long for Bai Fan at the moment. Because he will be participating in the National Beast Tamer Ascension exam in a month. Based on this maturation period, he can only cultivate a maximum of 20 stalks of dragon's blood grass for the Titan snail to eat in a month. Not enough. Even though he has the SSS rank talent of 10,000 times return, he cannot guarantee a high multiplier trigger every time. So, are there any other options? While Bai Fan was deep in thought, the Titan snail beside him had already reacted. An ineffable, mysterious fluctuation slowly spread. Bai Fan knew that his beast pet had already completed its first transformation and awakening. There was no need to use the appraisal skill with just a thought, the detailed information of the Titan snail appeared before his eyes. Beast Pet Titan Snail. Nickname: None Yet. Age: less than 1 month. Level: 1. Aptitude: Excellent Purple. Growth value: 1001000. Whenever the growth value reaches a certain level, there's a chance to awaken new talents or skills. Talent: Infinite Growth SSS. Core attributes: Strength 300, Intelligence 300, Physique 300, Agility 300, without any buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skill: Titan's Body S. Loyalty: 70. After reviewing the Titan snail's information, Bai Fan's eyes instantly filled with joy. As expected of a hidden beast pet from the first sequence, its initial core attributes actually reached a terrifying 300. Beast tamers are so powerful, naturally, because of the beast pets they contract. But most beast pets don't even have 100 in their initial core attributes when first born. Only beast pets with higher sequence rankings can exceed 100. Take the dual attribute Crimson Thunder Tiger contracted by Tianlong, for example. In the Beast Pet Encyclopedia, its initial core attributes at birth are generally in the range of 60-80. However, it was precisely this Crimson Thunder Tiger that transformed Tianlong, who was originally a poor student, into a favorite in the eyes of the principals and teachers. This goes to show how incredibly difficult it is to obtain a beast pet with initial core attributes exceeding 100. And now, the Titan Snail's initial core attributes completely crushed the Crimson Thunder Tiger. Furthermore, after the Titan Snail's growth value reached 100, it also awakened a new S-rank skill. Titan's Body. Titan's Body S. After activation, the Titan Snail's body size will surge, and it will gain Titan Strength. Note: Titan Strength attribute increased by 500% defense, magic resistance, and health increased by 300%. Looking at the skill description before him, Fan was once again overjoyed. He never expected the Titan Snail's first transformation to awaken such a powerful S-rank skill. I just don't know what its actual combat effect will be like, Fan said with a touch of regret. The skill description seemed invincible. But in reality, it still depends on its practical application. If the actual combat effect is poor, then no matter how impressive the skill description is, it will only be disappointing. But it was at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast pet for completing its first transformation and growth. The Divine Pet system is now issuing a newbie assistance mission. Quest: First Growth. Mission objective: raise the Titan Snail's level to 5. Mission reward: Diamond Chest 1, Dragon's Blood Grass 10. Failure penalty: none. Quest: a small test. Mission objective: command beast pet to eliminate 50 goblins. Mission reward: Platinum Chest 1, Dragon's Blood Grass 5. Failure penalty: none. Friendly reminder: beast pets can gain experience points required for leveling up by hunting magical beasts and monsters. Listening to the emotionless electronic prompt from the Divine Pet system, Fan's heart stirred. That's right. He almost forgot. He could also go to the Azure Wind Mountains to kill monsters and level up. Azure Wind Mountains. Located in the southern suburbs of Dongyun City. It is an extremely famous outdoor resource location in Dongyun City, inhabited by countless monsters and magical beasts. Here, the existence of the Adventurers Guild must be mentioned. As everyone knows, in today's beast-taming world, very few people can contract powerful combat beast pets. Those who only contracted ordinary combat beast pets generally either chose to continue attending a regular university after passing the Beast Tamer Ascension exam, or they dropped out of school entirely and joined the local Adventurers Guild to become adventurers. Within the Adventurers Guild, many patrons post quests daily. Adventurers exist to accept these quests and fulfill the patrons' requests, thereby earning monetary, item, and equipment rewards from the patrons. Typical patron commissions involve tasks such as entering the Azure Wind Mountains to gather a certain valuable medicinal herb, or hunting down specific magical beasts and monsters to obtain their materials, and so forth. Whenever Fan had free time, he would also visit the Adventurers Guild to check for simple herb gathering quests. Generally, the reward for such herb gathering tasks was only a small amount of money, which many adventurers looked down upon. But for Fan, it was also a decent income. As for monster slaying quests, Fan didn't take them. It wasn't that he was afraid. Rather, he couldn't take the risk. Before becoming a beast tamer, he was just an ordinary person with some basic attributes. He could easily handle some common small magical beasts, but encountering monsters above level 10 would be quite difficult. At the same time, if something happened to him in the Azure Wind Mountains, it would mean his sister Ranran would be utterly destitute. With such a significant concern, Fan naturally couldn't act recklessly. However, the situation was different now. He became a beast tamer. His own attribute panel had also received a slight boost. While he might not be able to handle a group of small monsters, escaping would definitely be possible. Furthermore, he got the Titan Snail. All initial core attributes reached a balance 300. It was also a terrifying existence that had awakened an S-rank skill. He wanted to see if this Titan Snail was truly as invincible as the legends claimed. Oh, I haven't named you yet. I'll call you Shelly, how about that? Fan said with a smile. It's not that he's bad at naming things. It wasn't because he saw this cute Titan Snail, but rather he was reminded of a cute snail named Shelly from an anime called SpongeBob SquarePants in his previous life. G.A. The Titan snail let out a cute chirp upon hearing this, its two eyes perked up and sparkled with joy, and its two long antennae danced continuously, expressing its happiness. Clearly, it was quite fond of the name too. "Brother! Come out and eat, the food's getting cold." Just then, Ranran's calls came from outside the door. "Okay, I'm coming out now." Bai Fan nodded. He then had Shelly burrow into his beast pet space before walking out. After eating. After his sister had safely fallen asleep. Bai Fan put on the beginner's armor provided free by the school, held his beginner's weapon, and headed towards the Adventurers Guild. When he arrived at the Adventurers Guild, he found that even late at night, there were still many adventurers gathered in the guild hall. You could see that these adventurers were accompanied by their contracted beast pets. But without exception, most of them were beast pets that focused on enhancement and support. Combat-type beast pets were rarely seen even if there were any, they were typically those with very low sequence rankings. "Ha! Isn't this Bai Fan? What are you doing here so late?" While Bai Fan was observing the many adventurers around him, suddenly, a surprised voice came. He turned his head to look. It turned out to be Chen Wei, a student from the rocket class. In school, there were also regular classes and rocket classes. Students in the rocket class generally had an initial talent assessment of B rank or higher. Bai Fan's initial talent assessment at the time was D+ rank. So he was assigned to a regular class. This Chen Wei in front of him had an A+ talent assessment. During the contract specialization ceremony, he contracted a armored Earth Dragon. Earth Dragon. The lowest ranking species among the dragon race. But in this setting, he was even stronger than Tianlong's Crimson Thunder Tiger. So, like Tianlong, he also became a rising star in the eyes of the principal and teachers. At this moment, Chen Wei sized up Bai Fan with a smile. Of course, he knew Bai Fan. After all, Bai Fan was quite a figure at school in ordinary times, scoring full marks in all practical assessments. However, because his talent was judged to be D+, he was unfortunately assigned to a regular class. Many people secretly grumbled about Bai Fan. What's the point of your excellent practical assessment scores? This is a beast pet world. It relies on beast pets, not your personal abilities. And today, it was common knowledge that Bai Fan had contracted the Titan snail. At first, many people were shocked. But what followed was endless ridicule. After all, this Titan snail, let alone those aristocratic families. Even the colossal organizations found it difficult to raise. The reason, naturally, is that dragon's blood grass and dragon's soul grass are extremely difficult to obtain. It is said that there are currently no more than 100 existing dragon's blood grass and dragon's soul grass plants in the entire world. And they have been kept under lock and key, sealed away. In other words, you won't be able to buy it, no matter how rich you are. More importantly, if you want the Titan snail to enter its growth phase, you have to feed it 1,000 dragon's blood grass plants. Even if you scoured the entire world, you probably wouldn't find them. It was precisely because of this situation that Bai Fan was almost deemed the most useless beast tamer. Chen Wei, who did you meet? At this moment, a voice came from behind Chen Wei. Bai Fan then noticed that a man and a woman were also standing behind Chen Wei. Bai Fan didn't recognize the man and the woman. But he could tell that their family backgrounds were definitely not simple. Because the weapons the man and woman held were actually level 10 silver grade weapons. In this beast taming world, all equipment grades, from lowest to highest, are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, rare, legendary, epic, divine. The armor Bai Fan was wearing and the long sword he held were both black iron level weapons, with an equip level of 5. But even this set of beginner armor and weapons would cost 1,000 dragon coins if you bought them on the market. Let alone a level 10 silver weapon. It's estimated that it would cost at least 500,000 dragon coins to afford. In other words, the weapons held by the man and the woman, combined, were worth 1,000,000 dragon coins. Many adventurers were squinting at the man and woman at this moment. All their attention was focused on the weapons they carried. No choice. Most adventurers have very empty pockets. Don't let it fool you that they kill monsters for money. Everyday daily equipment maintenance, buying and replenishing red and blue potions, and so on, also cost a lot of money. Oh, Fong Tyran, this is the good-for-nothing I mentioned to you before, the one who contracted the Titan snail. Chen Wei turned his head and looked at the young man with a smile. With just one sentence, Bai Fan instantly knew the other person's identity. Fong Tyran, the legitimate son of the Fong family. The top prodigy of Dongyun City's aristocratic private high school. The contract class transfer ceremony had just ended. Yet Bai Fan had already seen media reports about Fong Tyran on his phone. It was said that Fong Tyran had contracted a combat beast pet named Crimson Flame Divine Eagle. Crimson Flame Divine Eagle. That was a descendant possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Golden Crow. And it was a powerful second-tier beast pet. To put it bluntly, this very Fong Tyran in front of him, if nothing unexpected happened in the future, was destined to become a powerful magnate. And the girl standing beside Fong Tyran, dressed in a cyan long dress, with waist-length hair like silk, delicate features, and a slender figure, she was undoubtedly the campus belle. Bai Fan also recognized the girl's identity. Xiao Yue. She was also a very famous prodigy. It was said that Xiao Yue's talent was rated S. Even higher than Fong Tyran's. Her contracted beast pet was also extremely rare, and it was a hidden type support beast pet. Although not a combat beast pet, this support beast pet was extremely valuable. A second-tier hidden beast pet, the revival bird. It had the ability to heal and buff teammates, making it a highly sought-after support beast pet for many beast tamers. Putting aside everything else, at least Xiao Yue would certainly not have to worry about finding teammates. Her future development prospects were also good. Bai Fan hadn't expected Chen Wei to be mingling with these two young masters and miss. It seemed the Chen family had probably climbed up the social ladder by associating with these two influential families. Judging by their slightly fatigued auras, they must have just returned from the Azure Wind Mountains. However, none of this concerned Bai Fan. He ignored the trio and walked directly towards the reception desk in the hall. I say, you good for nothing, you wouldn't be thinking of going into the Azure Wind Mountains to kill monsters at this time, would you? Bai Fan didn't want to pay them any mind. But Chen Wei, seemingly treating Bai Fan as a toy for his amusement, continued to approach him with a smile. None of your business. Bai Fan replied coldly. Oh. Quite arrogant. Chen Wei sneered. Alright, don't bother with this trash. Go back and rest, we'll fight again tomorrow. At this moment, Fong Tyran, who was nearby, spoke indifferently. Xiao Yue, who was standing beside him, merely gave Bai Fan a fleeting glance before looking away. She showed no interest whatsoever. Alright. Let's listen to Fong Tyran. Chen Wei laughed heartily. Immediately, the three turned and left. Bai Fan watched Chen Wei's retreating figure with icy eyes, silently committing it to memory. Just this once. If there's a next time, he would make Chen Wei understand what it means for an ordinary man to get angry, a rage that could lead to bloodshed. Suppressing the fury in his heart, Bai Fan turned his gaze to the quest bulletin board. He quickly accepted 2 goblin hunting quests. While completing the Divine Pet System quests, he could also earn some quest bounties. Just as he was about to exit the guild, Bai Fan seemed to faintly hear 5 beast tamers whispering in a corner of the hall, discussing whether or not to make a move on the 3 new recruits, Fong Tyran and Xiao Yue. No need to think. These people were undoubtedly notorious bounty hunters. However, Bai Fan paid them no mind. It was none of his business. Leaving the guild, he boarded the late-night light rail heading to the entrance of Azure Wind Mountains. A hint of excitement flickered in Bai Fan's eyes. Would the Titan snail bring him joy or disappointment? It was truly something to look forward to. Azure Wind Mountains are located in the suburbs, 50 li south of Dongyun City. By the time Bai Fan arrived there by light rail, the sky was completely dark. Looking out, Azure Wind Mountains were hidden in the darkness, like a terrifying behemoth ready to devour people. Perhaps a timid beast tamer arriving at this time might be scared to the point of trembling. However, none of this mattered to Bai Fan. Shelley's formidable attributes, coupled with the excitement of the Divine Pet System quest rewards, made him feel extraordinarily thrilled at this moment. He wished he could rush into the Azure Wind Mountains and kill everything in sight. No, I can't have such reckless thoughts. Noticing the shift in his emotions, Bai Fan quickly shook his head, casting the thoughts out of his mind. The Titan snail was currently only in its nascent stage. Although its attributes were powerful, he couldn't be complacent. The Azure Wind Mountains were fraught with danger. If he were to perish inside due to his own carelessness, Bai Fan would have nowhere to cry. Goblins are just common monsters on the periphery of the Azure Wind Mountains. As long as we don't go too deep, there shouldn't be much danger. But I can't let my guard down. I'll start by practicing one by one. Let's see Shelley's strength. Muttering to himself, Bai Fan lifted his leg and walked into the Azure Wind Mountains. As he moved, he also summoned the Titan snail. Shelley, with golden runes inscribed on her shell, seemed to sense the surrounding danger as soon as she appeared. Her two tentacles swayed constantly, and she unhesitatingly crawled to the front, clearing the path for Bai Fan. Such a good boy. Watching Shelley act on her own without receiving a command, Bai Fan's face broke into a smile. As expected of a hidden beast pet from the first series, her intelligence was simply incomparable to those other trashy ones. Thinking happily to himself, Bai Fan quickly followed. We've arrived. Half an hour later, Bai Fan and Shelley, who had completely entered the Azure Wind Mountains, suddenly stopped. Here, unlike the outside, strange roars constantly echoed, and among them, some even made Bai Fan's heart pound with fear. No wonder the Adventurers Guild issued a strict order that those below level 10 are not allowed to venture deep into the Azure Wind Mountains. Listening to those intense roars, Bai Fan glanced at the depths of the Azure Wind Mountains with lingering fear. The Azure Wind Mountains covered a vast area. It is home to various monsters and also produces some very valuable resources. However, for many years, Dongyun City had not completed its exploration of the Azure Wind Mountains. This was because as one delved deeper into the Azure Wind Mountains, the level of danger would increase dramatically. In the deepest parts of the mountain range, legends speak of elite monsters reaching level 40. But unlike Bai Fan's caution, the Titan snail Shelley was showing excitement at this moment. Its two antennae on its head constantly wiggled, as if interested in the owners of those sounds. Seeing this, Bai Fan quickly appeased her. Now was not the time to go deeper. The Titan snail had extraordinary potential, with initial attributes that crushed ordinary beast pets. It was still in its infancy. Entering the depths of the Azure Wind Mountain range now would be suicidal. However, Bai Fan felt that after a few levels, with the Titan snail's growth rate, they might be able to venture a little deeper for training. Shelley, don't get excited. Let's complete the mission first and get your level up. Then we can go trouble those guys. Hearing Bai Fan's words, the Titan snail gently swayed its two antennae obediently, then continued to move forward. Seeing his little one's obedient demeanor, Bai Fan felt even more satisfied. Not all beast pets contracted by beast tamers are as docile as Shelley. Some beast pets have very violent temperaments, which makes them difficult to manage, and sometimes even brings trouble to the beast tamer. For example, a rumor Bai Fan once heard from others. A beast tamer who came to Azure Wind Mountains for training was tragically ruined by his own beast pet. The beast pet contracted by that beast tamer was a combat class Cerberus. Its growth potential was very good, so that beast tamer took on a goblin hunting quest and came to Azure Wind Mountains. Unexpectedly, in the outer reaches of Azure Wind Mountains, he encountered a level 15 elite monster, the howling silver wolf. Originally, the beast tamer and beast pet would not have been attacked by the passing howling silver wolf if they had just stayed hidden. But, as luck would have it, the howling silver wolf was a female, which caught the Cerberus's attention. It completely disregarded the power gap between the two sides and the beast tamer's calming efforts. It charged forward directly, intent on engaging in a cross-species interaction. The outcome, naturally, needs no further explanation. The beast tamer who had contracted the powerful beast pet sought his future prospects dim from then on. If it weren't for a passing strong individual who happened to save him, he would probably have died directly in the Azure Wind Mountains. So, Bai Fan, who had heard this rumor, was even more satisfied with Shelley's performance at this moment. High growth potential and a docile temperament, this was simply the most perfect beast pet. Goblins are widely distributed in the outer regions of Azure Wind Mountains, with levels ranging from 1 to 5. As he was new to the area, Bai Fan decided to start by killing level 1 goblins first. After all, this was his first time here, and even with detailed information on goblins, he dared not act rashly. He knew that before he had a beast pet, even an ordinary level 1 goblin could easily finish him off. After walking for a long time, Bai Fan and Shelley finally found a goblin encampment. Standing in the dense forest, Bai Fan cautiously observed the scene in the distance. This was a small camp, with only 4 goblins in total. These goblins were less than a meter tall, their entire bodies green-skinned, topped with ugly heads. Just one look was enough to evoke a feeling of revulsion. Aside from learning about them in textbooks, this was the first time Bai Fan had seen a living goblin. Their disgusting appearance made him feel a little uneasy. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. In this world, there were many monsters even more disgusting than goblins. If the weakest goblins instilled fear in him, he might as well go home and live as an ordinary person. Among the 4 goblins, 2 were the weakest, level 1, and 1 was level 2. The strongest one had reached level 3 and was likely the leader of this camp. Looking at the goblin lying by the campfire, shouting and yelling, Bai Fan thought to himself, "Shelley, do you have confidence in dealing with these goblins?" After observing the situation in the distance, Bai Fan turned to Shelley and asked. A smile appeared on his face after he saw Shelley's antennae nod twice. "Alright, then I'll lure one over first." Saying this, Bai Fan picked up a stone from the ground and carefully moved his body. Whoosh! A whistling sound broke the air as a stone suddenly struck a patrolling goblin. The not very intelligent goblin turned its head angrily towards the direction the stone had come from. "Oola ola!" Shouting loudly, the furious goblin grabbed its wooden club and walked over aggressively. In the distance. Upon seeing this, a figure revealed a slight smile. "It seems my skill at hitting bird nests as a child hasn't declined." This person was none other than Bai Fan, who had entered the Azure Wind Mountains, and the stone he just threw was from him. Thinking to himself, he quickly retreated a few steps, revealing Shelley behind him. Goblins have very low intelligence. The hit goblin straying from its patrol route did not attract the attention of the other goblins. Soon, this goblin came closer. Upon seeing Bai Fan and Shelley, a hint of greed appeared on his ugly face, and his eyes turned red. Goblins were at the very bottom in the Azure Wind Mountains, surviving by scavenging. A living human being was an unbearable temptation for them. "Oola ola!" Shouting loudly, the goblin didn't think much and charged directly at Bai Fan with its wooden club. It was already impatient to taste the delicious flesh and blood of a human. However, looking at the monster charging at him, there was no trace of panic on Bai Fan's face. It's a good chance to test Shelley's combat effectiveness. Thinking this, he took a step back, while simultaneously issuing a command to Shelley. "Shelley, activate Titan's body." With the command given, a gleam flashed in the Titan snail's adorable eyes. Immediately after, a grand burst of light erupted from Shelley's body. The dazzling light illuminated the dim jungle. And with the aid of the light, Bai Fan witnessed a scene that utterly astonished him. Right before his eyes, where Shelley stood, a colossal creature appeared. Nearly 3 meters tall, its house-like shell was inscribed with profound runes. Its originally cute head now looked ferocious. Its 2 antennae had now become thicker than Bai Fan himself. Holy crap! Is this the power of an S-rank skill? Upon seeing this scene, Bai Fan was completely stunned. He couldn't help but feel a bit grateful that he hadn't tried Shelley's skill at home. Otherwise, he might have been homeless later. However, Bai Fan originally planned to gradually chip away at the goblins' strength, eliminating them through guerrilla warfare. But now, the commotion Shelley caused was too great, directly attracting the attention of the other 3 goblins. Oola oola! A piercing sound rang out, and 2 goblins carrying wooden clubs, flanked by a goblin leader holding a bone club, charged over. Oola oola! However, the 3 goblins had barely reached them before they all froze in astonishment. Weak as they were, when had they ever seen such a powerful creature? Especially since Shelley exuded a noble aura. Even with the goblins' almost non-existent brain capacity, they couldn't help but feel an urge to worship. The level 1 goblin that had rushed over first was now so scared that it collapsed to the ground. I really didn't expect this. Admiring the scene, Fan knew he needed to change his strategy. Shelley, attack! Without hesitation, he directly ordered Xiaohua to act. Boom! The Titan snail's massive body advanced rapidly. Thick trees offered no obstruction to its movement. Bang bang bang! 3 dull thuds sounded, as the Titan snail's thick antennae descended like battering rams. The 3 goblins didn't even have time to react before they were smashed into a pulp. For a moment, only the level 3 goblin sub-leader remained in the clearing. Oola? Oola? Seeing this, the goblin sub-leader immediately dropped the bone club in its hand and turned to flee frantically. However, after only 2 steps, it noticed a huge shadow falling from above. It was Shelley who, upon seeing the goblin leader flee, jumped with her massive body and slammed down towards it. Splat! Bang! Like the sound of a watermelon bursting, the level 3 goblin sub-leader was crushed into a pulp without any resistance. Immediately after, there was a loud thud as Shelley heavily hit the ground. Feeling the entire ground vibrate, Fan quickly leaned on a nearby tree trunk to steady himself. At this moment, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. Although he had long known Shelley's strength was formidable, Fan hadn't expected it to be this powerful. After activating Titan's body, Shelley completely overwhelmed the 4 goblins. This is truly too powerful. Sighing with emotion, Fan wished he could hug Shelley and give her a couple of big kisses. After killing the 4 goblins, Shelley's experience value had grown to a certain extent. Beast Pet Titan Snail. Nickname, Shelley. Age, less than 1 month. Level, 170-100. Aptitude, excellent purple. Growth value, 101,000. Whenever growth value reaches a certain level, there's a chance to awaken new talents or skills. Talent, infinite growth SSS. Core attributes, strength 1500, wisdom 300, physique 300, agility 300, base strength 300, Titan's body increases by 500%. Skill, Titan's body S. Loyalty, 70. A level 1 goblin provides 10 experience points, a level 2 provides 20, and a level 3 provides 30. The 4 goblins combined provided Shelley with 70 experience points. At this point, Shelley only needed 30 more experience points to reach level 2. Oh my goodness! After reviewing Shelley's attributes, Fan felt like he was about to swoon from happiness. Strength 1,500. Even those level 10 combat sequence beast pets wouldn't be able to achieve a strength attribute of 1,500. With such formidable strength, fighting goblins was like using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. Thinking silently, Fan suddenly felt that he might be able to take Shelley to hunt higher-level monsters. Phew! No, I can't be reckless, I should complete the Divine Pet System mission first. Shaking his head, Fan quickly put this dangerous thought out of his mind. No matter how strong Shelley was, she was only level 1. If they encountered elite monsters roaming at night, both of them might end up meeting their demise here. Moreover, the second Divine Pet System mission objective was to kill goblins, and completing the mission would yield generous rewards. Quest, First Growth. Mission content, raise the Titan Snail's level to 5. Mission reward, Diamond Chest 1, Dragon's Blood Grass 10. Failure penalty, none. Quest, a small test. Mission content, command your beast pet to eliminate 50 goblins. Mission reward, Platinum Chest 1, Dragon's Blood Grass 5. Failure penalty, none. The 2 novice missions issued by the Divine Pet System, with Mission 2 being a small test of skill, now show progress at 450. He only needs to kill 46 more goblins to complete the task. Furthermore, according to the beast pet leveling rules Fan has learned about, 50 goblins combined should be enough to raise Shelly's level to around 4. Of course, the reason it should be. This is because the higher a beast pet's grade, the more experience points it needs for each level up. Fan had never seen a beast pet with supreme purple aptitude like Shelly before, and the school had never taught about the leveling patterns of such top-tier beast pets. However, Fan wasn't worried at this moment. Shelly's demonstrated formidable combat power gave him immense confidence. With Shelly's current combat power, even encountering a medium-sized goblin camp would be an absolute crushing victory. Let's go. Shelly. We're going to clear out the surrounding goblin camps. After collecting the mission proof, Fan climbed onto Shelly's shell, waved his hand grandly, and looked full of youthful spirit. As time passed, the sky grew increasingly dim. However, chaotic sounds continuously echoed from the outer regions of the Azure Wind Mountains. Tonight, all the goblin camps gathered in the outer regions suffered an undeserved calamity. One man and one beast, like a hurricane, swept through the goblin camps in the outer regions. During this period, Shelly's experience points continuously increased, reaching level 3. However, the experience needed to upgrade to level 4, even with the current monster-slaying speed, still felt a bit slow to Fan. Things went as Fan expected. The experience required for Shelly to level up each time was a tenfold increase, something no other beast pet could compare to. Beast Pet Titan Snail. Nickname, Shelly. Age, less than 1 month. Level, 180,000. Aptitude, excellent purple. Growth value, 100,1000. Whenever growth value reaches a certain level, there's a chance to awaken new talents or skills. Talent, infinite growth SSS. Core attributes, strength 2000, wisdom 400, physique 400, agility 400, base strength attribute 400. Skill, Titan's body S. Loyalty, 75. After leveling up to 3, all of Shelly's base attributes reached 400 points, with all fixed attributes increasing by 50 points per level. To be honest, when Fan saw this attribute increase, he almost fell off its back in surprise. As far as he knew, other beast tamers' beast pets typically only gained about 10 attribute points per level after upgrading. And those were usually just a few fixed attributes that would increase, completely incomparable to Shelly's full attribute increase. At the same time, after Shelly leveled up, perhaps the combat made it happy, as its loyalty also increased by 5 points. This made Fan feel that the connection between him and Shelly had become even closer. Besides all of this, Fan himself also transformed. After a beast pet levels up, its own attributes are fed back to the beast tamer in percentage form. At this time, the level 3 little snail provided Fan with a 12-point bonus to all attributes. At this time, level 3 Shelly provided Fan with a 12-point bonus to all attributes. This level of attribute bonus is something even some combat-oriented beast pets can't achieve at level 10. Clenching his fists now, feeling the power within his body, Fan wished he could let out a long howl to the sky. And in the future, as little snail's level increased, his strength would also become stronger and stronger. And in the future, as Shelly's level increased, his strength would also grow stronger and stronger. In addition to these gains, the second beginner task released by the Divine Pet System, a small taste, had also been completed. Standing on Shelly's back shell at this moment, Fan opened the Divine Pet System panel. Quest, a small test. Mission content, command your beast pet to eliminate 50 goblins. 60-50. Mission reward, Platinum Treasure Chest 1 Dragon's Blood Grass 5. Failure penalty, none. Task completed, rewards pending claim. Looking at the content on the panel, a smile appeared on Fan's face. The effect of Dragon's Blood Grass goes without saying, it's essential for Shelly's growth. It was precisely because of 1 stalk of Dragon's Blood Grass that the little nest awakened its S-rank skill, Titan's Body. Now that the Divine Pet System had rewarded him with 5 stalks of Dragon's Blood Grass, he couldn't help but feel a little excited, wondering what powerful talent or skill would awaken after Shelly consumed them. Besides that, he was also curious, after feeding 5 stalks of Dragon's Blood Grass, what else could the Divine Pet System reward him with? After the dragon's blood grass, the next main event was the platinum treasure chest. Instructing Shelley to be vigilant of the surroundings, Fan sat on her shell and directly confirmed receiving the quest rewards. Golden light flashed. A dazzlingly luminous chest appeared in Fan's hand. As for the dragon's blood grass, it went directly into his backpack. Type: treasure chest. Rank: platinum. Note: when opened, there is a 20% chance of obtaining a platinum rank item, a 30% chance of obtaining a gold rank item, and a 50% chance of obtaining a silver rank item. Note: the types of items that can be opened from the treasure chest are not limited to equipment, skill books, etc. Note: platinum rank treasure chests guarantee at least a silver rank item. As soon as the platinum treasure chest appeared in his hand, Fan couldn't take his eyes off the description on it, and his heart started beating rapidly. In this world, items are graded from low to high as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, rare, legendary, epic, divine artifact. Platinum rank equipment and skill books. To Fan, this was like something out of a legend. In the entire Dongyun city, he had never heard of anyone possessing a platinum rank item. Even gold rank items were extremely rare. Although he wasn't sure if his luck would allow him to open a platinum grade item. However, even if it guaranteed a silver tier item, it would be enough to make Fan ecstatic. One must know that, on the market, a common silver tier item costs over 100,000 dragon coins. Equipment can fetch up to 800,000 depending on its effects, while more precious skill books start at a minimum of 500,000 and can even reach millions. In other words, as long as he opened a silver tier item, whether it was equipment or a skill book, Fan would instantly turn his life around. By then, his sister's illness would no longer be a concern. He could completely afford to pay a healing professional to directly cure his sister's illness. Ha ha! This is truly a sudden wave of wealth. Not only has my strength improved, but my sister's illness also has a solution. Thinking happily to himself, Fan rubbed his hands, then, still not reassured, he rubbed them on Shelley's shell a few times. "Shelley, lend me some luck." As he spoke, he directly chose to open the platinum treasure chest. Platinum treasure chest is opening. Please wait. As Fan confirmed to open it, a dazzling light suddenly enveloped the entire treasure chest. "May the Jade Emperor and Buddha bless me, please let it be a big one." Muttering to himself, Fan watched expectantly. Platinum treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the following items, please check them yourself. Reward 1, Level 1 Gold Weapon, Titan's Mid-Range Crossbow. Reward 2, Silver Grade Skill Book, Berserk. He struck it rich. Hearing the Divine Pet System's prompt, Fan was grinning from ear to ear. He had thought the Platinum Treasure Chest would only yield one item, but he unexpectedly received two directly. Furthermore, although he didn't get the top-tier Platinum item, he still received a gold weapon and a silver-tier skill book. This haul instantly made him rich. Thinking happily, he quickly checked the attributes of the two items. First up was the level 1 gold weapon, Titan's Fury. Weapon, Titan's Fury. Grade, Gold. Level restriction, level 1 Beast Pet exclusive. Attribute, Strength plus 500. Trait, Sturdy Infinite Durability. Skill, Titan's Charge, launch a single impact directly forward, with a knockback effect. Note, after skill activation, strength temporarily increases by 100%, cannot be interrupted. Seeing the attributes of Titan's Wrath, Fan's heart blossomed with joy. Good stuff. This was definitely good stuff. Although the attributes and special effects provided were very singular, their impact was incredibly powerful. And the attached skill was simply tailor-made for little Snail. Most importantly, Shelley could use it immediately. After Shelley activated Titan's body, her size had now reached nearly 4 meters in length, width, and height, turning her into a behemoth. Now, activating Titan's charge again would undoubtedly turn it into a terrifying road roller, knocking away all creatures in its charge path. Mentally calculating the various attribute boosts, Fan suddenly realized that even a level 10 elite monster probably wouldn't be able to withstand Shelley's charge. After reviewing the attributes of the gold equipment, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately equipped it to Shelley. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. A ferocious helmet immediately appeared on Shelley's head, making him even more imposing at this moment. Next, Bai Fan looked at the other reward he had received. Skill Book, Berserk. Grade, Silver. Restriction, exclusive to beast tamers. Effect, consuming stamina to activate the skill will awaken the power of the bloodline within the beast pet, providing a full attribute bonus to the beast pet, lasting 10 minutes. Another great item. Moreover, it was a skill exclusive to beast tamers. With this skill, Bai Fan could apply a buff to Shelley. After reading it, he didn't hesitate and chose to use it immediately. Suddenly, the skill book transformed into a silver light and dissipated in his hands. At the same time, a realization appeared in Bai Fan's mind. He now fully comprehended the characteristics of Frenzy. As a silver tier skill, Rampage, when used, can increase the beast pet's full attributes by 20%. And it's even an area of effect skill. After digesting the information in his mind, Bai Fan felt like his whole being had gone numb. A divine skill. Absolutely a divine skill. Especially for a team, if used well, it could completely turn the tide of a battle. He speculated that if this silver tier skill book were taken to the Adventurers Guild, it could fetch an exorbitant price of over 1,000,000 RMB. Moreover, the Titan's Rage that Shelley was wearing on her head would be even more expensive. A platinum treasure chest, the value of the items inside would probably exceed 2 million dragon coins. Thinking about the 1 million dragon coins he had just spent, Bai Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of unreality. 1 million dragon coins. For him before, it was an unimaginable sum. Even 1/10 of that, 100,000 dragon coins, would be enough to bring about earth-shattering changes to his life. However, after his initial emotions, Bai Fan felt no regret. His top priority now was to improve his strength. Once his strength increased, earning dragon coins would be very simple for him. One must know that in just a few hours since arriving at Azure Wind Mountains, the gains he had made were already more than what an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. Ha ha! Mission 1 also rewards a gold treasure chest. I'm already looking forward to seeing what treasures I'll get. After his emotions stabilized, Bai Fan's gaze turned towards the depths of Azure Wind Mountains. The experience that goblins could provide was simply too little for Shelley now. Just by killing goblins, who knew how long it would take for Shelley to reach level 5? Now that both he and his beast pet had improved in strength, he felt they could go a little deeper to hunt higher-level demon beasts. A month later. In a dense forest within Azure Wind Mountains, a figure stood behind a thick tree trunk, looking at the sunken valley in the distance. The figure was a handsome young man, whose face lacked the usual frivolity of his age, instead showing a rare steadiness. On his shoulders sat a snail with exquisite patterns on its shell, its 2 antennae constantly moving, looking exceptionally endearing. This person and snail were Bai Fan and Shelley, who were on a mission in Azure Wind Mountains. Nearly a month had brought about tremendous changes in Bai Fan. Fighting monsters every day, his current demeanor exuded a sharp, cutting edge. If anyone familiar with him saw him now, they probably wouldn't dare to confirm it was him. His gains during this month of adventure in the Azure Wind Mountains were simply unimaginable. Now, Shelley's level had reached 10, and her attribute values could completely overwhelm those 20-level elite demon beasts. In addition, the beginner Quest 1 issued by the Divine Pet system had long been completed by Bai Fan. This time he wasn't as lucky as before. After opening the gold treasure chest, he only obtained a level 10 silver quality longsword. Although there was a slight drop in his expectations, he was very content. After all, silver tier equipment could also sell for over 500,000 RMB. At this time, nearly a month had passed, and Bai Fan planned to return to Dongyun City to hand over the quest and prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. But before that, he planned to make a big score in Azure Wind Mountains. The sunken valley before him was his current target. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a group of minotaurs roaming within, and even rudimentary camps could be seen. Clearly, these minotaurs have made this place their camp. The minotaurs' levels are generally around 10, with the stronger ones reaching level 15. Beast tamers who entered Azure Wind Mountains rarely chose minotaurs as prey, because these brainless guys usually acted in groups. To be honest, if the Divine Pet system hadn't issued a new quest, Fan wouldn't have chosen this minotaur camp to attack. Divine Pet System quest: destroy a minotaur camp, eliminate no less than 30 minotaurs. Task reward: platinum chest, random beast tamer skill. Quest failure penalty: none. In the entire Azure Wind Mountains, these monster encampments are extremely dangerous for beast tamers. Especially medium-sized or larger camps, which signify the definite presence of a leader-level monster. Standing behind the tree trunk, looking at the distant valley, Fan silently estimated in his heart. The minotaurs he had seen in this valley alone already totaled over 30. There should also be hidden minotaurs in those dilapidated tents. From this, it could also be seen that the minotaur camp before him was likely a large camp. This meant there would be at least one leader-level minotaur with a level of 15. Such strength made Fan feel a bit apprehensive. After all, a level 15 leader-level minotaur's strength could probably compare to that of an ordinary level 20 elite monster. Although Shelly's strength was very high now, the opponent also had many subordinates to help. This would definitely be a tough battle. Let's wait first, these guys will definitely go out hunting. We'll launch an attack when their numbers thin out. Thinking to himself, Fan jumped with force, nimbly leaping onto the tree trunk, and patiently waited, leaning against the thick branches. Nearly a month of hunting life had not only changed his demeanor but also brought about monumental changes in his overall strength. Beast Pet Titan Snail. Nickname: Shelly. Age: less than 1 month. Level: 10. Aptitude: excellent purple. Growth value: 1001000. Whenever growth value reaches a certain level, there's a chance to awaken new talents and skills. Talent: infinite growth SSS. Core attributes: strength 750, wisdom 750, physique 750, agility 750, without any buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Equipping Titan's Fury, strength attribute is 950. Skill: Titan's Body S. Loyalty: 80. Equipment: gold grade Titan's Fury. Shelly's level reaching 10 meant her basic attributes completely outstripped other beast pets. And after level 10, the attribute bonus Fan could receive also reached 10%. His various basic attributes had now hit an astonishing 75 points. With such attributes, he could now completely act as a small superhero. Even if he encountered a level 10 minotaur, he could easily slay it. However, during this month, Fan did not feed Shelly Dragon's bloodgrass to increase her growth value. Because the beast pet's evolution process is its most vulnerable stage, and the Azure Wind Mountains are very dangerous, it would be an unwise choice to promote evolution here. Fan planned to wait until he completed the Divine Pet System mission and returned home before feeding Shelly. By then, Shelly's strength would surely undergo earth-shattering changes. It should be noted that besides the dragon's bloodgrass rewarded by the Divine Pet System, the first batch of dragon's bloodgrass in his planting space had also matured. As time passed, the sky began to dim, and changes started to appear in the Minotaur camp below. Minotaurs, one after another, left the camp carrying weapons, and soon, the number of Minotaurs in the camp decreased by half. Upon seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Fan's face. The opportunity had arrived. Thinking this, he jumped down from the tree trunk without hesitation. Then, he rushed towards the distant valley at an incredibly fast speed. On his shoulder, Shelly excitedly waved her antennae. Bang! With Fan's 75 points in all attributes, his current speed allowed him to run a 100-meter dash in under 3 seconds. So, a mere afterimage flashed through the dense forest, and the next moment, the gate to the Minotaur camp crashed heavily to the ground. Roar! The sound of the wooden gate falling immediately drew the attention of the Minotaurs in the camp. Those Minotaurs, snorting roughly through their nostrils, glared with bloodshot eyes. Upon discovering it was a human, a strongly built Minotaur charged out. Damn human! You dare to destroy our camp gate? I'll tear you to pieces, bit by bit. As low-tier monsters in the Azure Wind Mountains, Minotaurs were a rare intelligent type. Although their brain capacity isn't much better than goblins, they can at least speak simple words. Looking at the minotaur in front of him, with its well-defined muscles and eyes as large as copper bells, Fan grinned and casually cast an appraisal spell. Monster, Minotaur. Level, 10. Combat style, melee attack. Core attributes, Strength 60, Wisdom 10, Physique 60, Agility 20. Skills, Charge, Stomp. Looking at the information revealed by the appraisal skill, Fan's smile deepened. Minotaurs are very typical melee monsters. They have high attack and thick health, but at the same time, they are brainless and slow. Moreover, even the strongest strength and physique attributes of the minotaur in front of him were 15 points lower than Fan's. Facing him, Fan would feel no pressure at all. With a thought, a long sword appeared in his hand, and then he charged out without hesitation. The enraged minotaur watched the human's actions, and a bloodthirsty gleam flashed in its brass bell-sized eyes. Damn human! I'll smash you into a meat pie. Roaring in anger, the minotaur swung down its club, as thick as a bull. He was already a little eager to see the scene of this human in front of him being smashed, blood splattering everywhere. However, the next moment left him utterly stunned. The human who had charged over suddenly vanished before his eyes, and the heavily swung wooden club, carrying immense power, slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. With the minotaur's limited brain capacity, he simply couldn't comprehend what had happened. Roar! Just as he was roaring in anger, searching for his enemy, suddenly, a figure appeared to his left, a long sword in its hand glinting with a chilling light, slashing towards his neck. This was Fan, who had rushed over quickly, relying on his speed advantage. With his current attributes, the minotaur's attacks were simply too slow for him. He could easily dodge them. Big guy, go obediently to your death. With a cold smirk on his face, propelled by 75 points of strength, the long sword, carrying an unparalleled force, sliced across the minotaur's neck. The roaring suddenly ceased, under the disbelieving gaze of the other minotaurs. A grotesque head soared into the sky. Roar! This scene unfolding in the camp instantly enraged all the minotaurs. They watched their companion's fallen body, their bell-sized eyes gradually filling with bloodlust. Thump, 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 thump. The remaining minotaurs in the camp charged madly towards Fan at this moment. Under their massive size, each step they took caused the ground to tremble. However, upon seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Fan's face. He wasn't fighting alone. Shelly, it's time for your performance. With a thought, Shelly, who was perched on Fan's shoulder, leaped high into the air and then activated Titan's body. In mid-air, Shelly's small body began to inflate like a balloon. Bang! Dust rose everywhere, and a few seconds later, a colossal figure landed on the ground. The charging minotaurs had never imagined it. The pet-like creature on that detestable human's shoulder had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a fearsome beast that terrified them. Its back shell, etched with mysterious patterns, and the monstrous helmet on its head. These sights involuntarily struck fear into the charging minotaurs. However, this fear quickly dissipated. They were now completely consumed by rage, with only one thought in their minds: to smash the humans who had trespassed into their camp into mincemeat. Thump, 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 thump. The minotaurs continued their charge, their deafening footsteps causing the valley floor to tremble even more violently. But at this moment, Shelly was also ready. A mysterious glint suddenly appeared on the helmet it wore on its head. Immediately after, its entire body visibly grew by a third. Then, facing the charging minotaurs, a powerful force propelled Shelly forward in a charge. Boom! In the angry gazes of countless minotaurs, the ground beneath Shelly suddenly collapsed, and the next second, his body shot out rapidly like a cannonball. A tremendous sound, like the collapse of the heavens and earth, erupted, and the minotaur camp and the entire valley was engulfed by rising dust. Seeing this, Fan, who was standing nearby, covered his nose and mouth, as he had anticipated this. Not long after, the smoke was dispersed by the mountain wind, and the entire minotaur camp had become dilapidated. On the ground, a chasm 5 meters wide, 2 meters deep, and dozens of meters long appeared, almost dividing the entire camp in two. On this chasm, apart from Shelly at the far end, there were no other living creatures. The minotaurs who stood in Shelley's charging path all turned into fine flesh and blood, falling onto the ground on either side of the chasm. With just one Titan's charge, more than a dozen minotaurs who had been charging in force were directly killed, more than half of them. Witnessing this scene, the three minotaurs who narrowly survived stood trembling to the side. The crimson in their eyes had long faded, replaced by terror filling their minds. Monster? As monstrous beings themselves, they shrieked in fear and were about to flee in a panic. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside them, and a longsword flashing with cold light slashed across their necks. Bang! After 3 consecutive thudding sounds, Baifan's figure appeared not far away. Phew! It seems I was still a bit too cautious. Even if those hunting minotaurs hadn't left, this camp wouldn't have caused much trouble for Shelley and me. Looking at the increased minotaur kill count on the Divine Pet System quest, Baifan thought silently, while motioning Shelley to head towards the tent in the middle of the camp. The commotion in the camp had already alerted the minotaur leader of this encampment. Suddenly, a giant beast, over 3 meters tall, emerged from the central tent of the camp. Its muscles bulged all over its body, and it wielded a massive axe, each step it took causing the ground to tremble. Seeing this, Baifan did not act rashly, but directly cast an appraisal spell. Monster, Minotaur. Level 15 leader. Combat style, melee. Core attributes, Strength 500, Spirit 30, Constitution 500, Agility 100. Skills, War Stomp, Bloodlust Frenzy, Powerful Slash. Looking at the Minotaur leader's attributes, Baifan couldn't help but curl his lips. The Minotaur's attributes were indeed worthy of a leader-level monster. Although only level 15, it was stronger than some 20-level elite monsters. However, compared to Shelley, he was just a little brother. A level 10 Titan snail, whose core attributes in every aspect completely dwarfed the Minotaur leader. Roar! The Minotaur leader, walking out of the tent, saw the tragic state of its subordinates outside and immediately let out an angry roar. Immediately after, he rushed towards Baifan without hesitation. Shelley, go, kill him! Seeing the Minotaur leader's movement, Baifan gave Shelley a command in his mind, while his body retreated step by step. Although the Minotaur leader's attributes were incomparable to Shelley's, they were much stronger than his current self. If he accidentally got hit by the opponent, his small frame couldn't withstand it right now. The Minotaur leader quickly clashed with Shelley. The giant axe struck Shelley's shell, creating sparks, but it had no effect on Shelley whatsoever. Instead, Shelley's tentacles landed on the Minotaur leader, directly knocking him back, spitting blood. Witnessing this scene, Baifan's expression was very calm, even having the leisure to think of other things. Leader-level monsters have a certain chance of dropping loot after being killed. I wonder what good stuff this Minotaur chieftain in front of me will drop. Thinking silently, and watching Shelley unilaterally crush the Minotaur leader, Baifan turned and walked to the camp entrance. The commotion here was very loud. Those Minotaur minions who hadn't gone far would probably rush back soon. Shelley was fighting, so her master naturally couldn't be idle. Not far from the Minotaur camp, 3 figures were moving at extreme speed. 2 men and 1 woman, each with a look of panic on their faces. If Baifan were to see them at this moment, he would realize that they were the 3 guys he encountered in the Adventurers Guild. However, unlike their previous polished appearance, their clothes were now tattered, and they looked like beggars fleeing famine. Damn it! To actually encounter bounty hunters here, when I return to Dongyun City, I will definitely have my family eliminate them all. While fleeing, Fong Tai-ran, one of the 3, said with frustrated resentment. Hearing his words, Chen Wei, who was beside him, showed an expression of agreement. Exactly, these bounty hunters are unforgivable. How dare they even attack someone of your noble status, Fong Tai-ran? They deserve more than death. In the Azure Wind Mountains, Xiao Yuyue looked at the fawning Chen Wei beside her, a flicker of disgust flashing across her face. She now regretted deeply why she had agreed to team up with such a person. She had initially thought that Chen Wei, rated a class talent and contracted to an armored earth dragon, would be a good helper after entering the Azure Wind Mountains. But she didn't expect that this guy was completely useless apart from flattery, and only dragged them down. However, despite her inner disgust, Xiao Yuyue didn't show it. She knew very well that now was not the time to dwell on these things. She and Fong Tai-ran, along with 2 others, entered the Azure Wind Mountains to improve their strength and gain combat experience before the college entrance examination, hoping to achieve a good ranking. This trial, initially, went very smoothly, just as she had imagined. Unexpectedly, on the 16th day of their training, they encountered a group of bounty hunters in the central area of the Azure Wind Mountains. And then, their troubles began. After the great changes, this world has become incredibly cruel. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, prevails. This trend was not yet obvious in cities, but once in the wilderness, it was fully displayed. After becoming a beast tamer, to improve one's strength, it is inevitable to leave the city and go to areas where monsters gather to hunt them. Because of this, in the dangerous wilderness, a number of gray professions emerged. Bounty hunters. They commit robbery and murder, backstab, and plot sinister schemes without restraint. These individuals, unwilling to fight monsters, set their sights on their own kind. After all, while fighting monsters can improve strength, as their name suggests, these bounty hunters are all after money. Hunting monsters is not as fast as hunting beast tamers for money. Therefore, for beast tamers active in the wilderness, bounty hunters are far more dangerous than monsters. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tai-ran, 2 novices, exposed their wealth in the Adventurers Guild Hall. Like children playing with gold in a busy market, they were inevitably targeted by bounty hunters. On the 16th day of entering the Azure Wind Mountains, they were ambushed by bounty hunters. As soon as the 2 sides engaged, their party fell into a disadvantage. Fong Tai-ran's beast pet, the Blazing Eagle, was severely wounded and fell into a coma. And Xiao Yuyue's beast pet was a support type, with little combat power. As for Chen Wei, his only role in the battle was probably to release his armored earth dragon and flee with the 3 of them. However, they had ventured too deep into the Azure Wind Mountains, relying on their decent strength. Now, after running for 10 days straight, they still haven't escaped. Chen Wei, how is your armored earth dragon recovering? Glancing behind her and finding no trace of the bounty hunters, Xiao Yuyue turned to Chen Wei and asked. Now that they had shaken off the bounty hunters, it was a good opportunity to escape quickly. Hearing Xiao Yuyue's words, Chen Wei couldn't help but give a bitter smile. I'm afraid not, it expended too much energy before and hasn't recovered yet. Upon hearing this, a hint of worry flashed across Xiao Yuyue's face. I can have the revival bird give it a boost, but without the armored earth dragon, our speed simply can't match those elite hunters. Seeing Xiao Yuyue say this, Chen Wei reluctantly summoned his beast pet. With a flash of light, a 3-meter-long armored earth dragon appeared on the ground. At this moment, it looked half dead, its aura extremely weak. Seeing the armored earth dragon appear, Xiao Yuyue quickly summoned her revival bird to cast a buff skill. However, a white light fell, and the armored earth dragon comfortably flipped over, then became motionless again. No matter how Chen Wei gave commands, the armored earth dragon's posture remained unchanged. After a moment, a panicked expression suddenly flashed across the anxious Chen Wei's face. Oh no, the armored earth dragon's loyalty has dropped. He exclaimed, quickly recalling the armored earth dragon. Loyalty is the bond between a beast tamer and a beast pet. The higher the value, the closer the connection between them. A lower value indicates that the beast pet does not recognize the beast tamer, not only being unresponsive to the beast tamer's commands, but even when loyalty drops below 50 points, the beast pet can break the contract with the beast tamer at any time. Seeing Chen Wei's appearance, Xiao Yuyue sighed inwardly, but there was nothing more she could say. Forget it, let's keep running. We're getting close to the outer perimeter here, maybe we can find other beast tamers to help. After discussing, the 3 quickly set off. However, they had barely taken a few steps when they heard a loud roar from a distance. From their position, they could even see vast clouds of dust rising from the jungle in the distance. There are beast tamers fighting. Quick, let's go over there. If there are many people, those bounty hunters won't dare to act. Seeing this, the 3 were overjoyed and quickly ran towards the source of the sound. In the Minotaur camp. Bai Fan leaned beside Shelley, looking ahead with a delighted expression. In his line of sight, an antique chest floated above the corpse of the Minotaur leader. I can't believe it, something actually dropped. Witnessing this scene, Fan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Boss-level monsters have a chance to drop various items. However, the drop rate is incredibly low. Especially for a monster like the Minotaur leader, who is only level 15, the chance of him dropping loot is even lower than winning the grand prize in a lottery. Fan never expected that he would hit the jackpot today, getting a drop from the Minotaur leader. "Shelly, you're truly my lucky star." Patting the shell on the little one's back, telling it to deactivate Titan's body, Fan walked over to the Minotaur leader's corpse and picked up the treasure chest. At this point, he had already completed the task given by the divine pet system, and there was still a platinum treasure chest he hadn't claimed. However, he wasn't planning to claim it now. He decided to open the current chest first and try his luck. "Jade Emperor, Buddha, all immortals and Buddhas, please bless me." Rubbing his hands and mumbling a few words, he directly opened the chest. The anticipated dazzling light didn't appear. Inside the chest, a simple, unadorned bronze-colored ring lay, looking rather ordinary. Equipment? Seeing this, a somewhat dejected Fan took out a ring and casually tossed the box aside. The moment the box left Fan's hand, before it even hit the ground, it simply vanished. However, Fan wasn't surprised by this. All treasure chests are formed by some special power and disappear after being opened. This is common knowledge in this world. So he just glanced at it, then cast an identification spell on the bronze ring. Equipment, Strength of the Minotaur. Grade, Bronze. Level restriction, Level 10. Type, Ring. Attributes, Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20. Enchantment effect, immune to stun when attacked. Note, Minotaurs never yield. After using the appraisal spell, the attributes of the bronze ring immediately appeared before Fan's eyes. The bronze ring's attributes were decent, but the last enchantment effect made Fan's eyes light up. Immunity to stun means that the wearer will be more composed when facing battle cry type skills or some crowd control skills. Based solely on this enchantment effect, Minotaur's strength can be considered a minor excellent item among bronze tier equipment. Ordinary bronze grade equipment, depending on the added attributes, fluctuates in price between 10,000 and 50,000 dragon coins. This Minotaur's strength, however, could fetch around 100,000 dragon coins if taken to the Adventurers Guild. Not bad, not bad. Satisfied, Fan looked at the bronze ring and casually slipped it onto his finger. Immediately, as Minotaur's strength was successfully equipped, he felt a surge of power flowing through his body. With the equipment's blessing, his strength and constitution attributes had now reached 95 points. Alright. Next is the highly anticipated platinum treasure chest. Extremely pleased with his haul, Fan picked up Shelly, petted her thoroughly, and then prepared to open the platinum treasure chest. But just then, he suddenly heard a rapid series of footsteps. Someone's coming. Thinking this, he looked up towards the outside of the Minotaur camp. He saw 3 figures rushing towards him in the distance, looking very disheveled. Oh! It's acquaintances. Seeing someone approaching, Fan, who had intended to leave quickly, stopped. He never expected that the 3 people who arrived here would be the same 3 guys he encountered in the Adventurers Guild Hall. But the condition of these 3 guys looked very bad. Their clothes were tattered, and there were bloodstains on their faces. Especially Xiao Yuyue, who had completely lost her previous cold arrogance. Seeing the trio's appearance, Fan couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. Just a thought, and he knew what they had encountered. They must have encountered bounty hunters active in the Azure Wind Mountains. But then again, these 3 guys clearly looked like rookies, and they were carrying expensive gear. For bounty hunters not to target them would be a complete waste of resources. Fan? The 3 rushed into the Minotaur camp, and as they drew closer, a sudden gasp of surprise rang out. Chenwei looked at Fan with an astonished expression, full of disbelief. How are you here? When he saw Fan at the Adventurers Guild, Chenwei never imagined that Fan would dare to enter the Azure Wind Mountains to hunt monsters. After all, although the Titan snail that Fan had contracted was a first sequence hidden beast pet, in terms of combat power, it probably couldn't even defeat a support-type beast pet. So he thought Fan was bragging when he said he was going to enter the Azure Wind Mountains. He didn't expect to actually encounter him in the Azure Wind Mountains. Bai Fan completely ignored Chen Wei's exclamations and instead turned his gaze to the other two. He hadn't noticed from a distance, but now that they were closer, he suddenly discovered some unique beauty. 10 consecutive days of fleeing had left Xiao Yuyue extremely disheveled. Her cyan clothes were almost reduced to rags. Large patches of fair skin were exposed through the torn areas, dazzlingly white. Especially combined with her exquisite features and graceful figure, it exuded an unusual allure. Having fought in the Azure Wind Mountains for nearly a month, facing various monsters every day besides Shelley, Bai Fan had long grown somewhat weary. Seeing Xiao Yuyue at this moment, he couldn't help but take a few extra glances. At the same time, he began to murmur to himself. This girl is so beautiful. If she gets caught by those bounty hunters, her fate will be terrible. Noticing Bai Fan's gaze, a hint of shyness and anger flashed across Xiao Yuyue's face, her eyes darting away uncomfortably. However, the next moment, the embarrassment on her face froze. A massive creature, over 3 meters tall, appeared in her sight. Is that the Minotaur leader? Seeing the monster's corpse, Xiao Yuyue quickly recognized its identity, and her small mouth instantly formed an O shape. As a top prodigy from Dongyun City's noble private high school, her eyesight was naturally keen, and she could tell the Minotaur leader had not been dead for long. Scanning her surroundings, she then noticed the corpses of the Minotaur minions. Suddenly, the way she looked at Bai Fan changed. She had, of course, heard Chen Wei mention Bai Fan. The first sequence contract, the hidden beast pet Titan Snail, was a piece of trash, the laughingstock of the entire school. But at this moment, Xiao Yuyue really wanted to strangle Chen Wei. How could a waste who just contracted a Titan Snail clear out a Minotaur camp all by himself? Even a prodigy like her, with the resources provided by her family, couldn't accomplish such a feat at this time. However, Bai Fan, who was in front of her, was powerful, so she could ask for his help. Hello, classmate Bai Fan, my name is Xiao Yuyue. With that thought, Xiao Yuyue stepped forward and extended her hand to Bai Fan. Seeing this, Bai Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He couldn't figure out why this previously aloof beauty had changed so much. However, after a moment of thought, he nodded. Since the other party had initiated the conversation, it would be impolite not to respond. Seeing Bai Fan respond, Xiao Yuyue's face broke into a bright smile. Classmate Bai Fan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I wonder if I could ask you for a favor. As she spoke, Xiao Yuyue told Bai Fan about their ambush by bounty hunters. After listening to Xiao Yuyue's account, Bai Fan's expression became a little subtle. Earlier in the Adventurers Guild Hall, he had heard that some beast tamers wanted to attack the three of them. He hadn't expected them to actually follow through. All right. After thinking about it, he directly agreed to Xiao Yuyue's request. Those 5 bounty hunters, relying on sneak attacks, failed to take down Xiao Yuyue and the other 2, so their strength must not be very good. It was a good opportunity to experience a battle with a beast tamer. Moreover, Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tairan both came from wealthy families, so they must have a lot of treasures. While gaining combat experience, I can also earn some extra money. That's great. Seeing Bai Fan agree, Xiao Yuyue's face showed a surprised expression. But the next moment, her expression froze on her face. I can help you, but shouldn't you show some appreciation? Bai Fan, having made up his mind, looked at the 3 people in front of him and said. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yuyue's face, which had just shown a surprised expression, froze in place. She could hardly believe her ears. This ordinary guy in front of her was actually asking for payment to help her? Shouldn't he, after seeing this young lady's beauty, wholeheartedly serve her? Xiao Yuyue had been a princess in her family since childhood, and after enrolling, she was even more like a chosen one in the aristocratic private high schools of Dongyun City. Whether it was classmates or teachers, they would try their best to fulfill her requests. It was the first time she had encountered someone like Bai Fan, who asked for remuneration. No way! Are you expecting me to help you for free? Seeing the expression on Xiao Yuyue's face, Bai Fan's expression became a little displeased. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? Being pretty is one thing, but thinking so beautifully is another. He wasn't her godfather. What obligation did he have to fight 5 bounty hunters for her? Hearing Bai Fan's words, Xiao Yuyue's whole face darkened, but before she could speak, Chen Wei, who was beside her, jumped out. Bai Fan, what do you mean? Just because you've gained a bit of strength, you're getting ahead of yourself? Xiao, the campus beauty, and Fang Tairan are prodigies from a private high school. If you help them, you'll benefit greatly in the future. Chen Wei said with disdain in his tone, looking at Bai Fan. Upon hearing his words, Bai Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. This guy who doesn't know his place. Last time at the Adventurers Guild, he didn't bother with him, and now he dares to jump out again. Just as killing intent surged in Bai Fan's heart, Chen Wei, after making his arrogant statement, turned his head to look at Xiao Yuyue and Fang Tairan again. Fang Tairan, don't believe this guy. I don't think he necessarily killed the monsters here. Maybe other powerful cultivators killed them, and then he just ran over here to put on a show. After all, he's a waste who contracted a titan snail. How could he possibly be so strong? After Chen Wei finished speaking, Fang Tairan's eyes flickered, and he became somewhat uncertain. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Get lost. Do you think everyone is like you, who likes to be someone else's dog and put on airs? Dare to say one more word, and I'll kill you directly. Looking at Chen Wei, Bai Fan's tone was impolite. He then stepped forward and violently swung his arm. Thwack! A crisp sound rang out as Bai Fan slapped Chen Wei hard across the face. With a strength of 95 points, Chen Wei had no time to react before his body spun like a top and flew away. He flew a full 5 meters before landing on the ground. As he landed, half of his face was swollen like a pig's head, and he was constantly spitting out bloody foam. Clearly, that slap from Bai Fan knocked out half of his teeth. You! The intense pain made Chen Wei's body tremble as he clutched his face. He looked at Bai Fan with fear in his eyes, never expecting the other party to resort to violence. Was this still that good for nothing from the school? However, feeling the icy killing intent emanating from Bai Fan, Chen Wei's lips moved a few times, but he dared not say anything. Xiao Yuyue and Fang Tairan, standing by, also watched the scene with astonishment and fear. The sudden burst of speed from Bai Fan just now was so fast that neither of them could see it clearly. Moreover, the chill radiating from Bai Fan at this moment instilled more fear in them than all 5 bounty hunters who had been chasing them combined. Bai Fan, we are willing to pay for your help. Please escort us out of the Azure Wind Mountains. Xiao Yuyue looked at Bai Fan in astonishment, never imagining that this ordinary-looking teenager would possess such powerful strength. Good. 100,000 dragon coins per person, and I will safely escort you out of the Azure Wind Mountains. After venting his anger, Bai Fan turned and stated his demands. In his opinion, Xiao Yuyue and Fang Tairan both came from wealthy families in Dongyun City, so 100,000 dragon coins for their lives was a very reasonable price. Hearing Bai Fan's words, the two immediately nodded in agreement and, using the data cards they carried, each transferred 100,000 dragon coins to Bai Fan. Seeing the 200,000 dragon coins credited to his data card, Bai Fan felt a sudden sense of bewilderment. That easy? Did he ask for too little? Indeed. The world of the rich was unimaginable for a poor person like him. However, despite thinking this, Bai Fan had no intention of raising the price at the last minute. After all, when you're out there, you have to be trustworthy. Alright, since the money's in place, let's go. Bai Fan, who had long grown tired of staying in the Azure Wind Mountains, announced their departure as soon as the matter was settled. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped again. By the way, why are you following us? Turning his head and looking at the figure following behind the 3, a hint of disgust flashed across Bai Fan's face. Bai Fan, we're classmates, you can just take me along too. Perceiving Bai Fan's hostile gaze, Chen Wei, covering his face, said with a trembling voice. Ha! Hearing his words, Bai Fan let out a scoff. Alright. 1 million dragon coins. Transfer it to me now, and I'll escort you out. 1 million? Upon hearing this, a flicker of resentment involuntarily crossed Chen Wei's eyes. 1 million dragon coins, he couldn't even produce that much if he sold himself. Fong Tairan. After hearing the exorbitant price, Chen Wei looked at Fong Tairan for help. However, Fong Tairan didn't even spare him a glance at this moment, completely ignoring his presence. Bai Fan, I don't have that much money right now. Once we return to Dongyun City, I will definitely transfer 1 million dragon coins to you. Seeing Fong Tairan's reaction, Chen Wei gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice. But upon hearing his words, Bai Fan's expression remained completely unchanged. Then I'm sorry, I only accept cash. Since you can't pay, then just stay here and wait to die. Also, don't follow us, or I don't mind sending you to hell a little earlier. Bai Fan said indifferently, no longer bothering with Chen Wei, and turned to walk out of the Azure Wind Mountains. Seeing this, Fong Tairan and Xiao Yuyue quickly followed. Behind them, Chen Wei clenched his teeth, looking at the receding figures ahead, his face filled with venomous resentment. He moved his feet, wanting to follow, but remembering Bai Fan's chilling words, he hesitated. Given Bai Fan's attitude just now, the other party really might kill him. Bai Fan, you just wait. And Fong Tairan, you bastard, I've been your loyal dog, only for you to abandon me in the end. I will never let any of you off. Muttering venomously, the gnashing Chen Wei walked in another direction. Now that Fong Tairan and Xiao Yuyue were with Bai Fan, they were the main targets of the bounty hunters. He had to use this opportunity to return to Dongyun City as soon as possible. Bounty hunters. As the name suggested, this was a group of people who took risks for money. Kicked out of the group by Bai Fan, Chen Wei felt a hint of relief in addition to his resentment. He thought that the previous attack by the bounty hunters was because Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tairan had attracted their attention. Now that the two parties are separated, although he has lost most of his combat power, his situation in the Azure Wind Mountains will be extremely dangerous. But this also means that the bounty hunters will focus their targets on Bai Fan and his group, giving him a chance to escape. Bai Fan, you just wait. When I return to Dongyun City, I will not let you off. Resentful thoughts churned in his mind. Chen Wei shot a hateful glance at the backs of the three in the distance, then turned and walked in another direction. Not long after the group split up, a group of uninvited guests once again descended upon the Minotaur camp. There were 5 of them in total, varying in height, build, and weight, but each wore a baggy black shroud, concealing their figures. Big brother, their aura lingered here. But they seemed to have split into 2 groups and fled in different directions. A tall man, after investigating the surrounding situation, spoke to the leader of the 5. Hearing his words, the leader nodded, his eyes glinting with malice as he looked at the battle marks in the Minotaur camp. It seems they've found some help. This Minotaur camp should be a large one. To destroy it, it would require at least 4 beast tamers around level 15 to coordinate. After a glance, the bounty hunter leader made his judgment. Then, he asked the person who had spoken earlier. Third brother, can you determine how many people they have now? Hearing his words, the tall bounty hunter let out a chuckle. Don't worry, boss, reconnaissance is what I do best. As he spoke, the man summoned his beast pet. It was a dark green monster with its back covered in pustules. It looked as if a toad had been magnified several hundred times. This was precisely the tall bounty hunter's beast pet, and an uncommon support-type beast pet at that. Go! Affectionately stroking his beast pet's head, the tall bounty hunter then issued a command. Upon receiving the order, the beast pet immediately leaped towards the Minotaur camp, occasionally sticking out its tongue. A short while later, it returned to the bounty hunter's side, pressing its long tongue against his face. Brother, there are a total of 4 of them. An unknown individual has joined their team. After communicating with his beast pet, the tall bounty hunter spoke to the leader. Hearing his words, the bounty hunter leader's eyes flickered. Only 4 people? It seems the one who wiped out the Minotaur camp must be a level 20 beast tamer. Overturning his previous judgment, the bounty hunter leader showed no fear in his eyes, but rather a surge of eagerness. The higher the beast tamer's level, the stronger the beast pet they trained. But at the same time, it also means greater rewards they can gain after killing the opponent. For level 15 beast tamers combined were not as valuable as one level 20 beast tamer. It looks like my precious will be able to advance again this time. Thinking silently to himself, the bounty hunter leader turned his head to look at the third brother. Check their location. We'll pursue them immediately. We're approaching the outer region of the Azure Wind Mountains now. If they make it to the light rail station, we won't be able to act. Hearing this, the tall bounty hunter nodded, then once again urged his beast pet. Brother, 3 of them are directly in front of us, and 1 is to our right. The one on the right is one of the individuals we encountered before. After a moment, the third bounty hunter said to the leader. Hearing his words, the bounty hunter leader pondered for a moment. 3 on one side, 1 on the other? Is it to confuse us? Or has there been a conflict between them? After a moment of thought, the bounty hunter leader began to consider his next move. Although they became bounty hunters for money, hunting down beast tamers who entered the Azure Wind Mountains. However, this doesn't mean they have to wander in the wilderness forever. After all, the wilderness, with its concentration of monsters, is simply not suitable for living, nor does it offer the conveniences of a city. Each time, they disguised themselves, then hunted beast tamers, and after it was over, they resumed their identities and returned to the city. Therefore, no matter what, anyone who had seen their true faces could not leave the Azure Wind Mountains alive. After a moment of contemplation, the bounty hunter leader quickly made a decision. 4th and 5th, you 2 go after the lone individual. 2nd and 3rd, and I will go after the 3 people. You 2 finish your fight quickly, then rendezvous with us, and we will all act together. With a decision made, the 5-person bounty hunter team quickly sprang into action. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shenwei, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, suddenly stopped after running for a distance. He looked back in the direction he came from, and relieved that no one was chasing him, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a thought, he directly summoned his beast pet, the armored earth dragon. However, the armored earth dragon at this moment was somewhat different from when Xiao Yuyue asked him to summon it last time. Back then, the armored earth dragon looked listless, but now, although its aura was a bit weak, its spirit was still good. The appearance of the armored earth dragon during the previous beast pet summoning was something he deliberately put on. While it was weak, carrying 3 people for another stretch was not a problem. The reason Shenwei chose not to show this was because he wanted to keep a trump card for survival. Fang Tairan and Xiao Yuyue both came from prominent families, and were also star students at noble private high schools, so they surely had many life-saving measures. He, however, was different. If the armored earth dragon truly lost its mobility, he would probably have no hope of escaping. Ha ha! Fang Tairan, you never expected I'd still have a trick up my sleeve, did you? You and that good-for-nothing Baifan can just die together in the Azure Wind Mountains. A cold sneer in his heart, Shenwei clambered onto the back of the armored earth dragon, using both hands and feet, and commanded it to flee quickly. However, what he didn't know was that while he thought he could escape with his life, those bounty hunters would not let him go. At this moment, more than a mile behind him, a huge figure was moving rapidly. This was a giant snake over 10 meters long, its dark scales shimmering with a tough luster. And on its back sat 2 bounty hunters dressed in long black robes. Whoosh! We should be safe this time. After 10 minutes of continuous galloping, Shenwei, having left the central area of Azure Wind Mountains, retrieved the armored earth dragon with a pang of regret. However, just as he thought he was out of danger, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind him. Damn it! You little rascal, you can really run! Shenwei turned around in shock, only to see a massive python suddenly leap out from the jungle not far away. And on the giant snake's back sat 2 bounty hunters dressed in black. You guys? Witnessing this scene, Shenwei was inexplicably horrified, feeling a chill run through his limbs. He wanted to turn and flee, but as soon as he moved, he found his legs wouldn't obey, and he crumpled directly to the ground. Damn it! Made me chase you for so long. Just be a good meal for my little darling. Seeing Shenwei's expression, the 2 bounty hunters burst into laughter. Immediately after, the giant snake flicked its tongue and approached Shenwei. Its enormous maw opened, emitting a putrid stench, and in the next second, it was about to swallow Shenwei whole. No! Don't kill me! Feeling the imminent danger, Shenwei was so scared he wet himself. But the instinct to survive made him fall directly to his knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy from the two bounty hunters. Seeing Chen Wei's state, the bounty hunter patted the giant snake's head, and its maw instantly hovered in the air. "Spare your life? Alright, first hand over all the valuables you have on you." The owner of the giant snake, the fourth oldest among the bounty hunters, looked at Chen Wei with an intrigued expression. He particularly enjoyed scenes where others begged him for mercy. It brought him a great sense of satisfaction. However, what he liked even more was witnessing the despair on his opponent's face when they thought they were safe, only to be swallowed by the snake. He had already decided that once Chen Wei handed over all his belongings, he would pretend to let him go, and then have his beast pet devour him. Hearing the bounty hunter's words, Chen Wei, who had been kowtowing like a pestle, suddenly looked up in pleasant surprise. Then, he quickly took out all the valuable items he had on him. However, after seeing these items, the bounty hunters, the fourth and fifth oldest, showed dissatisfaction. "Is that all you have? You were in the same team as those two fat sheep. Quickly take out everything else you have." As he spoke, the fourth oldest controlled the giant snake to approach Chen Wei, its putrid smell nearly making him faint. "I really don't have anything left. I'm just their follower. All the valuable stuff is on them. Please spare me." Hearing the other party's words, Chen Wei was on the verge of tears, only able to continuously beg for mercy. However, the bounty hunters were completely unmoved. "Nothing. Then die." As the fourth bounty hunter spoke, the giant snake lunged directly at Chen Wei. "Don't. I'm still useful. Don't kill me. I can tell you their information. I can join you and lure other beast tamers for you." In a life or death crisis, Chen Wei rolled on the ground, dodging the giant snake's attack, while continuously speaking. Upon hearing his words, the bounty hunter, who had intended to kill him, suddenly made the giant snake stop its movement. "Join us?" Looking at Chen Wei, the two suddenly became interested. "That's right. I'm a genius student from East Cloud High. I can lure my classmates here to Azure Wind Mountains. Many of them come from wealthy families, and they will definitely bring you great profits. Just like my two companions, I have many classmates similar to them." Seeing the giant snake pause, Chen Wei quickly spoke. Between life and death, a flash of inspiration gave him a vicious idea. After speaking, he looked ahead with some apprehension. On the other side, the two bounty hunters were somewhat moved by his words. "That is fine. But we need to ask our leader's opinion first. Summon your beast pet." Hearing the other party's words, a look of joy flashed across Chen Wei's face, and he quickly resummoned the armored earth dragon. However, as soon as the armored earth dragon appeared, it was directly bitten and swallowed by the giant snake. This way I can temporarily trust you." While Chen Wei narrowly escaped death, in another direction, three figures were traversing through the dense forest. These three were Bai Fan, who was earning some extra cash on the side, and the protected Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tairan. During their rapid journey, Bai Fan and the other two presented completely different performances. Bai Fan looked as calm and unconcerned as if he were on an outing. "Classmate Bai Fan, can you let your beast pet carry us forward?" Already exhausted from continuously fleeing, Xiao Yuyue looked at the relaxed figure beside her, her expression a little resentful. They were clearly fleeing for their lives, yet the other party made her feel as if they were on an outing. So, after some thought, Xiao Yuyue spoke to Bai Fan. Making this request was partly to save some energy, and partly because she wanted to gauge Bai Fan's strength. After all, the battle at the Minotaur camp had already ended, and her understanding of Bai Fan could only be inferred from the battle traces. Hearing Xiao Yuyue's words, Bai Fan, running calmly, glanced at her. This current running speed was no effort at all for Bai Fan, who had received feedback from Shelley's attributes, with his strength and physique attributes approaching the 100-point mark. If it weren't for looking after Fong Tairan and Xiao Yuyue, he could run even faster. No, when we face the bounty hunters later, Shelley will be the main combat force. Now is not the time to let him waste energy. Facing Xiao Yuyue's request, Bai Fan refused without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? He still wanted to gain more combat experience against beast tamers. If he released Shelley to carry them and escape, wouldn't they just directly lose those bounty hunters? Xiao Yuyue immediately felt a little disheartened upon hearing this. This guy in front of her had no gentlemanly manners at all. He actually rejected her request, a beautiful girl's request, without even thinking. It was simply too ill-mannered. After muttering a few words to herself, Xiao Yuyue suddenly became alert. Why was Bai Fan's tone so certain that the bounty hunters would catch up? Classmate Bai Fan, do you mean that we will be caught by the bounty hunters? Pale-faced, Xiao Yuyue looked at Bai Fan and asked, a little frightened. Hearing this, Bai Fan simply nodded. That's right. The two of you are running too slowly. It's very easy to deduce that they'll catch up to us. Running too slowly? Definitely be caught by them? In the Azure Wind Mountains, Xiao Yuyue heard Bai Fan's casual remark. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Does he think I, a beautiful girl, am a burden? From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time Xiao Yuyue had felt the sensation of being despised by others. Classmate Bai Fan, since you think we'll definitely be caught, why are you still running with us? Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Xiao Yuyue was too angry to speak, while Fong Tairan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. His tone carried a hint of suppressed anger. At this moment, he felt like he had been played. They would definitely be caught by the bounty hunters, and this Bai Fan even took their money, boastfully claiming he would protect them. Sure enough, just as Chun Wei said, Bai Fan was useless and completely unreliable. Seeing Fong Tairan's expression, a dangerous glint flashed in Bai Fan's eyes. This Fong Tairan had been arrogant ever since their time at the Adventurers Guild, and now, even in a desperate escape, he couldn't shake off his overbearing habit. However, considering they were paying customers, he decided not to argue with them this time. After a moment of thought, Bai Fan stopped directly and turned to look at the two of them. Is this my fault then? Since I took your protection fee, I naturally have to do my job. The requirement was to escort you out, right? If we don't run a bit, how can we create a tense atmosphere? Without a tense atmosphere, how else would you feel that the 100,000 dragon coins were well worth it? Bai Fan's expression was utterly serious at this moment, completely appearing to be considerate of the two, embodying the principle that the customer is God. But upon hearing his words, Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tairan's faces turned green. What the hell kind of tense atmosphere? This old lady feels like you're playing me. Looking at Bai Fan, Xiao Yuyue's chest heaved up and down with anger, making one slightly worried if her clothes could withstand it. And beside her, Fong Tairan gritted his teeth, so furious he wished he could rush up and punch Bai Fan. Give us our money back. Feeling deceived, Fong Tairan and Xiao Yuyue said in unison. However, upon hearing their words, Bai Fan merely spread his hands. Giving money back is impossible. Once something enters my hands, it takes the surname Bai. And soon, you'll find this money was well worth it. As he spoke, Bai Fan didn't even look at the two, turning his head directly to look behind them. They're here. Fong Tairan and Xiao Yuyue, who had originally been furious, immediately showed expressions of terror upon hearing this. They're here? Could those bounty hunters have caught up? For a moment, the two couldn't afford to be preoccupied with their argument and quickly ran behind Bai Fan. Fong Tairan was already prepared to run at any moment. So what do we do next? Xiao Yuyue, who had just been furious, now looked at Bai Fan with worried eyes. Having witnessed the intense battle marks in the Minotaur camp, Xiao Yuyue could only place her hopes on Bai Fan at this moment. Facing Xiao Yuyue's inquiry, Bai Fan calmly glanced at her and said, "Just stay here quietly. Next, watch my performance." No sooner had Bai Fan finished speaking than intense movement resounded from the dense forest not far away. "Kid, are you the helper they were looking for? I thought it would be some famous expert, but it turns out to be a little guy who hasn't even grown all his hair yet." A giant scorpion appeared, and on its back, the leader of the bounty hunters looked at Bai Fan with a cold expression and spoke. Behind him, the other four bounty hunters, who had summoned their beast pets, appeared one by one. Their beast pets were a gecko, a snake, a toad, and a centipede, respectively. Of course, every beast pet was hundreds of times larger than what Bai Fan remembered. And besides these five guys, there was an unexpected individual mixed among them. Chen Wei. Sure enough, he's a traitor. Seeing this scene, Bai Fan scoffed disdainfully. He wasn't surprised that Chen Wei appeared among the bounty hunters. Since that guy could be Fong Tyrant's dog, it was natural for him to switch masters. However, I don't know what method he used to get the bounty hunters to accept him. On the opposite side, upon hearing Bai Fan's words, Chen Wei, standing behind the bounty hunters, couldn't help but reveal a look of resentment. Bai Fan, you're about to die and you're still talking tough. Just wait a bit, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. And you all, none of you will have a good end. As he spoke, Chen Wei's eyes swept over Fong Tyrant and Xiao Yuyue, lingering on Xiao Yuyue for a long time. Xiao Yuyue shivered, feeling a chill run through her body from the gaze of this guy she previously looked down upon, and subconsciously hid behind Bai Fan. Fong Tyrant, beside her, trembled even more. He never expected that Chen Wei, who had always been so deferential to him, would now join the bounty hunters. Looking at Chen Wei's resentful expression, Bai Fan originally wanted to mock him a few more times. But at this moment, the leader of the bounty hunters, who had been ignored all this time, let out an angry roar. You brat, how dare you not put us in your eyes? Soon, I'll have my darling tear your body apart piece by piece, and skin you alive. Looking at Bai Fan, the bounty hunter leader said fiercely, then waved his hand, giving orders to his subordinates. Leave the woman, kill the other two. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other four among the five drove their respective beast pets forward. Seeing this scene, Fong Tyrant and Xiao Yuyue retreated in fear, while Bai Fan calmly summoned Shelly. Shelly, crush them. As soon as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, a massive shadow was immediately cast between the two sides. In mid-air, Shelly, having activated her Titan's body skill, descended heavily. Among the four bounty hunters' beast pets, the giant snake was the one charging the farthest forward. As it watched Shelly falling from mid-air, the giant snake, under its master's control, let out a fierce roar, opening its massive mouth to bite at Shelly. However, as soon as the two sides met, with a crunching sound, the sharp fangs in the giant snake's mouth immediately broke. Now at level 10, Shelly, with Titan's body activated, had all her attributes exceeding 3,000 points. His strength attribute, in particular, was nearing 4,000 points with the boost from the golden grade equipment, Titan's Fury. The attacking giant snake was merely an ordinary combat sequence beast pet of level 18. Its attacks were merely a drizzle to Shelly, unable to even break her skin. Bang! To everyone's disbelief, the giant snake, which had raised its body, first had its fangs broken off, and then crashed heavily to the ground, its head directly crushed by Shelly. Boom! A violent collision sound rang out, and the entire ground trembled continuously under the force of a powerful impact. Dust scattered, causing everyone to instinctively cover their mouths and noses at that moment. When visibility returned and they clearly saw the situation before them, everyone's eyes widened. They saw that in the open space between the two sides, the ground was a mess, covered with numerous cracks. Besides that, the silhouette of an enormous creature also entered their sight. It was a giant beast the size of a house, its shell gleaming with cold light and its monstrous helmet sending shivers down everyone's spines. The beast merely stood there silently, yet it exuded a terrifying aura that made everyone present feel a sense of dread. And beneath the giant beast, all that remained of the giant snake summoned by bounty hunter Lao Si was a section of its tail. The snake's body, from its head to its midsection, had been completely crushed into a pulp under the terrifying force. Fong Tyrant and Xiao Yuyue stared blankly at this scene, their faces filled with extreme shock and bewilderment. They had no idea what had happened. In just the blink of an eye, one of the bounty hunter's 5 beast pets was dead. Bai Fan, you. Xiao Yuyue opened her mouth, but had no idea what to say. Is this what he calls useless? Just 1 month after contracting a beast pet, he already possessed such formidable power. This wasn't just genius, this was a monster. And what was this ferocious giant beast in front of them? Titan snail, it could change like this? I told you long ago, your money is absolutely well spent. Hearing the commotion behind him, Bai Fan smiled calmly. However, compared to their side, the bounty hunters were not as calm. With the death of the giant snake, the fourth oldest bounty hunter spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura immediately became weak. After a beast tamer forms a contract with a beast pet, the two enter into a symbiotic relationship. The stronger the beast pet, the more power the beast tamer can gain, but at the same time, if the beast pet dies, the beast tamer will also be harmed. Although this damage would not kill the beast tamer, the collapse of the soul contract was enough to render him incapacitated, unable to get out of bed for 10 days to half a month. "You, what kind of monster are you?" Leaning against a tree trunk to keep from falling, the fourth oldest bounty hunter looked at Bai Fan with a pale face and trembling voice. He never expected that his level 18 beast pet, the giant snake, would be slain by the opponent in a single encounter. After his voice rang out, the other four beast pets rushing towards Muchen stopped their advance under the restraint of their respective masters. Expressions of surprise and uncertainty also appeared on the faces of the other bounty hunters. In particular, the leader of the bounty hunters looked grim, feeling as if he had hit a wall. Initially, upon seeing Bai Fan, his youthful face made him completely dismiss any concern. After all, a guy who looked like just a student, no matter how strong, couldn't be that strong. Therefore, he had originally thought this operation would be easy, just hunting a few clueless rookies to gain a very substantial reward. The result? The seemingly naive Bai Fan was not only not a novice, but rather a powerful figure feigning weakness. The bounty hunter leader was very clear about the strength of his subordinate's beast pet, the giant snake. Even if he and his other brothers attacked together, they wouldn't be able to instantly kill the giant snake in one blow. What terrible luck! Thinking this, the bounty hunter leader glared fiercely at Chen Wei. This bastard said that the young man in front of them was just a good-for-nothing. Damn it, if someone this strong is a good-for-nothing, then am I even worse than a good-for-nothing? Noticing the bounty hunter leader's gaze, Chen Wei began to tremble all over. He had never imagined that Bai Fan would display such powerful strength. Just a month ago, at the ceremony, Bai Fan had only contracted a useless beast pet, making him the laughingstock of East Cloud High, the target of countless jeers. But now, reality had slapped him hard across the face. Bai Fan was not a powerless waste, but a genius far beyond his comprehension. At this moment, Chen Wei was filled with immense regret. If he hadn't provoked Bai Fan, and had been a little more sincere when begging for mercy, wouldn't he have had a chance to survive? The emotional changes of everyone in the field were all reflected in Bai Fan's eyes. Seeing this, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The moment Shelley appeared, the situation on the field immediately reversed. It had to be said, the Titan snail was truly the GOAT. "Little brother, is there some misunderstanding between us? How about we both take a step back and pretend nothing happened today?" The leader of the bounty hunters looked at Bai Fan warily, tentatively speaking. He had already seen that the beast pet of this young beast tamer was powerful, and trying to take down the opponent was simply unrealistic. So he changed his approach, wanting to negotiate a truce. After he finished speaking, the fourth bounty hunter next to him couldn't help but show a flicker of unwillingness on his face. With his beast pet dead, his strength was completely gone. If he reconciled with the opponent now, he would gain nothing. However, he also knew in his heart that what the boss was doing now was the best choice. However, on the other side, a hint of disdain flashed across Bai Fan's face after hearing the bounty hunter leader's words. "Is it too late to talk about a truce now?" His indifferent tone, however, revealed cold, killing intent. Bai Fan had no intention of letting these murderers and looters go. Moreover, he also realized at this point that these 5 guys who had chased Xiao Yuyue and the others into a frantic escape weren't that strong. He hadn't even let Shelley unleash her full power, and it seemed he had already scared the opponent witless. "What? You still want to fight us? I'm telling you, there are 5 of us, and if it really comes to a fight, you won't have a good time either. Why don't we just leave and pretend nothing happened?" Hearing Bai Fan's words, the bounty hunter leader said, putting on a brave front but inwardly weakening, his words already containing a hint of submission. As he spoke, a flicker of humiliation crossed the bounty hunter leader's face. Having spent years roaming the Azure Wind Mountains, it had always been others begging him for mercy. Now, they were being forced to concede by a young boy. It was simply ironic. However, Bai Fan remained unmoved by his words. In everyone's perception, the profession of a bounty hunter was 100 times more despicable than that of monsters. The sins committed by each of them were enough to warrant 1,000 cuts. He felt no sympathy whatsoever for such individuals. Are your last words finished? If so, then go to hell. Charge. After Baifan's cold words were spoken, he unhesitatingly issued the attack command to Shelley. In the next second, before the bounty hunters and others could even react, Shelley's massive figure appeared before them. Boom! It was only then that the sound of Shelley's violent movements reached them. Damn it! Seeing this scene, anger flashed in the eyes of the bounty hunters and others, and they quickly controlled their beast pets to block Shelley. Suddenly, 4 beast pets surged madly towards Shelley, trying to stop his actions. However, this was completely useless, as Shelley's inherent core attributes completely overwhelmed these 4 beast pets. Not to mention, at this moment, it was also in the state of having its equipment skills activated. Bang 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 bang! 4 consecutive crashing sounds rang out, and to the shock of everyone, the 4 beast pets belonging to the bounty hunter side were directly sent flying backward from the impact. Upon landing, it was clear that blood was seeping from each beast pet, indicating severe injuries. Crushing defeat. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. The 4 beast pets had attacked together but couldn't even manage to slow it down. Was the strength gap between the two sides really that huge? Wait a minute. After sending the 4 beast pets flying, Shelley continued to charge towards the bounty hunter side. However, just then, the bounty hunter leader gritted his teeth and suddenly let out a loud roar. Hearing the other party's words, Baifan's expression shifted, and he told Shelley to hold back for a moment. He wanted to see what these bounty hunters would say when they were on the verge of death. I'm willing to pay for our lives. You were just hired by them, there's no need to be so merciless. Each of us will pay 400,000 dragon coins, for a total of 2 million dragon coins as a reward. Please let us live. As he said this, the bounty hunter leader's heart bled. 2 million dragon coins combined from the 5 of them, this was their entire fortune. If they paid out these 2 million dragon coins, they would be completely penniless. Paying for your lives? A strange glint flashed in Baifan's eyes upon hearing their offer. This guy in front of him is quite decisive. However, before Baifan could respond, Shenwei, from the bounty hunter side, suddenly let out a strange cry. Wait! Leader! What about mine? I've joined you now too. Chen Wei, who had been gripped by fear, immediately reacted upon hearing the bounty hunter leader's words. 2 million dragon coins? 400,000 for each person? That number isn't right. Leader, what about me? You should offer 2.5 million dragon coins. Zhang Wei said to the bounty hunter leader with a hopeful expression. Upon hearing his words, a hint of killing intent appeared on the bounty hunter's face. The bounty hunter leader had initially felt some anticipation for this newly joined fellow. After all, Shen Wei was a student of East Cloud High, and with decent talent, if nurtured well, he could bring him an endless stream of wealth in the future. But now, thinking of the intelligence Chen Wei provided, he felt deceived and wished he could just kill the other party. You? I think you're just an idiot. The bounty hunter leader's words were ruthless, shattering Chen Wei's illusions instantly. After hearing his words, Chen Wei's face turned pale, and he completely collapsed onto the ground. The bounty hunters ignored him. In his current situation, his fate would definitely be miserable. Not to mention Baifan, whom he had thoroughly offended, even Fall Tyran and Xiao Yuyue would certainly not let him off. For a moment, Chen Wei felt utterly despondent. Meanwhile, across from them, Baifan watched this scene with interest, a playful expression on his face. Regarding the bounty hunter leader's previous proposal, he had to admit, he was indeed a little tempted. 2 million dragon coins. This was a figure he, in his past, couldn't even begin to imagine. Even for a more powerful beast tamer, accumulating 2 million dragon coins would be a very long process. With this money, he could provide a better life for himself and his sister's illness would no longer be a concern. However, thinking about the origin of this money, Baifan dismissed the thought in his mind. These bounty hunters had undoubtedly harmed countless beast tamers' lives to accumulate these 2 million dragon coins. This money was all stained with blood. How about it? 2 million dragon coins, I'm afraid you've never seen so much money. Just nod your head, and I'll transfer it to you immediately. The bounty hunter leader, seeing Bai Fan silent, couldn't help but look over with a hopeful expression. Beside them, Fong Tairan and Xiao Yuyue both showed concern on their faces. They had learned a lot about Bai Fan from Chen Wei. Besides his combat ability, there were also details about Bai Fan's family situation. They knew very well that Bai Fan's life wasn't easy, and 2 million dragon coins would certainly be a huge sum for him. Bai Fan, we can increase the reward. Thinking of the situation they would be in if Bai Fan accepted the bounty hunter's deal, Xiao Yuyue spoke nervously at this moment. Ha! However, just then, Bai Fan let out a chuckle. No need. Although I really need money. However, there's no reason to suddenly raise the price on a deal that's already been agreed upon. And... As he spoke, he looked coldly at the other side, the chill in his eyes making the 5 bounty hunters' hearts tremble. Your money is too dirty. I took it, and I'd feel guilty. Hearing Bai Fan's words, the bounty hunter opposite him instantly looked displeased. Good, very good. Kid, I'll remember you. Let's all go, he's alone, let's team up and kill him. Roaring, the bounty hunter leader controlled his beast pet, charging towards Shelley. Behind him, the other 3 quickly followed suit. As these beast pets moved, the bounty hunter leader took the lead, rushing towards Bai Fan. A beast tamer's strength primarily lies in their beast pet. Even with attribute feedback from their beast pet, at lower levels, their combat power is far inferior to that of their beast pet. The bounty hunter leader's plan was clear: use their 4 beast pets to entangle Shelley, then seize the opportunity to kill Bai Fan. There is a spiritual contract between a beast tamer and a beast pet. If a beast pet dies, the beast tamer will be injured. Conversely, if a beast tamer dies, their beast pet will also disappear from this world. So, in the bounty hunter leader's view, as long as Bai Fan was killed, they would be safe. As for the fate of the beast pets blocking Shelley, he no longer cared. As long as they remained alive, they could simply contract a new beast pet. Kill. With cold killing intent, the 5 bounty hunters furiously charged towards Bai Fan. Within the Azure Wind Mountains, Bai Fan looked at the bounty hunters rushing towards him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The opponent's strategy was good, but it also depended on who it was aimed at. As Shelley, the first sequence hidden beast pet, its thinking attributes were something these guys couldn't even imagine. Although it was only level 10 now, the power it could feed back to Bai Fan was even greater than that of those level 20 beast pets. Not to mention, Bai Fan also had 2 pieces of equipment. Equipment: Strength of the Minotaur. Grade: Bronze. Level restriction: Level 10. Type: Ring. Attributes: Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20. Enchantment effect: Immune to daze when attacked. Note: Minotaurs never yield. Equipment: Agile Sword. Grade: Silver. Level restriction: Level 10. Type: Weapon. Skill: Swift Blade. When activated, increases user's attack speed by 50% and movement speed by 10%. Enchantment effect: Passively increases user's agility by 10%. With the attribute boosts from these 2 pieces of equipment, Bai Fan was fearless even when facing beast tamers above level 20. Moreover, after activating the Swift Blade skill, he was confident he could even take on a level 25 beast tamer. So, when he saw the 5-person bounty hunter group charging, he felt no fear at all. Instead, a surge of excitement rose within him. Under Fong Tairan and Xiao Yuyue's tense gazes, a silver glowing longsword suddenly appeared in Bai Fan's hand. Then he charged out without hesitation. Bai Fan! Seeing this, Xiao Yuyue couldn't help but shriek. She never imagined that facing the 4 bounty hunters, Bai Fan would choose to actively attack. At this time, shouldn't he be trying to buy time? He would wait for the Titan snail to deal with the enemy beast pets, then hunt down these 5 bounty hunters one by one. Instantly, Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tairan quickly retreated, while also internally lamenting Bai Fan's recklessness. However, immediately after, they witnessed an incredibly shocking sight. Bai Fan, who had charged out, moved with lightning speed, appearing before the bounty hunter leader in the blink of an eye. Ah! The foremost bounty hunter leader, seeing the figure suddenly appear before him, roared and directly thrust the dagger in his hand forward. The bounty hunter leader's reaction was swift, but in Bai Fan's eyes, it was agonizingly slow. After activating the agile sword skill, his agility stat had now surpassed 100 points. Moving quickly, the sights in his eyes seemed to slow down. So slow. Speaking calmly, Bai Fan swept his longsword out. Just as the bounty hunter leader finished his move, his entire body flew backward. While his body was still in mid-air, his head detached from his body below. Blood poured down, drenching the 3 bounty hunters behind him. They hadn't even noticed how Bai Fan had struck when their leader turned into a cold corpse. Witnessing this scene, the 3 of them were completely dumbfounded and hesitated for a moment. However, they paused, but Bai Fan, at this moment, was unable to move again. In an instant, the 3 only felt a figure flash before their eyes, and endless darkness engulfed them. Ah! 3 screams rang out as the bounty hunters slumped to the ground, blood continuously flowing from their necks. And at the same time, Shelley's battle had also ended. Under the crushing force of overwhelming core attributes, the 4 beast pets didn't put up much of a fight before being smashed into a pulp one by Shewa. Well done! Turning his head and seeing this scene, Bai Fan gave a thumbs up, causing Shelley's antennae to twitch. Fong Tairan and Xiao Yuyue, who had just retreated to a distance, ready to escape at any sign of trouble, were now as if petrified. In just a brief moment, the bounty hunters who had chased them so frantically had become cold corpses. Looking at the figure standing in the arena with a sword, the 2 now had no idea how to express their true feelings. They were of the same age, but their strength had a difference as vast as heaven and earth. As geniuses from Dongyun City's aristocratic high school, Fong Tairan and Xiao Yuyue felt a profound sense of defeat at this moment. This was completely incomparable. Everything they had once been proud of was completely trampled underfoot in the face of this chilling scene before them. Speaking of which, are you 2 just going to stand there and watch? Just then, a lazy voice sounded, and Bai Fan turned to look at the 2. You. Hearing Bai Fan's words, Xiao Yuyue stared blankly at him, her delicate face full of shock, completely at a loss for words. Seeing this scene, Bai Fan couldn't help but sigh. And this is a genius from an aristocratic high school? He's not even as good as an underachiever like me from a regular high school. There are 2 left over there, you can deal with them. Seeing the 2's dumbfounded reaction, Bai Fan said calmly, then walked aside with Shelley. They hadn't reacted to his words, but the bounty hunter's 4th member and Chen Wei on the opposite side suddenly awoke as if from a dream. Looking at the corpses on the ground, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. Especially Chen Wei. He had seen many monster corpses, but a human one, this was his first time. Fear made him frantically shuffle backward, wanting to get away from here. And bounty hunter 4th brother beside him shrieked in terror and scrambled away, pissing himself as he ran. Hey, if you 2 don't move, they're going to get away. Bai Fan, who was standing aside teasing Shewa, spoke calmly again at this moment. Hearing his words, Xiao Yuyue gritted her teeth and took a complex step forward. Meanwhile, Fong Tairan slumped onto the ground, not daring to move, completely lacking the arrogant and cool demeanor he had at the Adventurers Guild. Seeing this scene, Bai Fan couldn't help but think more highly of Xiao Yuyue. Both of them had attribute feedback from their beast pets, so dealing with the 2 remaining guys wouldn't take much effort at all. Compared to Xiao Yuyue, Fong Tairan's reaction was truly unbearable. Such a guy was only relying on his good background, otherwise, he wouldn't achieve anything. Put. While Bai Fan was thinking, Xiao Yuyue picked up the dagger from the ground and directly dispatched Chen Wei. At this moment, bounty hunter 4th brother had already run some distance away. Seeing this, Bai Fan was about to act himself when he noticed Xiao Yuyue making a move. Xiao Yuyue, having pulled out the dagger, went straight after the bounty hunter's 4th member. Then, amidst his pleas, she relentlessly stabbed him more than a dozen times. Witnessing this, Bai Fan couldn't help but wince. This woman, she's quite ruthless. After Xiao Yuyue dealt with the last bounty hunter, the three continued their journey. However, after that previous incident, the atmosphere along the way became somewhat heavy. Especially Feng Tairan, his gaze towards Xiao Yuyue along the way was subtly off. In the past, he had always pursued Xiao Yuyue, relying on his distinguished family background and outstanding talent. This time, entering the Azure Wind Mountains for trials was an opportunity he created for himself. Unexpectedly, they encountered bounty hunters midway, shattering his imagined beautiful trial journey into pieces. But this didn't dampen his confidence. He thought that perhaps during the escape, they might spark the flames of love. But now, ever since he saw Xiao Yuyue mercilessly kill the bounty hunter, Feng Tairan felt completely out of sorts. If Xiao Yuyue used to be a thorny rose in his eyes, something that made him want to conquer, now, he dared not entertain that thought anymore. However, this silence lasted until they left the Azure Wind Mountains and saw the light rail station returning to Dongyun City, where it was broken. "Student Bai Fan, can you tell me what's going on with your beast pet?" While waiting for the train, Xiao Yuyue carefully asked Bai Fan. This doubt had been weighing on her heart ever since she saw Shelley. After all, the diet of the Titan snail is famous throughout the world. It only eats dragons. The pickiness of its diet indicates the power of the Titan snail. But in this era where dragons are extinct, no one and no force can sustain the growth of a Titan snail. Therefore, this once incredibly powerful beast pet fell from grace with the development of the times, becoming a useless beast pet in everyone's eyes. However, what Xiao Yuyue saw today completely shattered that impression. She was well aware of Bai Fan's identity, an ordinary commoner with no backing from any force. Yet, the Titan snail, which had been reduced to a mere waste, became incredibly powerful in his hands. At level 10, it managed to kill 5 bounty hunters whose average level was 18. Such an unbelievable feat, straight out of a fairy tale, had just unfolded before her eyes. It left Xiao Yuyue feeling quite dizzy even now. Of course, this might also be related to her first time hunting a bounty hunter. Hearing Xiao Yuyue's question, Bai Fan couldn't help but frown. He had originally intended to directly refuse to answer, but after thinking it over, he felt that might be inappropriate. The current situation of the Titan snail is well known. With dragons extinct, the Titan snail can only evolve through dragon's blood grass and dragon's soul grass. However, these two items are incredibly precious treasures. The price of each stalk of dragon's blood grass has reached 100,000 dragon coins. Normally, Bai Fan would not have the ability to hatch a Titan snail at all. If he doesn't come up with an explanation, he will likely run into a lot of trouble. After all, a Titan snail requires 1,000 stalks of dragon's blood grass from hatching to its juvenile stage. Putting aside its rarity, just these dragon's blood grass are worth 100 million dragon coins. This is a figure that is enough to make countless people envious. Moreover, Titan snail will continue to grow, which will attract more attention. Everyone will wonder what kind of secret Bai Fan harbors that can sustain the evolution of Titan snail. Although the cities in this world appear peaceful, the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak and strength reigns supreme, is merely concealed, and danger remains omnipresent. While Bai Fan is still weak, he must find a suitable excuse to make everyone overlook the enormous wealth he might be hiding. Are you talking about Shelley? Actually, I'm not too sure either, but it should have mutated. It's not a purebred Titan snail now, and the food required for its evolution is different from what's recorded for Titan snail. After thinking for a moment, Bai Fan explained to Xiao Yuyue. Hearing Bai Fan's words, Xiao Yuyue's beautiful eyes instantly widened, looking over with a mix of shock and envy. A mutated Titan snail. It can evolve without eating dragons. If this news reached East Cloud High, they would probably regret their cold shoulder towards Bai Fan immensely. Moreover, a Titan snail without flaws is destined to become an incredibly formidable existence in the future. This means that the Bai Fan standing before them, though currently just an ordinary youth, will in the future become someone the entire Dongyun city will look up to. So that's how it is. No wonder you possess such formidable strength, classmate Bai Fan. The Titan snail ranks among the top 3 of all beast pets, and now without its defects, classmate Bai Fan will certainly soar to great heights in the future. As she spoke, Xiao Yuyue's gaze towards Bai Fan had taken on a hint of flattery. It wasn't that she was opportunistic, but rather that a future top-tier expert was right before her eyes. If she didn't quickly curry favor now, should she wait until she regretted it later? Fong Tairan, standing nearby, heard their conversation, and a shocked expression appeared on his face as well. He, too, clearly understood what kind of achievements a flawless Titan snail would have in the future. However, watching Xiao Yuyue's gentle demeanor towards Bai Fan, he felt a pang of jealousy in his heart. Although he had given up on pursuing her, seeing his former goddess praise someone else in front of him still made him incredibly disheartened. Who knows what the future holds? Let's talk about it after the college entrance exam. Bai Fan appreciated Xiao Yuyue's praise, but he didn't get carried away, merely responding with a nonchalant remark. Hearing Bai Fan's lukewarm words, Xiao Yuyue wasn't annoyed. Instead, she brought up another topic. I heard that classmate Bai Fan hasn't had a very good time at East Cloud High. He's been targeted everywhere, even by the school's teachers and higher-ups. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yuyue in surprise, wondering what she intended by bringing that up. Moreover, at this moment, he suddenly felt that Chenwei's death was indeed not unwarranted. His mouth was like a leaky sieve, spilling all sorts of nonsense. However, he didn't hide anything and simply nodded indifferently. The people at East Cloud High were blind to true talent. One day, sooner or later, he would make them regret it. Seeing Bai Fan's reaction, a bright smile immediately appeared on Xiao Yuyue's face, and her eyes became even more amiable. Classmate Bai Fan, if that's the case, have you considered transferring to another school? The private high school I attend is the best high school in all of Dongyun City. As long as you agree to transfer to a private high school, the school can provide you with a substantial living allowance. Furthermore, we can even arrange accommodation for you directly in the city center of Donying City. And rest assured, all of this is without any obligation. Dongyun City Noble Private High School is the high school with the strongest faculty and best educational facilities in all of Dongyun City. At the same time, the students at the private high school are also the most outstanding group among all students in Dongyun City. On one hand, this is because the entire Noble Private High School was funded and built by several prominent families in Dongyun City. On the other hand, the families of the students admitted here are all either wealthy or influential, and each individual has had considerable resources invested in them from childhood. However, not all students in the private high school are from noble or prominent families. There are also some students from impoverished backgrounds, selected from ordinary citizens. Each of these students has excellent talent and vast prospects for the future. Xiao Yuyue's suggestion for Bai Fan to transfer now was because she saw his future potential. The benefits a beast tamer with a flawless Titan snail could bring to a private high school in the future were simply unimaginable. Not to mention, with the strength Bai Fan was currently displaying, he would undoubtedly achieve excellent rankings in the college entrance exam. There's even a strong possibility he could compete for the top spot in the province. At that time, the reputation alone would bring immense benefits to the private high school. Having lived two lives, in just a moment, Bai Fan understood the reason behind Xiao Yuyue's words. He felt a stir of interest in this proposal, but also some apprehension. Currently, Bai Fan is quite renowned throughout East Cloud City. The conditions offered by Xiao Yuyue are merely his word. How can one guarantee that a private high school could actually provide such terms? As if sensing the doubt in Bai Fan's mind, Xiao Yuyue brushed the hair from her forehead and showed a faint smile. Classmate Bai Fan, you don't need to worry about the truthfulness of the conditions I mentioned. Although I am just a student now, my family is one of the school board members of the private high school, and we have the capability to make this happen. Furthermore, these conditions are only a part of what's offered. As long as you agree, the school is willing to invest more in you. Also, I heard your sister has a certain illness. I can leverage my family's connections to find the best doctors to treat your sister. After hearing Xiao Yuyue's words, Bai Fan's eyes involuntarily narrowed. The conditions the other party had mentioned previously were not significant to him. With Shelley in his current strength, acquiring those things would be entirely achievable on their own. All that's needed is time. However, the last condition completely captivated Bai Fan. Every day he returned home, seeing his sister's toiling appearance caused him immense heartache. Moreover, although he had gained quite a bit now, he was still somewhat lacking if he truly wanted to completely heal his sister's leg injuries. If Xiao Yuyue could truly find someone to help cure his sister's illness, transferring to a private high school wouldn't bother him. After all, Bai Fan had no particular attachment to East Cloud High. The ugly faces of those people had long made him feel nauseous. Alright. But you must first cure my sister's illness. Looking at Xiao Yuyue, Bai Fan thought for a moment before speaking. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Xiao Yuyue's pretty face, and she quickly patted her chest, reassuring Bai Fan. Taking the light rail, the three quickly returned to the Adventurers Guild. It was morning, and the Adventurers Guild was bustling with many beast tamers preparing to take on quests. Among them, some slightly immature faces could be seen. These were students who had just acquired their beast pet and become beast tamers. They all intended to enter the Azure Wind Mountains, follow powerful beast tamers to battle monsters, gain combat experience, and prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. When the travel-worn Bai Fan and his two companions entered the Adventurers Guild Hall, they were momentarily uncomfortable with the lively atmosphere inside. Especially Bai Fan, who had spent nearly a month hunting monsters in the Azure Wind Mountains. Except for the last few days, he hadn't interacted with anyone else. Indeed, city life is more suitable for me. Looking at the bustling scene around him, Bai Fan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Perhaps, if not for their livelihood, few beast tamers would be willing to leave the bustling cities to fight and kill in monster-infested areas. I need to hand in my quests first, let's part ways here. Escorting Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tairan to the Adventurers Guild meant Bai Fan's mission was complete. So, after exchanging contact information, he said a few words to them and unhesitatingly headed towards the quest counter. However, just as he took a few steps, he heard a somewhat harsh voice. Oh, isn't this East Cloud High's famous good-for-nothing? You've come to the Adventurers Guild, are you perhaps trying to take on a monster hunting quest? Hearing the voice, Bai Fan turned his head displeasedly, seeing three figures standing not far away. The three consisted of two men and one woman, all with somewhat flippant expressions. The one speaking was a guy with yellow hair and an exaggerated expression. Tian Long. Seeing him, a flash of disgust crossed Bai Fan's eyes. Tian Long was a well-known genius at East Cloud High, his talent even surpassing Qin Wei's. After awakening, he and a few others were immediately pulled aside by the principal for special tutoring. Unexpectedly, he didn't learn much skill, but his mouth grew progressively fouler. As for the two beside him, they were Qiao Shui and Zhang Wenshan. What if it is? What if it isn't? Frowning, Bai Fan asked with a cold tone. Hearing his words, Tianlong and his two companions seemed oblivious to Bai Fan's impatience, instead bursting into laughter. You good-for-nothing still dare to enter the Azure Wind Mountains? Are you planning to be a meal supplement for the monsters there? With your small physique, even with your useless beast pet, the Titan snail, it wouldn't be enough for the monsters in the Azure Wind Mountains to have one meal, would it? Pointing a finger at Bai Fan, Tianlong's words were impolite, as if he didn't put Bai Fan in his eyes at all. At once, the commotion here attracted the attention of many nearby beast tamers. Originally, after seeing that they were a few young teenagers, they didn't intend to pay attention. After all, Bai Fan and the three others clearly looked like high school students, likely arguing over some trivial matter. But when they heard Tianlong's words, they all became energized. Titan snail. This was a formidable existence, ranked among the top 3 of all beast pets. Although times had changed and the Titan snail had fallen from grace. Even so, the probability of contracting a Titan snail was 1 in a billion. They were all curious to know which unlucky fellow had contracted a useless beast like the Titan snail. So the previous rumors were true. East Cloud High actually produced an unlucky guy who contracted a Titan snail. Such high talent wasted on a Titan snail, this kid's life is pretty much over. In the Adventure Guild Hall, discussions continued, and all the beast tamers around looked at Bai Fan with strange expressions. Being able to contract a hidden beast pet from the first series indicated that the beast tamer possessed formidable talent. However, if the contracted hidden beast pet from the first sequence was a Titan snail, then things became rather interesting. So, all the beast tamers present were very eager to see which unfortunate person it could be. Facing the strange looks from those around him, Bai Fan remained unmoved, appearing completely calm. He fixed his gaze on Tianlong and the other two, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The strength of these three guys was nothing in his eyes at most. They were slightly stronger than Chen Wei. It was likely that any random member of the bounty hunter quintet could easily take down these three. What kind of look is that? Noticing the disdain in Bai Fan's eyes, Xiao Shui, who was beside Tianlong, stepped forward and asked Bai Fan. Hearing his words, Bai Fan couldn't help but feel a bit bored. Nearly a month of fighting in the Azure Wind Mountains had made him completely uninterested in this kind of petty squabble among classmates. After a cold glance at the three of them, Bai Fan suddenly spoke. Who told you I wouldn't dare to enter the Azure Wind Mountains? When I was hunting monsters in the Azure Wind Mountains, you three probably didn't even know what you were doing. After refuting the other party, Bai Fan turned directly and walked towards the mission window. Having stayed in the Azure Wind Mountains for a month, he now incredibly missed his warm little home. However, he didn't want to bother, but the three behind him, Tianlong, had no intention of letting him go. Ha ha! Bai Fan, you're really full of hot air, still claiming to hunt monsters in the Azure Wind Mountains. With your meager strength, you probably can't even beat a goblin. If you've got the guts, show us some proof. Walking quickly in front of Bai Fan, Tianlong looked at him menacingly and said. Bai Fan always had good grades in school, always overshadowing him, and this only changed after his awakening. That's why Tianlong now couldn't stand Bai Fan. Hearing the other party's words, a playful look appeared on Bai Fan's face. Evidence? Move aside a bit, I'll show you my evidence. As he spoke, Bai Fan waved his hand and directly pushed Tianlong aside. The powerful strength in his hand left Tianlong no time to react at all. You! Looking furiously at Bai Fan, Tianlong was about to curse, but then realized that Bai Fan completely ignored him, walking past him as if he didn't exist. Hello, is this where I submit my mission? Behind the mission window was a young and pretty lady, who, seeing Bai Fan's polite manner, showed a smile on her face and said. That's right, please present your mission voucher. Okay, I want to turn in the goblin hunting mission. Seeing this, Bai Fan didn't hesitate at all, and directly took out all the goblin ears he had collected. In an instant, the entire quest window was almost submerged by deep green objects. At the same time, a strong smell of blood filled the entire Adventurers Guild Hall. Initially, seeing Bai Fan's youthful face, the staff member responsible for the mission exchange thought that the number of goblins he could hunt would be limited. But the next second, he looked at the piled-up goblin ears, almost as tall as a person, and his eyes widened involuntarily. Although goblins are the weakest monsters in the Azure Wind Mountains, their strength ranges from level 1 to level 5. For students who have just become beast tamers, the challenge is not small at all. But right now, has this young student massacred all the goblins on the outskirts of the Azure Wind Mountains? These goblin ears combined amounted to at least 300. Moreover, the color of some of the ears was completely different from the others. Those belonged only to goblin leaders whose level had reached 5. Sir! For a moment, the tone of the staff member responsible for the mission exchange became more polite when speaking to Bai Fan. You have quite a lot of quest tokens to turn in, please wait a moment. Once we've tallied the number, we will issue your quest rewards. In response, Bai Fan nodded, then turned his head to look at Tianlong and the two others. At this moment, Tianlong and the two others were looking at the human-height green objects on the ground, and their faces all turned incredibly pale. Especially the constant smell of blood made their stomachs extremely uncomfortable. Didn't you just doubt that I wouldn't dare to enter the Azure Wind Mountains? So, were these goblins killed by you? Seeing the three of them, a playful look appeared on Bai Fan's face. As he spoke, he even pulled out a goblin ear and handed it to the three of them, letting them get a good look. The intense smell of blood alone had already made Tianlong and the two others' faces turn somewhat pale. At this moment, seeing that goblin ear appear before them, a look of horror simultaneously flashed in the eyes of all three. Among them, Tianlong was the most miserable. He opened his mouth, intending to tell Bai Fan to take it away, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, a strong wave of nausea assaulted his mind, and he immediately bent over and began to vomit. Tisk! To become like this just from seeing an ear. I think the three of you are the ones preparing to deliver food to the monsters of Azure Wind Mountains, aren't you? But you'll probably have to walk a bit further. I've killed most of the goblins. You can go and see if the minotaurs like to eat you. Seeing the pathetic state of Tianlong and the other two, Bai Fan said with a teasing look on his face. His words immediately drew a burst of laughter from the Adventurer Guild Hall. The surrounding beast tamers all looked at Tianlong and the two with eyes full of mockery. At the same time, they also developed a good deal of interest in Bai Fan. I remember this kid. Almost a month ago, he took on the bounty mission to hunt goblins here. I haven't seen him for nearly a month. I thought he had given up. I didn't expect this kid to be so fierce, staying in Azure Wind Mountains for almost a month straight. As laughter continued to erupt in the hall, a beast tamer suddenly pointed at Bai Fan, a look of horror on his face. Upon hearing his words, the laughter in the hall abruptly subsided, and everyone around looked at Mu Chen with grave and astonished eyes. To be able to stay in Azure Wind Mountains for a month and return completely unharmed. Such strength, even within the Adventurers Guild, would be considered that of a veteran beast tamer. This kid in front of them, merely a high school student, could do what only veteran beast tamers could. It truly opened their eyes. East Cloud City Adventurers Guild. Bai Fan watched the three Tianlong individuals before him, a look of undisguised mockery on his face. These three guys, relying on their outstanding talent, bullied and targeted Bai Fan everywhere in school. They probably never imagined that one day, they would be so discomfited in front of Bai Fan. Before, they had boasted that Bai Fan wouldn't dare to enter Azure Wind Mountains, and even if he did, he would only serve as food for the monsters within. But now, merely seeing a goblin's ear, the three of them turned pale and looked disheveled. Now, without Bai Fan needing to say anything, the sudden turn of events was like a resounding slap across their faces. Especially the mocking gazes of the surrounding beast tamers made them feel utterly mortified, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. They really are just a bunch of students. They're scared stiff just by a quest item left by a goblin. If these three guys entered Azure Wind Mountains, even the weakest goblin could probably take them out. I can't believe such guys can become geniuses at East Cloud High. Are the principal and teachers of East Cloud High blind? A chorus of discussions arose, and the beast tamers in the Adventurers Guild made no secret of their disdain for Tianlong and his two companions. This situation intensified, and eventually, many began to doubt East Cloud High's teaching capabilities. Just as the commotion grew more intense, a figure pushed through the onlookers and walked straight in. What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to get into conflicts with others? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a square face, around 40 years old. This person was a teacher from East Cloud High, and also the homeroom teacher of Tianlong and the others, named Zhang Shan. As soon as he entered, he walked up to Tianlong and his two companions with a worried expression. Hearing his words, Tianlong and the two others seemed to find their backbone and quickly recounted their ordeal. After listening, Zhang Shan's face immediately showed an angry expression. Especially hearing the discussions of the surrounding beast tamers made him flush crimson. Shut up! Are you planning to provoke our East Cloud High? Turning to look at the surrounding beast tamers, Zhang Shan asked in a cold tone. Although East Cloud High was just a school for teaching and nurturing, it had an official background, and every teacher in the school had considerable strength. Moreover, the principal of East Cloud High was a powerful beast tamer above level 30. At this moment, the people around heard Zhang Shan's stern question. Although their faces showed displeasure, they ultimately did not speak further. Most of those who came here to take missions were lone freelancers or belonged to small beast tamer groups. Facing Zhang Shan from East Cloud High, they didn't have the confidence to go against him. Watching the spectacle was fine, but getting themselves involved would be a huge loss. For a moment, the discussions in the Adventurers Guild Hall died down, but although the beast tamers stopped talking, their eyes remained fixed on this side. Seeing the reactions of those around him, some of the anger on Zhang Shan's face faded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Fan's gains from the Azure Wind Mountains over the past month had also been tallied. At this time, the pretty staff member brought a list to Bai Fan. Sir, you have submitted a total of 360 goblin mission vouchers. I have calculated the remuneration you can receive this time based on their different levels. Please check it. As she spoke, the staff member handed the list to Bai Fan. Taking it and glancing over it, Bai Fan nodded, seeing that the reward amount was roughly what he had expected. Goblins, being the lowest level monsters in the Azure Wind Mountains, fetched very low rewards for hunting them. A level 1 goblin was worth a mere 100 dragon coins, level 2 200 dragon coins, and level 3 300 dragon coins. Among Bai Fan's spoils, level 1, 2, and 3 goblins accounted for the largest number. However, quantity leads to quality, and these low-level goblins still earned him 20,000 dragon coins in mission rewards. In addition to the low-level goblins, Bai Fan's submitted mission vouchers also included some level 4 and level 5 goblins. According to the Adventurers Guild standards, a level 4 goblin was worth 500 dragon coins, while a level 5 goblin leader was worth 1,000 dragon coins. Although these mission vouchers were few, they still provided Bai Fan with 15,000 dragon coins in mission rewards. Suddenly, Bai Fan's accumulated wealth expanded once again, reaching 235,000 dragon coins. Indeed, after becoming a beast tamer, money comes quickly. With a sigh of admiration, Bai Fan handed the list back to the staff member. No problem, please transfer the mission reward directly to my adventurer card. After confirming everything, Bai Fan turned to leave the Adventurers Guild. It had been almost a month since he left home, and he was starting to miss his warm little nest and his sister. However, after only 2 steps, he was blocked by a figure. Teacher Zhang Shan, what is the meaning of this? Looking at the square-faced middle-aged man in front of him, Bai Fan slightly frowned but still spoke in a calm tone. He naturally recognized this person, a teacher at East Cloud High and Tianlong's homeroom teacher. Hearing Bai Fan's words, Zhang Shan snorted in displeasure. Student Bai Fan, is this your attitude when you see your teacher? And, as a fellow student, you deliberately intimidated Tianlong and his 2 friends. Is that something you should be doing? Looking at Bai Fan, Zhang Shan reprimanded him impolitely. Hearing this, Bai Fan couldn't help but glance at Zhang Shan, anger showing on his face. Normally, he didn't have much interaction with Zhang Shan at East Cloud High. So, at this moment, he never expected that Zhang Shan would mercilessly scold him just based on Tianlong's one-sided story. Teacher Zhang Shan, I intimidated Tianlong and them? Have you perhaps misunderstood something? It was clearly the 3 of them who provoked me first. Besides, I merely showed them a goblin's ear, letting them get an early taste of the cruelty of the Azure Wind Mountains. How does that become intimidating them? This was clearly helping them. Because of Zhang Shan's harsh words, Bai Fan's tone was also not very polite at this time. Hearing his words, Zhang Shan's face immediately showed anger. Although East Cloud High was a school that trained beast tamers, their teachers didn't need to hunt monsters. They could earn income simply by teaching students. However, there was also competition among these teachers. At East Cloud High, a teacher's remuneration is directly proportional to their teaching ability. The performance of students in the annual college entrance examination would determine a teacher's rating. The better a student performs in exams, the more rewards the teacher who instructed them receives. Tianlong was Zhang Shan's star student and had always been his favorite. Especially now that Tianlong had awakened a remarkable talent, he would surely be admitted to a key university in the future, which would bring Zhang Shan significant bonus points in his subsequent evaluations. Therefore, when Bai Fan, Tianlong, and the other 2 had a conflict, Zhang Shan naturally chose to side with Tianlong. What are you even? How dare a good-for-nothing claim he can help geniuses like Tianlong? Disrespectful to teachers, not united or friendly with classmates. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a student at East Cloud High. Apologize to them immediately. Otherwise, I will suggest to the principal that this black sheep be expelled from East Cloud High. Zhang Shan said to Bai Fan with an utterly unreserved expression. Upon hearing his words, Bai Fan couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes turning incredibly cold. Although he had sensed his increasing marginalization at East Cloud High after the awakening ceremony, having lived 2 lives, he didn't really care much about the petty squabbles with other classmates. He hadn't expected Zhang Shan, as a teacher at East Cloud High, to display such a contemptible demeanor. Indeed, this is the true face of the world today. Thinking coldly to himself, Bai Fan's gaze grew even icier. Expelling a student might be a small matter for Zhang Shan. Not only would it not affect him, but it would also display his authority, allowing him to better manage students at school. However, for the expelled student, this was an absolute catastrophe. The knowledge learned during high school is an indispensable prerequisite for becoming a beast tamer. Not to mention, only after completing high school and participating in the awakening ceremony would one be eligible to take the annual college entrance examination. If it were the old Bai Fan, Zhang Shan's actions would be tantamount to pushing him to his death. Apologize? Impossible. As for expelling me, there's no need to trouble you, teacher. I've long wanted to leave East Cloud High anyway. Looking at Zhang Shan, a chilling murderous intent had already risen in Bai Fan's heart. This guy in front of me, damn him. However, at this moment, he forcibly suppressed his thoughts. Although the entire world operates on the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail. But within cities, there are still the constraints of rules. Killing Zhang Shan now, for Bai Fan, would only bring a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Besides that, there would be no benefits whatsoever. The punishment would force him to flee and become a criminal hunted by everyone. The current Bai Fan saw no need to gamble with his future. You. Upon hearing Bai Fan's words, Zhang Shan trembled with rage. He had never imagined that the usually quiet Bai Fan would retort so forcefully. His earlier words were merely meant to intimidate Bai Fan. He knew very well that given Bai Fan's family circumstances, being expelled from East Cloud High would only lead him to become the lowest status scavenger in Dongyun City. Whereas remaining at East Cloud High, even with the most useless talent, and getting into a subpar university, would still improve Bai Fan's family's living conditions. So, in his view, Bai Fan would surely soften after he had spoken. But now, watching the stern-faced young man before him, Zhang Shan suddenly became so enraged he laughed instead. Alright. I'll go back and report this to the principal right now. By then, even if you beg me on your knees, I won't revoke your disciplinary action. Zhang Shan's voice was loud, and the beast tamers nearby who heard his words couldn't help but frown and look in his direction. Expelling a student who was about to take the college entrance exam was tantamount to ruining their future. Meanwhile, Tianlong and his two companions, who had recovered, beamed with delight upon hearing Zhang Shan's words. Especially Tianlong, whose gaze towards Bai Fan became venomous. Having lost face so publicly, he utterly detested Bai Fan. Previously, Bai Fan and he were both students at East Cloud High, so even though he harbored resentment towards Bai Fan, he could only bully him and not deliver a fatal blow. But with Bai Fan expelled, it would be different. Without the identity of an East Cloud High student, Bai Fan would become the lowest class scavenger, the most insignificant existence in the entire East Cloud City. He had countless ways to deal with this annoying fellow. The malevolent gazes from Tianlong's trio and Zhang Shan's scornful look didn't cause any ripple of emotion on Bai Fan's face. Are you done talking? If you're done, please move aside. A good dog doesn't block the road. Since the opponent had revealed their true colors, Bai Fan naturally wouldn't show a pleasant expression at this moment. After saying this coldly, he pushed Zhang Shan aside and walked out of the Adventurers Guild. However, just as he was about to exit the guild, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and calmly glanced at the four of them. The killing intent in his heart grew stronger, yet the expression on his face became even calmer. Now, because of the rules of Dongyun City, he couldn't lay a hand on these people. But in the future, that might not be the case. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Bai Fan composed himself and returned home. He didn't want outside matters to affect the joy of spending time with his sister. I wonder if my sister has been doing well at home, considering I've been away for a month? Thinking silently, Bai Fan opened the door. But the moment he opened the door, he saw an unexpected scene. At this moment, his younger sister Ranran was sitting on the living room sofa, next to a pretty young girl. Xiao Yuyue, why are you here? The sight of two beautiful women, one older and one younger, was originally a pleasant one. But as soon as he entered, Bai Fan couldn't help but become vigilant. His sister Ranran was his only weakness now, and he couldn't help but worry. Brother, didn't you ask Sister Xiao to come see me? Noticing the change in Baifan's tone, Ran looked over in confusion, then also directed a wary gaze at Xiao Yuyue. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yuyue, who had just befriended Ran, couldn't help but sigh. "We're going to be classmates in the future. Why do you have to look at me like an enemy?" After leaving the Azure Wind Mountains, Xiao Yuyue, having changed back into her exquisite attire, regained her status as the school beauty. Her brows slightly furrowed, looking delicate and pitiful, she would undoubtedly deceive countless people into wanting to embrace and protect her. But having seen her kill bounty hunters without hesitation, Baifan remained completely unmoved. All right. Noticing the expressions of the brother and sister across from her, Xiao Yuyue sighed helplessly and explained her purpose. "I've come this time to fulfill our agreement." In the living room, Xiao Yuyue, seeing the wary brother and sister from the Bai family, explained her intentions with a look of helplessness. After parting ways with Baifan in the Adventurers Guild Hall, Xiao Yuyue immediately found her father and explained the entire situation to him. As Xiao Yuyue had expected, her proposal was approved by her father, who then directly contacted Dongyun City First Hospital to prepare a special care ward for Ran. He also asked Xiao Yuyue to bring Baifan's sister over as soon as possible. Somewhat perplexed by her father's urgency, Xiao Yuyue rushed to Baifan's house as soon as she got home, barely having time to catch her breath. After listening to Xiao Yuyue's account, Baifan immediately realized he had misunderstood her. But at this moment, he felt the same confusion as Xiao Yuyue, unable to understand why her father was in such a hurry. However, this was a good thing for him, meaning his sister's illness could recover as soon as possible. "Brother?" As they spoke, Ran nervously clutched Baifan's sleeve, her eyes filled with worry. Ran knew very well how much it would cost to treat her illness. It was a sum their family could absolutely not afford. The beautiful older sister in front of her said she would help treat her illness, and she wondered how much her brother would have to pay. Noticing his sister's concern, Baifan lovingly ruffled her little head. "Don't worry, Big Brother is here for everything. Soon you'll be able to walk again." After comforting his sister for a moment, Baifan turned to look at Xiao Yuyue. The other party's swift action showed strong sincerity. It must be said that with the previous incident involving Zhang Shan as a contrast, Baifan's impression of Xiao Yuyue and her group was getting better and better. "Since everything is ready, let's head over now. Also, let's take care of the transfer to Dongyun City Villa area." Mutated Titan Snail? In a luxuriously decorated living room, a middle-aged man sitting on a leather sofa had a pensive expression on his face. Across from him sat a handsome middle-aged man whose features somewhat resembled Xiao Yuyue's. This person was Xiao Yuyue's father, Xiao Yuanshan, the chairman of the board for Dongyun City's aristocratic private high school. That's right. Director Liu, the news Yuyue sent back is absolutely reliable. This time, our Dongyun City is probably going to produce a true genius. Hearing the pensive words from the man opposite him, Xiao Yuanshan smiled slightly and spoke. The person referred to as Director Liu, named Lu Dong, was the head of Dongyun City's education department, and at this moment, he waved his hand upon hearing this. "Old Xiao, I'm not doubting Yuyue's niece's judgment, but the Titan snail has fallen from grace over the past 100 years, always being considered a useless beast pet. Now, suddenly, a mutated Titan snail pops up. I just find it a bit hard to believe. However, if it's true, your private high school will probably steal the show in this college entrance exam." Director Lu's words were very polite, making Xiao Yuanshan's smile grow even wider upon hearing them. That's all thanks to Director Lu's excellent leadership. Under Director Lu's guidance, the private high school cultivates talent. When good seedlings emerge, Director Lu's contributions are naturally indispensable. Xiao Yuanshan praised Lu Dong a few times, neither too much nor too little, and then continued. "According to what my girl told me, that student named Baifan will likely be able to contend for a top 10 ranking in the province during the college entrance examination." Top 10. Upon hearing his words, Lu Dong couldn't help but exclaim, a look of longing on his face. As the head of Dongyun City's education department, he naturally understood what it meant to have a student rank in the top 10 in the provincial college entrance exam. This not only signified that Dongyun City had produced a future powerful beast tamer but also added a glorious chapter to his own resume. It's been a full 10 years. Our best ranking in the Dongyun City College entrance exam was only 56th in the province. If a top 10 can really appear this time, not only can my position move up. Old Xiao, your school will probably leap to become the top high school among the surrounding cities. Lu Dong's words at this moment carried a sense of yearning. Hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan across from him unconsciously nodded along. That's right, the college entrance exam is an opportunity for students, and it's no less so for us. As the two were talking, Xiao Yuanshan's phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it and immediately a smile appeared on his face. After reading it, without waiting for Lu Dong to ask curiously, he directly said, "Director Lu, are you interested in meeting this student named by Fan in advance? Dongjiang City First Hospital." At this moment, in the special care ward on the top floor of the hospital, Ran Ran lay nervously on the bed, clutching Bai Fan's sleeve tightly with both hands. "Brother, can I really stand up?" Looking at Bai Fan, Ran Ran asked with a hopeful expression. "Of course. Once you're well, I can take you traveling to see all sorts of sights." Rubbing his sister's little head, Bai Fan wore a doting expression at this moment. Not only was Ran Ran nervous at this time, but even Bai Fan felt a bit excited in his heart. Over the past few years, every time he saw his sister pretending to be strong, it made his heart ache immensely. Staying in her small room every day, she had to rely on knitting sweaters for meager income to survive. Although his sister had never complained, Bai Fan could sense her desire to see the world outside. He used to be powerless, but now, things were different. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the siblings were each feeling nervous, a knock suddenly came from outside the ward. Soon, a well-mannered female doctor wearing rimless glasses walked in. "Dr. Li?" "Hello." Seeing this person, Bai Fan quickly stood up and greeted him. This doctor was renowned throughout Dongyun City, the star of Dongyun City's first hospital. Moreover, besides her identity as a doctor, she was also the strongest healer in Dongyun City. As everyone knows, besides combat professions, there are many other auxiliary professions among beast tamers. Healers are one of them. She, along with blacksmiths and alchemists, is known as one of the three great auxiliary professions. Bai Fan had never expected that Xiao Yuyue and the others would manage to persuade Dr. Li to intervene. This way, although he owed a huge favor, it was absolutely worth it. Moreover, with Dr. Li taking action, his sister Ran Ran's illness would definitely be resolved. "Are you the patient's family?" "I'll check on the patient first." Dr. Li's demeanor was very gentle. After entering, he spoke a word to Bai Fan, then went to examine Ran Ran's condition. Br. In the special ward. As the quilt was pulled back, a pair of slender, delicate legs appeared before Dr. Li. The entire leg was covered in prominent blue veins, and merely being exposed to the air, it emitted a chilling cold that made one's heart palpitate. The temperature in the entire ward dropped slightly after these legs appeared. Seeing this scene, Dr. Li's delicate brows furrowed. Cold poison has entered the body? And it has been going on for a long time. With just one glance, Dr. Li identified the cause of Ran Ran's leg condition. Hearing his words, a trace of sorrow immediately appeared on Ran Ran's tense face. And Bai Fan, standing nearby, also grew serious. "Dr. Li, is there any problem?" As they spoke, the siblings looked at Dr. Li with expectant eyes. Hearing this, Dr. Li's face showed hesitation. "I will do my best. After the treatment, the patient will regain mobility." Dr. Li's tone was calm, and his words brought a look of surprise to Ran Ran's face. But on the side, Bai Fan noticed something was amiss. However, looking at his sister's surprised expression, he thought for a moment and decided not to voice his doubts. "Then I'll trouble you, Dr. Li. I'll wait outside." After saying something, Bai Fan left the hospital room. After coming out, he glanced at the scene of the treatment inside the room, then turned and walked to a nearby chair to sit down. Dr. Li's words gave him a sense of foreboding. She said she could restore mobility, but she didn't say full recovery. This made him feel somewhat worried. But just as he was thinking, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Bai Fan. Before he could turn his head to look, a familiar voice rang in his ears. It was Xiao Yuyue who spoke, followed by two middle-aged men behind him. These two men were dressed luxuriously and carried an air of long-held authority in their demeanor. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yuyue in his features, clearly Xiao Yuyue's father, Xiao Yuanshan. As for the other person, Bai Fan quickly retrieved his information from memory. Lu Dong, the head of Dongyun City's education department. He often saw him on television. However, Xiao Yuanshan's presence here was understandable, but why would Lu Dong, as the head of the education bureau, also come here? How is your sister's illness? Coming closer, Xiao Yuyue asked directly. Dr. Li is treating her. Once the treatment is over, Ran will be able to get out of bed and move around. Really? That's wonderful. Hearing Bai Fan's words, Xiao Yuyue's face lit up with surprise. Feeling the other party's sincerity, Bai Fan also smiled, while suppressing the hint of doubt that had just arisen in his heart. Next, Xiao Yuyue introduced the two people behind him, and Bai Fan politely greeted them. However, after only a few words, Lu Dong suddenly stepped forward, grasped Bai Fan's hand, and began to praise him. Student Bai Fan, I heard about your achievements from old Xiao. Excellent, very excellent. A noble son from a humble family, to have your current strength, you must have put in countless efforts. I wonder if I might be so fortunate as to see the mutated Titan snail? Lu Dong's tone was very polite, but his last words revealed his true purpose. However, upon hearing this, Bai Fan showed no sign of displeasure. He had long anticipated this situation. The generous conditions offered were precisely for his strength and potential. Treating his sister had already shown their sincerity, and now wanting to test him was perfectly reasonable. Here? Looking at Lu Dong, Bai Fan asked, neither humble nor arrogant. The best way to showcase a beast pet's strength is, naturally, through battle. But this is Dongyun City First Hospital, and if Shelley were released, this top floor would likely become a mess. Of course not. Later, we'll go to old Zhao's school. They have a specialized beast pet battle arena there. Observing Bai Fan's neither humble nor arrogant demeanor, Lu Dong secretly nodded. He had met many students privately, and quite a few of them were geniuses. But most of them would unconsciously show signs of nervousness when facing him. But Bai Fan didn't, and even when praised earlier, there was no pride or smugness on his face. Especially his own, subtly disbelieving words at the end didn't cause any emotional fluctuations in the young man. This mature and steady character greatly pleased Lu Dong. Although he hadn't truly witnessed Bai Fan's combat power, based solely on these current displays, he already believed half of what Xiao Yuanshan had said. After hearing Lu Dong's words, Bai Fan smiled calmly and nodded gently. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Dong and Xiao Yuanshan didn't linger. After a brief instruction to the two, they left directly. Bai Fan, don't mind them, my dad and the others. After the two were out of sight, Xiao Yuyue turned to Bai Fan to explain. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Bai Fan immediately stopped her. I understand. There's nothing wrong with what they're doing. Some things, you definitely have to see with your own eyes to believe. Hearing Bai Fan's calm words, Xiao Yuyue also gradually calmed down, sitting silently by his side, waiting. Soon, the door to the ward opened, and Dr. Li walked out. Dr. Li, how is my sister doing? Through the glass on the door, seeing Ran sleeping soundly in the hospital bed, Bai Fan turned to Dr. Li and asked politely. Hearing Bai Fan's words, Dr. Li nodded, then shook his head. In an instant, Bai Fan's heart began to race. Your sister's illness wasn't very serious at first, actually. With timely treatment, she could have fully recovered. However, now the cold poison has remained in her legs for too long. It has already begun to spread to other parts of her body. All I can do now is suppress it. To allow her to temporarily act like a normal person, but to cure it completely, I don't have the ability. To completely cure the cold poison in the patient's body, I'm afraid you'll need to find a healer of level 60 or above. An apologetic look flashed in Dr. Li's eyes, but he still told Bai Fan the truth. Thank you, Dr. Li. Hearing Dr. Li's words, Bai Fan thanked him, but his eyes became somewhat lost. Similar to beast tamers, the auxiliary profession of a therapist also follows the rule that the higher the level, the stronger the power. A healer above level 60? These are powerful individuals, few and far between in the entire Dragon Kingdom. For such strong figures, power and wealth can probably be acquired with a flick of the wrist. Bai Fan is just a student now with his current status, he probably doesn't even have the qualifications to meet them. Bai Fan, don't worry so much. With the potential you've shown, you'll surely become a powerful figure in the future. By then, inviting a level 60 healer will be a piece of cake. After Dr. Li left, Xiao Yuyue looked at Bai Fan and comforted him. Hearing her words, and after some thought, Bai Fan nodded. What she said was true. As long as his strength improves, the current problems won't be problems then. And with the divine pet system and Shelley, he was full of confidence for the future. In an instant, the idea of becoming stronger grew even more vigorous in Bai Fan's heart. Next, let's go to your school. Glancing at his sister's sleeping face, Bai Fan turned to Xiao Yuyue and said. Although not completely cured, the peaceful expression on his sister's face indicated that the pain caused by the cold poison could no longer affect her temporarily. So, at this time, as her older brother, he should work even harder. Moreover, he had already made arrangements with Lu Dong and Xiao Yuanshan. Making them wait too long would seem a bit impolite. Leaving now? Hearing Bai Fan's words, Xiao Yuyue was a little surprised, but looking at Ranran on the hospital bed, a hint of understanding dawned in her heart. Alright then, I'll take you there. You don't need to worry about Ranran here. I've already notified the hospital, and there will be a dedicated nurse to look after Ranran. Dongyun City Noble Private High School is located in the most prosperous district of the entire city. Bai Fan, brought here by Xiao Yuyue, looked at the surrounding sights, and for a moment, memories flickered in his eyes, causing him to take a few extra glances. Unlike the dilapidated neighborhood he had always lived in, the current surroundings were more in line with the city he remembered. However, these memories didn't linger long in Bai Fan's eyes. Those few extra glances only made his desire to become stronger even more resolute. Let's go, Director Lu and the others are at the Beast Pet Training Ground. We'll head straight there. After exchanging messages with Xiao Yuanshan, Xiao Yuyue directly led Bai Fan into the private high school. It was currently during class break, and students were walking in pairs or small groups across the campus. Upon seeing Xiao Yuyue and Bai Fan, everyone cast curious glances their way. Xiao Yuyue was already a prominent figure at the private high school, the publicly elected school belle. She was accustomed to being the center of attention on a daily basis. So walking on the road, she was completely unmoved by these gazes, instead having the leisure to secretly observe Bai Fan's reaction. To her disappointment, however, Bai Fan's reaction was no reaction at all. The curious gazes around them, falling on Bai Fan, were like a gentle breeze, making him even more composed and calm than her. I really don't know how student Bai Fan cultivated such a temperament. He seems even calmer in the face of change than my own father. At this time, many people were already waiting at the training ground of the private high school. Among them were young people close in age to Bai Fan, and also some older private high school teachers. Clearly, these were all brought by Xiao Yuanshan and Lu Dong to observe the match. Teacher, what kind of genius requires us to wait here in advance? Is there really someone stronger than us in the entire Dongyun city? A young man with an arrogant expression, seeing no one appear for a long time, couldn't help but turn and ask a middle-aged man beside him. His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Clearly he was getting impatient. As a genius of the private high school, he naturally had his own pride. Besides a few individuals in the school, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes. After he finished speaking, several young men and women of similar age around him also looked over. However, this did not include Feng Tairan, who was standing in the crowd. He knew what everyone was gathered there for, and he also knew that his presence there was merely to make up the numbers. The trip to Azure Wind Mountains had already shown him Bai Fan's strength. That kind of power was completely irresistible with his current abilities. So when he received the summons, he had no intention of coming at all. Gao Ming, I advise you to take this seriously. The person who's coming in a moment is far more terrifying than you imagine. The teacher being questioned had not yet spoken, but Feng Tairan instead addressed the arrogant young man. Hearing his words, the young man named Gao Ming couldn't help but frown. Terrifying? Fong Tairan, did you lose your nerve after a trip to Azure Wind Mountains? In the entire Dongyun city, the strongest people of our age group are all here. Who else could be stronger than us? Also, you, in your current sickly state, are not worthy of being my competitor. I advise you to give up pursuing Yue. Gao Ming's tone carried arrogance, showing clear disdain for Fong Tairan's words. However, upon hearing this, Fong Tairan's face showed an indifferent expression, completely unlike his usual immediate bristling. On the contrary, a hint of sympathy even appeared in his eyes as he looked at Gao Ming. The decisiveness Xiao Yue displayed in the Azure Wind Mountains still left him with lingering fear to this day. This kind of thorny rose was not his type. Suit yourself. If you get beaten and cry later, don't blame me for not warning you. He merely offered a reminder out of camaraderie, seeing that the other party didn't appreciate it. Fong Tairan didn't argue at all, silently moving to the side to prepare to watch the show. Seeing Fong Tairan's demeanor, Gao Ming's face first showed some surprise, but then immediately became smug. He and Fong Tairan were arch rivals on a daily basis, constantly at loggerheads. Seeing him like this today, he couldn't help but want to continue taunting him. But just then, Xiao Yue walked in with Bai Fan. Instantly, hostile gazes fell upon Bai Fan. Are you the guy who made us wait so long? After a fervent look at Xiao Yue, Gao Ming's scrutinizing gaze landed on Bai Fan. Hearing his words, Bai Fan, who had stood beside Lu Dong and the others, nodded indifferently. If there's no one else, then it must be me. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming couldn't help but frown. This ordinary guy in front of him showed no remarkable qualities whatsoever. And this was worth a genius like him wasting time waiting? Moreover, this guy was simply too close to Xiao Yue. However, before he could say anything more, Xiao Yuanshan greeted Bai Fan and then walked straight out. This is Bai Fan, who will soon transfer to our high school's genius class and become your classmate. I called you here today to let you get to know each other beforehand and foster some camaraderie. Dongyun City. Private high school training ground. As Xiao Yuanshan uttered a few simple words, the atmosphere in the training ground immediately became charged with tension. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yuanshan's face revealed a satisfied expression. The reason he agreed to Lu Dong's proposal to have Bai Fan demonstrate his strength was for this very moment. The talents of private high school students are all excellent, especially those present here now, who are the cream of the crop among all students. Every one of them can perform well in the college entrance examination and bring honor to the private high school. Xiao Yuanshan has always held deep expectations for these individuals. However, he also knew in his heart that while these guys had high talent, each of them had their own flaws. Smooth sailing, prominent family background, coupled with top-tier talent, allowed each of them to develop an air of superiority in their daily lives. For example, Gao Ming, who spoke earlier, had a talent level of A+. He contracted the first sequence beast pet, the heaven-devouring demonic wolf with divine beast bloodline, and was subtly a notch stronger than Fong Tairan. Moreover, the Gao family behind him was a prestigious family in Dongyun City, with strength and wealth comparable to the Xiao family. His talent and background led Gao Ming to always act arrogantly, even in the current situation, daring to say he wanted to pursue Xiao Yue in front of him. Yet, pride is good, but excessive pride can be self-destructive. Especially in something as significant as the college entrance examination, if they were to be dismissive or negligent due to their pride during the test, the consequences could be severe. Therefore, this competition today, in his view, was an opportunity. Letting them witness the true powerhouses among their peers, realizing that there are always more skilled individuals and greater heights to reach, would greatly benefit them. After all, having his spirit dampened by Bai Fan and experiencing failure now was better than failing in the college entrance examination. Uncle Xiao, don't worry. Since he's a new classmate, I'll certainly have a good exchange with him. Wouldn't you agree? Student Bai Fan. Completely unaware of Xiao Yuanshan's good intentions, Gao Ming's gaze towards Bai Fan immediately brightened upon hearing this. Exchange feelings? He would make this seemingly ordinary guy feel his kindness intensely. Hearing Gao Ming's veiled threat, Bai Fan smiled faintly, his expression showing no change whatsoever. Nearly a month's journey in the Azure Wind Mountains had long trained him to remain calm in the face of adversity, and even fierce bounty hunters were no match for him. Gao Ming, a hothouse flower who had never seen blood, simply couldn't pique his interest. Seeing Bai Fan's composed demeanor, Gao Ming's brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. This guy in front of him, after hearing his words, actually looked unconcerned. Was this looking down on him? How arrogant! A hint of anger rose in his heart, and Gao Ming decided that when they exchanged later, he would definitely give the other party a good lesson. However, as he thought this, he also felt some doubt in his heart. Bai Fan? Why did this name sound so familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before? In the training ground, Gao Ming was not the only one feeling confused. His classmates and the teachers all showed thoughtful expressions after hearing Bai Fan's name. You are Bai Fan of East Cloud High. Just then, a teacher suddenly spoke with some surprise, immediately making everyone's eyes look strange. The commotion Bai Fan caused at the contract ceremony was witnessed by everyone in Dongyun City at the time. An S-level or higher talent, contracting a Titan snail. This combination of genius and waste, spread through the internet, became a topic of conversation for many people after meals. So, after this teacher exclaimed, many people present took out their phones and started fiddling with them. Before long, surprise appeared in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Bai Fan showed no surprise, nodding very calmly. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. The magic and technology levels in this world were both very high, even more intelligent and convenient than in his previous life. The events of the contract ceremony had long spread online and were known by countless people. He couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. This. Principal Xiao, isn't this decision of yours a bit rash? Seeing that Bai Fan did not deny it, several teachers around immediately looked at Xiao Yuanshan with some difficulty. They were all teachers of the genius class and couldn't quite understand Xiao Yuanshan's intention for a moment. At the time, knowing about Bai Fan, all of them felt it was a great pity. After all, Bai Fan's talent and practical assessment were both excellent, not much different from the genius class students present. Even if he contracted a non-combat type beast pet, he could still achieve good success in the future. But contracting a useless beast pet like the Titan snail was different. This basically indicated that Bai Fan's future prospects were dim. Now, transferring Bai Fan to the genius class, wouldn't that lower their scores? Private high schools have stricter teacher assessments than official ones. Low assessment scores directly affected their personal interests. Uncle Xiao, are you joking? What right does a good-for-nothing who contracted a Titan snail have to be our classmate? Unlike the teacher's tactful approach, after figuring out Bai Fan's identity, Gao Ming immediately started an angry interrogation. After speaking, he completely ignored Xiao Yuanshan's reaction, turning his head to glare fiercely at Bai Fan. I don't know how you managed to impress Uncle Xiao, but as a good-for-nothing, you should know your place. Someone like you isn't in our world. Get out of here obediently, or I won't be polite to you. As soon as Gao Ming finished speaking, he directly swayed his classmates next to him, and their gazes towards Bai Fan also turned unfriendly. If Bai Fan's talent was good, today's incident would have been over after the competition. But, a good-for-nothing made them wait here for so long, and now they had to be classmates with him in the future? This was simply insulting them. Gao Ming. In your eyes. Hearing Gao Ming's words, even with Xiao Yuanshan's composure, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes at this moment. However, just as he was about to speak, Bai Fan, who was standing aside, stepped forward. Principal Xiao, Director Liu. The display of strength mentioned earlier, that means having a match with them, right? Bai Fan's words made Xiao Yuanshan swallow the rest of his words. He looked at the calm young man in front of him and slowly said, That's right, the purpose of having you, Bai Fan, come here is to have an exchange with them. Hearing this, Bai Fan nodded, then looked at Gao Ming and the others. In that case, let's have a fight and see who the real waste is. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Bai Fan extended his hand, pointing at the several people opposite him, one by one. And I'm in a hurry, you all come at me. Arrogance. After Bai Fan's words, the training ground seemed to reverberate with a clap of thunder. The students from the genius class and the teachers watching the battle all had expressions full of disbelief. A waste who contracted a titan snail dared to claim he would challenge all the geniuses present in the genius class. This sounded utterly like a joke. Some even poked their ears, wondering if they had misheard. Are you here to be funny? He truly doesn't know his own limitations. For a moment, shouts of reprimand filled the training ground. All the students were enraged at this moment by Fan's impolite words. Especially Gao Ming, his body was trembling slightly from anger. As a top genius from a private high school, a scion of a prominent family in Dongyun City, he had never encountered such an arrogant person, someone who dared to claim he could take on all of them alone. However, while everyone was shocked and angry, a ripple also flashed across Fan's eyes. Of course, this wasn't because of what Gao Ming said, but because. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random challenge quest. Quest content: defeat the geniuses of the private high school and showcase the host's strength. Task reward: Dragon's Blood Grass 1, Golden Treasure Chest 1. Task penalty: none. Hearing the emotionless electronic prompt from the Divine Pet system, Fan's heart stirred. A new task, and the rewards were very generous. Dragon's Blood Grass could increase Shelly's growth value, and the Golden Treasure Chest could also give Fan some valuable items. He was already scheduled to compete with Gao Ming and his group to demonstrate his strength and worth. Now that the Divine Pet system had a new task, it was like a pillow delivered when one was sleepy, killing two birds with one stone. What's the point of trash talk? Whether you have the strength or not, you'll find out after a fight. Looking at Gao Ming and the others, Fan's gaze changed. They were no longer opponents, but rather tools for him to complete tasks. Saying this, Fan strode forward, walking directly towards the center of the training ground. He was now somewhat impatient, eager to find out what good things the Golden Treasure Chest would yield. Moreover, he had already stocked up on a good amount of Dragon's Blood Grass, and after this competition, it would be just right to boost Shelly's strength again. Let's begin, I'm in a hurry. Standing in the center of the training ground, Fan's gaze swept over his surroundings indifferently, his tone utterly devoid of fluctuation. Hearing his words, Gao Ming and the others were furious. Dealing with a good-for-nothing like you doesn't require anyone else to act. Let me teach you a lesson. Without another word, Gao Ming stepped forward with an angry expression, directly summoning his beast pet. Roar! A fierce roar echoed as a pitch-black demonic wolf, the size of a small calf and exuding a violent aura, appeared in the training ground. This was Gao Ming's contracted first sequence beast pet, the heaven-devouring demonic wolf. Several gifted class students watching from a distance had serious expressions upon seeing the formidable presence of the sky-devouring demonic wolf. Gao Ming's sky-devouring demonic wolf is well-trained. Judging by its current appearance, its level should have reached 10. And look at its size, its growth value must also be quite high. With Gao Ming's current strength, he probably has the qualifications to compete for the top scorer in Dongyun City's college entrance exam this year. Beside them, several teachers from the genius class started discussing among themselves after seeing the sky-devouring demonic wolf. However, in the training ground, after seeing the heaven-devouring demonic wolf appear, there was no ripple of emotion on Fan's face at all. Shelly, prepare for battle. With a command, Shelly, who was in the beast pet space, was immediately summoned. Jia Wu. As soon as she appeared, Shelly affectionately rubbed against Fan, her two tentacles constantly waving, and even let out cute chirps. Seeing this scene, a smile also appeared on Fan's face. However, on the opposite side, Gao Ming let out a disdainful laugh upon seeing the Titan snail appear. Among all beast pets, the generally accepted standard is that the larger the size, the stronger the ability. The Titan snail was about the same size as the heaven-devouring demonic wolf's claw, and it looked adorable, without the slightest hint of combat capability. At this moment, he had already decided that he would let the heaven-devouring demonic wolf devour the Titan snail later, severely embarrassing Fan. Ha 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 ha. Is this the Titan snail? Such a tiny little thing isn't even enough for my devouring demon wolf to whet its appetite. Devouring demon wolf, eat it for me. After laughing, Gao Ming waved his hand directly. Roar! The heaven-devouring demonic wolf let out a roar. Upon receiving its master's command, its body shot out like lightning, arriving beside by Fan and the Titan snail in the blink of an eye, opening its massive maw and biting down. Seeing the change in the arena, the expressions of the surrounding teachers became solemn. After seeing the comparison between the Titan snail and the heaven-devouring demonic wolf, they had already concluded the battle. By Fan could not possibly win. Given the Titan snail's size, if it were bitten by the heaven-devouring demonic wolf, it would certainly not survive. However, By Fan was brought by the school board chairman and director Lu. It didn't matter if the beast pet died, but if something happened to the person here, it would be a slap in their faces. So, at this moment, they were all prepared to intervene and save him. Just then, however, in the training ground, By Fan, who seemed to be petrified by the heaven-devouring demonic wolf's attack, suddenly leisurely issued a command. "Shelly, use Titan's body." Before his words had fully landed, brilliant light immediately shone on Shelly. In the training ground, the seemingly tiny Titan snail suddenly began to rapidly expand at this moment. In just the blink of an eye, it transformed into a behemoth, with mysterious inscriptions etched on its thick shell, and a ferocious helmet on its head, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. The heaven-devouring demonic wolf's bite directly collided with Shelly's shell. With a bang, Shelly's massive body didn't even budge. Instead, the attacking heaven-devouring demonic wolf was directly sent flying by the counter-shock force. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Gao Ming's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The palm-sized Titan snail transformed into a behemoth larger than the heaven-devouring demonic wolf in the blink of an eye. This scene was utterly beyond his imagination. The reactions of the people around him were similar. The setting of the Titan snail being a waste has been passed down for centuries. When did such a change occur? Sky-devouring demonic wolf, use wind blade attack. Gao Ming gritted his teeth, glaring at the opposite side, and once again issued an order to the sky-devouring demonic wolf, which had returned to his side. Hearing the command, the heaven-devouring demonic wolf moved its four legs and once again dashed out like lightning. However, this time it did not rush directly to Shelly's side. Just as it reached halfway, its body leaped into mid-air, and at the same time, it fiercely swung its front paw forward. A massive wind blade appeared, flying towards the Titan snail with a strong whistling sound. Boom! A fierce collision sound rang out. The heaven-devouring demonic wolf's huge wind blade heavily landed on Shelly's shell. However, the wind blade, powerful enough to cut through steel, didn't even leave a mark on Shelly's shell. It was directly shattered upon impact. Seeing this scene, Gao Ming was completely dumbfounded. The wind blade attack was a talent skill awakened by the roaring heaven-devouring demonic wolf when its growth value reached 100 points, possessing immense power. Gao Ming had once tested it under the attack of the wind blade. Even a half-meter thick steel plate could be cut directly through. But now, looking at the Titan snail's completely undamaged shell, he didn't know what to say. This defensive strength was something even the highest grade alloys couldn't achieve. However, after the shock, his face turned grim again. What if the Titan snail's defense was powerful? If he couldn't hit the beast pet, couldn't he still hit By Fan behind it? As long as By Fan was dealt with, the Titan snail would naturally be irrelevant. Having made up his mind, he immediately commanded the devouring demonic wolf to bypass the Titan snail and directly attack By Fan. Immediately, after landing, the devouring demonic wolf powerfully propelled itself forward with its four legs, charging towards By Fan. However, just as it bypassed the Titan snail, it tried to launch an attack on By Fan. Just at that moment, a shadow appeared above the sky-devouring demonic wolf. Swish! Shelly's enormous tentacles struck the sky-devouring demonic wolf with a powerful whooshing sound. The sky-devouring demonic wolf didn't even have time to dodge, as the massive tentacles landed heavily on its waist and abdomen. Bang! As if hitting a golf ball, the sky-devouring demonic wolf's body was sent flying directly, crashing heavily to the ground. After landing, the sky-devouring demonic wolf's body was eerily twisted, and dark blue blood continuously flowed out, clearly indicating it was more out of breath than in. Everything happened in a flash. The teachers who were originally preparing to rescue By Fan were now astonished to find that in the blink of an eye, their rescue target needed to be changed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the youths of the genius class were also wide-eyed with shock. In just a few seconds, Gao Ming, whose strength was on par with theirs, was instantly defeated by a single normal attack from the Titan snail. Was this still the Titan snail that was regarded as a waste? Perhaps even the purest bred dragon-type beast pet from the first series wouldn't be this fierce in its infancy. In an instant, their gazes towards Bai Fan changed. At this moment, Xiao Yuyue watched Bai Fan quietly, a sigh of relief in her heart. It wasn't that she was worried Bai Fan would lose, but rather because she had witnessed his decisive and ruthless methods in the Azure Wind Mountains. She was a little concerned that Bai Fan might accidentally kill the sky-devouring demonic wolf. For students who had just become beast tamers, their first beast pet held significant meaning. If it died, not only would the attribute bonuses they gained disappear, but it would also cause irreversible damage to their bodies. What are you still standing around for? Quickly send the sky-devouring demonic wolf for treatment. Xiao Yuanshan, who was the first to react, gave Bai Fan an approving look, then waved his hand and instructed the teachers beside him. Hearing his words, the teachers present finally awoke from their stupor, quickly summoned their beast pets, and took the sky-devouring demonic wolf to the infirmary for treatment. As for Yao Ming, he was also taken away for examination. A very good match, Xiao Yuanshan said with a smile as he walked over to Bai Fan. The strength Bai Fan was now displaying was completely worth his investment. In the battle just now, Bai Fan had already shown overwhelming strength. Moreover, he felt that this was not the limit of his opponent, because in the battle just now, the Titan snail hadn't even used any skills. Hearing Xiao Yuanshan's words, Bai Fan nodded faintly. He naturally understood what Xiao Yuanshan meant by not bad. With the Titan snail's strength, that single blow could have completely obliterated the sky-devouring demonic wolf. If it weren't for Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao Yuyue's sake, he would have had Shelley hold back most of her power, and Gao Ming would now be severely debilitated. Director Xiao, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Glancing at the surrounding students, and seeing their faintly fearful eyes, Bai Fan knew that his mission for today was accomplished. Hearing his words, Xiao Yuanshan patted Bai Fan's shoulder with admiration and said with a smile. All right, today was just for you all to meet and communicate. I will help you complete the transfer procedures with Director Liu shortly. Furthermore, as students of the genius class, the school provides some rewards. 100,000 dragon coins, and a C-grade beast tamer skill book. I will have Yuyue transfer these to you later. Also, I remember you live in Dongyun community. The environment there is too harsh, which isn't conducive for your preparations for the college entrance exam or your sister's recovery. How about this, the Xiao family has a few vacant houses in the city center. I'll have Yuyue take you there later. Xiao Yuanshan didn't waste words, directly announced the reward for Bai Fan's transfer, and then had Xiao Yuyue take him away. After the two left, Lu Dong gave a meaningful glance at Xiao Yuyue and Bai Fan's departing figures, then turned to look at Xiao Yuanshan. You really found a treasure this time. I wonder what those guys at East Cloud High are thinking, to let such a talented student be buried by them. Hearing his words, a cold sneer flashed across Xiao Yuanshan's face. This isn't the first or second time this has happened at East Cloud High. What's there to be surprised about? Moreover, I heard that a teacher at their school even threatened to expel Bai Fan. I wonder what those guys at East Cloud High will react like after the college entrance exam. Upon hearing this, Lu Dong nodded with a sigh of emotion. What happened at the Adventurers Guild was no secret to him. Just because of a small conflict between students, they want to expel a student with extraordinary potential. No wonder East Cloud High is getting worse year by year. Bang! A hand slammed heavily onto the principal's desk at East Cloud High. Zhuan Yamo, the head teacher of Class 1, was looking at the principal with a face full of anger, his expression subtly contorted. I disagree, Bai Fan didn't do anything wrong, why should he be expelled? Hearing his words, the principal leisurely took a sip of water. Without needing to speak himself, someone else stepped forward to resolve the situation for him. Teacher Zhuang, what kind of attitude is that? Is that how you speak to the principal? Do you know how bad what Bai Fan did was? Tianlong is a promising talent who can get into a Key Beast Master University, and because of Bai Fan, his emotions are now very unstable. If this affects his performance in the college entrance exam, Bai Fan will be a sinner. What's wrong with expelling him? Such a good-for-nothing shouldn't stay at our East Cloud High, he's a black sheep. On the other side of the office, Zhang Shan jumped out, his tone impolite, even directly pointing his finger at Zhuang Mo's face. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Zhang Shan returned to East Cloud High and went straight to the principal. He exaggerated the conflict between Bai Fan and the three people including Tianlong, intending to finalize Bai Fan's expulsion. He had originally convinced the principal, but unexpectedly, Zhuang Mo, who somehow got wind of the news, showed up in the principal's office. He simply couldn't understand why Zhuang Mo was reacting so strongly over a good-for-nothing. A bad apple? Bai Fan's scores in cultural subjects and practical combat are among the best in all of East Cloud High. If he's a bad apple, what are the other students? Hearing Zhang Shan's words, Zhuang Mo retorted without hesitation. What's the use of good cultural and practical combat scores? Zhang Shan said with disdain upon hearing this. He contracted a Titan snail, a useless beast pet that can't grow at all. Even if he stays in school, he won't be able to get into a good beast taming university, and instead, he'll drag down our school's overall rating in your year-end evaluation. Expelling him now will only benefit you in East Cloud High. You. Zhang Shan's words made Zhuang Mo's face flush red. He looked at Zhang Shan angrily, never expecting the other party to say such things. As a teacher, he only cared about evaluations and benefits. Someone like you isn't fit to be a teacher at all. After an angry outburst, Zhuang Mo turned his head to look at the principal again. Bai Fan was very clear about his family's financial situation. If he were expelled at this point, he probably wouldn't be able to make a living in the future. Staying in school, even if he contracted a worthless beast pet like the Titan snail, he could still get into a third-rate beast tamer university with his cultural course grades. At that time, he could at least secure some living essentials. Teacher Zhuang Mo, I think Teacher Zhang Shan's proposal is perfectly fine. Putting down his teacup, the principal of East Cloud High spoke calmly. Bai Fan, who contracted the Titan snail, will have very limited future achievements. But Tianlong is different. He is destined to become a strong beast tamer in the future. Expelling Bai Fan now to stabilize Tianlong's emotions and help him perform better in the college entrance exam is clearly a beneficial thing. To be frank, the role Tianlong can play once he grows up is something that 1,000, even 10,000 Bai Fans combined cannot compare to. Let's settle this matter now. After saying what he had to say, the principal picked up the water cup from the table again, clearly signaling his guests to leave. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but clench his fists, his anger turning into a bitter laugh. Ha 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 ha. Beneficial? How ridiculous. What's the use of strong talent if a student can be scared by a goblin's ear? You snobbish lot, I will report this matter to the Education Bureau. After an angry glance at Zhang Shan and the principal, Zhuang Mo turned and walked out. Just as he was about to exit the doorway, a faint voice sounded from behind him. Teacher Zhuang Mo, you won't be the homeroom teacher of Class 1 after the college entrance exam. You've worked very hard these past few years. Go to the second tier for some rest and recuperation. After leaving the private high school, Bai Fan first went to the hospital to see his sister, then prepared to go back to Dongyun community to pack his things and move to the residence provided by the Xiao family. However, as soon as he returned to the entrance of the community, he sought his homeroom teacher, Zhuang Mo. Teacher Zhuang. Seeing the other party, Bai Fan greeted him politely. In the entire East Cloud High, only Teacher Zhuang Mo treated him well after contracting the Titan snail. The other party not only didn't act like everyone else but often comforted him. Seeing the angry expression on Teacher Zhuang Mo's face at this moment, Bai Fan pondered for a moment and understood that Zhang Shan must have been causing trouble at school. As expected, Zhuang Mo angrily explained everything to Bai Fan, then directly grabbed his hand. They completely disregard your well-being and want to expel you. I absolutely will not allow this. Come on, let's go to the Education Bureau with me. Seeing Zhuang Mo's appearance, a warmth emerged in Bai Fan's heart. In these past few years, besides his sister, this was the first time he had felt such concern from another person. However, he did not move. Instead, he clasped the teacher's hand tightly in return. Teacher Zhuang, you don't need to worry. Even if they don't expel me, I don't plan to stay at East Cloud High anymore. I'll be transferring to a private high school and taking the college entrance exam there. Holding Zhuang Mo's hand, Bai Fan began to explain. Hearing his words, Zhuang Mo looked over with a surprised expression. Private high school? He naturally knew about this old rival of East Cloud High. But he was a bit confused with Bai Fan's talent. Why would the private high school agree to his transfer request? Bai Fan, you haven't been tricked, have you? There's no room for regret in this kind of matter. You should come with me to the Education Bureau. Looking at Bai Fan with some worry, he suspected his student had been deceived. However, after Bai Fan explained it to him, his expression immediately turned to surprise. Mutated Titan Snail? Doesn't that mean, Bai Fan, you now qualify to enter a top 10 beast tamer university? Hearing Zhuang Mo's words, Bai Fan shook his head. No, Teacher Zhuang, I only have one goal. That would be the pinnacle, the #1 beast tamer university, Xingbei University. Zhuang Mo was stunned, looking at Bai Fan with a relieved expression on his face. Good, good, good. That's ambition. Since you've made your decision, I can rest assured. Now, focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. I'll head back first. After learning about Bai Fan's current situation, Zhuang Mo gave a few instructions, then left without delay. Standing at the entrance of the community, watching Teacher Zhuang Mo's departing back, Bai Fan's heart was filled with warmth. He hadn't known how to explain the transfer matter to Teacher Zhuang Mo before. Now, this was one less thing to worry about. It wasn't until Teacher Zhuang Mo's back disappeared from sight that Bai Fan turned and walked towards his home. His teacher was right, the college entrance exam was about to begin, and he indeed needed to do some preparation. Returning home, sitting at the living room table, Bai Fan composed himself and quietly took out the golden treasure chest. By now, this was the third golden treasure chest he had acquired. The first two golden treasure chests had given him a silver grade weapon, the Sword of Lightness, and a bronze grade skill, Minotaur Strength. He was now somewhat looking forward to what treasures this golden treasure chest might reveal. I hope it's a beast pet skill book, so Shelly can have a ranged attack ability. Thinking silently, Bai Fan's hand directly covered the golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards. Bronze grade equipment, Boots of Agility. C grade skill book, Potential Burst. After choosing to open the golden treasure chest, the Divine Pet System's prompt sounded as expected. In an instant, two items emitting different lusters appeared before Bai Fan's eyes. Equipment, Boots of Agility. Grade, Bronze. Level requirement, Level 5. Attribute, Agility +10. Effect, none. First, Bai Fan brought the opened equipment closer to his eyes. The bronze grade Boots of Agility provided a 10-point bonus to agility. This equipment effect was slightly inferior to Minotaur Strength and could only be considered passable among bronze grade equipment. But even a small mosquito has some meat, so Bai Fan chose to equip it directly. After examining the equipment, he then picked up the skill book he had been longing for. C-Rank Potential Burst, Beast Tamer Exclusive Skill. After activating the skill, enter a potential burst state, increasing all user attributes by 20% for 120 seconds. Note, this skill has no side effects, but after use, it will enter a 1-hour cooldown state. Seeing the skill description for potential burst, Bai Fan nodded in satisfaction. After using this skill, all of his attributes would break past the 100-point mark. By then, he could even solo some low-level beast pets. However, it was a bit regrettable that this skill was Beast Tamer exclusive, only usable by himself and not on Shelly. Otherwise, Shelly, with all attributes increased by 20% after activating Titan's body, would become even more terrifying. Even so, Bai Fan was very content. Opening the golden treasure chest this time was a truly fruitful endeavor. Next up was the main event of his return today. In 1 month, the dragon's blood grass in the planting space had matured for 2 cycles. Coupled with the rewards he received for completing the Divine Pet System missions, Bai Fan now had a total of 36 dragon's blood grass plants. He was very much looking forward to how much Shelly would improve after being fed the dragon's blood grass. And also, how many times the return reward he himself would trigger this time. Mulling it over silently, he summoned Shelly. Then, Bai Fan presented all the dragon's blood grass he held to Shelly. Facing Bai Fan's offering, Shelly chirped happily twice and very politely used her 2 adorable tentacles to roll up the dragon's blood grass before swallowing it in one gulp. The Titan snail's mouth wasn't very large, but all 36 dragon's blood grass plants went into its mouth at once, and with a crunching sound, they were swallowed. Ding! And as Shelly finished eating all the dragon's blood grass, the electronic notification sound from the divine pet system simultaneously rang out in Bai Fan's mind. Feeding Titan snail successful. This feeding triggered a 1,000-fold return. You will receive the following rewards. Reward, 200 Beast Pet Growth Value. Reward, Beast Tamer B Rank Skill Book Earth Spike. Reward, 100 Dragon's Blood Grass Seeds. 100 Dragon's Soul Grass Seeds. All rewards have been issued. Please check them yourself, host. Listening to the perfectly clear prompt from the divine pet system in his mind, Bai Fan instantly became excited. Although it wasn't a 10-fold return like the first time he triggered the newbie reward, reaching a 1,000-fold return still made him very satisfied. At this moment, Shelly, who had just finished eating the dragon's blood grass, glowed with brilliant golden light, and her cute head slowly retracted into her shell after the golden light appeared. Seeing this scene, Bai Fan knew without a doubt that Shelly was about to awaken a new talent ability. Seeing this, Bai Fan didn't disturb Shelly but instead checked the B-rank Beast Tamer skill, Earth Spike, that he had acquired. Earth Spike B, Beast Tamer skill, consumes mental energy to summon Earth Spikes to attack enemies attack range 5m. Attack skill. And a large area attack skill. After checking the description of Earth Spike, Bai Fan became even more pleasantly surprised. He never expected that this 1,000-fold return would actually grant him an offensive skill. Don't let the B rank of Earth Spike fool you, its value is greater than some A rank skills. After all, in many situations, beast tamers are still very fragile compared to beast pets. With this long-range attack method, Bai Fan's life-saving ability was further enhanced. At that time, he could let Shelly charge to the front to attract enemy attention, and then he could quietly release Earth Spike to ambush them. The two combined would definitely produce unexpected results. Excited, Bai Fan looked at his surroundings and suppressed the urge to release Earth Spike once. With the attack range of Earth Spike, if he were to release it at home, it would probably collapse the building. While Bai Fan was immersed in the joy of his harvest, the Titan snail beside him already reacted. An ineffable, mysterious fluctuation slowly spread. Bai Fan knew that Shelly's transformation this time was complete. With just a thought, the detailed information of the Titan snail appeared before his eyes. Beast Pet Titan Snail. Nickname, Shelly. Age, 1 month. Level, 10. Aptitude, Excellent Purple. Growth value, 336 1000. Each time growth value reaches a certain level, there will be a chance to awaken new talents or skills. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. Core attributes, Strength 750, Wisdom 750, Physique 750, Agility 750, without any buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Equipping Titan's Fury, Strength attribute is 950. Skills, Titan's Body S, Mental Intimidation S. Loyalty, 90. Equipment, Gold Tier Titan's Fury. After reviewing Shelly's attribute panel, Bai Fan couldn't help but feel emotional. As expected of a first sequence hidden beast pet, Shelly's awakened talent skills were each more powerful than the last. Mental Intimidation S activates bloodline power to unleash mental intimidation on all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Any entity with intelligence attributes lower than the Titan snail will fall into a state of unconsciousness. Large-scale attack. Seeing the description of the mental intimidation skill, Bai Fan could only exclaim, awesome. With Shelly's current intelligence attribute of up to 750 points, one use of mental intimidation would likely incapacitate most monsters below level 30. With this skill, Bai Fan felt confident about his college entrance exam this time. Shelley, in this college entrance exam assessment, we're going to kill gods and destroy Buddhas. Let's get first place. Patting Shelley's head, Fan returned her to his beast tamer space. Then he started packing his things, preparing for the upcoming college entrance exam. Time flew by. The Beast Tamer Ascension exam, which would decide the fate of countless students, officially began. In the spacious plaza of Dongyun City Private High School, all third-year students taking the college entrance exam gathered here. In addition to these students, many first- and second-year students watched from the periphery of the plaza. In today's world, the Beast Tamer Ascension exam, naturally, would not determine rankings through written test scores, unlike Fan's previous life. The development of magic had provided this world with more convenient and comprehensive methods. Before everyone's eyes, a divine vine, as if reaching heaven and earth, began to emit brilliant light. And within the radiance, a colossal gateway flickered into existence. Around this grand gate, space displayed distorted wave patterns, and a dangerous aura emanated outwards. This was precisely the Gate of Trials. All students participating in this year's college entrance examination would pass through the Gate of Trials to enter the secret realm to fight in battle, determining their scores through their own efforts. After the Gate of Trials appeared, 4 sub-vines branched off from the divine vine, floating and swaying above the Gate of Trials. Immediately after, with these 4 divine vine sub-entities as boundaries, light converged to form a screen. This massive screen was currently black, but it once again captivated everyone's attention. Because in the upcoming college entrance examination, this huge screen would display the scenes of the candidates' exams within the secret realm. Moreover, the screen conjured by the divine vine was divided into individual sections, simultaneously displaying the examination footage of multiple candidates. The moment it appeared, the aerial photography equipment focused its lenses on this spot. At that time, the footage on the screen would be broadcast live online for all viewers in the Dragon Kingdom to see. Fan, after entering the secret realm later, you'll be asked to choose the challenge level for the secret realm. I hope you can choose the hell level difficulty. With your strength, you have a good chance of entering the top 10 in Yunchuan province. In the crowd, Xiao Yuanshan patted Fan's shoulder and spoke to him. Hearing the other party's words, Fan nodded without speaking. He had already decided to choose the hell level difficulty for the secret realm. As for the top 10 in Yunchuan province? His goal was far more than just that. Seeing Fan's demeanor, Xiao Yuanshan assumed he had understood, nodded in satisfaction, and returned to his position. Meanwhile, brilliant light once again rose from the divine vine, and a figure emerged from within the light. It was a middle-aged man with a resolute face, holding a gem-studded wooden staff, exuding a powerful aura. He was the invigilator for the Dongyun City College entrance examination, private high school examination area. Silence in the hall. This year's Beast Tamer Ascension exam is about to begin. All participating candidates, please check your equipment. In 10 minutes, the Gate of Trials will open. All candidates, please enter the trial secret realm in an orderly manner at that time. As soon as the invigilator appeared, a low, solemn voice immediately enveloped the entire square. For a moment, under his voice, all the candidates participating in this college entrance examination involuntarily became nervous. Everyone quickly checked their equipment, fearing they had missed something. On the periphery, the previously chattering onlookers also fell silent under the solemn voice, their eyes fixed on the changes in the field. After seeing the changes in the field, the invigilator's solemn voice sounded again. I reiterate, there are many dangers behind the Gate of Trials. All candidates, please cherish your lives. After entering the Gate of Trials, the Divine Vine will issue a return scroll to everyone. If things are beyond your control, all candidates, please choose to leave the trial secret realm in time. Upon hearing his words, the expressions on the faces of many candidates present became subtle. The Beast Tamer Ascension exam, though a selection process, carries considerable danger. Every year, many candidates, wanting to obtain more scores, misjudged their strength, which led to their deaths in the secret realm behind the Gate of Trials. The invigilating teacher's words now were just a common refrain. However, looking at the expressions of the candidates present, it's hard to say how many would actually heed him. After all, this is a life-changing opportunity for a beast tamer. Every extra point gained in the exam can put one ahead of countless peers. Under such circumstances, no one dared to give up easily. Soon, 10 minutes flew by. Time's up for the exam. All candidates, please enter the gate of trials in an orderly fashion. 10 minutes later, the invigilating teacher's voice rang out again. No sooner had he finished speaking than the faintly discernible trial gate within the divine vine suddenly materialized into a solid form. Brilliant golden light bloomed from the gate of trials, making it appear incredibly solemn and dignified. Immediately after, amidst the expectant gazes of all candidates, the gate of trials opened. After the trial gate opened, numerous students taking the exam, under the watchful eyes of the proctors, entered the trial gate in an orderly fashion, and By-Fan was naturally among them. Trial Secret Realm, Shadow Forest. Secret Realm Level, Bronze. Access Level, 120. Selectable Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell. Player Requirement, Single Player. Secret Realm Background, monsters gather in the shadow-shrouded forest. Brave beast tamers, if you wish to obtain the credentials to become strong, then exchange them for the lives of monsters. As By-Fan entered the trial gate, a piece of information naturally appeared in his mind. At the same time, a mechanical prompt also sounded in his ears. Examinee By-Fan, please select your trial difficulty level. Warning, do not select a difficulty beyond your capabilities, or uncontrollable consequences may occur. The prompt was cold and merciless, especially the final warning, which conveyed a bloody undertone. However, By-Fan showed no hesitation about this. Hell level. As By-Fan made his selection, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished into the gate of trials. When he reappeared, before By-Fan could recover from the dizziness of teleportation, the mechanical prompt in his mind rang out again. Prompt, Candidate By-Fan, you have successfully entered the Bronze level Secret Realm, Shadow Forest. The difficulty you have chosen is Hell level. A return scroll has been placed in your backpack. Please use it if you encounter danger. The protective barrier will disappear in 5 seconds. Good luck with your exam. Hearing the blessing of the Secret Realm's prompt, By-Fan, his dizziness dispelled, smiled nonchalantly. Then, he turned his head and began to observe his surroundings. The place he was in was a dense forest, similar to the outer regions of the Azure Wind Mountains. However, unlike the open spaces in the outer regions of the Tsangfeng Mountain, as soon as he landed, he already saw the monsters within the secret realm. These were a group of bipedal creatures, about 1.5 meters tall, with wolf heads. Their hands and feet were covered with long claws, and the flashing cold light indicated that they were absolutely sharp. It's finally starting. 3 years of honing a sword, all for this day. I wish all candidates participating in the Beast Tamer Ascension exam ideal results. I wonder how many students from our East Cloud City will get into top Beast Tamer universities this time. Son, Mom sees you through the live broadcast. Go for it, you must achieve your best score. After all participating candidates entered the gate of trials, the screen formed by the Divine Vine sub-entity began to randomly display footage of various candidates within the secret realm. At the same time, these images were also broadcast online, appearing before all live stream viewers. For a while, the comments sections on various live streams were filled with flying bullet comments, and everyone was excitedly discussing. When someone saw a familiar figure on the screen, they would spontaneously cheer for them in the comments. In just a short moment, the live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom Beast Tamer Ascension exam was pushed to the most popular position on all live streaming platforms. While the audience on the live stream was discussing enthusiastically, the various universities hosting the college entrance exam were also far from quiet. At this time, another examination venue in East Cloud City, East Cloud High. On the rostrum of the sports field, the principal of East Cloud High looked nervously at the images displayed by the Divine Vine. Beside him were the teachers of East Cloud High, and an acquaintance of By-Fan, Director Lu of the Education Bureau. Teacher Zhang, have you made everything clear to Tianlong and the others? Stealthily glancing at Lu Dong, the principal of East Cloud High quietly asked Zhang Shan next to him. Every year during the Beast Tamer Ascension exam, leaders from the Education Bureau would attend various schools throughout the process. But for someone like Lu Dong to personally appear, this was a first in the East Cloud High Principal's memory. Furthermore, Lu Dong was extremely close to Xiao Yuanshan and others from private high schools, and his presence here at this time made him somewhat uneasy and suspicious. Hearing the principal's words, Zhang Shan nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, Principal, I've made everything clear to them. Those few will all choose Hell Difficulty Secret Realms this time, and before the assessment, Tianlong's beast pet also awakened its second talent skill. This time, I definitely won't let you down, Principal." Zhang Shan's tone was full of confidence, and the principal, after hearing him, also relaxed. However, in a corner nearby, Zhuang Mo saw this scene and showed a hint of disdain on his face. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he stared intently at the screen formed by the Divine Vine, searching for his students. At the same time, he also had some expectations for Bai Fan's performance in the exam. No! Just at the first glance of those monsters, Bai Fan found information about them in the monster encyclopedia he had read. Monster, Null. Level, 5. Combat style, melee. Skills, bite, claw attack. These are extremely brutal monsters that like to move in groups. But in front of Bai Fan and Shelley, these gnolls and goblins were no different. However, not everyone was like Bai Fan, encountering level 5 gnolls right after entering. In the Beast Tamer Ascension exam, candidates choosing different trial difficulties would encounter different levels of first-wave monsters. For Hell difficulty, the initial monster level is 5. For candidates choosing easy difficulty, the first wave of monsters they encounter is level 1. From this perspective, it seems as if candidates choosing the easy difficulty have an advantage. However, things cannot actually be calculated that way. The initial monster level starts at 5, and candidates who choose Hell difficulty will receive different bonuses to the scores they can earn for each stage they pass. Easy difficulty is 1, normal difficulty is 1.25, hard difficulty is 1.5, and Hell difficulty is 2. Therefore, candidates who choose Hell difficulty will, from the first stage, have scores far exceeding those who choose other difficulties. However, high rewards also mean high risks. Only the strongest candidates will choose Hell difficulty. Because the further they go, the higher the difficulty of the monsters they face, and the greater the threat to the candidate's safety. Shelley, let's start fighting together. As the protective barrier was about to dissipate, Bai Fan summoned Shelley. Hearing his words, Shelley, who was sitting on his shoulder, rubbed his face affectionately, her two cute antennae waving continuously, as if a fighting spirit had also risen within her. And just then, the protective barrier completely vanished. Roar! With the disappearance of the protective barrier, the gnolls wandering in the distance also discovered Bai Fan, the uninvited guest. Immediately, piercing roars rang out, and the eyes of the 20 gnolls were bloodshot and red, as they wildly rushed towards Bai Fan. A foul, bloody smell permeated the entire space, and with the gnolls' charge, this smell became even more pungent. However, seeing this scene, Bai Fan showed no fear, but rather his eyes gleamed with excitement. The swift blade appeared in his hand, and at the same time, Shelley, under his command, activated Titan's body. Boom! A house-sized Titan snail, with an unstoppable momentum, charged into the pack of gnolls. Simply by relying on the crushing force of her massive size, the rampaging Shelley immediately scattered the 20 gnolls. In the blink of an eye, 8 unlucky gnolls were crushed into pieces because they stood in Shelley's path. However, blood and death did not make the gnolls fearful. Instead, they made them even more frenzied. Of the remaining 12 gnolls, 10 stayed to besiege Shelley, while the other 2 bypassed the giant Titan snail and charged towards Bai Fan, who seemed easier to bully. Roar! Looking at the slender and lean human, the 2 gnolls let out hoarse roars, their hideous faces bearing a bloodthirsty expression. It had been a long time since they had tasted fresh human flesh. Soon, a faster gnoll had already rushed in front of Bai Fan. Extremely sharp claws sprang from its hand, and the glistening talons whistled down towards Bai Fan. However, seeing this scene, Bai Fan's face remained calm. He moved his feet, his body instantly dodging the gnoll's attack, while simultaneously swinging his arm. Just as the gnoll attempted to attack again, the blade of the swift blade had already sliced across its neck. Swish! In the horrified gaze of the gnoll behind it, a grotesque head flew into the air, and foul-smelling blood splattered everywhere. Truly weak. Shaking the blood off his swift blade, Fan looked at the approaching gnolls, a cold light flashing in his eyes, then his figure suddenly rushed out. In the Gaokao secret realm, Fan, holding the swift blade, suddenly surged forward. Opposite him, the approaching gnoll, looking at the human charging towards it, felt an incredibly strong sense of impending death enveloping its entire body. It wanted to dodge, to stop its forward momentum. But it was too late to stop now. With all his attributes approaching 100 points, Fan's current speed completely overwhelmed these gnolls. In the terrified eyes of the gnolls, Fan's figure had transformed into afterimages, sweeping past them like the wind. Ha! With the human figure no longer in sight, a glimmer of surprise appeared in the gnoll's heart. Escaped death? As this thought just surfaced in its mind, its body, still charging forward, instantly became separated at the neck. In that very moment, the swift blade had quickly swept across its neck, taking its life before it could even react. After sweeping past the gnolls, Fan didn't look at the results of his attack behind him. His body didn't stop for a moment, charging directly towards the remaining gnolls. At this moment, in front of him, half of the 10 gnolls that had remained to besiege Shelley were already dead or wounded, having been exploded into pulp by Shelley's thick tentacles. It probably wouldn't take a few more seconds before the remaining 5 gnolls met the same fate as their kin. However, Fan didn't stop. Instead, he quickly approached a gnoll, swinging his swift blade to attack. Quick victory! Fan knew clearly in his heart that he didn't have much time to waste and had to clear the level as quickly as possible to achieve his goal. Because at this moment in the secret realm, countless people were competing with him, racing against time to hunt down demonic beasts. Being a step slow could very likely cause him to miss his ultimate goal. Swish, swish, swish. In a blink of an eye, the remaining 5 gnolls turned into corpses under the combined attacks of Fan and Shelley. The putrid smell of blood filled the air, making the environment even more eerie. However, Fan didn't mind this. Shaking the blood off his light spirit sword, he led Shelley step by step into the shadow forest. With the death of the 20 gnolls, the black mist shrouding the entrance of the shadow forest had dissipated, revealing a thorn-covered path. As they ventured deeper along this path, the surrounding environment quickly became gloomy and dim. However, this situation didn't have much impact on Fan, whose attributes had been enhanced. The twisted trees and the stark white bones scattered along the path appeared before his eyes one by one. As they gradually went deeper, Fan quickly sensed the presence of enemies once again. Not far ahead, a blazing bonfire came into view. Around the bonfire was a group of 20 ferocious-looking cat demons. Their bodies were covered in black fur, and thick tails swayed behind them. Occasionally revealed claws and teeth gleamed sharply in the firelight. Monster, Cat Demon. Level, 7. Combat style, melee. Skills, quick claw strike, bite. As Fan and Shelley approached, the noise they made immediately attracted the attention of the cat demons. Roar! Seeing humans trespass into their territory, the cat demons roared furiously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadowy figures, accompanied by a strong whooshing sound, charged towards Fan and Shelley. The fastest one reached Fan in the blink of an eye, its 5 sharp claws swiping with a foul stench. Seeing this, Fan ordered Shelley to confront the other cat demons, while he himself took a step back, dodging the cat demon's attack. Immediately after, he brandished the Sword of Lightness. Swish! Driven by Fan's powerful strength at this moment, the light spirit sword directly cleaved the cat demon in half. As Fan and Shelley quickly passed the first stage, outside, many viewers watching the live broadcast in Dongyun City fixed their gaze on the same screen. Oh my god! Who is this student? 20 gnolls, they didn't last 10 seconds against him? Exclamations of shock rang out as all viewers watching the live broadcast looked on with stunned expressions. On screen, a tall figure shot out like lightning, a long sword in hand, reaping the lives of the gnolls like a grim reaper's scythe. Meanwhile, at the other end of the screen, a monstrous beast the size of a house swung its tentacles, smashing the gnolls into pieces. In just a few seconds, all 20 gnolls lost their lives. The tall figure, accompanied by a ferocious beast, walked into the shadow forest, leaving everyone a retreating silhouette. Meanwhile, on the screen showing other examinees, fierce battles were still erupting. Since when did such a fierce guy emerge among our examinees in Dongyun City? How come I've never heard of this person, and what kind of beast pet is that? Why do I have no impression of it? Exclamations rang out, drawing more attention to this scene. At the same time, everyone was even more horrified to discover that the border of the live stream frame belonging to this examinee was subtly marked in red. Seeing this, the audience became even more shocked. This examinee chose hell difficulty. Holy cow, that's the highest difficulty level, and he's clearing it so fast. The live broadcast screens displayed by the Divine Vine would be marked with different colors around each screen, according to the trial difficulty chosen by the examinee. Red represented the highest tier hell difficulty. Logically speaking, the number of examinees in Dongyun City who chose hell difficulty was not small. For example, talented students from private high schools, Gaoming, Xiaoyuyue, Fong Tairan, and others Tianlong, Tianming, and others from East Cloud High. They all chose hell difficulty to achieve higher scores and better rankings throughout the entire college entrance examination process. Seeing a live stream of an examinee on hell difficulty wouldn't normally surprise these viewers. However, the commotion caused by Fan and Shelley was somewhat different. At this time, as they finished off 20 gnolls and cleared the first stage, other examinees who had chosen hell difficulty were still struggling in battle with the gnolls. Furthermore, in every year's college entrance examination, the information of students who were expected to contend for higher rankings and enter top universities was semi-public. But as more and more people paid attention to Fan, they gradually discovered that they couldn't find any records related to Fan. And they couldn't find any relevant descriptions of the ferocious giant beast beside Fan in the Beast Pet Encyclopedia. Is it Fan? The gifted student who transferred to the private high school not long ago. I didn't expect his strength to be so great. As expected of a first sequence hidden beast pet, the Titan snail. However, after a brief period of doubt, many people in the crowd began to feign surprise, revealing Fan's identity. Fan? Hearing the familiar name, the viewers watching the live stream were immediately shocked. The commotion at the contract ceremony a month ago was still fresh in the memories of many viewers. So, just hearing Fan's name immediately reminded them of his identity. The trash who contracted a Titan snail, a worthless beast tamer with no growth potential. Looking at Fan, who was making rapid progress and already fighting with the cat demons on the screen. All the viewers found it difficult to reconcile this figure with the information in their memories. That's not right. The Titan snail is widely considered useless. How could it possibly possess such formidable strength? After the shock, many viewers also began to question. For 100 years, dragons have been extinct, and the Titan snail has since fallen from grace. This is a fact acknowledged by the entire world. The scene unfolding before them completely overturned their understanding. However, after these voices of doubt arose, someone quickly stepped in to clarify. The Titan snail contracted by Fan is different. It mutated under his cultivation. Its current strength is even more formidable, probably ranking first among all beast pets. Upon hearing these explanations, the surrounding audience erupted in an even greater uproar. Mutation? Does that mean Fan's Titan snail not only lacks its previous weaknesses but has also become even stronger in combat power? Incredible, incredible. I heard Fan also awakened an S-rank talent at the contract ceremony. This time, our Dongyun City is surely going to produce a top scholar. Exclamations of praise rang out, making all the viewers watching the live stream even more excited. If Dongyun City could produce a provincial top scholar, it would be an unparalleled honor. However, after the praise, doubts then began to arise. I remember Fan was a student at East Cloud High. How did he transfer to this private high school? How could East Cloud High possibly give away such a genius? As the doubts among the audience grew, a few individuals constantly moving through the crowd began to smile. You still don't know, do you? Fan transferred to a private high school because he faced injustice. Despite being a genius, he not only didn't receive good treatment at East Cloud High but was also constantly picked on. And even eventually faced unjust expulsion. The excited audience, upon hearing these words, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. But this silence was quickly broken by anger. Is East Cloud High insane? They actually want to expel such a talented student. All the viewers were indignant at this moment, while on the rostrum of the private high school's plaza, Xiao Yuanshan quietly watched the scene unfold, a smile appearing on his face. This scene now was exactly to his liking. It was certainly worth the effort he spent arranging people to spread the news about the grievances between Baifan and East Cloud High. After nodding in satisfaction, Xiao Yuanshan turned his head back to the live broadcast of Baifan on the plaza. The more dazzling Baifan performs now, the greater the humiliation East Cloud High and its principal will face later. While the private high school students were passionately stirred, sudden exclamations also erupted among the crowd watching the live broadcast at East Cloud High. Many people looked angrily towards the distant rostrum. Ha! Upon seeing this, the principal of East Cloud High and the school teachers, who were seated on the rostrum, couldn't help but feel perplexed. This is... What happened? Why are you, the audience, looking at us instead of watching the live broadcast? Principal Li, I never expected something like this to happen at East Cloud High. Just then, Lu Dong, the director of the Education Bureau, suddenly placed his phone in front of the East Cloud High principal. Without bothering to ponder the meaning of Lu Dong's words, the East Cloud High principal focused intently on the phone. The phone displayed the live broadcast of the examinee assessment. In the footage, a tall and slender figure, wielding a long sword, was mercilessly slaughtering cat demons. Beside this figure, a hideous giant beast swung its enormous tentacles, finishing off cat demon after cat demon. What is this? Seeing this scene, the East Cloud High principal felt a sense of unease and was about to inquire. And just then, Zhuang Mo, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly spoke in an indifferent tone. Principal, that's the good-for-nothing you once looked down upon and expelled by Fan. Didn't you say he couldn't compare to Tianlong and the others? Now look again, Tianlong and the others are still stuck in the first stage, while Baifan is almost through the second. Zhuang Mo's tone carried a strong resentment, but the East Cloud High principal paid no attention at this moment, because after realizing the identity of the person on screen, he was completely stunned. Impossible. The Titan snail is a waste beast pet. This has been a well-known fact for hundreds of years. Baifan absolutely cannot possess this level of strength. After the initial shock, the principal of East Cloud High, looking at the figure on the screen, spoke with a tone of extreme surprise and anger. Ha! However, just then, Lu Dong, sitting next to him, let out a cold laugh. His voice was faint, yet it immediately made the East Cloud High principal, who heard it, feel as if plunged into an ice cellar. Useless? Principal Li, with the strength Baifan is currently demonstrating, even if he doesn't become the provincial top scholar, entering the top 10 in the province is already a sure thing. If such an excellent student is useless, then what do our other examinees in Dongyun City count for in your eyes? Lu Dong sneered as he looked at the incredulous principal of East Cloud High. He had long disliked this incompetent fellow. East Cloud High had been declining year after year, and this principal Li was inseparable from that decline. Upon hearing Lu Dong's words, the principal of East Cloud High immediately slumped into his chair, cold sweat incessantly streaming down. Zheng Shan, standing beside him, looked as if struck by lightning, his face visibly turning pale. He had forced Baifan to leave East Cloud High, something he hadn't thought much of before. A good-for-nothing could never have any impact on him, no matter what. But now it was different. With the strength Baifan was currently displaying, getting into a top-tier university was already a sure thing. Even if he didn't seek revenge from Baifan after he grew up, the accountability from the Education Bureau alone would be something he couldn't bear. Boom! A violent crash sounded, and the last cat demon was smashed into a pulp under Shelly's tentacles. At the same time, after the death of the last cat demon, the path to the third stage appeared before Baifan. Seeing this, Baifan did not hesitate and immediately set off with Shelly. The second stage has been passed again. Baifan's speed is a bit terrifying. Currently, other candidates are still struggling in the first stage. Even talented candidates like Xiao Yuyue and Tianlong have only just entered the second stage. Doesn't he need to rest? Passing 2 stages consecutively, his stamina must have been significantly depleted. Outside, seeing Fan continuing to advance on the screen, all the viewers couldn't help but be shocked and worried. In the Beast Tamer Ascension exam, candidates' scores are calculated based on the number of stages cleared and the final clear time. For many ordinary examinees, their score only comes from the earliest stages they manage to clear. Because with their strength, passing all stages is extremely difficult. But for the geniuses among those examinees, everyone possesses the strength to pass all stages. In the end, what determines the high or low score for them is the time taken to complete the stages. Therefore, from the very beginning, all examinees who chose the hell difficulty were racing against time, opting to pass each stage as quickly as possible. However, among these people, no one was like Fan, moving non-stop, clearing one stage and immediately advancing to the next. Without resting to recover stamina, Fan might exhaust himself in the subsequent stages. Not necessarily. Titan Snail is a hidden beast pet from the first series, and now it has mutated. The attributes it feeds back to Fan should be very high. The higher the attributes, the stronger Fan's stamina will be. His limits are much higher than we imagine. If Fan knew about the outside world's concerns, he probably wouldn't care at all. The attribute feedback provided by the level 10 Shelly had already pushed his various attributes close to 100 points, comparable to the attributes fed back by 20 level beast pets. With the enhancement of such powerful attributes, the previous two battles were merely a warm-up for him. Crunch! Crunch! Walking on the path to the third stage, Fan gradually heard chewing sounds. And as he continued to advance, the sound grew louder, and soon, his vision widened. The third stage was not like the previous jungle, but rather a depression that appeared in the forest. This depression was the size of a football field, with bonfires lit throughout, illuminating the surrounding environment. Seeing this scene, Fan, advancing with Shelly, couldn't help but smile. This is meeting old acquaintances. Under the illumination of the campfire, Fan could clearly see the situation in the hollow. 20 tall minotaurs gathered around the bonfires, some lazily sleeping, while others were cooking dinner. In the dilapidated iron pot, the soup was an eerie dark green, with pale bones faintly visible within. An impatient minotaur casually pulled a bone from the pot and, disregarding the steam still rising from it, put it directly into his mouth. The chewing sound Fan heard earlier was precisely from this. This was a minotaur camp considerably smaller than the one Fan encountered in the Azure Wind Mountains. And, perhaps due to food scarcity in the Shadow Forest, or perhaps deliberately so for the assessment, the size and strength of these minotaurs were also considerably smaller than those Fan had seen before. Among these 20 minotaurs, 2 were less than half the size of their companions, appearing gaunt and covered in dark red runes. Roar! While Fan was commenting with great interest, the resting minotaurs discovered the intruder who had arrived at the camp. Instantly, fierce gazes fell upon Fan and Shelly. Immediately after, all the minotaurs who clearly saw the intruders became excited at that moment, their large bovine eyes instantly bloodshot and red. Especially the minotaur who had been chewing on a bone earlier, he even threw the half-eaten bone to the ground. Looking at Fan and Shelly, his ferocious maw constantly drooled. In their limited intelligence, they had clearly already regarded Fan and Shelly as an extra meal for tonight. Monster, Minotaur Warrior. Level, 9. Combat Style, Melee. Skills, Charge, Stomp. Monster, Minotaur Shaman. Level, 9. Combat Style, Ranged. Skills, Boiling Blood, Shadow Ray. As the two sides approached, information about the Minotaur warriors' attributes also appeared in Fan's sight. The attributes of these Minotaur warriors did not differ much from those he had seen before. However, the two Minotaurs, who looked malnourished, made Fan feel somewhat surprised after seeing their attribute information. He hadn't expected that among these 20 Minotaurs, there would actually be 2 shamans. This was a mutated variety among minotaurs, and according to the records in the Monster Encyclopedia, the chance of their appearance was very low. He had encountered so many minotaur camps in the Azure Wind Mountains, yet he hadn't seen a single one like this. He didn't expect to encounter such a rare species in the Beast Tamer Ascension exam. Roar! Upon seeing that Fan and Shelley not only didn't flee, but instead delved deeper into the camp, the Minotaurs immediately let out earth-shattering roars. Without the slightest hesitation, the 18 Minotaur warriors charged forward in a frenzy. They looked so desperate, as if they feared that if they ran even a little slower, they'd miss out on a warm extra meal. While these Minotaur warriors charged, the 2 Minotaur shamans at the rear also began to act. In their hands were magic staffs that looked like toys compared to their body size. At this moment, the 2 Minotaur shamans gripped their staffs tightly, waving them continuously. A ghostly blue light gathered on the magic staffs. When this light converged into a mass, the 2 Minotaur shamans directly swung their staffs forward. Whoosh! These two masses of ghostly blue light quickly caught up with most of the warriors, then split into smaller parts in the air, falling into the bodies of the charging Minotaur warriors. Roar! A more intense roar sounded. The Minotaur warriors, who were mid-charge, had their muscles swell and green veins bulge on their skin after absorbing the ghostly blue light. In just a blink of an eye, the 18 charging Minotaur warriors had visibly increased in size, and their bull eyes shot out a tangible red light. During the college entrance exam trial, compared to the previous 2 stages, the difficulty of the 3rd stage had increased by another level. In addition to single melee-type monsters, there were now also ranged-type monsters. For a moment, all the viewers watching Fan's livestream couldn't help but feel worried after seeing the changes in the Minotaur warriors. The already towering Minotaur warriors, after receiving the bloodlust skill buff from the Minotaur shamans, became even more massive. Their current scene of a frenzied charge felt like witnessing a tank formation. However, unlike the viewers, Fan's expression remained unchanged after witnessing this scene in the secret realm. While these Minotaur warriors looked formidable, in his eyes, they were just for show. Shelley, time to get to work. Patting Shelley's shell, Fan immediately gave the command. Titan crash. As Fan's command was issued, a golden gleam flashed across Shelley's ferocious helmet. Then, his huge body collided with the charging Minotaur warriors in an unreasonable manner. Boom! A violent crash resounded. The first Minotaur warrior blocking Shelley's charge didn't even have time to react before its entire body was torn to shreds by the terrifying force. However, this was just the beginning. Shelley's body showed no hesitation. After shattering the first Minotaur warrior, it fiercely pierced through its flesh and continued to charge towards the Minotaur warriors behind it. In the blink of an eye, the crowded area in front of Fan was cleared. A deep gully had appeared among the previously dense ranks of charging Minotaur warriors. All the Minotaur warriors that had previously blocked this gully had become flesh and blood paving it. With just one charge, Shelley instantly halved the number of Minotaur warriors. Outside, witnessing this scene, the previously clamorous audience fell into an eerie silence. Their eyes were wide, their faces filled with disbelief. What kind of joke is this? Am I hallucinating? Just one skill, and it killed 9 Minotaur warriors. This must be fake. Even a mutated Titan snail shouldn't have such powerful strength. These Minotaur warriors are all level 9, and with the boiling blood skills buff, they can be considered level 10. Instantly killing 9 nearly level 10 demonic creatures, is this the strength a student taking the college entrance exam can possess? After the silence, gasps of surprise immediately erupted one after another from the crowd. No one expected Fan to maintain such a fast pace after entering the 3rd checkpoint. Moreover, the strength of the Titan snail made their minds struggle to keep up. Even a hidden beast pet of the first sequence shouldn't possess such formidable strength in its infancy. Especially among the crowd, those beast tamers with decent strength felt their worldview shattering. Fan's test level is 10, right? Are you sure there wasn't an issue with the test? How do I feel that the Titan snail is even fiercer than my level 20 beast pet? Are you kidding me? Even for a hidden beast pet, the difference shouldn't be this significant. After their astonishment, many beast tamers bowed their heads in shame. They felt completely unwell. Although every year in the college entrance examination, a few monsters appear, making them realize the gap between people. However, don't be a buzzkill like Fan and Titan snail. This is no longer a gap, it can almost be called a chasm. While these spectators marveled, Principal Li and teachers like Zhang Shan on the East Cloud High main stage were filled with dread. The strength Bai Fan displayed at this moment far exceeded their imagination. They had initially thought that quickly passing the first and second stages was already Bai Fan's limit. But now, watching the one-sided slaughter of the Minotaur warriors in the third round, they suddenly felt that the previous battles were probably just a warm-up for Bai Fan. For a moment, Principal Li and others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. "Principal Lu, do you still think Bai Fan is a good-for-nothing now?" Just then, Lu Dong, who was also watching the live broadcast, suddenly asked Principal Li with a smile. Hearing his words, the pale Principal Li couldn't help but tremble, the regret in his heart almost drowning him. "Director Lu, actually, it was just a misunderstanding before I was also misled by villains." With a look on his face like he was at a funeral, Principal Li looked at Lu Dong with pleading eyes. However, Lu Dong only gave a cold sneer in response to his words, not answering at all. Beside the two of them, Zhang Shan, who had once been so arrogant in the adventurers' hall, was practically shrinking under the table. But at this moment, no one paid attention to him anymore. Because, at this moment, a new situation emerged in the live broadcast. Shelley succeeded in one strike and then became entangled with the remaining Minotaur warriors. Meanwhile, Bai Fan, at this moment, wielding his light-footed sword, bypassed the remaining Minotaur warriors and charged towards the two Minotaur shamans. "Humans, die!" The gaunt Minotaur shamans, seeing Bai Fan suddenly appear, let out angry roars. Immediately after, they swung their magic staffs, and two ghostly green rays shot directly towards Bai Fan following their movements. Impulsive. Bai Fan actually intends to take on two Minotaur shamans alone. It's too dangerous, he should be hiding behind the Titan snail now, fighting with the power of his beast pet. Seeing this scene, worried voices rose among the audience. Everyone felt that Bai Fan was too impulsive. After all, it is well known that a beast tamer's entire strength comes from the attribute feedback of their beast pet. A powerful beast pet does not necessarily mean that the beast tamer is equally powerful. This is especially true at lower levels, where the difference is more pronounced. Because the attribute feedback a beast pet can provide increases proportionally with its level. According to the information Bai Fan registered before the exam, a level 10 Titan snail could only provide him with 10% attribute feedback. At this time, Bai Fan should assist his beast pet in battle like other beast tamers, rather than actively initiating an attack as he was doing now. So, in the eyes of all spectators at this moment, Bai Fan's actions were entirely for the sake of quickly clearing the stage, disregarding his own safety. This is troublesome now. If he gets injured during the battle, Bai Fan's subsequent clear speed will be forced to slow down. He's putting the cart before the horse. Li Dollar in the live broadcast, the attacks launched by the two Minotaur shamans were incredibly fast. The two ghostly green rays appeared just then, reaching Bai Fan's face in the blink of an eye. For a moment, all the spectators watching Bai Fan's livestream couldn't help but gasp in surprise. However, inside the college entrance exam secret realm, Bai Fan showed no sign of panic on his face when he saw the two incoming rays. His feet moved, and his body immediately completed a turn while charging forward, dodging the two rays by a hair's breadth. Put! As the two rays landed on the ground, blasting out two deep pits. Bai Fan's figure was already closing in on the two Minotaur shamans. At such close range, he could even smell the stench emanating from the Minotaur shamans. Seeing this, the two Minotaur shamans' faces flashed with panic, but then, they picked up their staffs and used them as weapons, sweeping towards Bai Fan from left and right. Although the magic staffs looked like toys in the hands of the Minotaur shamans, that was only relative to their size. These two staffs were as thick as Bai Fan's wrist, and their swings produced a piercing sound as they cut through the air. After launching their attack, the panic on the two Minotaur shamans' faces dissipated, replaced by a surge of brutal killing intent. They seemed to already envision Bai Fan being struck and torn to pieces. But the next moment, the two Minotaur shamans couldn't help but widen their eyes. Just as the two staffs were about to touch Bai Fan, his body suddenly leaped up, easily dodging the attack. At this point, the two magic staffs, having lost their targets, collided directly with each other. Bang! Crunch! Under immense force, the two colliding magic staffs snapped directly in half. Ha! Witnessing this scene, the two Minotaur shamans were utterly dumbfounded. They missed the enemy, and instead broke their own magic staffs used for casting. For a moment, the two Minotaur shamans, on the verge of tears, roared in fury. However, immediately after, as if ducks had their necks squeezed, the roars of the two Minotaur shamans were directly stifled in their throats. After landing, Baifan quickly lunged forward, his agile sword striking without hesitation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two streaks of sword light flashed, and a line of blood appeared on the necks of the Minotaur shamans, from which blood continuously gushed. Splash! At this moment, in the outside world, all the viewers who witnessed this scene felt their hearts pound. Holy crap! Instant kill! What's going on? How is Baifan so fierce too? Why is his speed so fast? The Minotaur shaman's attack was so close to him just now, and he still managed to dodge it. How high is his agility? Seeing Baifan instantly kill two Minotaur shamans on the live broadcast, all the viewers couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Especially among these viewers, some beast tamers whose strength was around level 20 had their eyes wide open in shock. The scene of Baifan dodging the Minotaur shaman's attack just now made them feel utterly terrified. If they were in his shoes, they felt it would be absolutely impossible to dodge. But Baifan did it. To them, this was something completely unimaginable. It's important to know that these beast tamers who have reached level 20 can each receive a 20% attribute feedback from their beast pet. In this situation, their various attributes basically all exceeded 50 points. But even so, they had no confidence in dodging the Minotaur shaman's attack. Doesn't this prove that Baifan's various attributes are even higher than theirs at level 20? Are you kidding me? Titan Snail is currently level 10, and the attribute feedback it can give Baifan is 10%. According to this calculation, with a 10% attribute feedback making Baifan's various attributes exceed 50 points, then Titan Snail's various attributes must be at least above 500 points. Every beast tamer who thought of this possibility felt like they were going crazy at this moment. Just level 10, and all attributes already exceed 500 points. Titan Snail is going to be God tier. Of course, if they had known at this moment that Titan Snail's all basic attributes reached 750 points. Furthermore, after using the Titan's body skill, this terrifying base attribute would be multiplied by 5. Their worldview would probably directly explode. And if their mood was shock, at this moment on the rostrum of the private high school, Xiao Yuanshan felt like he was going to heaven this time. Of course, this was out of excitement. At this moment, he looked at the tall figure in the live broadcast, took a few deep breaths, and finally calmed his emotions. But even so, he felt his heart beating faster and faster. At this moment, he deeply felt that helping Baifan transfer schools would be the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Hit the jackpot! Director Xiao, with the strength Baifan is showing right now, I'm afraid he has the qualification to contend for this year's provincial top scholar. Just as Xiao Yuanshan's heart was surging, the homeroom teacher of the gifted class suddenly leaned over and said with a serious expression. As soon as he spoke, the area near the rostrum instantly became quiet. Everyone showed a thoughtful expression after hearing his words. Before, everyone's expectation for Baifan was to enter the top 10 in the province. But at this moment, after the gifted class teacher's enlightenment, they suddenly realized. If Baifan continues clearing levels at this pace, forget about being the provincial champion, he might even have a chance to break into the top 100 nationwide. Old Xiao, you've really found a treasure this time. Top scholar of the province, how many years has it been since our Dongyun city produced a provincial top scholar? If this Baifan really succeeds, East Cloud City will become famous. Your private high school will also leap to become a key high school for the entire province. Heh, when your status rises, don't forget to buy me a drink. For a moment, after being reminded by the homeroom teacher of the gifted class, everyone thought of that possibility and couldn't help but look forward to it. Among them, the Education Bureau officials who had a good relationship with Xiao Yuanshan even started congratulating him with cheerful smiles. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yuanshan couldn't stop smiling. But, in contrast to the joyous atmosphere at the private high school, the main stage at East Cloud High was a picture of gloom at this moment. Like the teachers at the private high school, many people present also implicitly guessed the formidable achievement Bai Fan would ultimately attain, based on his speed in clearing levels. So, even though a few geniuses from East Cloud High were also seen reaching the third level in the live broadcast, demonstrating their potential to contend for provincial rankings, it did nothing to lighten the mood. It looks like this time, our East Cloud City is going to produce a provincial champion. On the main stage of East Cloud High, Lu Dong, whose expression had always been calm, couldn't help but get excited after seeing Bai Fan's smooth and flowing movements. Hearing his words, many people on the rostrum had extremely grim expressions. Especially Principal Lee of East Cloud High, looking at that tall figure in the live broadcast, he suddenly felt his life was hopeless. Expelling a gifted student who could potentially become the provincial top scholar was a major dereliction of duty that could directly remove him from his current position. And this was not even what terrified him the most. With the potential Bai Fan was now demonstrating, he was destined to become a top powerhouse in the future. After today, Bai Fan probably wouldn't even need to speak. Countless forces would come to deal with him, the principal, just to curry favor with Bai Fan. Thinking of the fate he might soon face, Principal Lee couldn't help but glare fiercely at Zhang Shan, who was not far away. If it weren't for this guy, how would he have gotten into this predicament? Zhang Shan truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Just as Principal Lee was thinking this, Zhang Shan, who was slumped in his chair, shivered when he felt the cold gaze. He sensed murderous intent in the principal's eyes. No. The results haven't been finalized yet, Director Liu. What you're saying is a bit premature. Although Bai Fan is clearing stages very quickly right now, his consumption must also be huge, so it's impossible for him to maintain this speed. In the end, he is very likely to be overtaken by other candidates, and whether he can even pass the exam is an unknown. Zhang Shan spoke with excitement at this moment, his expression growing more serious as he continued. Hearing his words, the originally despondent principal of East Cloud High School perked up. That's right, Zhang Shan's words made perfect sense. Given Bai Fan's current method of clearing stages, he might very well run out of stamina in the later stages. At that point, he would definitely be surpassed by other candidates, and might even fail in a certain level due to exhaustion. Such a situation was not unprecedented in previous Beast Tamer Ascension exams. Thinking this, Principal Lee relaxed again. He wasn't at a dead end now. As long as Bai Fan failed the college entrance exam, his decision to expel him would be completely justified. At the edge of the main stage, seeing Zhang Shan and the principal's excited expressions, Zhuang Mo's face couldn't help but flash with a sneer. Ha! What an ugly display. As teachers and principals, you are now hoping that a candidate taking the Gaokao will fail the exam. How ridiculous. However, your ideas are impossible. Bai Fan is stronger than you imagine. Thinking of the soaring fighting spirit he had witnessed in Bai Fan a few days ago, Zhuang Mo looked at Zhang Shan and the principal with even more disdain. What do you think he's trying to do by clearing levels so quickly, racing against time? He's aiming to get into Qingbei Academy, the Dragon Kingdom's #1 Beast Tamer University. Zhuang Mo's voice was faint, but when it reached the ears of the principal and Zhang Shan, it was like a clap of thunder. The Dragon Kingdom's #1 Beast Tamer High School. After hearing these words, the only expressions on their faces were shock and horror. They had never imagined that Bai Fan's goal was so ambitious. Qingbei Academy, the Dragon Kingdom's #1 Beast Tamer University, only recruits 100 new students each year. To get into Qingbei Academy, one's ranking must at least be in the top 3 of each province. And even then, it doesn't guarantee a secure spot for admission to Qingbei Academy. It must be noted that the students Qingbei Academy recruits each year are the strongest 100 among all candidates in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Because the educational resources and candidate strengths vary from province to province, sometimes even the top student of a province might not secure admission to Qingbei. No wonder Bai Fan chose such an aggressive way to clear the stages at this time. He was racing against all the prodigies in the Dragon Kingdom who were taking the college entrance exam. In an instant, not only Zhang Shan and the principal, but also other teachers and leaders around them, felt their emotions surge as they watched the figure on the live broadcast screen. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, after Bai Fan killed 2 Minotaur shamans, Shelley had also dealt with all the remaining Minotaur warriors. The third stage was now over. So far, Baifan's total time added up to 1 minute and 30 seconds. This was a terrifying figure. At this moment, 90% of all students participating in the college entrance examination in Dongyun City had just finished off the knolls and were encountering the cat demons in the second stage. Of the remaining 10% of students, a large portion were also in fierce battle with the cat demons. Only a handful of well-known gifted students in Dongyun City had entered the third stage at this time. For example, Xiao Yuyue and Fong Tai ran from private high schools, and several famous geniuses from East Cloud High. However, they had only just entered, and compared to Baifan's current progress, they were still very far behind. Of course, besides these, a portion of candidates were still stuck in the first stage of the college entrance exam secret realm. Among them, there was also an acquaintance of Baifan. It seems the overall quality of the candidates participating in this college entrance exam is quite good. Now, almost all of them have entered the second stage of the secret realm. Among the audience watching the live broadcast of the college entrance exam, besides some who kept their eyes on Baifan's screen, a portion of people also paid attention to the situations of other candidates. Although those candidates' performances were not as brilliant as Baifan's, they each had their own merits, making many viewers look forward to their progress. After all, every year after the college entrance exam, if the local candidates score well, they will feel proud when mentioning it to others later on. That person seems to be a genius student from East Cloud High. Why is he still stuck in the first stage? However, amidst this atmosphere, a voice filled with surprise and uncertainty suddenly rang out among the audience. Hearing this voice immediately piqued the curiosity of all the viewers present, and everyone turned their heads to look. At this moment, on the live broadcast screen, a disheveled figure was running frantically, and behind him were more than a dozen gnolls with bloodthirsty glints in their eyes. And that wasn't all. Behind the gnolls, a massive tiger, its body enveloped in lightning, was also following. Holy crap! Is this a game of eagle catching chicks? That's a battle beast pet, a crimson thunder tiger. How is it that after all this time, he hasn't even dealt with a few gnolls? Upon seeing this scene, all the viewers watching the live broadcast were stunned. They never expected to witness such a comical sight. A beast tamer who contracted a crimson thunder tiger being chased all over the map by a few gnolls. This is simply a joke. Are you kidding me? He contracted a battle beast pet, a blazing thunder tiger, yet he can't even handle the gnolls in the first stage? And this is the guy East Cloud High touts as a genius? His performance isn't even as good as students who contracted support beast pets. Looking at the frantically fleeing figure on the live broadcast screen, various discussions immediately erupted among all the viewers watching the broadcast. Principal Lee, is this your East Cloud High's genius student? Meanwhile, on the East Cloud High's presidential rostrum, Lu Dong's expression also turned incredibly sour. He had originally thought that suppressing and expelling Baifan was merely due to the narrow-mindedness and short-sightedness of East Cloud High's principal and some teachers. But he never expected that a student capable of contracting a first-sequence battle beast pet would be taught to such a degree by them. Hearing his words, Principal Li and Zhang Shan, who were beside him, also turned pale. Especially Zhang Shan, who began to tremble all over. On one hand, he was scared by the anger in Lu Dong's words, and on the other hand, he was furious with Tianlong. After leaving the Adventurers Guild that day, he had put in great effort to appease Tianlong, and at the same time, he gave Tianlong some resources to help him improve his strength before the college entrance exam. This could be considered his early investment. Tianlong's performance at the time didn't disappoint his expectations. He patted his chest and promised to achieve a good score in the college entrance exam. The result? Watching the figure frantically fleeing on the screen, Zhang Shan's heart felt utterly cold. Principal Li, is this the result of your work at East Cloud High? You cast out truly gifted students as trash, only to cultivate these disgraceful individuals. It seems the atmosphere at East Cloud High needs some rectification. Otherwise, which future parents would feel at ease entrusting their children to the school for education? At this moment, Lu Dong's tone was filled with immense anger. Dragon Kingdom vigorously promotes education, even spending vast resources each year to expose students to beast tamer knowledge during high school. All of this was to cultivate talent and enhance the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. It's no exaggeration to say that the attention and resources invested in beast tamer students are the highest priority in the Dragon Kingdom. It's been a national policy executed by the Dragon Kingdom for decades. Yet, right now, a student capable of contracting a combat beast pet is being chased like a rabbit by a gnoll in the college entrance exam secret realm. From this, it's evident how lacking East Cloud High's education is in practical combat for its students. Hearing Lu Dong's blunt remarks, the principal of East Cloud High, sitting in his chair, trembled, and dense cold sweat beaded on his forehead. But at this moment, he had no mind to wipe it away, because he knew that after today, he was finished. While the outside world buzzed with discussion due to Tianlong's performance, Bai Fan and Shelley had already embarked on the path to the fourth stage. As they delved deeper into the shadow forest, the surrounding eerie and terrifying aura grew thicker. They hadn't walked far when a strange roar suddenly echoed from ahead. Hearing the sound, Bai Fan couldn't help but grip the light spirit sword in his hand tightly. In the assessment, each stage was more perilous than the last, and even if the previous stages had gone smoothly, he never let his guard down. Moreover, judging by the sound of the roar, the enemy in the fourth stage was clearly a big one. Patting Shelley's shell, the man and his beast pet continued forward. Soon, they encountered the enemy of the fourth stage. In the forest not far away, 3 giant pythons, over 5 meters long, were entangled with each other. Their scales were dark green, gleaming with a hard sheen, and their pale fangs protruded from their mouths, glinting coldly with their movements. With just a glance, it was clear that these 3 monsters were not on the same level as the Minotaur warriors. Mutated giant pythons? Bai Fan recognized them instantly. They were the newbie killers marked in the Monster Codex, level 12, and each one an elite-grade monster. The factors determining a monster's strength, besides its level, also depended on its grade. According to the Monster Compendium, monster grades, from lowest to highest, are divided into 4 levels: normal, elite, leader, and lord. Among monsters of the same level, an elite-grade monster is 5 levels stronger than a normal grade one. The Minotaur warriors and catfolk monsters Bai Fan had encountered before were only ordinary grade monsters. Though numerous, all of them combined probably wouldn't be enough to fight these 3 mutated giant pythons in front of him. These 3 big guys combined are probably as strong as the beast pet contracted by the bounty hunter leader. As he thought this, Bai Fan's face showed no fear or apprehension. He strode forward with Shelley, approaching the mutated giant pythons. Soon, he arrived not far from the 3 giant pythons and casually used appraisal to check their attribute information. Monster, mutated giant python. Level, 12 elite. Combat style, melee. Skills, powerful constriction, venom spray. After reviewing the attribute information of the 3 giant pythons, Bai Fan frowned slightly, lost in thought. Powerful constriction was easy to understand, simply using their massive bodies to crush enemies, in line with a python's habits. But, venom spray. While Bai Fan was contemplating, the 3 mutated giant pythons in the distance discovered the encroaching human. Instantly, their huge bodies arched up. Their enormous mouths opened, and their sharp fangs aimed at the intruders before them. Whoosh, whoosh. From the tips of their venomous fangs, a pale green liquid shot out, a total of 6 streams, flying towards Bai Fan and Shelley with a piercing whoosh. Seeing this, Bai Fan was about to retreat and dodge when Shelley's massive figure suddenly stood between them. Bang, bang, bang. The incoming pale green venom, like crossbow bolts, struck Shelley's shell, creating a resounding crash. Under Shelley's formidable attributes, the venom caused no damage at all. After hitting Shelley's shell, it fell weakly to the ground. However, after these venoms landed on the ground, they corroded the ground, creating deep pits. Not only that, but the venoms began to volatilize upon landing, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a pale green mist. Phew! Shelley, you're awesome! Seeing the attack blocked, Bai Fan, protected behind Shelley, patted her huge body with satisfaction. Shelley, like a small mountain, stood before him, like a solid wall, giving him an immense sense of security. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he caught a pungent whiff, and his body swayed involuntarily. Poisonous? Gaokao's secret technique. As soon as the dizzying sensation appeared in his mind, Bai Fan quickly retreated with Shelley, moving away from where they had just stood. Now that they had moved, he also saw the damage caused by the venom. The ground where they had been standing was pockmarked, with a cloud of pale green poisonous mist swirling there. Oh my god! These snakes are too insidious! Seeing this scene, Fan was startled. He hadn't expected that even if the mutated giant python's venom spray didn't hit, he would still be affected by the poison. No wonder these creatures were called rookie killers. If encountered in the wild, relaxing after dodging the venom spray would likely lead to being poisoned by the volatilized gas. While Fan was secretly vigilant, the three mutated giant pythons, seeing their venom attack fail, all let out furious hisses. Their three pairs of bloodthirsty serpent eyes all turned towards them. Then, without the slightest hesitation, their massive bodies lunged towards Fan. The three mutated giant pythons were 5 meters long. As they moved quickly, their huge bodies knocked away all obstacles in their path. For a moment, dust flew and stones scattered, creating a quite spectacular scene. Seeing this, Fan quickly retreated, while commanding Shelley to charge forward. Their current opponents were not the humanoid monsters from the previous 3 levels. The mutated giant pythons were enormous. Fan, with his small frame, even with the attribute feedback from his beast pet, would be no match if he directly engaged them. However, although he was retreating, his hands were not idle. As he retreated, he formed a strange hand seal, and an earthy yellow light shimmered within it. Once he felt the distance was adequate, Fan stopped, pressing his hands heavily on the ground. Earth Spike! In an instant, Fan felt nearly half of his stamina drain away, transforming into a strange power that surged between his hands. And then, this power, guided by the hand seal he formed, directly seeped into the earth. Rumble! The 3 giant pythons were already closing in on Shelley when, at that moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Earth spikes, as thick as an adult man's arm and a meter long, suddenly emerged as the earth trembled. The 3 giant pythons, charging forward, were immediately restrained by these earth spikes, their weaker scaled defenses on their massive bodies directly pierced. One of the mutated giant pythons was the unluckiest after being struck by an earth spike. Its forward momentum didn't stop, creating a long gash along its underbelly. Roar! The pain caused the 3 mutated giant pythons to continuously roar and writhe. Although these wounds seemed insignificant compared to the mutated giant python's enormous size, the appearance of these earth spikes directly limited the activity space of the 3 mutated giant pythons. Holy crap! Beast Tamer skill. Fan can actually use Beast Tamer skills now. Upon witnessing this scene, the recently calmed atmosphere outside instantly became noisy again. All the spectators looked at the earth spikes protruding from the ground in the live broadcast, their faces filled with disbelief. Logically, there was nothing to be surprised about, as with the growth of a beast tamer, everyone would eventually become like a superhero. Powerful beast tamers could move mountains and oceans with their own strength alone, and every battle was enough to change the terrain. Even weaker beast tamers could learn skills through skill books to summon storms and meteors. However, these were powers that beast tamers could only use after reaching a certain level of strength, definitely not something a candidate who had just participated in the Beast Tamer Ascension exam could wield. Because this not only required talent but also matching attributes. Beast tamers are different from beast pets. Beast pets inherently possess magical power within their bloodline. Beast tamers are essentially human, and to use various skills, they need to gain sufficient feedback attributes from their beast pets. If your attribute values aren't up to par, even the weakest fireball spell is impossible to cast. Following the normal process, a beast tamer could only potentially use skills once they reached level 20. So, watching the scene on the live broadcast, all the viewers' eyes widened in disbelief. A level 10 beast tamer, however, could already utilize skills. They had only ever heard of such a thing in the news. This was the first time they had witnessed it with their own eyes. And within the secret realm, after the Earth Spike skill was activated, Shelley immediately charged without even waiting for Fan's command. Rumble! Amidst the trembling of the earth, Shelley's massive body shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the 2 mutated giant pythons blocking his path were crushed to death by the immense force. Immediately after, Shelley unhesitatingly confronted the last mutated giant python. Roar! Seeing its two companions killed, the remaining mutated giant python ignored its bodily pain, its pair of savage snake eyes fixed on Shelley. Looking at the colossal creature opposite it, which was in no way inferior to itself, the mutated giant python opened its ferocious snake maw and fiercely bit towards Shelley's neck. For a moment, a foul wind swept through the forest. Facing the mutated giant python's attack, Shelley immediately retracted its head into its shell. Bang! The mutated giant python's enormous snake mouth directly struck Shelley's shell. Two menacing fangs pressed firmly against the shell, and as the mutated giant python frantically twisted its body, it continuously exerted force, attempting to pierce Shelley's shell. But at this moment, the snake fangs rubbed against Shelley's shell, emitting a sound like metal colliding, with sparks flying everywhere. However, amidst the teeth-grating sound, the mutated giant python discovered with immense shock that its fangs, which could usually easily pierce rock, had not left the slightest mark on its opponent's shell. On the contrary, under constant exertion, it felt that its two snake fangs were starting to loosen. The titan snail's shell was simply too hard. The attack had no effect, and before the mutated giant python could figure out why, Shelley's head, which had been retracted into its shell, suddenly shot out at high speed. Bang! Only a muffled thud was heard, and a mass of flesh exploded. The mutated giant snake's body was directly severed into two, leaving only its huge snake head still biting onto Shelley's shell. However, in the next instant, as Shelley shook its body, the mutated giant python's head was flung away like trash. Well done, Shelley. Standing behind, Fan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but praise. Shelley, upon hearing this, immediately waved its tentacles happily. It seems Fan's desire to aim for the top beast tamer high school isn't an empty boast. On the private high school's podium, Xiao Yuanshan watched the scene on the live broadcast screen, his heart shaking uncontrollably. He naturally knew Fan's ambition, but initially, he didn't take it seriously. After all, every year, Xingbei Academy recruits new students by selecting the best of the best, choosing the top 100 from millions of candidates nationwide. Every one of these 100 individuals is a true peerless talent, destined to become a powerful figure in the future. In his opinion, to enter Dragon Kingdom's top beast tamer high school, Xingbei Academy, Fan's previously demonstrated strength was still somewhat lacking. But now, seeing Fan use a skill, he understood that Fan's admission to Xingbei Academy was now almost a certainty. At merely level 10, the basic attributes Shelley feeds back to Fan are enough to support him in using skills. It seems Shelley's strength is even greater than recorded. It's likely that with Fan's current strength, he would rank among the top candidates nationwide. Xiao Yuanshan was overjoyed at this moment. Producing a provincial top scholar was an honor. Producing a genius student who enters Xingbei Academy was an even greater, unparalleled honor. One must know that throughout the years, every student who successfully graduated from Xingbei Academy has now become a powerful figure with real authority in Dragon Kingdom. Each one is an individual whom countless forces desperately vie to win over. And now, Fan has already secured such a qualification. A golden carp is not meant for a pond with wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. From today onward, Fan's rise will be unstoppable. As someone who recognized this talent, and for the Xiao family, countless benefits await in the future. For a moment, Xiao Yuanshan was incredibly excited, his gaze fixed on the slender figure on the screen. Shadow Forest, Level 4. After dealing with the three mutated giant pythons, Fan, with somewhat unsteady steps, walked over to Shelley. He never expected that using the Earth Thorn spell just once would consume so much stamina. No wonder the teachers often said before that beast tamers below level 20 are just rookies. Activating a skill consumes so much. If it weren't for the high attribute feedback I get from Shelley, any other normal level 10 beast tamer would probably be drained dry before even unleashing the skill. With my current strength, using Earth Thorn as a regular skill is still a long way off. I can probably only cast it twice, and then I won't have much stamina left. I wonder if the Berserk skill consumes a lot of energy. It seems I need to try to control the number of times I cast skills before my attributes improve. At this moment, Fan pondered silently, but his overall mood was still exhilarated. After the mutated pythons died, the path to the next level appeared before him. Next, it's the final level. Ignoring the fallen corpses of the mutated giant pythons and looking at the path leading to the next stage, Fan took a deep breath, then walked beside Shelly, patted its shell, and continued onward. The path to the fifth stage was completely different from before. As Fan and Shelly delved deeper, the surroundings became increasingly wide, until eventually, there were only a few trees visible. A palace, built within the forest, appeared before him. As they approached the palace, Fan could feel a terrifying aura permeating the surroundings. This powerful aura completely surpassed all the monsters he had encountered before. Even the Minotaur chieftain encountered in the Azure Wind Mountains was a mere trifle compared to this aura. However, he didn't hesitate for a moment. After arriving in front of the palace, he immediately pushed open the palace gates. Creak! As the door hinges creaked, a strong smell of blood assailed Fan's nostrils. The scent of blood was incredibly thick, so much so that even Fan, who had spent a month in the Azure Wind Mountains, felt a desire to gag upon smelling it. However, he quickly suppressed his physical discomfort and fixed his gaze on the huge figure in the center of the palace. It was a colossal creature, dark green all over, that stood 6 meters tall just by sitting. Its appearance was ugly, with exposed fangs, and its entire body seemed forged from steel, with bulging muscles that suggested explosive power. At that moment, it was eating the flesh of some unknown creature, and fresh blood dripped continuously from its grotesque mouth. Noticing the sound of Fan pushing open the door and entering, a pair of blood-red eyes immediately looked over. Its gaze was indifferent and tyrannical, as if looking at an ant that had disturbed its meal. But the next moment, the indifference and tyranny in its eyes transformed into an incredibly fierce cruelty and murderous intent. Huma, N. The massive sound made the entire palace hum. The next moment, the grotesque figure stood up directly, its 10-meter-tall body exuding a tidal wave-like pressure. Ogre! Just by the first glance at the opponent, Fan recognized the identity of the monster before him. However, facing the oppressive size and terrifying murderous intent, his expression remained calm, without the slightest ripple. Monster, Ogre. Level 15 leader. Combat style, melee. Skills? The power emanating from this ogre was several times stronger than that of the leader-level Minotaur Fan had previously encountered. But he wasn't surprised at all. Among demon monsters, creatures of the same level and rank can also vary greatly in strength. Just like beast pets, both belonging to the first sequence beast pet, there was a chasm in strength between a blazefire lightning tiger and a titan snail. The same was true for the Minotaur leader and the ogre. It's been a long time since I smelled fresh human. Upon seeing Fan and Shelly, the ogre took a step, its massive body moving with a strong sense of oppression. In front of its huge figure, even Shelly, who had activated Titan's body, appeared somewhat tiny and frail. At this moment, its entire aura was filled with tyranny and bloodlust, as if it couldn't wait to tear Fan apart and devour him. As he gradually advanced, drool continuously flowed from its hideous mouth, corroding small pits into the ground it had walked over. Seeing this scene, Fan was not surprised in the least. Ogres are not only tall and powerful in close combat, but their blood and saliva also contain extremely potent toxins. These toxins are considerably stronger even when compared to those of the mutated giant python. When the ogre, standing at a massive 10 meters tall, appeared on the live broadcast screen, all the viewers watching held their breath. Is this the final boss that hell-level difficulty candidates have to face? This is just too abnormal. Even without facing it personally, just by looking at that terrifying aura, this ogre's strength is probably comparable to a level 20 monster. A chorus of discussions erupted, and all the viewers watching the live broadcast instantly became boisterous. And this clamor continued to spread, drawing more people to join in. Because Fan was the first candidate to reach the 5th stage in all the live streams, at this moment, his live broadcast screen almost captured everyone's attention. A leader-level ogre. On the podium of the private high school, Xiao Yuanshan clenched his fists as he looked at the mountain-like figure on the live screen. Compared to the ogre's massive size, Fan, standing before it, was as small as a toy. Now Fan maintains an absolute lead. This ogre, I wonder how long it will take him to defeat it. Guessing in his mind, Xiao Yuanshan's gaze remained unwavering, fixed on the still upright figure facing the enormous ogre. What did this thing eat to grow so big? In the secret realm, Bai Fan looked at the ogre charging towards him with a gust of foul wind, and couldn't help but ponder to himself. Such a massive size, in his previous life, would almost certainly qualify it as a dominant existence. Even the largest land animal, an elephant, would be like a younger sibling in front of this ogre. However, he also understood that this was the reality of the current world. A 10-meter-tall ogre was actually not much different from an ant in front of truly high-level monsters. He had seen many creatures in the monster encyclopedia that were larger and more powerful than ogres. Cyclops that stood 100 meters tall, with a body equivalent to a 30-story building. Dark kunpangs, whose wingspan covered the sky and sun, feeding on blue whales. Any one of these powerful demonic beasts, if taken on alone, would be enough to cause unimaginable disaster for humanity. Each one could easily destroy a city. So, at this moment, looking at the ogre, Bai Fan couldn't help but lose focus for a moment. Facing these terrifying demonic beasts, humanity still stubbornly propagated and, in competition with them, gained the upper hand. One can only imagine how much effort, and even lives, were sacrificed in the process. And those beast tamers who could rival top-tier demonic beasts, how powerful must their strength be? Roar! The rapidly approaching ogre, carrying a putrid stench, lunged forward. Then it saw that the tiny human actually looked fearless. This instantly filled it with unparalleled rage. A mere human ant dared to display such an attitude in front of it. Simply unforgivable. Suddenly, the ogre roared furiously, the tyrannical killing intent surging in its eyes becoming incredibly intense. Damn human, I will tear you to shreds, piece by piece. I'll make you feel the pain of every piece of flesh being chewed to bits by me. Thud. The ogre's thick legs stomped heavily on the ground, instantly halting its charging figure. Immediately after, a palm the size of a millstone, carrying a violent gust of wind, swiped towards Bai Fan. Upon seeing this scene, the audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety, worried about Bai Fan facing the ogre in the secret realm. However, in the secret realm, Bai Fan showed no fear whatsoever. The ogre's massive palm whistled towards him, the biting strong wind it generated rustling his clothes. Yet, under this gale, he took a step back, yielding the battlefield to Shelley. Roar! As if sensing that its opponent's strength was worthy of a fight, Shelley let out an excited roar. Then, without hesitation, it met the ogre's palm with its head, adorned with a ferocious helmet. Bang! A violent collision echoed, and the entire palace seemed to tremble at that moment. The ogre's huge palm was seen flung high after the impact, its entire body driven backward by the recoil, staggering several steps. And across from him, Shelley shook its head, dispelling the slight dizziness, its two antennae constantly waving in the air, looking extremely excited. You, what are you? The ogre, who had been forced to retreat several steps before regaining his footing, looked at Shelley before him with extremely grave eyes. He sensed a powerful strength in this creature, whose size was less than half of his own, a strength no less formidable than his own. However, in his perception, the creature's level was clearly not as high as his. Did this mean that this reptilian creature's grade was even higher than his own? At once, the ogre's anger intensified upon realizing this fact. Roar! Thinking angrily, the ogre took 2 steps back, returning to where he had been sitting. He waved his hand and picked up a huge bone club from the ground. This bone club was 7 or 8 meters long, and its thickest part was nearly as wide as 2 people embracing. Moreover, dense tooth marks all over the club made it look incredibly fearsome. I'm going to smash you to a pulp. With the bone club in hand, the ogre roared in fury, then swung into action, charging forward madly. Thump 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 thump. With every step he took, the ground vibrated violently, emitting sounds like a booming drum. However, looking at the ogre charging head-on, Bai Fan and Shelley showed no fear. Bai Fan, whose stamina had recovered considerably, retreated step by step while forming a hand seal with both hands. That was the precursor to activating Earth Spike. At the same time, Shelley unhesitatingly activated the skill built into her helmet and charged madly towards the ogre. Seeing the minuscule creature charging at him, a ferocious grin appeared on the ogre's face. He raised the bone club high and then swung it down heavily. He intended to smash this creature that dared to challenge him into a pulp. Boom! A violent collision sound rang out as the bone club and the charging Shelley crashed together, striking his shell with a deafening impact. Witnessing this scene, the ferocious grin on the ogre's face grew even more cruel. He was well aware of the power of his strike. Even hard rocks as tall as himself would shatter into pieces after being hit by this blow. He was now eager to see Shelley's shell shattered by his attack. "I've never eaten a reptile this big before. I wonder what it tastes like." After a single strike, the ogre's cruel eyes fixed on the front, his mouth already salivating uncontrollably. He was now eager for a hearty meal. However, once the dust settled, the scene before him directly stunned him. The snail, struck by the massive bone club, was completely unharmed. Aside from its body sinking slightly into the palace floor, there wasn't a single scratch visible anywhere on its body. Especially the shell part that was hit by the bone club, let alone cracks, there wasn't even the slightest mark. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the ogre uttered a bewildered sound. Everything he saw before him made him unable to comprehend. A creature clearly smaller than him not only possessed strength no less than his own, but its defense was even tougher than incredibly hard granite. Roar! However, after the shock, the ogre soon let out an incredibly angry roar. He refused to believe that the shell of this creature in front of him was truly that hard. Even if this guy in front of him today were made entirely of steel, he would still smash him into pieces. Gripping the bone club in his hand, the ogre flexed his arm, intending to launch another attack. But as he moved, he suddenly felt his hand lighten, and the weight of the bone club unexpectedly became less than half of what it usually was. Before the ogre could even ponder what had happened, he watched in utter horror as the bone club, his weapon, broke in half from the middle. With the ogre's limited intelligence, he was utterly bewildered at this moment. He was clearly the one attacking his opponent. How did that strange creature in front of him remain unharmed, while his own weapon broke? However, while the ogre was stunned, Fan, who had retreated to a safe distance, wasn't idle. Earthy yellow light appeared on his palm, and then he pressed his hands heavily onto the ground. Rumble! The ground in the palace trembled, especially beneath the ogre's feet, where it undulated like water. Then, an earth spike, not much thinner than the ogre's bone club weapon, emerged from the ground. The tip of this earth spike was extremely sharp, glinting with a biting cold light in the dimness. As it appeared, it continuously grew taller, quickly exceeding 1 meter, and still rising. Finally, the bewildered ogre felt a sharp pain. The thick earth spike struck one of his indescribable parts before he could react. Roar! A mournful roar erupted, and the ogre's ferocious large face twisted in that instant. Outside, all the viewers intently watching the live broadcast, seeing the ogre's tragic predicament, involuntarily squeezed their buttocks, a chill running straight to their minds. This is just too cruel. It must have pierced him. It must have. That earth spike is so thick, it probably even exploded the ogre's stomach. Discussions tinged with horror arose, and all the viewers watching the live broadcast felt a sense of empathy at that moment. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, watching the ogre roaring in fury, a faint smile appeared on Fan's face. Success! It seems that a beast tamer's skills can indeed be altered through one's own manipulation. In that case, the same skill, in the hands of different beast tamers, will likely manifest in different ways. Thinking to himself, Fan felt he had found a path to improve his strength. Earlier, in the fourth trial, when he cast earth spikes, he felt as if he could control the generation of these spikes. But at that time, it was his first time casting earth spikes, and although the feeling arose, it was too late to control them. However, he kept the matter in mind, planning to find an opportunity to try it out. He didn't expect to encounter the ogre in the fifth trial, stunned into a daze due to shock. Under these circumstances, Fan would feel embarrassed if he didn't give the ogre a taste of his power. So, without any hesitation, he directly followed his inner revelation and cast earth spikes. This time, he didn't let it run its course, allowing earth spikes to cover an area and attack everything within it, as it did in the fourth trial. Instead, he controlled the energy, making them continuously gather together, transforming into a thicker, longer, and sharper earth spike, and then performed a certain eye-patch-wearing fellow signature move, 1,000 years of death. It must be said, this move had an immediate effect. Watching the ogre constantly wailing, wanting to move but not daring to, Bai Fan felt that he might have mastered a unique secret technique for dealing with large monsters. While thinking, Bai Fan's hands remained on the ground, and the yellowish light on them continued to surge. With a thought, the giant earth spike that had appeared in the distance suddenly retracted downwards. Roar! The immense sense of loss made the ogre let out a mournful shriek, and as the spike was pulled out, dark green blood gushed forth. This scene looked as if a balloon filled with water had been punctured. However, the next moment, the gushing dark green blood immediately stopped. Don't thank me. Seeing you so badly injured, I'll stop the bleeding for you first. Seeing the scene before him, a strange smile flashed across Bai Fan's face. With a thought, the earthen spikes that had sunk into the ground suddenly thrust out again. Roar! Deeper this time. The secondary injury made the ogre's wound even larger. Damn human, I will tear you to shreds. A painful roar echoed through the palace. The ogre felt that since birth, he had never experienced such great humiliation. On the opposite side, Bai Fan withdrew his hands with a look of unfulfilled desire, suppressing a smile as he watched the ogre's pain. That move just now was a new development he'd stumbled upon while controlling the earth spikes. The first time he cast earth spikes, half of his stamina was drained, and that power then resonated with the magical energy in the air, exploding all at once as earth spikes. But when he tried to control the earth spikes, after the giant spike had coalesced, he found there was still a little bit of residual power left, just enough for him to make a slight alteration. And so, the subsequent scene unfolded. However, the residual power dissipated after being used once. To use it again, with his current limited stamina, would be impossible. Otherwise, today he would have made the ogre understand why flowers are so red. The scene displayed in the live broadcast was brutal. Even though the one enduring such pain was an ogre, the viewers watching couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. This was simply too horrific. For a moment, outside the live broadcast screen, everyone, regardless of gender or age, felt a lingering sense of dread. But among these viewers, there weren't a few who knew their stuff. Beyond their lingering fear, their hearts pounded fiercely. What terrifying talent! To be able to finally control a skill at such a young age. On the presidential platform of the private high school, Xiao Yuanshan watched the enormous earth spike on the screen, his eyes fluctuating constantly. From his perspective, he could tell that Bai Fan had only acquired the earth spike technique for a short time. In the fourth round, Bai Fan had probably used it for the first time. His technique was still a bit clumsy and not smooth enough. However, after a short period, Bai Fan, using the earth spike technique for the second time, was actually able to skillfully control its power, transforming it into the desired shape. Xiao Yuanshan had no idea how to describe such terrifying talent. He remembered that when he was able to use skills, he was already a level 20 beast tamer, and it took him several months to finally control the power of his skills. At that time, he was very proud of his speed, but compared to Bai Fan now, forget it, no comparison. This is just too disheartening. Silently thinking these thoughts, Xiao Yuanshan felt an immense sense of defeat. In the secret realm, Bai Fan naturally didn't know how many jaws he had dropped with his casual actions. At this moment, as the power maintaining the earth spike skill dissipated, the gigantic earth spike that had impaled the ogre's indescribable region vanished. Roar! Blood gushed out once again. After 2 major hemorrhages, the ogre visibly weakened. Damn human, I will kill you. Even his roars now sounded somewhat lacking in vigor. Moreover, the way he was tightly clenching his legs to prevent the wound from widening looked utterly ridiculous. At this point, a hint of horror had subtly surfaced on the ogre's ferocious face. He had never dreamed that a lowly human ant could inflict such immense damage on him. This kind of injury was something he had never encountered in his long life. And besides the pain, this particular injury inexplicably gave him a sense of humiliation. Kill me? I'm afraid you won't get the chance. Opposite him, hearing the ogre's bluffing threats, Bai Fan's face showed no fear. Instead, a strange smile appeared. He crossed his hands in front of him, swiftly formed a hand seal, and then pressed it towards the ground. Upon seeing this, the ogre immediately became extremely panicked. He certainly didn't want to experience that feeling of humiliation again. With a thought, he forcefully moved his thick legs, and his massive body began to retreat backward. Hiss! However, just as his two strong thighs started to move, a bone-piercing pain shot straight to his mind. Gosh! Blood poured down again, corroding deep pits into the ground. Ha ha! Shelly, attack! A mischievous smile appeared on Bai Fan's face as he saw the ogre's miserable state. He didn't have much physical strength left now. Trying to cast Earth Thorn was completely unrealistic. He was just putting on a show earlier to scare the ogre. He hadn't expected this guy to be truly terrified by Earth Thorn. He just made a gesture, and it elicited such a strong reaction from him. However, this was precisely what Bai Fan wanted. The ogre's movements agitated its wounds, making it the perfect time to attack. As Bai Fan's command was given, Shelly's body suddenly leaped out, unleashing terrifying power that directly slammed into the ogre's massive form. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of all the viewers watching the live broadcast, the ogre's huge body was directly sent flying by Shelly right before them. Rumble! Its body, like a small mountain, carried immense kinetic energy at that moment, smashing through all obstacles in its path, raising a great cloud of dust, and then embedding itself directly into the palace wall. The entire palace trembled at that moment, as if unable to withstand this powerful force and on the verge of collapsing. Once the dust dispersed, the scene in the palace became clear again. On the ground, a deep gully appeared, leading directly to the palace wall. And embedded deeply into the wall was the ogre, now on its last breath, with more exhales than inhales. Seeing this scene clearly, all the viewers couldn't help but gape. The strength Shelly displayed with that blow was simply too formidable. A monster more than twice its size was directly slammed into the wall by it. Such destructive power left them speechless. While the audience was still in shock, Bai Fan had already appeared before the dying ogre with the sword of lightness, ending its life with a swing. As the ogre completely died, Bai Fan suddenly felt the surrounding space become stagnant. At the same time, the electronic notification sound of the secret realm mechanical system rang in his ears. Ding dong! Congratulations, examinee Bai Fan, for successfully clearing the Gaokao Trial Secret Realm, Shadow Forest. Clearance time, 9 minutes 30 seconds. Difficulty level, Hell. Your exam results have been uploaded to the National College Entrance Examination Data Center. Ranking, First place. Specific rankings will be uniformly released after all examinees have completed their assessment. Hearing the electronic prompt sound in his ear, a smile flashed in Bai Fan's eyes. Although the current ranking is only temporary, the College Entrance Examination Data Center has not yet completed all its statistics. However, through this ranking, Bai Fan could already roughly predict his performance. This time, his college entrance examination results would definitely meet his expectations. Exam over. Examinees will now be teleported out of the college entrance examination's secret realm. Please wait patiently. Another electronic prompt sounded, and Bai Fan's figure was enveloped in a burst of white light, quickly disappearing from the Gaokao secret realm. At the same time, outside the secret realm, all the spectators watched the live broadcast screen, which had frozen after Bai Fan killed the ogre, with expressions of utter shock. On that live broadcast screen, the number 9 minutes and 30 seconds was incredibly conspicuous. Clearance time of 9 minutes and 30 seconds? This has already broken the record for Dongyun City. Not just Dongyun City, I remember in previous years, the best clearance time in our province never reached under 10 minutes. This time, Bai Fan is probably going to soar. As the light of transmission flickered, Bai Fan's figure appeared at the entrance of the Gaokao secret realm. After a brief moment of dizziness, he was met with gazes filled with pleasant surprise and admiration. Well done, Bai Fan. You are the pride of our Dongyun City. Well done. What an eye-opener today, producing a top scholar. That's enough for me to brag about for a lifetime. A noisy clamor erupted among the onlookers. Everyone, at this moment, was gazing intently at Bai Fan, sparing no praise. Seeing this scene, even with Bai Fan's steady disposition, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. When had he ever faced such a situation before? The focus of all eyes, countless people vying to praise him. "Alright, student Bai Fan, you can go rest now." Just then, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. He turned around and saw the invigilator presiding over this college entrance examination looking at him with a gentle gaze. "Thank you, teacher." Upon hearing this, Bai Fan quickly clasped his hands in thanks. Hearing his words, the invigilator nodded with a satisfied expression. Neither arrogant nor impetuous. This student before him not only possessed powerful talent and strength, but his steady temperament was something he had never seen before in all the times he had presided over the Gaokao. A young man who had just turned 18, suddenly faced with so much praise and welcome, would likely become arrogant and flighty. But the Bai Fan before him, aside from being a little awkward, displayed a composure utterly unlike what one would expect at his age. "Bai Fan, excellent performance. You are the pride of our entire private high school." Just as he left the range of the divine vine, Xia Yuanshan, with a smile on his face, came forward and clapped Bai Fan on the shoulder vigorously. Meanwhile, the other teachers from the private high school also gathered around, full of admiration. Although they had no previous contact with Bai Fan, his being the first to clear the Gaokao secret realm had already shown immense potential. Gathering around now to make an impression would bring considerable benefits in the future. In response, Bai Fan politely exchanged a few pleasantries with the surrounding people, the awkwardness on his face having vanished. "Chairman Xiao, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now." After a while, having gotten acquainted with the people around him, Bai Fan bid farewell to Xia Yuanshan. Given his personality, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to such scenes, and now that the exam was over, there was no need to stay. Understood. Rapidly clearing the college entrance exam mystic realm must have consumed a lot of your physical energy. Go back and get some good rest. Once the exam results are out, we'll hold a celebration for you. Hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan nodded, speaking with a wide smile. Seeing this, Bai Fan did not linger and turned to leave the private high school. For the next few days, he stayed home, awaiting the release of the exam results, and accompanying his sister, who could now walk again. Of course, besides enjoying his rare leisure time, Bai Fan had actually been staying at home these past few days to avoid the commotion outside. After the college entrance exam, his name resonated throughout Dongyun City. Some of his past experiences quickly began to ferment and spread, thanks to the efforts of interested parties and the media. Especially the major media outlets in Dongyun City, like Wild Dog Sniffing Out Blood, published various eye-catching reports across different platforms. Shocking! Dongyun's #1 genius was actually expelled from East Cloud High. The untold story between the principal of East Cloud High and Bai Fan. The arduous growth journey of commoner prodigy, Bai Fan. In just a few short days, reports about Bai Fan dominated the trending topics on major platforms, sparking heated discussions among countless netizens. I never expected Bai Fan to have such a past. This is truly a representation of inspiration without any resource support. Bai Fan completely relied on his own efforts to get to where he is today. How despicable! I never thought such an unpleasant thing would happen at East Cloud High. Expelling a genius student, people like them simply don't deserve to teach and educate. Exactly, no wonder our Dongyun City's college entrance exam results are getting worse each year. It's all due to the inaction of East Cloud High's principal and teachers. The major media outlets overwhelmingly praised Bai Fan, while also unsparingly criticizing the actions of East Cloud High. The fervent discussions online directly alarmed the high-level officials of Dongyun City's Education Bureau. At this time, they urgently dispatched an investigation team to East Cloud High. A strict internal review of the entire East Cloud High was conducted. After the review concluded, the Education Bureau even pinned a public report online, announcing various dispositions concerning East Cloud High. Individuals with egregious conduct like Principal Li and teacher Zhang Shan were all imprisoned after the review. Given the mistakes they committed, they would spend the rest of their lives in dark, sunless cells. Other inactive teachers at East Cloud High also received disciplinary action during this review. And after the downfall of Principal Li and others, those teachers at East Cloud High with upright character welcomed a promotion. In particular, teacher Zhuang Mo, Bai Fan's former homeroom teacher, even leaped to become the new principal of East Cloud High. For a time, the entire East Cloud High underwent a major overhaul, and the swift actions of the Education Bureau drew praise from all sectors. However, Fan didn't pay much attention to this matter. From the moment he transferred to the private high school, the misfortune of Principal Lee and others was already foreseeable. So, after seeing the fate of Principal Lee and the others, there wasn't much emotional fluctuation in his heart. It was after this outcome that he specifically called teacher Zhuang Mo to congratulate him. Soon, as Fan and his sister enjoyed their rare leisure time, the day for the college entrance exam results arrived. "Brother! Time to get up." While Fan was deeply asleep under his covers, he suddenly heard the crisp voice of his sister, Ran. "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Fan feigned displeasure, poked his head out from under the quilt, and looked at the pretty figure standing by the door. "The college entrance exam is over, can't you let your brother sleep in?" Saying this, Fan quickly got up and dressed, and was soon ready. "Tell me, what delicious food did you make today? Please don't be like yesterday, putting so much salt, it almost killed me." Walking to the door, Fan rubbed his sister's little head with a smile. These past few days, his sister, who had regained the ability to walk, had become unusually lively, with more smiles on her face than all the previous days combined. Every day, she even actively took on all the household chores, allowing Fan to enjoy a life where everything was handed to him. However, his sister's cooking skills didn't inherit anything from him, her brother. The meals she cooked every day were comparable to dark cuisine. If Fan hadn't been so strong now, he probably would have been in the hospital several times by now. In the room, Ran's face couldn't help but show an embarrassed expression upon hearing her brother's words. "Yesterday was an accident, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, didn't you eat it quite heartily, brother? Hurry up, have you forgotten what day it is today?" Apologizing, Ran directly pulled Fan to the living room and sat him down. Just woken up, Fan was a bit confused by the words, and the empty table in front of him made him even more puzzled. Seeing his brother's appearance, Ran's face couldn't help but show an exasperated expression. "Today's the day for college entrance exam results. Aren't you excited, big brother?" Upon hearing her words, Fan came back to his senses. These past 2 days of comfortable living had almost made him forget about this. But, it's just the college entrance exam results, does this girl really need to be this excited? What's there to be excited about? Your brother is definitely number one. Saying a faint word to his sister, Fan got up, poured a glass of water, and sat calmly on the sofa. "Tisk. Brother, you really are putting on an act. Are you super excited on the inside right now, but too embarrassed to show it in front of me?" Seeing Fan's reaction, Ran complained expressionlessly. Ever since her legs regained mobility, her personality had also become lively and active. Facing his sister's complaints, Fan shook his head with a smile. He had already anticipated his college entrance exam results after clearing the secret realm. Now, instead of looking forward to his college entrance exam results, he was actually more eager to see how many rewards the achievement mission previously issued by the Divine Pet system would bring him. Achievement Mission. Mission requirement: become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Rating: municipal, provincial. Mission failure penalty: if your mission fails, the Divine Pet system will reclaim the SSS level talent, myriad-fold feeding rebate. Mission reward: upon mission completion, based on the host's rating, choose one among bronze, silver, and diamond treasure chests. He had already opened a few platinum and gold treasure chests. He wondered what good things he could get from a diamond treasure chest. Seeing this, Ran snorted, gave her brother a playful glare with a smile on her face, then skillfully opened her phone, logged into the college entrance exam data center, and waited for the data to refresh. Time passed, and it soon reached 8 o'clock. Just as Ran was about to refresh the page, Fan's phone suddenly rang. The contact displayed was Xiao Yuanshan from the private high school. Seeing this, Ran quickly picked up the phone and directly pressed the answer button. However, before she could speak, Xiao Yuanshan's excited voice came from the phone. Fan, the college entrance exam rankings are out. You're number one. You're number one. Fan, do you know? You're not only the top scorer in our province, but also the first among all candidates in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The first among all candidates. Oh my god. I feel like I'm going crazy. In the phone call, Xiao Yuanshan's words were incoherent, revealing his extremely agitated mood. On the other end of the phone, Ranran was stunned by the news and her eyes widened instantly. First? My brother is actually ranked first? Not only the top scorer in the province, but also the top scorer among all candidates. Brother, did you hear that? You're number one, the first among all candidates. As she spoke, Ranran threw herself onto Baifan with the phone in her hand, her voice filled with excitement and surprise. Baifan was not surprised by this result. He rubbed his sister's small head and lifted her directly. Now that you know the college entrance exam results, Ranran, shouldn't you make a big meal for your brother to properly reward me? Looking at his uncontrollably excited sister, Baifan said with a smile. Hearing his words, Ranran nodded vigorously, her smile as bright as a flower. After his sister got up and went to the kitchen, Baifan exchanged a few pleasantries with Xiao Yuanshan, then immediately turned off his phone. He knew very well that Xiao Yuanshan's call was just the beginning. Once his college entrance exam results fully spread, the impact would be even greater. In a world where strength is paramount, the titles of top scorer in the college entrance exam and number one among national candidates would attract countless people. Turning off his phone at this moment would save Baifan countless troubles. Moreover, he had more important things to do right now. While Xiao Yuanshan was informing him of his college entrance exam results, the pleasant chime of the divine pet system had already sounded in his ear. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for perfectly completing the achievement mission, becoming the provincial top scorer, and ranking first among Dragon Kingdom examinees. Based on the host's completion, the highest level reward, a diamond treasure chest, will be awarded this time. Corresponding rewards have been distributed. Please check them in the Divine Pet System inventory, host. Diamond treasure chest. This is the highest level treasure chest I've obtained so far. I wonder what kind of rewards I'll get this time. Even Baifan, who had remained composed upon hearing his college entrance exam results, couldn't help but show an excited expression at this moment. He glanced at his sister busy in the kitchen, then rose and walked towards his room. While Baifan was anticipating what rewards he would receive, as he had expected, the entire Dongyun city completely exploded. And it wasn't just Dongyun City. After the college entrance exam results were released, Nangjiang Province, where Dongyun City is located, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, were all stirred by the name Baifan. Dongyun City Private High School, School Board Office. After calling Baifan with the good news, Xiao Yuanshan sat on the soft sofa, chuckling foolishly at the office ceiling. Nansong Province's top scholar. Dragon Kingdom's number one. He felt like he was about to faint from happiness. Baifan's results were so good they were almost unimaginable. He had originally thought that Baifan becoming a provincial top scorer would be the absolute peak. But the young man brought back a Dragon Kingdom number one directly. Putting everything else aside, with this title alone, Dongyun City Private High School would instantly leap into the ranks of the top high schools in the entire Dragon Kingdom. No, Baifan is bound to soar in the future. We must maintain our relationship well. There's still a well-decorated villa in Dongyun, right next to where Yu Yue lives. This kid doesn't have a girlfriend yet. While the college entrance exam is over, I need to make sure Yu Yue gets closer to him. After chuckling foolishly for a long time, Xiao Yuanshan, having figured things out, quickly straightened up and picked up his phone to call Baifan again. However, it didn't connect. Hearing the mechanical voice in his ear, Xiao Yuanshan was first stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. This kid, he's so smart. With his intellect, he naturally understood how wise Baifan's current actions were. But he wouldn't be smiling for long. The phone on his desk vibrated violently. As soon as the college entrance exam results were announced, the entire Dongyun City, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, were shaken. Xiao Yuanshan, as the school board chairman of a private high school in Dongyun City, received an endless barrage of phone calls. He also wanted to turn off his phone like Baifan and seek some peace and quiet. However, among those calling him were not only various old friends from Dongyun City, but also many prominent figures whom even he had to look up to. For a while, Xiao Yuanshan could be said to be both pained and delighted. However, none of this bothered Bai Fan in the slightest. He was currently sitting on his bed, looking excitedly at the diamond-lustered treasure chest in front of him. The exciting moment has arrived. I wonder what good things this diamond treasure chest will yield. Thinking to himself, he placed his hand on the diamond treasure chest and directly chose to open it. Ding dong! Diamond treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the following rewards. Please quickly enter the Divine Pet System inventory to view them. Reward 1, 100 stalks of Dragon's Blood Grass. Reward 2, 100 stalks of Dragon's Soul Grass. Reward 3, Level 10 Diamond Weapon, Staff of Destiny. Reward 4, a rank Beast Tamer skill, Flame Burst. Generous. Too generous. Hearing the chime of the Divine Pet System, Bai Fan suddenly felt it was incredibly pleasant to his ears. 100 stalks each of Dragon's Soul Grass and Dragon's Blood Grass would be enough to significantly boost Shelly's growth value, directly advancing her to the next stage. And the remaining level 10 diamond weapons and a rank Beast Tamer skills would also greatly enhance Bai Fan's strength. The combined value of these items was simply unimaginable. Any one of them, if brought out, would undoubtedly attract envious gazes from countless people, not to mention in Dongyun City, but even across the entire Dragon Kingdom. After calming his excitement, Bai Fan opened his backpack and began to examine the rewards he had received. First was the level 10 diamond weapon, Staff of Destiny. This was a short staff, about 50 centimeters long, entirely light green in color. Equipment, Staff of Destiny. Type, Magic Staff. Level restriction, Level 10. Base attributes, all attributes plus 100. Enchantment attributes, 1. Skill power increased by 50%, consumption reduced by 50%. 2. Recovery speed increased by 100%. 3. All ranged attack skills come with guaranteed hit pursuit effect. 4. Special skill Fortunate Strike, upon activation, the wielder gains an enhanced luck status, lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 month. After checking the attributes of the Staff of Destiny, Bai Fan's eyes lit up completely. This was simply too powerful. The increase of 100 to all attributes directly more than doubled Bai Fan's raw stats. Moreover, the 4 enchantment attributes were even more formidable. The first 2 increased his attack power, while also significantly boosting his sustained combat ability. Now, using Earth Spike not only increased its power by half but also tripled the number of times he could use it. The third enchantment attribute even allowed Bai Fan's future long-range attacks to automatically track enemies once a target was locked. He could hit them even if he shot into the sky. As for the fourth attribute, although it didn't seem to offer as much of an improvement as the other 3. But Bai Fan knew that this was absolutely the strongest of the 4 attributes. Luck enhancement, for him, a non-African chieftain, was simply the most suitable skill. Using the Fortunate Strike skill when opening treasure chests in the future would definitely bring him unexpected rewards. The only regret was that the cooldown for strong luck was too long in the future. When using it, he would first need to accumulate a wave of treasure chests rewarded by the Divine Pet System. After examining the equipment, Bai Fan then took out the Beast Tamer's skill book rewarded by the Divine Pet System, Blaze Bullet. Blaze Bullet A, Beast Tamer skill, launches a blaze bullet straight ahead. It explodes upon impact or hitting an object, causing immense damage. This was a Beast Tamer exclusive skill, with terrifying power, and the damage it inflicted increased with one's strength. Bai Fan had once seen on TV a powerful Beast Tamer use Blaze Bullet to directly collapse a small mountain. However, at his current level, he couldn't achieve such power yet, but even after use, it could cause damage comparable to a high explosive grenade. This wave was a huge profit. After reviewing his gains, Bai Fan felt incredibly excited. Even without considering Shelly's enhanced strength, just the Staff of Destiny and Blaze Bullet alone had already doubled Bai Fan's current power. If he were to participate in the Beast Tamer Ascension exam in his current state, he was confident he could complete it in under 5 minutes. Moreover, his current strength increase was far from over. The main event was yet to come. 100 stalks of Dragon's Soul Grass and 100 stalks of Dragon's Blood Grass, all fed to Shelly, would directly max out the little one's growth value, advancing it to the next stage. At the same time, his SSS talent would grant Baifan up to a 10,000-fold feeding return. Lost in thought, Baifan took out the dragon's blood grass and dragon's soul grass, preparing to enhance Shelly's strength. Swish! With a flash of light, Shelly was directly summoned from the beast taming space. She landed on Baifan's bed, her two cute antennae constantly waving, as if anticipating something. Seeing this, Baifan smiled faintly, then directly placed all the acquired dragon's blood grass and dragon's soul grass in front of Shelly. Eat! You'll grow up after you finish eating. Looking at the well-behaved small nest, Baifan said with an expectant expression at this moment. Hearing this, Shelly's two antennae nodded vigorously, then directly picked up a pile of dragon's soul grass and dragon's blood grass in front of her and put them into her mouth. After Shelly ate all the dragon's soul grass and dragon's blood grass, the pleasant prompt sound of the divine pet system once again echoed in Baifan's ears. Feeding Titan snail successful. Congratulations to the host, this feeding has triggered a 1,000-fold reward. You will receive the following rewards. Reward 1, 500 beast pet growth value. Reward 2, planting space scale expanded by 1-fold, current area 0.2 mu, planting quantity 20 plants. Reward 3, 500 dragon's blood grass seeds. 500 dragon's soul grass seeds. All rewards have been issued. Please check them yourself, host. After listening to the prompt from the divine pet system, the smile on Baifan's face grew even wider. Although this wave did not trigger the highest level 10,000-fold reward, he was still very satisfied. In particular, the expansion of the planting space made him overjoyed, as he would be able to obtain more dragon's blood grass and dragon's soul grass in the future. Meanwhile, after eating the dragon's soul grass and dragon's blood grass, Shelly's body also underwent tremendous changes. At this moment, its entire body was enveloped in a rich purple light, and arcane runes appeared within this purple light. Just by looking at the purple light, Baifan could feel an aura of nobility and vastness. Clearly, after reaching a growth value of 1,000 points, Shelly was about to enter a new stage. In the room, under Baifan's expectant gaze. Soon, the Titan snail Shelly, enveloped in deep purple light and in the midst of evolution, underwent new changes. At this moment, an indescribably mysterious fluctuation slowly spread, and the deep purple light was gradually absorbed entirely by Shelly. Witnessing this scene, Baifan knew that Shelly had completed this transformation and awakening. At this moment, Shelly's aura became even more formidable, especially on her shell, where more golden inscriptions appeared. Even just looking at it would give one a lingering sense of trepidation. With a thought, the detailed information about the Titan snail instantly appeared before Baifan's eyes. Beast Pet Titan Snail. Nickname, Shelly. Age, 1 month. Level, 10. Aptitude, Excellent Purple. Growth value, 446 10,000 Infancy. When the growth value reaches a certain level, there's a chance to awaken new talents and skills. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. Core attributes, Strength 1500, Wisdom 1500, Physique 1500, Agility 1500, no buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Equipping Titan's Fury makes Strength 1700. Skills, Titan's Body S, Mental Deterrence S. Loyalty, 95. Equipment, Gold Tier Titan's Fury. Looking at Shelly's completely refreshed attribute panel, Baifan unconsciously held his breath. It was simply too powerful. After entering the infancy stage, all of Shelly's attributes directly doubled, reaching a terrifying level of 1,500 points across all attributes. This result completely exceeded Baifan's expectations. He had known Shelly would be strong after evolving, but he hadn't expected her to be this strong. All attributes doubled. He had never seen such a situation in any records. Normally, after a beast pet enters its infancy, adding 100 points to each attribute would be the absolute maximum. For Shelly, Baifan no longer knew what words to use to describe it. Moreover, after entering infancy, Shelly's level could begin to increase again. According to the beast tamer knowledge taught in school, a beast pet in its nascent stage can reach a maximum level of 10. To continue leveling up, they need to undergo an evolution, successfully advancing to the infant stage. During this stage, the beast pet's level can be raised to a maximum of 30. Reaching level 30 is a new threshold to continue leveling up. The beast pet needs to be evolved to the next stage. Looking at Shelley's attribute information at this moment, Fan felt that Shelley, having just entered infancy, was probably stronger than those level 30 leader class monsters. Today truly is a great harvest. Not only did I get various treasures, but Shelley's strength has also undergone earth-shattering changes. Thinking silently, Fan couldn't help but feel a little excited. This was just one achievement mission from the Divine Pet system, and it had already brought him so many rewards. If he could get a few more like this, wouldn't he be soaring to the heavens? After this thought appeared, even with Fan's resilient mind, a silly grin involuntarily spread across his face. But soon, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. He also knew very well that the appearance of such achievement missions was probably a rare opportunity, and without the right timing, wishing for more was useless. However, achievement missions are rare, but he could do more ordinary challenge missions from the Divine Pet system. Accumulating them little by little would also yield a very considerable harvest. Moreover, with the college entrance exam over, he now had 2 months of vacation. Before, due to insufficient strength, he hadn't delved too deep into the Azure Wind Mountains. This time, perhaps he could use this resting opportunity to enhance Shelley's strength and also get a glimpse of what the depths of the Azure Wind Mountains look like. Recalling Shelley to the beast space to rest, Fan sat on the bed, beginning to ponder his next steps. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and his younger sister Ran walked in. Brother, you said you weren't excited. I think you deliberately sent me away just to sneak into your room and celebrate by yourself. Upon entering the room and seeing Fan's current state, Ran covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Let's go, let's eat. Fan offered no explanation, letting his sister guess wildly. Brother, after your vacation ends, I'll go to school. At the dinner table, Ran, while eating, carefully spoke to Fan. Her tone was light, yet subtly tinged with sadness. Now that the initial joy had passed, she thought of a problem. With her brother going to Qingbei Academy, they would be separated for a long time. Moreover, she could now move like a normal person and didn't want to be a burden to her brother anymore. Hearing his sister's words, Fan paused his eating, his mind beginning to ponder. Although the problem of his sister's cold poison hasn't been completely resolved, it no longer affects her ability to move around. Moreover, at his sister's age, interacting more with peers would also be beneficial. Before, there was no choice, but now, if she continues to stay at home as usual, she might get sick from being cooped up for too long. However, studying in Dongyun City? Ran, you don't need to worry about this. Once I'm settled in Kyoto, I'll bring you over there, and you can just attend school in Kyoto. Fan naturally sensed the sadness in his sister's words. He knew very well why his sister felt this way. After the holiday ended, he would be going to Qingbei Academy in Kyoto for school, and then the two of them would be separated. His sister's sadness was due to reluctance to part. However, Fan did not intend to be separated from his sister for a long time. They had relied on each other for so many years. Only by having his sister by his side could he feel at ease. Moreover, the cold poison in his sister's body had not been completely cured. Dr. Lee had said during treatment that the cold poison in his sister's body had thoroughly penetrated her bones and corroded her internal organs. To completely eradicate it, a stronger healing professional would have to be enlisted. Such powerhouses are not found in Dongyun City, but in the heart of Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto, they would certainly not be scarce. Once he was settled in Kyoto, he could bring his sister over and ask those top experts for help. As for the remuneration for these powerhouses, Fan was not worried. With the strength he had now displayed, he would definitely be able to receive resource allocation and support from Qingbei University, and there were also some treasures from the chests opened through the Divine Pet System tasks that could be exchanged for money. Across from him, upon hearing Fan's words, Ran's face broke into a smile, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. Just then, as the siblings had just decided on their future plans, the doorbell suddenly rang in the room. Ding dong, ding dong. Director Xiao Yuanshan, where exactly is Fan now? Tell us, did you hide him? Otherwise, why isn't he answering his phone? Exactly. Quickly give me his new contact information, I want to have a good talk with him. In the Dongyun City Private High School, the director's office was filled with continuous noisy sounds, chaotic like a vegetable market. Xiao Yuanshan, feeling exhausted, looked at the group of people before him, a helpless bitter smile appearing on his face. At this moment, in front of these people, he was practically like a downtrodden daughter-in-law. These people were all admissions teachers from the top 10 beast tamer universities in Dragon Kingdom. Previously, he was still fending off their inquiries on the phone, but to his surprise, less than half an hour after he hung up, these admissions officers directly took a magic teleportation array to his office. They looked so frantic, anyone who didn't know might think their house was on fire. To be honest, Xiao Yuanshan had to admit that he had underestimated the true value of Baifan being number one in the college entrance examination. These admissions officers from major prestigious schools had gone so far as to completely abandon their dignity just to recruit someone. At this moment, these admissions officers from prestigious schools stood distinctly separated in the office. While demanding information about Baifan from Xiao Yuanshan, they also cast worried glances at their peers, looking as if they were ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. And because their powerful auras were completely unconcealed at this time, the atmosphere in the entire office became incredibly oppressive. Xiao Yuanshan knew very well that each of these people had strength above level 50. If they really started fighting, they could probably flatten the private high school in the blink of an eye. Everyone, I can't reach Baifan either. His phone has been turned off since the college entrance exam results were released. Looking at these powerful figures he couldn't afford to offend, Xiao Yuanshan's face was full of helplessness. However, upon hearing this, these admissions officers simply didn't believe him. Director Xiao, I'm afraid no one will believe what you're saying. Baifan is a student at your private high school. You can't reach him? How about this, time is limited, tell me his home address, and I'll go directly to his house to find him. Exactly, before the people from Qingbei arrive, we need to quickly finalize this matter. Baifan, who was at home having dinner with his sister, naturally had no idea that his college entrance exam results had caused Xiao Yuanshan to be pressured by a group of top powerhouses. At this moment, he had just finished discussing future plans with his sister when he heard someone pressing the doorbell. Guests at this time? Hearing the doorbell ring, a flicker of understanding passed through Baifan's eyes. In his opinion, at this hour, the only people who would come looking for him were Xiao Yuanshan or Xiao Yuyue, as they were the only ones who knew his address. I'll get the door. After saying a word to his sister, Baifan got up and opened the door. But after opening the door, what appeared before him was a middle-aged man he didn't recognize. This person was tall, but had a pair of squinting eyes, giving off a simple and honest impression. Upon seeing the person, Baifan did not relax his guard because of the other party's appearance. Instead, he became nervous. From the person in front of him, he felt a faint sense of threat. This was a situation he had never encountered in Dongyun City before. Even the invigilator who maintained order on the day of the college entrance exam had not given Baifan this feeling. You are? Holding the doorknob, keeping the door ajar, Baifan asked, confused. Student Baifan, don't worry. As if sensing Baifan's tension, the middle-aged man revealed an honest smile. I am Gao Yuan, an admissions officer from Qingbei University. I'm here this time to discuss your enrollment. As he spoke, he also took out his work ID and placed it in front of Baifan, proving his identity. Hello, Teacher Gao, please come in. After a quick check, Baifan nodded, then invited the person in. Excellent. He truly is a promising talent. It wasn't in vain that I shook off those guys and rushed over to make contact early. Witnessing this scene, Gao Yuan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Unassuming and calm, even upon hearing that he was an admissions officer from Qingbei University, the student in front of him showed no change in expression. With such character, not entering Qingbei University would simply be a great waste of talent. He was different from the admissions officers of several other top universities. After the college entrance exam results were released, he obtained Baifan's information, found his phone unreachable, and immediately used his connections to investigate Baifan's current address, then unhesitatingly chose to head straight here. I'm afraid those guys would never have guessed. While they were bickering with Xiao Yuanshan, this kid Bai Fan has already been recruited by our Qingbei Academy. Following Bai Fan into the room, Gao Yuan looked at Bai Fan's back and thought with a hint of smugness. Qingbei Academy holds a transcendent position among all universities in Dragon Kingdom. However, they also place great importance on the top-performing students in each year's college entrance exam. Each year, Tsinghua and Peking University have only 100 admission slots, but almost every year, these slots are not fully filled. This is because after the college entrance examination, there is a two-way selection process between the institutions and the students. Qingbei Academy aims for the top 100 candidates among all test takers, the batch with the highest potential in Dragon Kingdom every year. However, other universities are also closely monitoring these candidates. Sometimes, if Tsinghua and Peking University are a step too late, many of these 100 candidates will be snatched up by other universities. Especially last year, the top-ranked candidate in the college entrance exam was preemptively secured by Yanhua Academy, which led to Qingbei Academy being outranked by Yanhua Academy in that year's Dragon Kingdom University freshman competition, only ranking second. Although this was merely an occasional mishap, it put the entire leadership and faculty of Tsinghua University on high alert, making them pay even more attention to this year's admissions. Student Bai Fan, you're eating. It seems I've come at an inconvenient time. After entering the room and seeing the half-eaten meal on the table, Gao Yun said with a hint of embarrassment. However, despite his words, his actions showed no sign of awkwardness. Without any ceremony towards Bai Fan, he directly sat on the nearby sofa. Student Bai Fan, please continue. Don't mind me. You eat, and I'll talk as you do. Bai Fan, who was about to exchange a few pleasantries with the other party, choked upon hearing this. This admissions officer from Tsinghua and Peking Universities certainly acts unconventionally. However, with the other party watching, he naturally couldn't do anything so impolite. After tidying up a bit, Bai Fan poured a glass of water and handed it over, then sat down next to Gao Yuan. Student Bai Fan, I'm sure you're aware of why I'm here. Qingbei University, as the top university in Dragon Kingdom, has always been the undisputed number one among all institutions, whether in terms of faculty or resources. Students graduating from Tsinghua and Peking University each year have a minimum strength level of 50 or above. Sitting on the sofa, Gao Yuan wasted no time and went straight to the point, offering Bai Fan an irresistible condition. As long as you join Tsinghua and Peking University, you can enter the school's treasury and select an S-grade resource, not limited to skill books or equipment. Additionally, each semester, the school will provide you with resources worth no less than 1 billion. Furthermore, the university will arrange a master-level beast tamer, with a level above 60, to be your exclusive mentor. And beyond that, all secret realm resources within the school will be open to you for free. The conditions offered by Gao Yuan were undeniably full of sincerity. After hearing the conditions, Bai Fan couldn't help but be surprised, realizing the immense value he now possessed. Upon enrollment, one can immediately receive an S-class resource, and additionally, cultivate resources worth 1 billion each semester. Putting aside everything else, these two conditions alone were already very appealing to Bai Fan. The first S-grade resource, whether choosing an S-grade skill book or equipment of equal value, would significantly enhance Bai Fan's strength. As for the second resource, valued at 1 billion, Bai Fan believed it was a special preferential treatment given by the other party because they were aware of his titan snail situation. 1 billion, if entirely used to purchase Dragon's Blood Grass, would allow him to buy 10,000 stalks, instantly maxing out Shelly's growth value for her infant stage. Although whether the total amount of Dragon's Blood Grass in the world could reach 10,000 stalks was an unknown. Nevertheless, this condition was enough to show the sincerity of Qingbei Academy. Moreover, these two conditions were not what shocked Bai Fan the most. What surprised him the most was the third condition, having a master-level beast tamer as his exclusive mentor. In the beast tamer ranking system, a beast tamer like Bai Fan, who has just contracted a beast pet not long ago and reached level 10, is called a novice beast tamer, or bronze-level beast tamer. When the level reaches between 10 and 30, and the beast pet enters its infant stage, beast tamers at this power level are called silver-level beast tamers. When the level reaches between 30 and 60, and the beast pet enters its youth stage, beast tamers at this power level are called gold level beast tamers. When the level is above 60 and below 100, and the beast pet enters its adult stage, beast tamers at this power level are called master level beast tamers. Every master level beast tamer is a top combat force in the current world. Strong individuals of this caliber are almost all on the level of principals at various top universities. If they were to take on external appointments, each would be a powerful regional official, capable of becoming a provincial governor. And Gao Yuan said that the university would arrange such a powerful individual to be his exclusive mentor, which meant Bai Fan could directly become their disciple. His status and position would instantly place him among the elite of the Dragon Kingdom. With such a powerful mentor, Bai Fan's future could be said to be incredibly bright. Not to mention that he already intended to enter Qingbei University, even if he had other preferred goals. After Gao Yuan offered this condition, he should understand how to make the most advantageous choice for himself. Student Bai Fan, what do you think? This is the sincerity of my Qingbei University. Can you tell me your choice now? Gao Yuan looked at the silent Bai Fan with a fixed gaze, a smile appearing on his face. Upon hearing his words, Bai Fan, having made up his mind, intended to agree to the other party's conditions. However, just as he was about to nod, he suddenly felt several extremely powerful auras coming from outside the room. Before he could even ponder what was happening, the doorbell rang again. "Excuse me, teacher, I'll go get the door first." After saying a word to Gao Yuan, Bai Fan stood up and left. On the sofa, Gao Yuan nodded indifferently, the expression on his face becoming somewhat subtle. With his strength, he clearly knew who the people outside were just by the auras they emitted. However, he wasn't flustered at all. The overall situation was already decided. These guys coming now would be in vain. As Gao Yuan was calmly thinking to himself, on the other side, Bai Fan had already opened the door. Outside the door were the admissions teachers from various top universities. At this moment, they had completely lost their usual composure, instead appearing disheveled and jostling each other at Bai Fan's doorstep. Behind them, Bai Fan saw Xia Yuanshan, who looked helpless. However, before Bai Fan could even question them, as soon as he opened the door, a series of terrifying auras surged into the room. In that short moment, Bai Fan felt as if he had been targeted by a terrifying demon. But the next moment, this feeling disappeared. Then, before Bai Fan could react, several hands grabbed him. "Student Bai Fan, I am an admissions teacher from Chongming Academy. If you choose our academy, you will immediately receive a reward of 50 million dragon coins, a set of level 10 gold equipment, and we will provide you with cultivation resources worth 100 million each semester." Heh, with such meager resources, you still think you can recruit Student Bai Fan? Student Bai Fan, I'll say it right now. If you join our Yulong Academy, you'll immediately receive a reward of 100 million dragon coins, a set of level 10 platinum equipment, and we'll provide you with cultivation resources worth 200 million each semester. For a moment, the crowd crammed at Bai Fan's doorstep spoke up one after another, offering various conditions to recruit Bai Fan. And as they spoke, they held onto Bai Fan tightly, as if afraid he would run away. Seeing this scene, Bai Fan couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Are these admissions teachers all this crazy? But before he could say anything, the crowd in front of him was forcibly parted. A middle-aged teacher with a square face and resolute features came before Bai Fan. "Student Bai Fan, you don't need to listen to any of their conditions. A bunch of weak academies, going there would be a complete waste of your talent. I am Tian Liang, an admissions teacher from Yanhua Academy. If you join our academy, you will immediately receive a cash reward of 100 million dragon coins, a set of level 10 diamond equipment, and each semester, the academy will provide you with cultivation resources worth 1 billion. I'm sure Student Bai Fan, you've also heard of our Yanhua Academy's reputation. In last year's National University Freshman Championship, our Yanhua Academy surpassed Qingbei Academy to win first place. I believe this alone shows how formidable our Yanhua Academy's faculty is." As Tian Liang spoke, the pride and smugness on his face were unmasked. His words immediately silenced the admissions teachers from other academies around them. Although they were reluctant to admit it, it was a fact that Yanhua Academy had indeed dominated everyone last year, claiming first place. Furthermore, they simply couldn't offer the conditions the other party had put forth. First place? You only won by sheer luck once, and your tails are already wagging in the sky? However, just at this moment, a slightly mocking voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. At Baifan's doorstep, admission officers from various top universities gathered, instantly making it as chaotic as a noisy market. But all these noises vanished the moment Tianming's words from Yanhua Academy fell. The expressions of the admissions teachers from other academies all twitched slightly upon hearing the conditions Tianming offered. Diamond equipment. 1 billion in resources. These conditions would be enough to recruit a top-tier gold beast tamer. At this moment, everyone understood clearly, they couldn't compete with Tianming. However, just as everyone was anticipating Baifan's choice, a mocking voice suddenly broke the silent atmosphere. Ha! Tianming, you silly boy, your Yanhua Academy is really pulling out all the stops this time. But unfortunately, you're too late. After this voice appeared, Tianming's expectant expression stiffened, and his gaze immediately shifted to behind Baifan. Immediately, a figure sitting on the sofa, with an annoying expression on his face, appeared in his line of sight. Gao Yuan, you bastard, you played dirty. Looking at the other party's leisurely appearance, a surge of anger rose in Tianming's heart. Not seeing the admissions teacher from Qingbei University at the private high school, Tianming had secretly congratulated himself earlier, thinking he was one step ahead. But he didn't expect. Gao Yuan, the admissions teacher from Qingbei University, didn't follow the usual path at all. While they were bickering with Xiao Yuanshan, this brat had directly come to Baifan's house. You old schemer! Muttering a curse inwardly, Tianming didn't give Gao Yuan a pleasant look at all. He glared at the other party, then turned his head back to Baifan with a warm smile. Student Baifan, you should be able to see that our Yanhua Academy is very sincere. How about this, in addition to the previously mentioned conditions, as long as you join our Yanhua Academy, the school can arrange a gold-level beast tamer to be your exclusive mentor. As Tianming's voice fell, the admissions teachers from other universities outside the room instantly became even more silent. A gold-level beast tamer is a powerhouse even across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Some headmasters of smaller academies only possess this level of strength. Tianming's condition could be said to be very generous. However, under everyone's gaze, Baifan fell silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Sorry, Teacher Tianming, I've already chosen Qingbei University. Upon hearing Baifan's words, Tianming's face showed a bewildered expression. Student Baifan, do you know what you just rejected? With a top gold tier powerhouse as your exclusive mentor, plus the resources provided by the school annually, you will definitely be able to reach gold tier in the future, and even have the chance to aim for the master tier level. Even if Qingbei University values you greatly, it's impossible for them to offer better conditions than our Yanhua University. Tianming's tone was very serious, yet under his gaze, Baifan still slowly shook his head. Sorry. Teacher Tianming. Seeing Baifan's reaction, Tianming slowly took a deep breath. He nodded and said, Alright, I hope student Baifan won't regret your decision. At the same time, I also wish you better development at Qingbei Academy. After speaking, Tianming gave Baifan and Gao Yuan a deep look, then turned and left directly. Other academies' admissions teachers, seeing Tianming leave, knew that they themselves had even less hope. They exchanged a few polite words with Baifan, then also left together. After all, even if the top-ranked examinee in the college entrance exam didn't enroll in their academy, there were still other high-performing candidates waiting for them to recruit. After everyone left, Baifan looked at Xiao Yuanshan, who was still standing rooted to the spot. Director Xiao, would you like to come in and sit down? Upon hearing Baifan's words, Xiao Yuanshan, who was still in a state of shock, immediately snapped back to reality. He looked at Baifan, whose expression was calm, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions, his gaze becoming somewhat complex. Every condition listed by the admissions teachers from those top academies just now was something that, for him, would have taken a lifetime of struggle to achieve. But all of these were rejected by Baifan. Baifan, actually, the conditions that teacher Tian just mentioned were already generous enough. Although Qingbei Academy is the #1 university in the Dragon Kingdom, Yanhua Academy is not bad either. You really should consider it carefully. Glancing at Gao Yuan, who was sitting in the room, Xiao Yuanshan whispered to Bai Fan at this moment. He was somewhat worried that Bai Fan had rejected Yanhua Academy's recruitment because of Qingbei Academy's reputation as the top university. Hearing his words, Bai Fan nodded indifferently. He knew that Xiao Yuanshan's intentions were good at this moment, so he explained to him. Director Xiao, you don't need to worry. I understand the pros and cons. The conditions offered by Qingbei Academy are much more favorable than Yanhua Academies. Hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan nodded. Since Qingbei Academy's conditions were better, then he had nothing to worry about. That's good, then I can rest assured. Oh, by the way, Bai Fan, the fact that you're living here has been leaked. Next, I'm afraid many people will come looking for you. There's an empty villa in the community where I live. You and your sister can move there later. The environment is better there, and there are security guards patrolling every day, which can save you a lot of trouble. Moreover, once you go to Qingbei Academy, living there will ensure your sister's safety. As he spoke, Xiao Yuanshan took out the key he had prepared earlier and directly placed it in Bai Fan's hand. In response, Bai Fan thought for a moment and then accepted it. He naturally understood Xiao Yuanshan's reasons for doing this, so after accepting the key, Bai Fan also gave his promise. Chairman Xiao, words can't express my gratitude. I will remember your kindness forever. If there's anything I can do in the future, just let me know. Hearing his words, a smile immediately appeared on Xiao Yuanshan's face. Bai Fan, with your word, I am content. I'll go get busy. Yu also lives in that community. After you move there, you can visit her often if you have nothing to do. Perceiving the hidden meaning in Xiao Yuanshan's tone, Bai Fan suddenly felt a bit awkward. However, Xiao Yuanshan didn't say anything more. After giving a couple more instructions, he left directly. Bai Fan, kid, he's right. You'll probably have a lot more trouble coming your way. It's a good time now since you're free. Let's move first. After seeing Xiao Yuanshan off, Bai Fan had just turned around when he saw Gao Yuan standing behind him with a smile. Move? Hearing this, Bai Fan couldn't help but frown. Teacher Gao, moving now, isn't that a bit too urgent? Be now? Hearing Gao Yuan's words, Bai Fan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Although he also knew that many people would come to establish connections with him, and some of them might be hard to refuse. However, there was no need to be so urgent, right? Seeing Bai Fan's expression, Gao Yuan immediately began to explain to him. Actually, I came today with two purposes. One is to recruit you to join Qingbei Academy. The other is, after you agree, to take you directly to Kyoto. Although the official start of school is August 20th, which is almost 2 months from now. However, your university life actually begins the moment you agree to join Qingbei Academy. Every year before the start of school, all new students undergo 2 months of training. On the one hand, this is to improve your strength, and on the other hand, it's to prevent you from slacking off during this period. Of course, there's no need to leave today. I'll be staying in Dongyun City for 2 days, and then we'll leave together. Looking at Bai Fan, Gao Yuan said with a smile at this moment. Hearing his words, Bai Fan couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He hadn't expected that right after finishing the college entrance exam, he would have to participate in Qingbei Academy's freshman training. However, he could understand this. Qingbei Academy was likely afraid that the recruited students would waste time. Next, Bai Fan didn't hesitate and immediately started packing with his sister. They hadn't lived here for many days, so they quickly finished packing and took a taxi directly to their new home. The residence gifted by Xiao Yuanshan was in a villa district called Century Garden. The people living here are either rich or powerful, basically all big shots in Dongyun City. When Bai Fan brought his sister here, he even saw many important figures he had only ever seen on TV. Bai Fan was very satisfied with this. Of course, he wasn't satisfied that he could interact with those so-called important figures, but rather because of this, the entire community's security was extremely tight. Patrolling security guards could be seen at every exit and within the community, and there were even beast tamers with beast pets among them. This would greatly ensure his sister's safety here when he went to Kyoto. Moreover, as Xiao Yuanshan had said, this villa was indeed not far from the Xiao family, just next door. After moving and settling in, Bai Fan took his sister to visit the Xiao family once. He also asked Xiao Yuyue to look after his sister during his absence. Xiao Yuyue also performed very well in this college entrance exam. Although not a prodigy like Bai Fan, her rank made it into the provincial top 10, successfully enrolling in Chongming Academy, one of the 10 top-tier institutions. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch at the Xiao family's home, Bai Fan took his sister back home to wait. 2 days later, Bai Fan, led by Gao Yuan, arrived at the magic teleportation hall in Dongyun City. For this journey, they needed to use Dongyun City's magic teleportation array to directly teleport to Kyoto, and then transfer to Qingbei Academy. After the great change in the world, the map of the entire Blue Star expanded countless times. Although there are still previous transportation networks like light rail in every province and city, cross-provincial activities can only be achieved through ultra-long-distance magic teleportation arrays. Airplanes. This convenient mode of transport, which Bai Fan remembered, had long been phased out in today's world. Because the sky is now extremely dangerous, almost entirely dominated by flying magical beasts. Except for beast tamers with flying beast pets, or those powerhouses whose strength reached above the gold rank, the sky was a forbidden zone for everyone else. At this time, there weren't many people in the teleportation hall. After all, Dongyun City is a small place, and not many people could afford to use the teleportation array. Standing beside the magic teleportation array, which could accommodate 100 people, there were only a few staff members besides Bai Fan and Gao Yuan. Bai Fan, this is your first time using a long-distance magic array, isn't it? During the wait for the teleportation, Gao Yuan asked Bai Fan with a smile. Hearing his words, Bai Fan nodded without any hesitation. Since coming to this world, he had hardly even left the confines of Dongyun City, so naturally, using a teleportation magic array was out of the question. Moreover, this kind of ultra-long-distance magic array is extremely expensive to construct and incurs huge maintenance costs. The cost of each teleportation was an astronomical figure for him in the past. Bai Fan had once heard that for these cross-province ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays, depending on the destination, each use cost anywhere from 1 million to 5 million dragon coins. Seeing Bai Fan nod, Gao Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and he continued. It's alright, Bai Fan, you'll definitely be using it often in the future. After joining Qingbei Academy, Bai Fan, you'll also have quite a few hidden benefits. For this kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation array, with your Qingbei Academy student ID, you have 10 free uses per year. Moreover, you can bring up to 3 people with you each time. Hearing Gao Yuan's words, Bai Fan's face involuntarily showed a surprised expression. He had just glanced at the teleportation price list to teleport from Dongyun City to Kyoto. Each person needed to pay 2 million dragon coins for a ticket. By that calculation, Bai Fan could save 20 million yuan annually. Moreover, he could bring up to 3 companions each time, and adding that up, the value directly exceeded 100 million. Qingbei Academy, that's truly extravagant. Noticing Bai Fan's surprise, Gao Yuan's face revealed an inscrutable smile. Bai Fan, there's no need to be so surprised. In fact, the resources required for each teleportation array activation aren't as much as you imagine. Hearing Gao Yuan's meaningful words, Bai Fan's eyes flickered involuntarily. However, before he could think too much, Gao Yuan continued. Next, I'll tell you about the precautions for teleportation. With these ultra-long-distance magic teleportation arrays, because the distance is so vast, after use, due to the collision of magic energy and space, all teleporters will experience intense dizziness. But once you adapt, you'll be fine. You'll need to prepare yourself in advance. Hearing this, Bai Fan nodded. This should be similar to the feeling of entering the college entrance exam secret realm, but much more intense. The two chatted for a few more moments by the teleportation array, and soon, a staff member signaled that it was ready. Seeing this, the two stood on the magic teleportation array under the guidance of the staff. As the number of teleporters was confirmed, the magic teleportation array beneath their feet instantly surged with vast magical energy fluctuations, and a dazzling white light illuminated the area. When the white light vanished, Bai Fan and Gao Yuan, who were on the teleportation array, also disappeared. Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto. In a teleportation hall, the light of the teleportation array lit up, and Bai Fan and Gao Yuan appeared within the array. As soon as he recovered from the dizziness of the teleportation, Bai Fan felt the prosperity of Kyoto. The entire teleportation hall was 10 times the size of the one in Dongyun City, sumptuously decorated. With just a glance, Bai Fan saw no fewer than 10 powerful beast tamers rushing past him. In addition, there were even more ordinary people dressed in luxurious clothes. Alright, I'll take you to the freshman assembly area first. After leaving the magic teleportation array, Gao Yuan said something, then gestured for Bai Fan to follow him. Witnessing this scene, Bai Fan couldn't help but feel a little perplexed. Freshman assembly area? Shouldn't he report to Qingbei Academy first upon arriving here? However, despite the doubts in his heart, Bai Fan didn't ask further and simply followed the other person's footsteps. Soon, the two left the teleportation hall and got into a car waiting outside. After the car started, Gao Yuan handed Bai Fan a bottle of water. My mission is almost complete. Feel free to ask any questions you have now. Opening a bottle for himself, Gao Yuan leaned back in his seat and said with a relaxed expression. Hearing what the other person said, Bai Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He took a sip of water and immediately asked. Teacher Gao Yuan, what are the important things to note about the freshman training? Upon hearing this, a hint of admiration flashed across Gao Yuan's face. He had thought Bai Fan would ask him why they weren't going directly to the academy to report, but unexpectedly, the other party immediately grasped the main point. Freshman training, while called training, is actually more like an assessment. Over the next 2 months, the school's teachers will re-evaluate your rankings based on your performance, determining your future development direction. So, fellow student Bai Fan, you must perform well during these 2 months of freshman training. You know, although your Gaokao ranking was first, sometimes that doesn't represent the full extent of one's strength. Moreover, while the school has promised to give you a fixed amount of resources each year, some things still need you to actively strive for. Looking at Bai Fan, Gao Yuan spoke with a somewhat solemn tone. Although Qingbei Academy enrolls students each year based on their Gaokao rankings, the Gaokao ranking only represents a candidate's potential, not necessarily their true strength. After all, a beast tamer's strength, in addition to their potential and contracted beast pet, is also related to various factors like their character. Therefore, after joining Qingbei Academy, Bai Fan and others still needed to pass an assessment to prove themselves and confirm their final ranking in the school. This ranking is not only a symbol of strength but also represents the amount of resources one can obtain. Just as Gao Yuan said, the conditions he had promised earlier were only the basic resources the school provided to Bai Fan. There are some special resources that are not included in these basic resources. For instance, the qualification to choose S-grade resources, like Bai Fan had, required them to compete for it themselves. Moreover, the rankings assigned after this freshman assessment are only temporary. During their studies at Qingbei Academy, everyone has the right to challenge students with higher rankings. Failure requires paying a portion of resources as a penalty, but upon success, one can gain the opponent's ranking and obtain the resource quota that ranking represents. After listening to Gao Yuan's explanation, Bai Fan nodded. Assessment. This indeed seemed like Qingbei Academy's style. To fully embody the rule of survival of the fittest and might makes right. No wonder, for so many years, Qingbei Academy had always dominated the throne of the Dragon Kingdom's top university, never being shaken by any other academy. However, after learning these things, Bai Fan felt no fear in his heart. Instead, it further sparked his curiosity. He was now even more interested in the upcoming freshman training. As time passed, the car carrying Bai Fan and Gao Yuan gradually drove out of the bustling urban area, arrived at the outskirts of Kyoto, and finally stopped at the entrance of a military camp. Fellow student Bai Fan, this is the gathering area for this year's new students. You can go in by yourself with your identification documents. Once inside, someone will explain the next steps to you. After getting out of the car, Gao Yuan gave Bai Fan a few instructions and then left directly. After Gao Yuan left, Bai Fan held the proof given by Gao Yuan and looked ahead. Military camp? Looking at the buildings before him, he couldn't help but ponder. In today's world, most top powerhouses are distributed among the military and academic institutions. Many university students, after graduation, choose to join the army directly, fighting on the front lines against monsters. Qingbei University putting freshman training in a military camp probably means this training will be related to monsters. After checking the documents, the two soldiers guarding the entrance allowed Bai Fan to enter. Behind the military campsite was a vast open space, with hard granite paving the ground. Mystical runes were carved into these granite slabs, and occasionally, a fleeting magical glow could be seen. However, Bai Fan didn't have time to observe much. As soon as he entered, dozens of gazes projected towards him. At this moment, more than 70 people were already waiting in this open space. Looking at their tender faces and raw aura, they were clearly all new students of Qingbei Academy this year, just like Bai Fan. Although these people were gathered in the open space, they were mostly standing distinctly separated, subtly showing alertness towards each other. Noticing these scrutinizing and wary gazes, Bai Fan's expression remained unchanged. He quietly held his belongings and found a corner to settle in. Then, he began to observe the situation of the other students around him. At this moment, with the attribute feedback from Shelley and the enhancement from his equipment, his attributes were already close to 200 points, making his current perception extremely keen. Each of the surrounding students had an aura many times stronger than any peer Bai Fan had ever encountered. Among them, a few were so formidable that Bai Fan couldn't help but glance at them repeatedly. For example, standing to his right, a graceful young woman. She wore simple jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt, with delicate facial features and a beauty even a few points higher than Xiao Yue. But even such a captivating beauty gave off a beast-like feeling. On her back, she carried an exaggeratedly shaped greatsword, from which a faint golden light shimmered. Not far in front of this young woman was a slender, ordinary-looking young man who seemed completely unremarkable. He was the type that, if thrown into a crowd, no one would give a second glance. Yet, it was precisely this kind of person who made Bai Fan feel a faint threat from him. Killing intent. Bai Fan was certain that the seemingly ordinary man was enveloped in a tangible killing intent. Moreover, it was many times more potent than what he had witnessed on bounty hunters before. This discovery shocked him. How much slaughter must a student of his age have gone through to be enveloped in such intense killing intent? Just as Bai Fan was observing the other person, the seemingly ordinary young man suddenly turned his head and looked over. A smile appeared on his face, looking somewhat shy. But the moment he saw that smile, an inexplicable chill rose in Bai Fan's heart. Indeed, these top-ranked guys in the college entrance exam all have something going on. Noticing this, Bai Fan thought to himself, and at the same time, returned a friendly smile to the other person. While he was observing the people around him, in a two-story building next to the open space, someone else was also observing the scene. A bunch of naive youngsters. I really don't understand, do I need to use one of my favors for them? At this moment, in a corner room on the second floor, a middle-aged man in a sharp military uniform was looking through the window at the inexperienced students on the open ground below. Behind him, on the room's sofa, a figure exuding an aura of decadence was half reclining. This was a woman of exquisite beauty. Her two straight legs were crossed and resting on the armrest of the sofa, her alluring figure deeply sunken into the cushions. In her hand, she held a bottle of high-proof liquor, and as the middle-aged man spoke, she chugged the contents of the bottle. Ugh! Who wasn't once this age? Besides, these little guys, starting today, will be my source of joy. Letting out a burp, the decadent woman casually tossed the liquor bottle backward, producing a crisp clink. In the corner of this room, the piled-up wine bottles numbered no less than 10. Speaking of which, is it really okay for you to come to my camp and drink heavily right in front of me? And, these are all my private treasures, very hard to come by. Hearing the voice from behind him, the middle-aged man in military uniform turned around, a hint of hidden helplessness in his tone. Especially upon seeing the haphazardly piled wine bottles in the corner, an uncontrollable pang of heartache appeared on his face. Humph. It's not the first time. Hearing this, the stunningly beautiful woman scoffed, reaching her hand towards the coffee table again. However, just as she made her move, a gust of wind blew, and the few bottles of wine on the coffee table instantly disappeared. At some point, the man in military uniform had already taken all the remaining wine from the coffee table into his own hands. Old Shin, do you have to be so stingy? I just drank a few of your bottles of wine. I can write you an IOU later, and you can take it to Qingbei University for reimbursement. Seeing this scene, the stunningly beautiful woman immediately became somewhat displeased. However, hearing her words, Old Shin, the man in military uniform who held the wine bottles as if they were rare treasures, showed a speechless expression on his face. Reimbursement? What a joke, that's just asking for trouble. You've had your drink, and I've cleared out the space for you, now hurry up and do your business. Don't bother me here. Also, Xinyu, don't go too far. These children are treasures of Qingbei University. Be careful, those old geezers come looking for trouble with you. Carefully hiding the wine under his desk, the man in military uniform waved his hand impatiently. Seeing this, the stunningly beautiful woman Xinyu pouted helplessly. Don't worry, no one will actually die. Besides, they'll all have to enter the battlefield sooner or later. Experiencing it now will only benefit them in the future. Saying this indifferently, she stood up from the sofa and walked directly out of the room. Alright, everyone is here now, Old Shin, thank you for your hospitality. I'll remember to bring you a gift next time. Watching the graceful figure leave the room, Old Shin, with a look of heartache on his face, finally breathed a sigh of relief. More and more people gathered in the open space. After Bai Fan entered, over a dozen more people arrived successively in the time that followed. By the time the sun reached the zenith, the gates of the barracks were closed by the guards. Seeing this, Bai Fan knew that all the new students recruited by Qingbei Academy this year had arrived. 90 people in total? Bai Fan, who had been observing the surroundings, quickly calculated the number of people in the open space at that moment. He wasn't too surprised by this result. For potential candidates after each year's college entrance examination, various universities offer very generous recruitment conditions. Due to various circumstances, not all of the top 100 candidates necessarily choose Qingbei University. The fact that Qingbei University recruited 90 students this time was already considered a large number compared to previous years. As time passed, the atmosphere among the crowd gathered on the open ground gradually began to stir with an undercurrent of tension. The prolonged wait caused many people's faces to show dissatisfaction. These people present could be said to be the most outstanding batch of students among all candidates this year. Each of them was considered a chosen one in their respective hometowns. When had they ever, like now, waited for such a long time under the scorching sun? However, just as this dissatisfaction was intensifying, a rhythmic series of footsteps reached everyone's ears. Tap, tap, tap. Under everyone's gaze, the door of the two-story building not far away opened. A graceful figure, wearing high heels, appeared before everyone's eyes. After her appearance, the faint murmurs in the crowd completely vanished, and everyone's gaze fell upon her. Even Bai Fan was no exception at this time. This extremely beautiful woman had a tall figure, nearly 1.8 meters, and her tight clothing perfectly accentuated the curves of her body. Her stunning face carried a hint of laziness and decadence, exuding an incredibly seductive aura. Alright, everyone's here, so this year's freshman training officially begins. I am your training instructor, Xinyu. Those whose names I call now, come to me to collect your equipment. Even when announcing such an important event as the start of freshman training, Xinyu's face still held a lazy expression, and her tone even carried a hint of nonchalance. Hearing her words, many freshmen from Tsinghua and Peking University present showed expressions of indifference. Teacher Xinyu, before the training begins, shouldn't you first explain the relevant matters to us? Just then, a tall new student, with a cold sneer on his face, suddenly spoke loudly. On the open ground, the dissatisfaction that had accumulated from the long wait, as if a valve had been opened after the tall youth spoke, instantly poured out. That's right, Teacher Xinyu, we've waited here for so long, and as soon as you appeared, you told us that the new student training was starting. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? We came here and you left us hanging all morning. Is this how Qingbei Academy treats new students? For a moment, many new students on the entire open ground spoke up in dissatisfaction, and the atmosphere instantly became noisy. After these voices rang out, Bai Fan keenly noticed that the ordinary young man he had observed earlier showed a sneer on his face, and at the same time, glanced obscurely at the tall male student who had taken the lead. If Bai Fan hadn't been mistaken, there was a hint of extreme sympathy in his eyes. Seeing this, Bai Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he took a few steps back, moving away from the new students who were venting their frustrations around him. Although he didn't know why, he vaguely felt that something unpleasant was about to happen. Among the crowd, quite a few people made similar movements to Bai Fan. In front, the tall Xinyu, upon hearing these questioning voices, her expression became somewhat subtle. It gave the feeling as if her mood had suddenly improved. Are you questioning me? Ignoring the other new students, Xinyu's gaze was fixed intently on the tall young man. As her words fell, the tall young man who had just been venting his dissatisfaction, his face instantly turned to one of terror, as if he had been targeted by some terrifying creature. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but as soon as he uttered a word, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Tap tap tap. High heels clicked crisply on the hard granite, and Xinyu, who was standing in front of everyone, suddenly walked forward at this moment. As she advanced, the new students blocking her path, not yet knowing what was happening, involuntarily moved aside to the left and right, clearing a path for her. I remember you, the top scorer from Dongchuan Province, Duan Peng, whose total college entrance examination score ranked 15th nationwide. Don't be nervous, let's have a good chat. Coming before the tall young man, Xinyu's tone was very gentle, and her face was beaming with a sincere smile. Upon seeing this, the nervous expressions that had appeared on the faces of the new students who had previously voiced their dissatisfaction, due to worry about being reprimanded, all dissipated at this moment. This teacher seems to have a very good temper. I'm sure you're all curious why the freshman training is being held in this military camp, and why you've been made to wait for so long, right? As soon as Xinyu finished speaking, many people around them nodded. However, at this moment, Bai Fan, who was nodding along, noticed that the girl with the greatsword on her back, not far away, did not nod with curiosity like them. Instead, a dismissive sneer appeared on her face. She must know something? Seeing the girl's reaction, and the appearance of the young man who had previously made him feel threatened, Bai Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had a feeling that something not so good was about to happen during this freshman training. And as Bai Fan was muttering to himself, Xinyu looked at the new students' reactions around her, and the smile on her face became even gentler, as if she was very satisfied with their responses. Actually, it's like this. Xinyu said, scratching the back of her head with one hand, a hint of distress in her tone. I just joined Qingbei Academy this year, and I have no experience in training new students. But I couldn't refuse the demands of that old geezer, the principal, so I had to do it the way I'm familiar with. Student Duan Peng, you should be able to understand, right? As she spoke, she patted Duan Peng's shoulder twice with one hand, looking very apologetic. Hearing what Xinyu said, many of the surrounding freshmen immediately nodded. No wonder this freshman training felt very perfunctory to them. It turned out that teacher Xinyu was just a newbie. Considering how pretty she was, her lack of experience was understandable. However, while everyone else was nodding, Bai Fan noticed that Duan Peng, facing teacher Xinyu, grew increasingly nervous, with sweat even breaking out on his forehead. Moreover, he also discovered that after teacher Xinyu patted Duan Peng's shoulders twice, Duan Peng's shoe soles had already sunk into the hard granite. Seeing that all the freshmen around had nodded, the smile on Xinyu's face became even brighter. I'm truly relieved to see how understanding you all are of your teacher. Then I presume you can also understand if a teacher metes out some punishment to disobedient students, right? After all, from the moment you entered the military camp, your identities changed to recruits. The smile on Xinyu's face remained bright, and her words were still as gentle as before. As she spoke, her hand was still patting Duan Peng's shoulder, looking like she was earnestly advising him. But at this moment, all the freshmen couldn't help but feel terrified. At this moment, the tall Zhou Peng found his calves already sunk into the hard granite, and his face was filled with extreme terror. For a moment, everyone looked at the kind-faced Xinyu, their eyes as if they were looking at some terrifying creature. Smiling tiger? The same words surfaced in the minds of all the freshmen. Although Xinyu did not display formidable power at this time, none of the freshmen dared to underestimate her anymore. Very good. Since everyone has no objections, then during this training period, classmate Duan Peng, you can stay here and wait for everyone to return. Seeing the expressions of the surrounding freshmen, Xinyu's face grew even more pleased. As she spoke, she applied a little force to the hand patting his shoulder, and Duan Peng's legs completely sank into the hard granite ground. He looked as if he had grown out of the ground, giving off a comical impression. But at this moment, no one dared to laugh. As they watched Xinyu walk back, their hearts were filled only with awe and immense worry about the upcoming training. Ha 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 ha. At this time, in the corner room of the two-story building, old Xin, standing behind the window, saw the scene and couldn't help but smile. It brings back memories. It's been a long time since I saw Xinyu's trickery. It seems that letting her enter Qingbei Academy was a correct decision. Perhaps after spending some time at Qingbei Academy, she can emerge from the shadow of the last incident. Very good. It seems you all understand the teacher's approach, and I am very pleased. Next, those whose names are called, come up and collect the equipment you'll need for your training. Xinyu, standing again in front of everyone, still maintained her languid and gentle demeanor. But at this moment, none of the freshmen dared to underestimate her. The scene just now had too great an impact on them. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Bai Fan's eyes flickered with sympathy as he watched Duan Peng, whose lower half of his body was slammed into the ground. This unlucky fellow, just for saying a few words of dissatisfaction, had already been unofficially designated as the last-ranked freshman this year. However, despite his sympathy, Bai Fan had no intention of pleading for the other party. He didn't want to become the second unlucky person in this training, to be planted in the open ground like a human tree by the seemingly ill-tempered teacher Xinyu. With Duan Peng as a cautionary tale, the subsequent events proceeded very smoothly. Each time Xinyu called out a freshman's name, a black backpack would magically appear in her hand, which she would hand to them before instructing them to wait aside. Below, Bai Fan watched this scene, his gaze involuntarily becoming fervent, staring intently at the exquisite ring on Xinyu's hand. In this current world, with the rapid development of magic and technology, many items that only existed in Bai Fan's previous life's imagination have appeared. For example, storage equipment that, by folding space, can conveniently carry a large number of items. The magical fluctuations emanating from Xinyu's ring instantly revealed her identity to Bai Fan. A spatial ring. This is an extremely rare type of storage equipment, with each one costing an exorbitant amount to produce. Even the smallest ones cost hundreds of millions of RMB. And the one in Xinyu's hand clearly stood apart from ordinary, mass-produced items. Getting one of these would definitely be the best companion for venturing out and gaining experience. Bai Fan gazed at Xinyu's space ring with envy, pondering that he must get one after the training ends. He had been coveting such storage equipment for a long time. If he had carried a storage item during his last trip to Azure Wind Mountains, he wouldn't have had to abandon so many monster materials in the Azure Wind Mountains. Originally, after returning from the Azure Wind Mountains, he had planned to buy the lowest-grade storage equipment to use. But after inquiring about the price, he realized that poverty had limited his imagination. Even a storage item with the smallest area, an internal space of only a few square meters, cost an astonishing amount. Impoverished as he was, all the money he had put together wasn't even enough for a fraction of a storage item. However, with the school's resources available now, he felt he could arrange to get one for himself. Next, Bai Fan. Just as Bai Fan was pondering, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. He was momentarily stunned, then walked out of the crowd without hesitation, coming before Xinyu. "Hello, teacher." After politely saying a word, Bai Fan waited for the other party to hand him the equipment. However, to his surprise, Xinyu, who was supposed to be distributing the equipment, did not produce a backpack. Instead, she extended her hand towards him. "Does it look good?" With no change in expression, Xinyu asked in a gentle tone. Hearing this, Bai Fan couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, the sudden change immediately drew everyone's attention. It could be seen that they were all somewhat anticipating whether Bai Fan, who ranked first in the college entrance examination, would become the second unfortunate one after Duan Pang. Noticing the gloating gazes around him, Bai Fan couldn't help but hesitate. Xin Yu's hands were long, fair, and well-defined, as if carved from ivory. Even though Bai Fan wasn't a hand enthusiast, he had to admit that this hand was indeed very beautiful. But what did teacher Xin Yu mean by this? Everyone else whose name was called came up, took their items, and left. Why was it different for him? Beautiful. After thinking about it, Bai Fan decided to follow his heart. Hearing his words, Xin Yu nodded with a gentle expression. I didn't expect that classmate Bai Fan, who ranked first in the college entrance examination, would have such a special hobby. From the very beginning, your gaze has been fixed on my hand and hasn't left. How about this if you, classmate Bai Fan, can maintain the first place ranking in the next 2 months of training? I, your teacher, can grant you one special request. Blinking her eyes, Xin Yu looked at Bai Fan with an enticing tone and said. Hearing this, Bai Fan couldn't help but be stunned, followed by a hint of embarrassment that flashed in his mind. Damn it! This was a misunderstanding. It must have been because he was so engrossed in staring at the spatial ring earlier that Xin Yu thought he had some special hobby. Meanwhile, on the other side, the gloating looks that had been directed at Bai Fan all turned into shock and bewilderment in a mere instant. Noticing the changes around him, Bai Fan immediately became even more embarrassed. His reputation was going to be ruined, and the freshman training had just begun. No, absolutely not. Teacher Xin Yu, actually, I was looking at the spatial ring on your hand just now. Looking at Xin Yu, Bai Fan said with some embarrassment at this moment. Hearing his words, Xin Yu couldn't help but be startled, then glanced at the spatial ring on her hand. So, was I mistaken? Well then, if you, classmate Bai Fan, achieve the first rank among the new students, I will give you this space ring. Inexplicably, a hint of disappointment colored Xin Yu's tone, as if a prey that was about to fall into a trap had gotten away. Good luck, I have high hopes for you. As she spoke, she took out a backpack and handed it over. After receiving the backpack, Bai Fan walked towards the waiting area with an excited expression. Achieving first place in the freshman ranking would earn him a valuable spatial ring. This was simply fantastic. For a moment, in his excitement, he didn't even notice the hint of disappointment in Xin Yu's tone. Soon, all the freshmen who had arrived at the military camp, except for Duan Pang, received a backpack. The backpack contained very few items, some basic wilderness supplies, along with some medicine and gauze. Besides these, the most notable item inside was a teleportation scroll emitting a faint glow. The faint glow shimmering on the teleportation scroll at this moment indicated that it was already active, with a predetermined teleportation location. Simply tearing it open would transport the user to the designated location. Clap clap. As all the examinees were checking the items in their backpacks, Xin Yu clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. A spatial ring. With his backpack in hand, Bai Fan happily joined the waiting queue. As long as he achieved first place in the freshman assessment, he could get an expensive spatial ring for free. In Bai Fan's eyes, he had hit the jackpot. Heh, I definitely have to get first place in this assessment. If anyone dares to challenge me, they'll get a taste of Shelley's Mount Tai press. Bai Fan thought fiercely, checking the items in his backpack. He completely ignored the surprised and schadenfreude-filled gazes of the other freshmen around him. Brother, you are truly fierce. Just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Turning his head, he saw the ordinary young man he had observed earlier, looking at him with surprise and giving him a thumbs up. Through teacher Xin Yu's roll call just now, Bai Fan had already learned this guy's identity. Xin Mingwei, the top scorer in the college entrance examination for Xinchuan province, ranked 6th overall in the examination. He had contracted a first sequence combat beast pet, the Vajra demonic ape. Bai Fan had seen this type of beast pet, the Vajra demonic ape, in the Beast Pet Encyclopedia before. It is a colossal creature that can reach 100 meters in height upon adulthood, possessing powerful close combat abilities, capable of fighting extinct dragons hand to hand. However, Xin Mingwei's lean and somewhat frail appearance didn't quite match the close combat type Vajra demonic ape. Hearing the other party's compliment at this moment, Bai Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes, feeling a little confused. This guy seemed to know something. And with Shin Mingwei's interruption, Bai Fan, who had been focused on checking his backpack's contents, also noticed that many people around him were looking at him strangely. Not only were there surprise and schadenfreude, but some even showed extreme sympathy. Teacher Xinyu is so easy to talk to, and she even promised to reward me with a space ring if I become the top new student. Why do these guys look like I've fallen into a trap? The changes in the people around him made Bai Fan vaguely feel that he might have inexplicably gotten into some trouble. However, before he could think much more, his attention was quickly diverted by Xinyu. Clap, clap. Clapping his hands twice, Xinyu nodded in satisfaction, seeing that he had attracted the attention of all the new students. I'm sure you've already guessed the content of this training through the items in your backpacks. I can tell you with certainty that your thoughts are not wrong. In half an hour, military transport planes will take you to unexplored monster areas. You will undergo 2 months of survival training there, and the items in your backpacks are all the equipment you'll have for these 2 months of training. The teleportation scroll is your ultimate last resort for life. When you encounter an insurmountable danger, tear the teleportation scroll, and you will be teleported back to this military camp. However, I hope you don't use it lightly. After all, this training will be ranked based on your duration of stay. Alright, if there are no other questions, prepare to depart. Xinyu's words were still gentle, but after he finished speaking, all the new students were plunged into shock. Untouched monstrous creature areas. Everyone clearly understood what such places represented. After the great change in the world, the entire Blue Stars area expanded countless times, and many places previously unexplored by humans appeared. These places represented resources and wealth, but they were also full of death and danger. Because in today's world, humans are no longer the overlords of Blue Star, monstrous creatures occupy much vaster territories. Every untouched monstrous creature area undoubtedly harbors a large number of monstrous creatures, and may even feature massive monstrous creature tribes. Just like the ogre Bai Fan encountered before, high-level, high-grade monsters possess intelligence almost equal to that of humans. They absorb weaker monstrous creatures to form villages, tribes, and even nations. Therefore, an unexplored monster zone like this, while similar to the Azure Wind Mountains located on the outskirts of Dongyun City, but it's countless times more dangerous than the Azure Wind Mountains. Because monster areas like the Azure Wind Mountains, which are close to human cities, have long been swept over by countless human powerhouses. Powerful monsters were either driven out or killed, and what remained was left for students like Bai Fan, or for civilian beast tamers to gain experience. However, even in monster areas with controllable danger levels like the Azure Wind Mountains, new students like Bai Fan risk total annihilation if they go too deep. Entering an unknown monstrous creature area would be like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Moreover, the backpack Xinyu distributed contained very few items. These few things would probably only be enough for a 2 or 3 day outing. If they wanted to live in the wild for 2 months, this equipment would be of little use. Most importantly, Xinyu didn't provide them with any food at all. Teacher Xinyu, I refuse to participate in this training. Exploring unknown monstrous creature areas, that's a task for the military and school's reconnaissance teams. We are just newly enrolled students. What you're doing is sending us to our deaths. After the initial shock, many new students in the crowd immediately started to clamor. They were very aware of the dangers of these unknown monstrous creature areas, and compared to these dangers, not getting a good ranking or being punished by Teacher Xinyu was nothing. A death wish? Hearing these new students' words, Xinyu's gentle smile remained unchanged. Don't worry, although this is an unexplored monster zone, the risks are controllable. The area surrounding this zone has been cleared by the military and exploration teams. The place you're going to now will, at most, contain one monster of roughly level 30, a Lord tier monster. As long as you don't provoke it, you should easily get through these 2 months of training. Besides, the teleportation scrolls you carry aren't just for show. If you encounter danger, just tear one open and teleport back, simple as that. Xinyu's tone was calm, but it left the listening students feeling a stifled frustration bubbling in their chests, eager to be released. Only one monster of roughly level 30, a Lord tier monster. Is he serious? Is that something they, as new students just entering Qingbei Academy, can handle? According to the normal state, the power comparison between beast tamers and monsters is as follows. At the same level, one beast tamer can single-handedly eliminate an elite tier monster. But to encounter a leader tier monster, at least 5 beast tamers with excellent teamwork are needed to slay it. As for lord tier monsters, the number of beast tamers required must be multiplied by 10. A level 30 lord tier monster's strength can already contend with a newly advanced gold tier beast tamer. Such a formidable creature, even if all the new students present were tied together, would probably just be enough for it to stretch its muscles. However, despite their shock and worry, after Xinyu finished explaining, the noisy chatter among the new students subsided. The 2 new students who had wanted to quit earlier also obediently returned to the team. After all, Xinyu was right, they still had the teleportation scroll as a trump card. Furthermore, their goal was merely to survive in this area for 2 months, not to explore the entire region. Although there was still danger, the risk factor had been greatly reduced. But even so, the atmosphere among the new students grew somewhat somber. Having just finished the college entrance exam, and before even entering Qingbei Academy to start their wonderful university life, they were immediately being sent into a dangerous, unknown monster zone. No matter who it was, there would be a significant sense of disappointment. However, this doesn't include Bai Fan. His heart was currently filled with excitement. Because, after Xinyu finished talking about the training objective, a pleasant prompt sound from the divine pet system echoed in his ears. Ding dong! Detected the start of new student training, divine pet system begins challenge mission. Mission content, persist until the end of the freshman training process and achieve first place. Mission reward, Diamond Chest X1, unlock second hidden beast pet. Failure penalty, revoke SSS rank beast tamer talent, myriad-fold feeding rebate. After checking the challenge mission released by the divine pet system, Bai Fan's breathing became a little rapid. The rewards for this mission were simply too great. The value of the diamond treasure chest goes without saying. The second hidden beast pet, seeing Shelly's formidable strength now, he knew how powerful hidden beast pets were. And there was also the space ring that teacher Xinyu promised him. Adding these rewards together, even without the severe mission failure penalty, he would still fight with all his might to get first place. No one can stop me this time, I must get first place. Even if it's a level 30 lord tier demon beast, if it dares to stand in my way, I'll tear it to shreds. Half an hour later. A military transport plane carried Bai Fan and others towards their destination. In a world where the sky has become a forbidden zone, military transport planes are one of the few tools that humans can use to travel through the sky. However, its appearance was already completely different from what Bai Fan remembered in his previous life. It was not constructed of metal, but rather made from a biological tissue taken from demon beasts, combined with the power of magic and technology. Outwardly, it looked like a winged serpent from mythology, with a slender body covered in hard scales, and the edges of its 2 huge wings were extremely sharp, shimmering with cold light under the sun. To call it a transport plane, it would be more accurate to call it a huge combat tool. This is the Dragon Kingdom's new generation combat transport aircraft, Tingsha 6. It cost 15.5 billion, is 50 meters long, has a wingspan of 30 meters, a maximum speed of 0.5 Mach, and a maximum capacity of 120 people. At critical moments, it can transform into a terrifying war machine, and through the control of internal staff, exert strength equivalent to a gold-tier beast tamer. My childhood dream was to own my very own Span Lang equals NUS Tingsha 6 Span. Inside the cabin of Tingsha 6, Shin Mingwei sat beside Bai Fan and said with a look of longing. Upon hearing Shin Mingwei's words at this moment, Bai Fan's eyes couldn't help but move. Although this world was different from his original one, many things were still universal. For example, the unit of speed, Span Lang equals NUS Mach span, where 1 Span Lang equals NUS Mach span is 1,126 km per hour. Tingsha 6 maximum speed reaches Mach 0.5, which is 563 km per hour, almost twice the speed of the high-speed train Bai Fan rode in his previous life. And being able to exert the strength of a gold-tier beast tamer, it's likely that Tingsha 6 alone could directly annihilate small cities like Dongyun City. This thing was indeed good. After hearing Shin Mingwei's introduction, Bai Fan was somewhat envious. However, he also knew in his heart that the price of this thing would probably be beyond imagination. With a manufacturing cost of 15 billion, it would probably sell for several times that amount if put on the market. This thing was not something ordinary people could afford. Student Bai Fan, aren't you interested in Tingsha 6? Sitting next to him, Shin Mingwei noticed Bai Fan didn't respond. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he directly asked. Interested, but can't afford it. Seeing the other person strike up a conversation, Bai Fan replied in a flat tone. This guy, Shin Mingwei, had been strange ever since they were in the military camp, and after getting on the transport plane, he directly sat next to him. Now, he was even proactively starting a conversation. He couldn't quite figure out Shin Mingwei's intentions. After all, the surrounding freshmen were all sitting upright, wary of everyone around them. Ha ha! Shin Mingwei didn't care about Bai Fan's wariness at all. He chuckled, then continued. Actually, for us, there's no need to spend money to buy Tingsha 6. Moreover, even if you have money, you can't buy a super weapon like Tingsha 6. To own it, you can only join the military, or form an exploration team at school, complete enough missions to earn points, and exchange them with those points. After we finish this freshman training, we'll be considered reserves for an exploration team. As long as we work hard, we can totally own a Tingsha 6 of our own before graduation. Classmate Bai Fan, after training, would you like to team up with me? After finishing his introduction, Shin Mingwei now extended an invitation to Bai Fan. Hearing this, Bai Fan gave him a strange look. Why me? We've known each other for less than a day, haven't we? Hearing his words, Shin Mingwei chuckled twice again and said, You're ranked first in the college entrance exam, so of course, when teaming up, I'd look for the strongest. Besides, you're now being targeted by Teacher Shinyu, and I think you might need my help. After all, that old woman has a terrible personality and would dare to do anything when she goes crazy. Upon hearing Shin Mingwei's reasoning, Bai Fan instinctively felt a little disgusted. Although Teacher Shinyu seemed like a wolf in sheep's clothing, Bai Fan was full of goodwill towards her due to the previously promised spatial ring reward. After all, such a generous teacher is hard to find. However, Shin Mingwei's apparent familiarity with Teacher Shinyu also sparked a sense of doubt in Bai Fan's mind. Could it be that Teacher Shinyu really had some ulterior motive regarding him? 5 Ta, alright, little ones, we've arrived. Now, everyone gather at the aircraft door. As Bai Fan pondered the deeper meaning in Shin Mingwei's words, a gruff voice echoed from the loudspeaker inside Tingsha 6. Bai Fan remembered this voice. It should belong to the captain, whose physique was like a small mountain, whom they saw when they boarded Tingsha 6. There are fast descent backpacks at the cabin door. Line up and collect them one by one. After a brief moment of chaos following the simple and crude command, all the new students received their fast descent backpacks and secured them onto their bodies. As everyone completed their actions, the cabin door of Tingsha 6 suddenly opened, and a strong gust of wind directly rushed into the cabin. The sudden change almost sucked out several new students who were sitting not far from the cabin door. Ha 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 ha. Several undisguised laughs echoed through the loudspeaker, causing expressions of anger to appear directly on the faces of those new students. Clearly, the sudden change earlier was intentional on the part of the captain and his crew. Alright, you've reached your mission area. For the next minute, the transport plane will circle the outer perimeter. During this minute, you can choose a suitable location and jump down yourselves. Of course, you can also choose not to jump, in which case I will personally throw each of you down. The countdown starts now. As the captain's gruff voice sounded, the faces of many new students turned pale. At this moment, Tingsha 6 was at least 100 meters above the ground. Even though they were the top performers among all the candidates nationwide, they couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Even Bai Fan felt a bit strange at this moment. Taking this opportunity, he looked down and saw that the area where Tingsha 6 was currently seemed to be an island. Besides the land below, the ends of the 3 directions Bai Fan saw were all a vast expanse of white seawater. This beginning was filled with a strong sense of a Battle Royale game's parachute jump. I wonder if the spot I choose later will be fat or not. Classmate Bai Fan, I'm going ahead. Think carefully about my invitation. Just then, Shin Mingwei walked to the open cabin door, turned and waved at Bai Fan, then jumped out without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Bai Fan was somewhat speechless. However, following Shin Mingwei's action, many of the surrounding new students also started to move. Soon, fewer and fewer people remained in the cabin. Seeing that no one was catching up for the moment, Bai Fan stopped waiting and jumped straight out of the cabin door. After leaving Tingsha 6, Bai Fan opened his rapid descent backpack. This rapid descent backpack was not the parachute type Bai Fan was familiar with in his previous life. Instead, through the action of magical energy, it formed a 2-meter diameter magical energy sphere around the user. This magical energy sphere would absorb the impact force upon landing, allowing the user to land safely. It was very safe and fast. Perhaps its only drawback was the inability to adjust one's direction during the descent. Whoosh! The descent speed was very fast, and the piercing whistle made Bai Fan's eardrums buzz. After a few seconds, with a pop as the magic energy sphere burst, Bai Fan landed safely. Good luck! The place where he landed was an open area, surrounded only by some low thorny bushes and some plants Bai Fan couldn't name. Besides these, directly in front of him was a continuous jungle, beyond which was a low mountain range, with an elevation of about 300 meters. Behind him was the boundless sea. Bai Fan deliberately chose this spot because it was less crowded, and also because food was easiest to obtain here. Everyone would have to live on this island for 2 months, and food would be of paramount importance. While there were ways to get food in the jungle, the difficulty of obtaining it was definitely higher than by the sea. Moreover, the seaside had an advantage that inland areas didn't: salt could be acquired. For novice beast tamers like Bai Fan, their bodies do not change much compared to ordinary humans. They still needed to supplement various trace elements that normal humans required. Only after reaching the gold rank will a beast tamer's body undergo fundamental changes. By that time, with a massive amount of attribute feedback, the beast tamer will transform into a superhuman state. This would give their bodies the attributes of magical creatures, allowing them to sustain life by absorbing free-floating magical energy, no longer needing to eat to absorb essential nutrients. Ah! But soon, as a series of agonizing screams rang out, Bai Fan realized he had miscalculated. Indeed, few freshmen actively chose to be near the sea, but he forgot that in the cabin of Tingsha 6, there were still a few hesitant individuals. After the last minute expired, all of them were ruthlessly kicked out by the captain of Tingsha 6, one by one. Compared to Bai Fan and the others who could choose their landing spots, these new students weren't so lucky. Forced to jump from the plane, they plunged into a boundless sea. I wonder if this counts as landing in a box. Watching the several new students plummeting rapidly in the distance, Bai Fan thought with a chuckle. Should I go loot a package? One of them landed not far from him, roughly 700 or 800 meters in a straight line, by estimation. Bai Fan hesitated, wondering if he should go take a look. The small tools he prepared in his backpack were quite useful, and the more the merrier was naturally a good thing. However, he quickly abandoned the idea. The number of monsters in the ocean was far greater than on land. Although he was a good swimmer, he didn't think he could outswim those aquatic monsters in the sea. Moreover, just as he was contemplating, a dazzling white light emanated from where the newcomer had fallen. That was the phenomenon that occurred when a teleportation scroll was activated. What a unlucky fellow! You have to jump sooner or later, why wait for someone to kick you down? After a silent sigh, Bai Fan looked no further. He summoned Shelly and began searching for food in the surroundings. It must be said that resources on this undeveloped island were incredibly rich. There was no need to specifically search after just one circuit. Bai Fan's backpack was filled with various seafood. In addition to these, under Shelly's guidance, he also found a nest of sea turtle eggs. I wonder, compared to soft-shell turtles, which one of these is more nourishing? It's decided, Shelly, today we're having roasted turtle eggs. As Bai Fan and the others began their journey of survival on the deserted island, Tingsha 6 circled in the sky a few times but did not leave. Instead, it ascended higher into the sky. Once it reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, streaks of magical light suddenly flickered across Tingsha 6's massive body surface. Then, with a distortion of light, it simply vanished into the sky. A few flying monsters that had been watching from a distance let out confused roars upon witnessing this scene. They couldn't quite understand how the prey that was already at their mouths had simply disappeared. The internal space of Tingsha 6 was much larger than what Baifan and his companions had seen. The manned area only occupied a small portion of Tingsha 6's entire internal space. The initial design purpose of Tingsha 6, beyond its rapid maneuverability and ability to perform support and transfer missions on the battlefield, was primarily to serve as a terrifying war machine. After all, every beast tamer in this world possessed formidable individual strength, so numbers didn't hold much significance for them. Therefore, apart from the small man cabin, most of Tingsha 6's other spaces were occupied by weapon depots and control rooms. Adjacent to the cabin where Baifan and the others were, separated by a wall, was the most crucial control center of the entire Tingsha 6, the combat room. This was a space even more expansive than the cabin, with numerous operating instruments arranged within. Operators monitored the surrounding situation through screens embedded in the walls. However, in this combat room, there was one item that was completely out of place with its surroundings. That is, a sofa. At this moment, the graceful Xinyu was sitting on the sofa, bored, looking at the screens around her. Each screen displayed the individual situations of Baifan and the other new students. At this time, she still looked languid, her feet crossed on the armrest of the sofa, her shapely body sinking into the cushions, a wineglass swaying in her hand. In the serious atmosphere of the surroundings, she looked as if she were on vacation. However, the staff around her completely ignored this, and even the occasional glances they cast dared not linger too long. How boring! These guys are absolutely the worst batch of recruits I've ever had. Right at the start, there were non-combat casualties. Seeing the several screens suddenly go dark, the bored Xinyu couldn't help but curl her lips. Report! Just then, a rough voice suddenly rang out from outside the operations room. Come in! Hearing the voice, Xinyu's gaze didn't leave the screen, and she replied casually. After her voice sounded, the pilot of Tingsha 6, the burly strong man, walked in. At this moment, his body was ramrod straight, and he meticulously walked to the sofa, appearing somewhat cautious. Even though he was much older than Xinyu, as he looked at the lazy figure on the sofa, he kept his eyes straight ahead, and his tone held a hint of reverence. Captain, mission accomplished. Everyone has been dropped off. All detection equipment has also been arranged. There are a few flying demonic beasts constantly peeping around. Do we need to deal with them? After hearing his words, Xinyu drained the wine in her glass and withdrew her gaze from the screen. Don't mind them. We're here to observe. Getting rid of these few demonic beasts will only attract more trouble with the scent of blood. For the next 2 months, we'll stay here to observe the situation on the island. And, if any big guys from the sea try to come ashore, just clean them up directly. Xinyu's tone remained gentle, but upon hearing her, the strong man straightened his body even more, responding respectfully. However, after speaking, seeing no further reaction from Xinyu opposite him, he could no longer suppress the doubt in his heart. Captain, I don't think we need to stay here on guard at all. Instead of wasting time playing house with them, we might as well go to the battlefield and kill a few demons to accumulate merits. After the burly man finished speaking, the surrounding staff couldn't help but cast a few cautious glances their way. Clearly, their thoughts were the same as the burly man's. They felt staying here was a complete waste of time. After all, a single Tingsha 6 possessed combat power comparable to a gold-tier beast tamer, and on board Tingsha 6 were 6 silver-tier beast tamers, as well as the muscular man, a gold-tier beast tamer. Such combat power was enough to sweep through a small tribe with level 50 lord-tier demons. Not to mention, there was now a formidable figure presiding over the command room. Even a medium-sized tribe, they could take on. After listening to the burly man's words, Xinyu fell silent for a moment, then she said with some helplessness. Don't even think about missions. The higher-ups believe our condition isn't suitable for missions, and moreover, our current sequence is already affiliated with Qingbei University. Having accepted their benefits, we have to achieve something in return. Hearing this, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across the burly man's face. A bunch of old fogies. We just slaughtered a few high-level demons, is there really a need to make such a big fuss? Shut up! Xinyu snapped, giving the burly man an annoyed glare. "If I hear those complaints from your mouth again next time, you'll be solely responsible for the maintenance of Blazing Serpent 6 from now on." Hearing this, the burly man's expression of dissatisfaction grew even stronger, and he grumbled reluctantly. "Captain, even if the higher-ups' decision regarding the demons is correct, they shouldn't have assigned you to Qingbei University. You are already a master-tier beast tamer, and now you're being arranged to be a teacher at Qingbei Academy. What's the meaning of this? Are they planning for you to retire early?" When Xinyu heard this, the gentleness on her face vanished, and a sharp aura appeared around her. But looking at the burly man in front of her, she ultimately didn't say much. She knew he was speaking up for her, but this matter was indeed very frustrating. Seeing Xinyu's expression, the burly man also fell silent. After a long while, he hesitated and asked again. "Captain, are we really going to stay here and do nothing for the next 2 months? Mingguan Island is an unexplored area, but these rookies aren't on an exploration mission. As long as they're careful enough, they can totally get through 2 months safely." Seeing the burly man stop talking, Xinyu's sharp aura dissipated, and he slumped back onto the sofa. "Safe and sound? Don't worry about us getting bored. Next, I prepared some gifts for these rookies. We'll just honestly stay here and watch the show." Phew! These sea turtle eggs are indeed a great tonic. On the beach in the northern part of Bright Light Island, in a sheltered corner, Bai Fan, who had enjoyed a hearty meal, let out a satisfied sigh. Shelley, standing beside him, heard his words and swayed her 2 cute tentacles back and forth, looking in agreement. These unexplored monstrous regions, while fraught with danger, simultaneously represent opportunity. Besides monster kills granting beast pets experience points and even dropping items to enhance a beast tamer's strength, the flora and fauna mutated by magical energy also offer significant benefits to ordinary people. For example, the food Bai Fan had just eaten, if it were in his previous life, would merely satisfy his palate and fill his stomach. But here, nourished by magical energy, these foods themselves contain considerable energy that can improve physical fitness. Although the increase from a single consumption is small, over long-term accumulation, the effect is quite remarkable. Therefore, many well-off families would purchase the meat of these mutated creatures for consumption. However, Bai Fan had never eaten it before because the meat of mutated creatures was extremely expensive. Even for ordinary farmed poultry, he and his sister could only afford a meal on holidays. After becoming a beast tamer, Bai Fan had also wanted to kill some mutated creatures and bring them back when he was training in the Azure Wind Mountains. But in places like the Azure Wind Mountains, after being swept by human powerhouses and hunted by rogue beast tamers, mutated creatures had almost gone extinct. Bai Fan stayed in the Azure Wind Mountains for a month and didn't even see a single hair of these mutated creatures. "It seems I'll need to stock up on more similar food when I go back. Ranran's body has just recovered a bit. Eating more energy-rich food will be very beneficial for her future growth." Now, realizing the benefits these foods could bring, Bai Fan couldn't help but think of his frail younger sister. After Ranran's legs were invaded by cold poison, she couldn't walk, her body lacked sufficient exercise, and because their life was not affluent, they couldn't supplement enough nutrition, leading to a very poor physique. In this situation, improving her physique through food is a good method. Of course. Actually, there's an even better method. That was to let Ranran contract a beast pet through a contract ceremony, and then improve her body by gaining attribute feedback. However, Ranran was still young and hadn't yet reached the standard to initiate a contract ceremony. Just as Bai Fan was deep in thought, a whooshing sound suddenly rang in his ear. Whoosh! In his peripheral vision, he saw a shadow rushing towards him at an incredibly fast speed. However, he merely glanced at it before continuing to pack his things. Beside him, the well-fed Shelley's small body suddenly leaped up, and her 2 cute tentacles struck towards the black shadow. Bang! A collision sound rang out, the attacking black shadow let out a hiss, and crashed heavily to the ground. Bai Fan turned his head and found it was a sea snake as thick as an arm. A level 5 monster, a demonic sea snake, a weak monster found in the ocean. At this moment, the demonic sea snake had been smashed into 2 by Shelley's tentacles, deader than dead. However, although the demonic sea snake caused no harm, its appearance made Bai Fan somewhat puzzled. Before cooking, he had observed the surrounding area and found no monsters. Moreover, sea snakes primarily operate in seawater and rarely come ashore. This situation now was clearly abnormal. If I'm not mistaken, the Monster Illustrated guide states that these demonic sea snakes like to appear in groups. Bai Fan's eyes narrowed slightly at this point. After packing his things, he began to observe his surroundings. As he expected, numerous demonic sea snakes had appeared on the beach, their numbers reaching 70 or 80. Moreover, these demonic sea snakes seemed to be attracted by something, all swarming towards Bai Fan. Could it be that these guys were attracted by the aroma of my cooking? Looking at the surrounding demonic sea snakes, Bai Fan couldn't help but ponder. The appearance of these demonic sea snakes largely matched the images in the monster compendium, the only difference being that their eyes were all blood red, gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. It seems my cooking skills haven't diminished. However, this is my chosen resting spot. Since these demonic sea snakes have appeared, there are probably other monsters inhabiting this area. It's a good thing I'm full now. I'll just clear out this surrounding area first. And earn some trial points in the process. Soon, Bai Fan made up his mind. Although he was unsure what attracted these demonic sea snakes, causing them to violate their habits and come ashore. These things were ultimately a hidden danger. Bai Fan currently plans to use this place as a temporary camp, so he naturally cannot allow any threats to his safety in the vicinity. Moreover, in this trial assessment, in addition to the duration of stay being a scoring criterion, the number of monsters killed is also an important indicator. Every new student, including Bai Fan, carries a data tracking terminal. This terminal will accumulate corresponding points based on the strength of the monsters after they are killed. As long as a new student killed a monster and scanned its corpse with the terminal would automatically retrieve information from the database and, by analyzing the monster's strength, accumulate the points earned to the new student. Furthermore, this terminal could not only track one's own points but also view the points and rankings of others. For example, when Bai Fan opened it just now, he found that having killed one demonic sea snake, he was currently ranked 85th, with a total of 5 points. Last place? The other guys are quite diligent. Upon seeing his ranking, Bai Fan's expression showed no change. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe doesn't delay chopping wood. The entire training assessment spans 2 full months. It has just begun, so being a bit behind in ranking is nothing. Moreover, if one were to kill a large number of monsters now and accidentally put themselves in a dangerous situation, ultimately having to leave via a teleportation scroll, then no matter how many points they had accumulated, it would be useless. However, although he didn't care in his heart, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw the name currently ranked first. Shin Mingwei, 125 points, currently ranked first. Is this guy that crazy? 125 points? Did he start a killing spree as soon as he landed? Roar! In a dense forest on Brightlight Island, violent roars continuously echoed. 3 gale wolves, each the size of a calf and level 15, scraped their front claws on the ground, their blood-red eyes fixed on the 2 figures ahead. It was an ape more than 3 meters tall, and a human holding a long staff. These 2 figures were precisely Shin Mingwei and his beast pet, the King Kong demonic ape. Beside them, 7 or 8 corpses of wind wolves lay scattered. From the large pits on the ground and the bloodstains on Shin Mingwei and the Vajra demonic ape, it was evident they had just endured a fierce battle. And the battle was far from over. Damn it! I knew this new student training wouldn't be that simple. Gasping for breath, Shin Mingwei, leaning on his bronze staff, looked at the 3 approaching wind wolves and couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had never imagined his luck would be so bad. He had finally caught a rabbit, just roasted it and was about to fill his belly, when he was surrounded by a pack of wind wolves. I'm eating a rabbit, not your beastly lovers. Do you have to fight to the death with me? Watching the 3 approaching wind wolves, Shin Mingwei felt not only anger but also a sense of grievance. Logically, although wind wolves are not weak and prefer to appear in groups, they never attack powerful prey. After an initial probe, if a wind wolf discovers its prey is strong, it will give up the hunt, or trail from afar, looking for an opportunity to ambush. However, these wind wolves attacking him completely contradicted the information recorded in the monster manual. As soon as these guys saw him and the Vidra demonic ape, they charged forward recklessly, like sharks scenting blood. Even though their casualties exceeded half, these wind wolves showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they became even more frenzied. Something is definitely wrong. It wasn't Shin Mingwei's first time battling these monsters. Due to his family background, he was often thrown into monster regions for training after contracting his beast pet. The monsters that died by his hand numbered no less than 800, if not 1,000. But even so, he had never seen a situation so contrary to common sense as this. Although low-level monsters don't possess much intelligence, their biological instincts remain, especially for creatures like wind wolves. They were almost wiped out, yet the remaining wind wolves were still relentlessly entangled. If there was nothing wrong with this, Shin Mingwei would dare to write his name backward. Damn it, I knew the training that crazy woman devised wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. However, after cursing under his breath, Shin Mingwei knew that overthinking was useless at this moment. What lay before him and the Vidra demonic ape was to prioritize dealing with the remaining 3 wind wolves. Roar! As they pressed closer, the last of the 3 gale wolves' patience vanished. After letting out a roar, they frantically charged at Shin Mingwei and the Vidra demonic ape. Bang bang bang! The sound of intense collisions rang out once more. After a fierce struggle, Shin Mingwei and the Vidra demonic ape finally dealt with the remaining 3 gale wolves. However, at this point, both of them had expended a good deal of their stamina, and due to the gale wolves' last-ditch counterattack, the Vidra demonic ape even sustained a not-so-shallow wound. Phew! Finally dealt with them. As the last gale wolf's head was smashed in, Shin Mingwei couldn't help but lean on his staff, panting heavily. Although the gale wolves were only level 15, each of them had reached the elite rank, and their speed was incredibly fast. Even though Shin Mingwei and the Vidra demonic ape had extensive combat experience and their strength was at the forefront among all new students, their exhaustion was still immense after dealing with these gale wolves. However, after a brief rest, Shin Mingwei quickly led the Vidra demonic ape away from the spot. Blood would attract other demonic monsters, and he had to change locations before that happened. Furthermore, he also needed to figure out why those gale wolves had become so frantic. It didn't take long for Shin Mingwei to lead the Vidra demonic ape to a small stream. After washing the blood from his body, Shin Mingwei began to check the items he had on him. Holy crap! There's something wrong, as expected. Soon, the highly experienced Shin Mingwei discovered the reason for the gale wolf's frenzy. At this moment, he held the data terminal with a grim expression, his gaze fixed on a hollowed-out area at the bottom of the terminal. One could vaguely see a pale red object within this hollowed-out area. After smelling it in front of his nose, Shin Mingwei's expression grew even uglier. Damn it, that old woman Shin Yu is really ruthless. With his profound family knowledge, Shin Mingwei immediately identified the information about this red object through its smell and color. Beast-luring incense. This was an alchemical item refined from demonic beast blood and soothing grass. Demonic beast blood and soothing grass were both common magical materials, especially soothing grass, which also had the effect of calming the mind. However, when these 2 common ingredients were combined, they would produce a wonderful chemical reaction. The scent it emitted was incredibly alluring to magical creatures, making them lose their minds and frantically attack any living being carrying the lure's fragrance. This item is extremely rare on the market. Besides the military and exploration teams, it's most frequently used by notorious bounty hunters. They would place this lure on their victims, allowing the attracted magical creatures to become tools for destroying evidence. Earlier in the barracks, when he heard about the content of this training, Shin Mingwei actually thought that crazy woman Shin Yu had turned over a new leaf. He never expected her heart to be so dark. Carrying the lure and walking into areas teeming with magical creatures, these newcomers would probably be as conspicuous as light in the darkness in the eyes of the monsters. However, he knew in his heart at this moment that even throwing away the terminal wouldn't help the current situation. Because the lure's scent is very long-lasting without special cleaning solutions, the smell can remain on a surface for 2 months. And even without this reason, he couldn't possibly throw away the terminal now. Throwing it away would mean no way to record kill points later, so even if he persevered until the end of training, he wouldn't get a good ranking. That crazy old hag, I thought she would calm down for a while after returning from the battlefield. I never expected her heart to be so dark that she'd even try to trick her own nephew. Damn it, playing so dirty. I should have gone to Yanhua Academy. Realizing he had been roped into a dangerous scheme, Shen Mingwei indignantly put his terminal back on and then quickly left with his Vajra demonic ape. In this short amount of time, he had already noticed that many more magical creatures were being drawn by the lure's scent. At this moment, Shelly, with Titan's body activated, charged into the group of demonic sea snakes, slaughtering them fiercely. Bai Fan, not idle either, drew his sword of lightness and assisted Shelly in slaying the stragglers. Under Shelly's formidable strength, the demonic sea snakes had almost no power to resist him. Whether it was tentacle attacks or crushing with their massive bodies, all demonic sea snakes they encountered were turned into bloody fragments. Although Bai Fan's combat record wasn't as impressive as Shelly's, wielding the Sword of Purity, he could also dispatch a demonic sea snake in just a few moves. However, as time went on, Bai Fan gradually noticed that something was amiss. The number of demonic sea snakes kept increasing. Logically, 70 to 80 demonic sea snakes should have been completely wiped out under his and Shelly's furious slaughter. But now, it felt like they were inexhaustible. Something's not right. After slaying another demonic sea snake, Bai Fan leaped back, found a vantage point on the beach, and began observing the surrounding situation. What he saw immediately filled him with a bad feeling. The beach, which had been empty moments before, was now almost completely occupied by demonic sea snakes. At a glance, their numbers were impossible to count. And not only that, he could see dense, dark shadows continuously emerging from the seawater. Among them were not only numerous demonic sea snakes, but also some colossal creatures lurking in the waters surrounding the beach. Those were likely large demonic beasts from the ocean, but because they couldn't come ashore, they had been circling nearby. Among these figures, Bai Fan saw several somewhat familiar individuals. They were all powerful creatures recorded in the Demonic Beast Compendium, each possessing strength above level 20, and their rank was at least above leader tier. Holy crap! Did I just poke the hornet's nest of ocean demonic beasts? Why did so many of them show up? Witnessing this scene, Bai Fan couldn't help but feel shocked. Although the battle with the demonic sea snakes was bloody, the scent of blood here was nowhere near enough to attract so many demonic beasts to covet them. Moreover, even if the demonic beasts were attracted by the scent of blood, those living on land should have arrived first. At this point, after a period of intense fighting, Bai Fan's accumulated points had reached 160, and his ranking had directly climbed from 85 to 56. Moreover, Shelly's current level had already accumulated 1/3 of the experience needed for level 11. Good gains, but I can't keep going like this. The number of demonic beasts is increasing eventually, they might wear me out with a human wave tactic. Shelly, let's retreat. Watching more and more ocean monsters gather, Bai Fan couldn't help but abandon his previous idea. He didn't know what attraction this beach held to draw so many demonic beasts. But no matter what, his idea of using this place as a camp was going to fall through. Although the surrounding demonic sea snakes weren't strong, and those guys in the ocean couldn't come ashore for now. However, the sheer number of these monsters was too great with Bai Fan and Shelly's strength, there was simply no way to annihilate them all. Receiving Bai Fan's command, Shelly let out an unwilling roar. Its massive tentacles continuously smashed down, clearing out the surrounding demonic sea snakes and venting its dissatisfaction. But any opening that appeared was quickly filled by the continuously surging demonic sea snakes. Many even climbed onto their kin to attack Shelly and Bai Fan. Are they crazy? I just ate some seafood, is it really worth fighting so desperately? Besides, sea turtles and demonized sea snakes are completely different species. Witnessing this scene, Bai Fan couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. However, this only solidified his decision to retreat. If they delayed any longer, he and Shelly were very likely to be completely surrounded by the demonic sea snakes. Let's go, Shelly, a strategic retreat first. Urging the somewhat unwilling Shelly, Bai Fan fought and retreated simultaneously, quickly leaving the beach area. Seeing Bai Fan escape the demonic sea snake's attack, Shelly no longer hesitated. His massive body, with Titan's body activated, rolled through the demonic sea snake swarm like a road roller, easily breaking out of the encirclement. As Fan and Shelley broke out of the encirclement, the demonic sea snakes continued their relentless pursuit. However, once the distance between the two sides reached a certain point, the army of demonized sea snakes stopped. Soon, after wandering for a while, these demonized sea snakes all returned to the sea. There's something wrong, as expected. Standing in the jungle, Fan looked at the retreating army of demonic sea snakes, his expression becoming solemn. Just now, he discovered that after the distance between him and the demonized sea snakes reached 500 meters, the relentlessly pursuing army of demonized sea snakes stopped. And at that moment, he clearly saw that the demonized sea snake's crimson eyes gradually turned dark black as time passed. Did something stimulate them? Sensing this change, Fan couldn't help but ponder. According to the records in the Monster Compendium, demonized sea snakes are very sensitive to scent. Their previous behavior was as if they were attracted by something and had fallen into a berserk state. Could it be that there's something on me that attracted them? Having temporarily escaped danger, Fan didn't act rashly. Instead, he stayed put and carefully checked his belongings. But after he checked everything in his backpack, he found no problems. That's not right. Aside from the items in this backpack, everything else I've always carried with me. I've used these things for a long time, there's absolutely no way they could be the problem. Looking at the backpack on the ground, Fan, now sitting under a tree, had a somewhat solemn expression. If anything were to attract these demonized sea snakes into a frenzied attack, the most suspicious item on him would be this backpack. But after checking it just now, he found no issues. This situation made him feel a bit troubled now. Unable to find any problems, he wasn't confident in continuing to explore the jungle behind him. After all, the situation in the jungle was different from that on the beach just now. The demonic sea snake army earlier, though terrifying in appearance, consisted of individual demonic sea snakes that weren't strong. They only created pressure for Fan through sheer numbers. However, the jungle behind them was different. There were many powerful demonic creatures on this island, and these land-based creatures wouldn't suffer from any acclimatization issues. If he really had something on him that attracted monsters and made them frenzied, Fan entering the jungle would be akin to delivering food to those monsters. Could it be that the problem is with me? Watching the demonic sea snake army recede like a tide, Fan's expression became volatile. During the brief battle, he and Shelley had killed at least 70 demonic sea snakes. The bodies of these dead demonic sea snakes were piled on the beach, emitting a strong smell of blood. Yet, even so, after the army of demonic sea snakes retreated, these flesh and blood did not attract any other demonic creatures. This led Fan to conclude that the appearance of the demonic sea snakes must be related to him. However, now that the crisis had passed, Fan thought carefully and realized he hadn't done anything to provoke such animosity. So, he focused his search on himself and the items he was carrying. Since he couldn't figure out the reason now, he dared not venture deeper into the island for exploration. The earlier appearance of the demonic sea snake army had left Fan with a lingering sense of dread. If they were surrounded by monsters in the jungle, even with him and Shelley combined, they would definitely find themselves in an inescapable predicament. Being targeted by a group of monsters above level 20, in particular, made Fan's heart pound just thinking about it. Moreover, even with his and Shelley's combined strength, they could easily handle a few leader-class monsters above level 20 one-on-one. But if they encountered a situation similar to the demonic sea snake army, no matter how strong he and Shelley were, it would be useless. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. No, I absolutely cannot leave like this. I must get to the bottom of this, otherwise, won't I have to live in fear every day for the next 2 months? Looking at the backpack not far away with a profound gaze, a determined look appeared on Fan's face. He decided to figure out the reason before continuing his exploration, otherwise, this hidden danger would bring him great trouble. Shelley, go put this backpack on the beach. After confirming that no items were missing from the backpack, Fan had Shelley pick up the backpack with her tentacles and place it where they had fought the demonic sea snakes earlier. He wanted to see exactly what the problem was. Upon receiving his command, Shelley quickly arrived at the previous battle site, holding the backpack with her tentacles. After setting the backpack down, she returned to Fan's side. Just wait, let's see what the problem is. Resting under a tree, Baifan's gaze never left the backpack, fixed intently upon it. He wanted to see if the backpack would once again attract the demonic sea snakes. However, nearly half an hour passed without the slightest movement on the beach, and the sea remained perfectly calm. If it weren't for the corpses of the demonic sea snakes still on the beach, Baifan would have thought his previous battle was just an illusion. It seems it's not the backpack's problem. Thinking silently, Baifan's expression grew somewhat grim. Now that the backpack was confirmed not to be the issue, the problem must definitely lie with himself. But he couldn't fathom why, since entering the military camp, he hadn't encountered any special circumstances. How could he now be attracting the attacks of these demons? Could it be? After reconfirming that there was nothing unusual on his person, he turned his gaze to the data terminal. Aside from the backpack, the only other item he had on him, which he acquired in the military camp, was this data terminal. If the backpack wasn't the problem, then it was highly likely that the problem lay with the data terminal. After some thought, Baifan had Shelley retrieve the backpack, and at the same time, he unfastened his data terminal and placed it on the battlefield from earlier. Having done all this, he stood at the edge of the beach, closely watching the situation ahead. Soon, he noticed unusual activity. Dense, dark shadows appeared in the seawater in just a few minutes. The army of demonic sea snakes that had retreated earlier returned. Furthermore, the number Baifan saw seemed to be much greater than before. Damn, it really is a problem with the data terminal. Seeing this scene, Baifan breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. The result was bittersweet for him, and somewhat sickening. Now, even though he knew there was a problem with the data terminal, he still had to hold his nose and continue carrying it. After all, if he wanted to win first place in this training session, he had to earn enough points. To be honest, Baifan had initially thought these 2 months of training would be quite easy, but he didn't expect to encounter such a vexing situation right from the start. And after this result, the doubts Baifan had previously harbored were also resolved. He had previously thought this training was a bit too simple. After all, surviving on a deserted island with only a few days' worth of supplies was indeed difficult. But among the new students, there must be many who had enough contingency plans to get through these 2 months. But now, I thought this training wouldn't be too difficult for me. But I didn't expect that I was a bit overconfident. Sure enough, just as Shin Mingwei said, Teacher Shinyu is truly vicious. After taking the data terminal back, Baifan looked at the retreating army of demonized sea snakes again, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Teacher Shinyu hadn't mentioned this situation in the military camp at all. I'm afraid all the new students who have now entered the island are being hunted by various monsters. No wonder Teacher Shinyu just dropped them off on this island and left them alone. It turns out he had planned it all along. Lacking essential survival supplies, and having something on them that attracted monsters. The seemingly gentle Teacher Shinyu wasn't giving these new students any room to breathe. Too ruthless. Judging by this situation, I'm afraid that when the 2-month deadline arrives, there won't be many new students left on the island. Putting the data terminal back on his hand, Baifan looked at the lush jungle in the distance, his eyes involuntarily becoming obscure. However, he didn't feel much worry in his heart. Instead, a lot of interest arose. Only this way would it be challenging. If it were like his previous experience in the Azure Wind Mountains, it would not fully demonstrate the necessity of Qingbei Academy organizing this training. Things are getting interesting. I wonder how many new students have discovered this situation. Thinking silently, Baifan led Shelley into the jungle. Through the test just now, he not only found out the reason for attracting monsters but also tested the maximum range of this item. As long as the distance exceeded 500 meters, the effect of attracting monsters would disappear. However, this data was not accurate. If it were other monsters, this distance might need to be further reduced. So, at this moment, he planned to enter the jungle to find other transformed monsters to continue testing. The sky was gray, and it was already evening. Baifan led Shelley, traversing the jungle on Brightlight Island, constantly alert to their surroundings. After an afternoon of fighting, Baifan's face was already showing fatigue, and even Shelley's 2 antennae drooped down, looking weak and listless. After discovering the terminal's problem, Fan had been testing it in the jungle, but he hadn't gone too deep. Because according to the activity patterns of monsters, the closer to the center, the stronger the monsters would become. Although Fan was confident in his and Shelley's strength, he didn't want to attract a group of monsters above level 20. One should know that even though Fan was currently only active on the outskirts of the jungle, searching an area of only a few kilometers, he had encountered many powerful monsters. Packs of gale wolves, a rampage bear like a small mountain, and mutated hedgehogs capable of firing steel needles. These three types of monsters caused Fan and Shelley a lot of trouble, and it took a great deal of effort to shake off their pursuit. Especially the gale wolves, these guys truly live up to their reputation as close relatives of dogs. Their sense of smell is incredibly keen, even the mutated sea serpents couldn't compare. During Fan's testing, the aura emanating from the terminal could still attract the attention of swift wind wolves even at a distance exceeding 700 meters. If Fan hadn't seen the situation was bad and quickly had Shelley strategically retreat with him, he would probably still be running with swift wind wolves chasing his tail. However, Fan's gains this afternoon were also very significant. He tested the approximate range of the terminal's monster attracting ability. Except for the special species like gale wolves and mutated sea serpents, other monsters could perceive the terminal's presence at a maximum distance of about 200 meters. This result made Fan breathe a sigh of relief. A monster luring range of 200 meters gave him a lot of room for maneuver. As long as he chose a sufficiently open location, he could get some rest at night. And in addition to confirming the terminal's monster luring range, Fan had accumulated 560 points of kill score this afternoon, now ranking 36th among all new students. At the same time, through this afternoon's killing, Shelley's experience progress from level 10 to 11 had reached 80%. It was estimated that with a little more effort tomorrow morning, Shelley could reach level 11. This spot will do. Carefully advancing through the jungle, Fan finally found a mound that was significantly higher than the surrounding areas. Standing at the highest point of the knoll, he could basically observe the situation within a 200-meter radius. Excellent! The view is very open, let's rest here for tonight. After observing the surroundings, a satisfied Fan carefully dug a pit in the mound and first buried the terminal he was holding. This was a method he had thought of in the afternoon, separating the terminal from himself when resting. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the monsters attacking him first if they appeared. Moreover, with the open terrain here, he would be able to detect any monsters immediately. After making these arrangements, Fan did not camp on the spot but chose another sheltered depression about 50 meters away. Using the shovel from his backpack, Fan dug the depressed area larger, creating a big enough pit for him and Shelley to hide in. At the same time, he also collected many branches to create some camouflage around the pit and set up several early warning traps. These were some small tricks Fan learned while training in the Azure Wind Mountains. Since he had used them frequently during his training, he set them up extremely quickly this time. In just over an hour, he had properly arranged his hiding spot. Phew! This should do it. Watching his hiding spot almost merge with the surrounding environment, Fan nodded with satisfaction. While these might seem a bit crude to professionals, they were sufficient for him now. Those small traps could ensure that Fan discovered the monsters the moment they appeared. At the same time, the terminal buried 50 meters away could prevent Fan from becoming the initial target of the monster's concentrated fire. He had tested it in the afternoon. When he and the terminal were separated, the monsters would first seek out the terminal. The commotion it would cause would give Fan ample time to react. Once everything was arranged, he took out the food he had prepared earlier that day and ate a little with Shelley, then immediately began to recover his strength. While Fan rested, Bright Light Island was far from peaceful. Due to the measures Xinyu left on the terminals, the number of freshmen who successfully arrived at Mingguang Island drastically decreased under the attack of the rampant monsters. Out of a total of 89 freshmen, excluding the 4 unlucky ones who landed in a box during parachuting, another 20 freshmen were eliminated in just one afternoon. Now, the total number of remaining freshmen on Mingguang Island is only 65. And almost everyone is in a state of exhaustion. Phew! This is called island survival? This is clearly a battle royale. A girl holding a greatsword, after slaying an armored boar with a single strike, lay down on the ground without any regard for her image, gasping for air. This person was precisely the beautiful girl Bai Fan had first noticed in the military camp. Her name is Zhao Yaowei, ranked 9th among all college entrance examination candidates, and her contracted first sequence combat beast pet is the Moonlight Unicorn. Around her, 7 armored boar carcasses lay scattered. Looking at the broken trees and large craters everywhere, one could tell she had endured a fierce battle. After she collapsed from exhaustion, a creature with a pure white body, resembling a horse but with a single horn on its forehead, approached her and affectionately nuzzled her. This was indeed her beast pet, the Moonlight Unicorn. However, at this moment, the Moonlight Unicorn's pure white fur was also stained with quite a bit of blood, and its aura seemed somewhat subdued. "Don't worry, little Bai, I'm fine, just a bit too tired. I knew the freshman training at Qingbei University wouldn't be simple. We've encountered such a difficult situation right from the start. The next 2 months will probably be tough for both of us." Patting the Moonlight Unicorn's head, Zhao Yaowei, having somewhat recovered, said with a helpless expression. These armored boars were the 7th wave of monsters she had encountered since arriving on Mingguang Island. Although she was powerful, her physical strength was now almost depleted. And most importantly, after a long period of intense fighting, she was now so hungry her stomach felt like it was pressed against her back. The Moonlight Unicorn could fill its stomach by eating grass, but she, its master, had no such option. The sky was bright, and sunlight bathed the entire Mingguang Island. However, in the dense jungle of Mingguang Island, the light became very dim. Trees with trunks so thick that 2 people could barely embrace them, towering 40 to 50 meters high, were everywhere. The lush canopies blocked out the sunlight, leaving only a few rays piercing through the gaps into the forest. But this not only failed to bring much light, but instead made the atmosphere in the jungle even more eerie. Coupled with the faint miasma emitted by the gray-brown decaying leaves on the ground, the jungle felt like a haunted realm. Bai Fan and Shelley trudged through the dense forest, making simple masks from their clothes to cover their mouths and noses, filtering out the foul, pungent smell in the air. A week had passed since the training began, and the number of freshmen remaining on Mingguang Island had decreased again, now only 56. However, compared to before, the overall environment on the island had recently become increasingly quiet. Clearly, the remaining individuals had understood the hidden challenges left by teacher Xinyu and each found their own coping methods. After a week of exploration and battles, Bai Fan now ranked among the top 20 new students, securing 18th place, with accumulated points reaching 1,600. Of course, this achievement is still quite a bit behind the top 10 new students. Shen Mingwei, ranked first, has now accumulated 8,000 points, surpassing the second-place student by 2,000 points. It's hard to imagine how many bitter battles this guy went through in the past week. Phew! After cautiously scouting the surroundings, Bai Fan breathed a sigh of relief and stopped with Shelley by a pile of rocks. However, he did not relax his vigilance. The swift blade remained tightly gripped in his hand, ready for Shelley to use Titan's body at any moment. During this week, Bai Fan had not delved too deeply into Bright Light Island but had instead been roaming in the jungle. By now, he had a general understanding of the surrounding area. He now knew where monsters were distributed in the jungle and where to find clean water sources. Alright, next, I'll make this my base camp and then start hunting monsters to earn points. After waiting for a moment and seeing no monster activity in the vicinity, Bai Fan put his unequipped terminal back in his hand. A week of roughing it had turned his clothes into rags, making him look particularly disheveled. However, compared to before entering Bright Light Island, Bai Fan's spirit and energy were now vastly different, appearing more capable and concise, subtly exuding a sense of composure. This pile of rocks was the hiding place Bai Fan had chosen for himself after exploring the dense forest for a week. Unlike the leaf-strewn ground in the jungle, the ground here was very dry, free of snakes and insects. Thanks to the surrounding boulders, he could easily create a simple camp without much effort. To ensure the safety of this location, Bai Fan spent a day meticulously exploring a 2-kilometer radius around it, gaining a thorough understanding of the surroundings. 2 kilometers north of here was a clean water source, where wild beasts often came to drink, ensuring Bai Fan had no risk of lacking food and water in the short term. Besides that, 1,500 meters to the northeast of the rock pile was a nest of 12 ironhide boars, which were considered the overlords of the surrounding area. The ironclad boar was level 15, a melee-type monster with impenetrable skin. Even with Bifan attacking with his swift blade at this time, it would at most only leave a shallow scratch on the ironclad boar's body. Of course, these armored pigs were still no match for Shelley. After using Titan's body, Shelley could easily take care of all of them. However, after encountering the armored pigs, Bifan merely probed them before retreating with Shelley. He had no immediate plans to deal with this nest of ironhide boars. 10 or so armored pigs were merely a drop in the bucket for the experience Shelley needed to level up. Killing them wouldn't provide much of a boost, but leaving them would be quite useful for Bifan. Monsters also had territorial divisions. According to his investigation, this surrounding area was clearly the ironhide boar's territory. Killing these ironhide boars now could easily attract monsters from other areas to contend for the territory. On the contrary, keeping them around allowed Bifan to have a stable place of refuge. After all, even after being demonized, ironhide hogs are incredibly lazy and rarely leave their lairs except to hunt. As long as Bifan didn't appear in front of the armored pigs with a terminal, these creatures wouldn't care about a few extra beings in their territory. After confirming that no monsters had encroached on his old home during his absence, Bifan quickly began to rest. He had already explored the surrounding area and planned to venture deeper into the dense forest towards the center of the island. Now that a suitable camping area had been found, the next step was to level up Shelley and accumulate points. Shelley's level had already reached 11, and the experience points needed for level 12 had accumulated to more than half. After advancing to the juvenile stage, Shelley gained 200 total attribute points with each level up, distributed evenly among her core attributes, bringing all of her core attributes to 800 points. At the same time, the attribute ratio Shelley fed back to Bifan, at level 11, also increased to 11%. Now, all of Bifan's basic attributes had reached 88 points. Coupled with equipment enhancements, his highest attribute had now surpassed 200 points. This was a terrifying number. Even among those combat sequence beast pets, few could exceed 200 points in a single attribute after reaching level 10. With such strength, even if Bifan faced a combat sequence beast pet of the same level alone, he would have a fighting chance. This kid named Bifan is pretty good. He's making steady progress, much better than some of the rookies who just joined the exploration team. At this moment, inside the hidden Tinctius 6 in the sky, the captain of Tinctius 6 said with a look of approval. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the screen in front of him, which showed Bifan's movements. The crew members of Tinctius 6 were initially reluctant to remain above Mingguang Island, mainly because after getting used to fighting monsters, the members of these military exploration teams simply couldn't adapt to such an idle life. However, after observing the desperate struggle for survival of the new students from Qingbei Academy, the strong man and the other team members gradually became interested. After all, the life of watching others fight to the death below while leisurely sipping tea in the sky was simply too good. Inside Tinctius 6, the busy crew members, influenced by Xinyu, gradually became lazy. Look, another unlucky fellow is about to be eliminated. Huh, this kid has really bad luck. He ran into a group of iron-backed apes while looking for water. Not bad battle awareness. He wasn't eliminated in an instant. However, 30 iron arm apes would be a crushing defeat even for a beast tamer around level 20. In front of one screen, many gathered crew members burst into shouts and cheers, gleefully watching the scene unfolding on the screen. On the screen, a freshman from Tsinghua University was struggling to dodge attacks while surrounded by iron-backed apes, simultaneously controlling his beast pet to counterattack. His beast pet was a giant python over 10 meters long, with hard scales shimmering with a light blue luster, and a faint chill emanating from its massive body. This was a combat sequence beast pet, the ice python, graded a class by the Beast Pet Index, with immense growth potential. Even though it was still in its juvenile phase, it already displayed considerable combat prowess. Facing the attacks of the iron-backed apes, it would simply flick its massive snake tail, sending an ape flying. However, the iron-backed apes were too numerous, and their defenses were incredibly strong. Although they suffered significant injuries after being smacked away by the frost serpent, it only further ignited their ferocity. I'll bet a bag of potato chips that this kid won't last a minute before using a teleportation scroll to leave. Impossible, the ice python is in a class combat sequence beast pet after all. It has strong melee combat abilities and can launch ice attacks. I'll bet 2 bags of spicy strips that this kid can last 5 minutes. Watching the battle on the screen, many crew members pulled out their cherished snacks and began guessing how long this new student could last. Beyond this particular screen, in the command center of the entire airship, there were over 50 other screens displaying situations on Mingguang Island. Each screen showed a figure, clearly indicating other new students participating in the training. In these screens, all the new students were either fighting monsters or cautiously moving around the island, exploring their surroundings. However, the scene on one particular screen seemed out of place. The scene displayed on the screen was a pile of rocks, where a figure was sound asleep on a makeshift bed of branches, with a cute snail beside them. This figure was none other than Bai Fan. This kid is good. Among all the examinees, his adaptability is the strongest. And he's steady and cautious, never putting himself in a dangerous situation. It seems he must have undergone similar training before, otherwise, he wouldn't perform like this. The captain of Tingsha number 6 looked at Bai Fan's sleeping figure on the screen, a look of appreciation on his face. When the training began, the flight path of Tingsha number 6 over Mingguang Island was completely irregular, so all the new students chose their landing spots purely by chance. Some landed directly in safe areas, finding food and water upon arrival. Others landed directly into monster hordes, engaging in bloody battles with the rampaging monsters. The strong ones left injured, while the weaker ones were forced to use teleportation scrolls to be eliminated. Of course, such unlucky cases were rare. More often, it was like Bai Fan, who had a brief buffer time upon landing before being attacked by monsters. However, these most common encounters currently represented the worst off among all the new students. The initial safe situation followed by encountering monsters led many to make incorrect judgments, causing them all to delve deep into the dense forest after evading the first wave of monster attacks. Although they were all cautious, because they didn't realize they had been tampered with, their vigilance was completely useless in the eyes of Mingguang Island's monsters. In these 7 days, most of the 30-plus new students who were eliminated came from among this group. This little guy discovered the changes in his body on the first day of training, and even figured out the reason for the changes by luring monsters. For the next 7 days, he didn't venture deep into Mingguang Island. Instead, he explored the surrounding areas steadily, finding a safe zone for himself. Among all the new students, he is currently in the best situation. Captain, this kid's family absolutely has exploration team members guiding him. I just wonder if it's someone we've dealt with before? After observing Bai Fan for a few moments, the captain of Tingsha number 6 said with emotion, "Him?" Hearing his words, Xinyu, who was reclining on the sofa, glanced over and then casually tossed a document to the burly man. Bai Fan is probably encountering an unexplored area for the first time. Before this, he probably only had 2 hunting zone training experiences at most. Taking the document, the burly man looked at it for a few moments, and the expression of admiration on his face turned to surprise. A commoner, and his beast pet received no training whatsoever before? Incredible! Without any resource provision, he actually managed to rank first in the college entrance exam through his own efforts. Titan Snail, I never expected this hidden beast pet, dormant for many years and considered trash, to shine so brightly in his hands. Captain, this kid's talent is good. Look at his performance on Mingguang Island these past 7 days. He's a natural fit for an exploration team. The strong man didn't hesitate with his praise at this point. After reviewing the data, he looked at Bai Fan's figure on the screen, feeling even more satisfied. He clearly understood the significance of this data. With no resources supplied, Bai Fan reaching his current level was nothing short of a miracle. Hearing the burly man's praise, Xinyu, who was reclining on the sofa, couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of her mouth. Not only is this kid talented, but he's also incredibly bold. The first time he saw me during the new student training assembly, he set his sights on my spatial ring. She looked at Bai Fan sound asleep on the screen, her expression turning somewhat amused. Hearing this, the burly man's face couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. He knew his captain's identity well, which made him even more shocked by Bai Fan's actions. Xinyu was the youngest master-level beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom. If it weren't for a slight incident, with her strength and status, she could have easily held a Legion commander position on the front lines. But even so, after retreating from the front line, she was specially recruited by Qingbei Academy, becoming one of the deans of the 4 major academies, holding an extremely respected position. Normally, countless people would fawn over Xinyu, desperate to curry favor with him. This freshman named Bai Fan actually had his eyes on Xinyu's things? This truly was a case of ignorance being bliss. Achoo! Stepping out of his rudimentary safe zone, Bai Fan couldn't help but sneeze. I wonder, am I getting sick? He pulled his barely adequate clothes tighter, wondering if he needed to find something to keep warm. Although he was now strong and robust thanks to Shelley's attribute boosts, he hadn't yet reached the point of being immune to heat and cold. With autumn now setting in and Mingguang Island being offshore, the diurnal temperature variation was extreme. If he didn't pay attention to keeping warm, he could easily catch a cold. 2,500 meters to the southwest, I remember there are 2 rampage bears. Both of these fellows are 3 meters tall with thick fur. After returning from the central area, I can take a detour to deal with them. Recalling the information he had gathered during this time, Bai Fan made a decision. His goal today was to explore the depths of the dense forest. Starting from the pile of rocks at his feet, he would go all the way to the low mountain range he saw on his first day on the island. This area was not small. According to Bai Fan's estimation, it would take at least 3 days to fully explore it. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Only 7 days had passed in the last 2 months, so he still had plenty of time. Today, he planned to first check out the mountain range. If he moved quickly, he could reach it by this morning. After confirming his objective, Bai Fan disguised his camp and then set off with Shelley. Walking cautiously along the way, Bai Fan constantly used his swift blade to cut down the vines blocking their path. The environment on Bright Island was in a pristine state, and Bai Fan had to expend a lot of effort while moving. However, besides the difficult terrain, he didn't encounter any monsters during his journey. As for the other freshmen who arrived with him on Mingguang Island, he found no trace of them whatsoever. After trekking for over 2 hours, he had arrived near the mountain range. Here, the vegetation was sparse, and the ground gradually turned yellowish-brown. Phew! Finally out! With his feet on solid ground, Bai Fan thought with a hint of joy. The dense forest was overgrown with vegetation, and every step required avoiding thorny bushes and vines that blocked his way. Moreover, the ground was covered with thick layers of fallen leaves. Over the years, the rotten leaves had accumulated, not only emitting an unpleasant odor but also making every step feel like sinking into a swamp. This made his walking unsteady and wasted a great deal of physical energy. After looking around and finding no danger, Bai Fan and Shelley rested against a large tree to regain their strength. Although they didn't encounter any monsters along the way, the snakes and insects hidden in the decaying fallen leaves were a constant nuisance, and just dealing with them had exhausted Bai Fan's mental energy. However, shortly after he sat down, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water nearby. Instantly, his just relaxed nerves tightened again. The presence of a water source meant that there must be a gathering of monsters in the vicinity. Come on, Shelley, let's go take a look. After checking their equipment, Bai Fan led Shelley in the direction of the sound of flowing water. He was quite thirsty after the long trek, and in areas where water appeared, there would not only be monsters but also edible ordinary creatures. He planned to use this opportunity to get some food for himself. After walking 200 meters to the southeast and pushing aside several branches blocking his way, a small stream about 2 meters wide appeared before his eyes. The stream was very clear. Bai Fan even saw a few fish swimming leisurely in it. Good luck, it seems these stream waters haven't been polluted. Seeing this, Bai Fan felt a subtle joy, thinking he could have a change of taste today. However, he didn't act rashly but instead vigilantly surveyed the surrounding environment. The vegetation around the stream was sparse, the view was very open, and many traces left by monsters could be seen on the gravel ground. There were a great number of traces, indicating that many monsters came here to drink water. Among them, several footprints were very large, each about the size of a millstone, sinking about 20 centimeters into the ground, appearing in pairs. It seems there are some big guys among the monsters around here. After seeing these footprints, Bai Fan heightened his vigilance. Among monsters, while there were indeed many small-bodied but powerful creatures, these were rare exceptions. In the common understanding of beast tamers, the larger a monster's size, the stronger its power. Based on these footprints, the owner of the footprints must be at least 10 meters tall. Besides these huge footprints, there were also traces of giant objects having been crushed around the stream. The ground where they passed was pressed down and became somewhat smooth. However, based solely on these tracks, Fan, with his knowledge of monsters, couldn't deduce the identity of their owner. Indeed, the closer you get to the center of the island, the stronger the monsters become. I just wonder what level these guys are. Silently pondering, Fan had no intention of investigating further but continued to observe his surroundings. But just then, a look of delight suddenly appeared on his face, his gaze fixed on a spot by the stream. Where Fan's gaze fell was a depression beside the stream, and within it grew over a dozen small, winding, snake-like grasses. The surface of these small plants was a faint grayish white, but the veins of each leaf were a faint golden color, emitting a weak magical aura. It's golden snake grass. Sure enough, unexplored monster areas like this are rich in resources. What a shame, this stuff is useless for Shelley. Golden snake grass, a rare and precious plant, often found in various unexplored monster areas. After consumption, snake-type beast pets could gain a significant amount of growth value. Besides this effect, Fan had once read a piece of information about golden snake grass in a book. It said that golden snake grass contained a lot of metal-attributed energy, and if snake-type beast pets consumed it long-term, it could increase the strength of their scales, and there was even a slight chance of awakening metal-attributed skills. Although he didn't know if it was true or false, because of this, golden snake grass was extremely valuable on the market, with each plant selling for over 10,000 dragon coins. This pile of golden snake grass in front of him had a total of 16 plants. Fan could gain an income of 160,000 dragon coins just by reselling them. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain today. After observing his surroundings, Fan was about to pocket the golden snake grass, but as soon as he moved, his expression subtly changed, and he quickly hid again. By the stream. In the bushes southeast of Fan, a figure cautiously emerged. This lean young man, even after 7 days of living on a deserted island, was still impeccably clean, though his face showed a hint of pallor. After he emerged, a red giant snake about 3 meters long followed him out. As soon as the giant snake appeared, the temperature around the stream suddenly became hot, as if a furnace had been lit. This is the second sequence combat beast pet, the fiery serpent, possessing the powerful ability to breathe fire. After growing to a certain extent, the blazing serpent could even bathe in lava, and the flames it breathed were enough to melt steel. Upon seeing these two figures, Fan confirmed their identities. Feng Xiao, currently ranked 32nd among freshmen, hails from the Far East province of the Dragon Kingdom. Although not the top scorer in Far East Province's college entrance exam, his ranking was still within the top 3, indicating his strength was not to be underestimated. Silently recalling the opponent's information, Fan remained still, hidden in the bushes, taking this opportunity to let Feng Xiao scout the path for him. Good luck! Following the sound of water, Feng Xiao, who had just emerged from the bushes, immediately spotted the golden serpent grass growing in the depression. Seeing the cluster of plants glowing with golden light, a smile involuntarily appeared on Feng Xiao's face. Golden serpent grass is a precious resource for the evolution of serpent beast pets, with each stalk providing approximately 10 to 20 points of growth value. There were more than 10 stalks of golden serpent grass in the hollow. If his fiery serpent consumed all of them, it could gain approximately 300 points of growth value. In this way, the fiery serpent was very likely to awaken another talent skill. Indeed, resources are abundant in these unexplored monster zones. Such a valuable resource as golden serpent grass can be found so easily. Thinking happily to himself, Feng Xiao did not act rashly at this moment. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings. Ever since arriving at Bright Light Island, after being taught a lesson by swarms of monsters, Feng Xiao had long since shed his arrogant nature and become cautious. There was no choice, he couldn't afford to be incautious. He never wanted to be relentlessly surrounded and ambushed by hordes of monsters again. Phew! It seems there's no danger. After confirming there was no movement around, Feng Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. A week of life on Bright Light Island had already made him overly jumpy, seeing threats everywhere. The freshman trial at Singbei Academy is truly beyond human imagination. Teacher Shinyu, that smiling tiger, is unexpectedly ruthless, throwing us onto this desolate island without providing any resources. But fortunately, I had prepared beforehand, otherwise I would have been eliminated long ago. After relaxing, Feng Xiao, with his blaze-flame serpent, slowly walked towards the golden serpent grass. He was born into a wealthy family in Far East Province, living a life of luxury since childhood. This was his first experience with such a wilderness survival situation. Upon first arriving at Bright Light Island, the first few days were extremely difficult for him. Every day he was on edge, constantly battling the monsters drawn by the beast lure incense. However, after he discovered the beast lure incense on himself, his situation improved considerably, completely freeing him from the daily heart-pounding fear. Because he carried a storage device during the freshman training, he would put his terminal into the storage device during all times except when killing monsters. Thus, the effect of the beast attracting incense had little impact on him. Aside from not getting enough to eat every day, his situation was much better than by fans. Those like him were not uncommon among the new students. Because most of those who can enter the top 100 in the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance exam have powerful family backing, a mere storage item, which is a sky-high price for by fan, is nothing to them. After eating this golden serpent grass, I can add several hundred points of growth value to the fiery serpent. By then, if it awakens a new talent skill, I can go explore the central area of the island. Upon arriving at the hollow where the golden snake grass grew, Feng Xiao, amidst the blazing serpent's excited hisses, plucked the golden snake grasses one by one and stored them in his storage equipment. Having finished all this, he prepared to collect some stream water and then leave. After consuming the golden serpent grass, the fiery serpent would likely awaken new talent skills, at which point it would fall into a dormant state, becoming completely defenseless. Moreover, many magical beasts and wild animals were bound to come to the stream to drink water. The longer he stayed, the greater the danger. So he planned to return to his safe zone before feeding the blazing serpent. In the bushes not far away, Bai Fan watched Feng Xiao collecting the golden serpent grass, pondering that he would retreat after the other party left and he had collected water. He had no intention of launching a surprise attack from behind while the other party was off guard. After all, the trial had only just begun. Eliminating other competitors at this stage would not bring much benefit to Bai Fan. Before the trial ended, the more competitors there were, the more pressure they could share for him. At the same time, even if Bai Fan dealt with Feng Xiao, it wouldn't be of much use. For him, golden serpent grass, other than being exchanged for money, couldn't instantly boost Shelly's strength. Moreover, every freshman carried a teleportation scroll, allowing them to leave Mingwan Island with a mere thought. Attacking Feng Xiao now would not thoroughly eliminate the opponent. Instead, it would create an enemy for himself in the future. In Bai Fan's opinion, this was very uneconomical. But just as Bai Fan was preparing to remain hidden and appear after the other party had collected the golden serpent grass, he saw the golden snake grass that Feng Xiao had picked flash in his hand, and then disappear without a trace. Witnessing this scene, his heart couldn't help but burn with excitement. Storage equipment. He had never imagined that this Feng Xiao would possess storage equipment. Sure enough, among all the new students at Qingbei Academy, besides me, everyone else is loaded. With a sigh of emotion, Bai Fan had made a decision. He absolutely couldn't miss the storage equipment. He had to find a way to get it from Feng Xiao. One must know, in an environment like Bright Isle, a piece of storage equipment could play an incredibly significant role. As long as Bai Fan possessed a storage item, he wouldn't need to bury his terminal outside the safe zone every night to prevent attacks from magical beasts. At the same time, he could also prepare a large amount of food and water and head towards the central region of Bright Isle. A piece of storage equipment would greatly enhance his endurance. At this moment, having finished picking all the golden snake grass, Feng Xiao took out his water container and went to the stream. 50 meters away from him, Bai Fan quietly watched this scene, his eyes growing resolute. Ha ha! Young man, you don't understand the principle of not flaunting wealth. You can't blame me for robbing you. That storage equipment is simply too tempting. Delays breed trouble. I don't have much time left. Powerful demonic creatures could arrive at the stream at any moment, so I must act swiftly. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated and directly led Shelley out from the bushes. Who? Bai Fan and Shelley did not conceal their figures. Feng Xiao, who was collecting water, immediately discovered these two uninvited guests. He turned around cautiously, and at the same time, the huge fiery serpent beside him flicked its forked tongue, its golden snake eyes fixed tightly on Bai Fan and Shelley. Bai Fan? At first glance, Feng Xiao recognized Bai Fan, and a sudden surge of nervousness welled up inside him. Although deep down, he was somewhat dismissive, even disdainful, of Bai Fan, a commoner, achieving the top rank in the college entrance examination. But at this moment, he didn't want to create any unnecessary trouble. Regardless of Bai Fan's strength, if a conflict were to erupt here, the commotion would be enough to attract the surrounding monsters. What a coincidence, you've also come here to get water. Watching Bai Fan approach little by little, Feng Xiao spoke with a look of caution. Seeing his demeanor, Bai Fan's expression remained unchanged. His steps were unceasing, and the hand behind his back had already gripped the swift blade. What do you want to do? Noticing Bai Fan pressing closer, Feng Xiao's face grew grim, and the crimson-flamed serpent beside him let out a threatening hiss. Of course, I'm also here to get water. Witnessing this scene, Bai Fan, who was still approaching, revealed a strange smile on his face. Stand still right there. If you take another step forward, I won't be so polite. Hearing this, Feng Xiao's body tensed. He placed his water bottle on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Fan. Feng Xiao, this stream isn't yours. Do I need your permission to draw water? Furthermore, I arrived earlier than you, and I was the first to discover the golden snake grass. Isn't it a bit much for you to take all the golden snake grass? Calculating the distance, Bai Fan, moving forward step by step, spoke continuously. Your beast pet is a titan snail. Golden snake grass is completely useless to you. Hearing these words, a hint of annoyance appeared on Feng Xiao's face. He evidently thought Bai Fan was trying to get a share from him. Even if I don't need it, I can take it back and sell it for money. As you know, my family's financial situation isn't at all well off. Selling all this golden snake grass would be enough for me to pay my Qingbei University tuition fees. Within a few words, Bai Fan had already closed the distance between himself and Feng Xiao to 20 meters. Seeing this, a look of dissatisfaction involuntarily appeared on Feng Xiao's face. From Bai Fan's words, he perceived that the other party was playing him. When did students of Qingbei University ever need to pay tuition fees? Every one of them who enrolled was cultivated by the school, providing resources at a loss. The other party saying this was merely trying to get a share of his golden snake grass. Classmate Bai Fan, I can give you 5 stalks of golden snake grass. Looking at Bai Fan, Feng Xiao spoke with a pained expression. Golden snake grass held great significance for him and was a treasure that couldn't be bought even with money. Giving Bai Fan 5 stalks of golden snake grass would leave an insufficient amount for his beast pet, the crimson flame serpent, to awaken a new talent skill. Feng Xiao clearly understood that such a choice meant losing an opportunity to enhance his strength. But he had no choice but to do so, because rather than improving his strength, he now wanted even less to have a conflict with Bai Fan. If the two were to fight, even if he defeated Bai Fan, there would be no benefit. On the contrary, if he got injured or attracted the covetous eyes of other monsters, he would be in big trouble. Choosing to give Bai Fan 5 stalks of golden snake grass at this moment, in Feng Xiao's view, was already a great sacrifice. He believed Bai Fan would agree. However, after he finished speaking, he saw a strange smile appear on Bai Fan's face. 5 golden snake grasses? I'm not very interested in them. Bai Fan said, and at this point, the distance between him and Feng Xiao was less than 10 meters. What I want is the storage equipment on you. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Fan's body darted out rapidly, rushing towards Feng Xiao like an arrow shot from a bowstring. At the same time, Shelley, who had been sitting on his shoulder, also launched an attack. Titan's body. After using the talent skill, Shelley's body rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a behemoth that landed with a thunderous crash. Witnessing this, Feng Zhao's face turned incredibly grim. He hadn't expected Bai Fan to attack directly, without any intention of discussing it with him. However, immediately afterward, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Since Bai Fan wasn't playing by the rules, he didn't mind sizing up the strength of this top scorer from the college entrance exam. Crimson Flame Serpent, initiate flame attack. He commanded his beast pet to have the Blazefire Serpent attack the Titan Snail. A long blade appeared in Feng Zhao's hand, and he met the charging Bai Fan without hesitation. He wanted to show this audacious commoner that even with a precious hidden beast pet, he was no match for him. After all, a beast tamer's strength is partly determined by their beast pet's strength, and partly by the beast tamer themselves. He didn't believe that Bai Fan, a commoner, could defeat him, a scion from an influential family, in a one-on-one duel. He had undergone rigorous training since childhood, learning combat skills under the tutelage of his family's powerful experts. Even without a beast pet, he himself possessed formidable combat capabilities. And in Feng Zhao's eyes, Bai Fan was just a lucky fellow who contracted a hidden beast pet, absolutely no match for him. Thinking firmly, Feng Zhao, long blade in hand, unhesitatingly met Bai Fan and delivered a fierce slash. The level 12 Blazefire Serpent provided Feng Zhao with a full 50 points in various attributes. Coupled with his lifelong diet of exotic beast flesh, his current core attributes were comparable to a level 10 ordinary monstrous creature. Whoosh! The long saber cut through the air, creating a shrill whooshing sound. After unleashing his move, Feng Zhao somewhat anticipated the scene of Bai Fan being sent flying next. However, what happened next completely stunned him. Just as the long blade was about to strike Bai Fan, a long sword, in a flash of lightning, positioned itself in front of the blade. Bang! A metallic clang echoed, and Feng Zhao's strike was steadily blocked by Bai Fan. Seeing this, an expression of disbelief appeared on Feng Zhao's face. He couldn't believe that his attack had actually been intercepted by Bai Fan. However, his shocked expression appeared too early. What would truly astonish him was yet to come. Bai Fan, who had steadily parried Feng Zhao's attack with the swift blade, exerted a little force in his arm, directly sending Feng Zhao, along with the long blade in his hand, flying. Bang bang bang! Feng Zhao had to retreat more than 10 steps before he could steady his body under the powerful force. How is that possible? How can your strength exceed mine by so much? At this moment, Feng Zhao's face was filled with disbelief. Bai Fan's casual strike made him realize that the opponent possessed power capable of completely overwhelming him. This ignited a strong sense of frustration in his heart. He never imagined that Bai Fan possessed such strength. How many attributes did the first sequence hidden beast pet actually feed back to him? Thinking in shock, Feng Zhao already had the intention to retreat. On the opposite side, Bai Fan casually held the swift blade by his side, equally puzzled in his heart. He didn't expect this Feng Zhao to be so weak. Originally, he had intended to gauge the strength of other new students through Feng Zhao, but now it seemed his plan would fall through. This Feng Zhao posed no threat to him at all. He had wasted his efforts being so careful and trying to get close to the other party before. As the two faced each other, Shelly and the Blazefire Serpent also engaged in battle. Under Feng Zhao's command, the Blazefire Serpent arched its body, spitting out a basin-sized fireball from its monstrous mouth, flying rapidly towards Shelly. However, facing such an attack, Shelly didn't dodge at all, directly ramming into it with its shell. Bang! The fireball heavily struck Shelly's shell, emitting a loud bang and sending sparks flying everywhere. Yet, none of this had the slightest effect on Shelly. After the flames dispersed, there wasn't even the tiniest mark on its shell. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the fiery serpent, flicking its tongue, couldn't help but be stunned. In its weak intelligence, it was the first time it had encountered an opponent whose attacks had no effect whatsoever. But then it immediately became enraged. Its huge snake mouth opened, preparing to launch another fireball attack. But by then it was too late. Under Titan's body's five-fold enhanced state, Shelly's speed was extreme, even without using the Golden Helmet's equipment skill. As the fiery serpent's mouth opened again, little Snail had already rushed in front of it. With a swipe of its two huge tentacles, the fiery serpent was sent flying directly, like a golf ball. Rumble! Its 3-meter-long body tumbled continuously on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Under Shelley's formidable strength, the crimson flame serpent was sent flying over 20 meters, only stopping after crashing into a pile of rubble. When the dust settled, the incredibly battered blazing serpent appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, its scales were cracked all over, and it lay in the pile of rocks, bloody and mangled, its 3-meter-long body twitching constantly, clearly in a state of severe injury. Witnessing this scene, the shocked Feng Zhao's eyes filled with terror. He never imagined that his beast pet, the crimson flame serpent, would be unable to withstand even a single blow in front of the titan snail. Is this the strength of a first sequence hidden beast pet? It's simply outrageous. In Far East Province, Feng Zhao was an undisputed prodigy, and he never thought he would be so vulnerable in front of Bai Fan. You. All of these are for you. After checking the crimson flame serpent's injuries, a look of heartache flashed across Feng Zhao's face, and he quickly recalled the crimson flame serpent to his beast pet space. Even with the recovery speed bonus in the beast pet space, such injuries would take a day to heal. During this day, his situation on Bright Island would become very dangerous, and his points would also fall far behind others. After doing all this, he turned to look at Bai Fan with a face full of grief and indignation, taking out all the golden serpent grass from his storage equipment and placing it on the ground. Seeing this, Bai Fan couldn't help but inwardly scoff. What he wanted wasn't just this golden serpent grass. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? I already said, I don't want the golden serpent grass. Hand over your storage equipment, and I can let you leave today. Otherwise, your freshman training ends here. Looking at Feng Zhao, Bai Fan spoke in a calm tone. Since he had already made his move, how could he let Feng Zhao leave just for this golden serpent grass? After realizing Feng Zhao's strength was so vulnerable, Bai Fan urgently ordered Shelley to go easy, leaving the crimson flame serpent away to live. Otherwise, under Shelley's formidable power, the crimson flame serpent would have been directly blown apart by its tentacles. He did this to prevent the opponent from using a teleportation scroll to leave. After all, once the beast pet died, Feng Zhao staying here would be pointless, and a teleportation scroll could be activated with a thought, leaving Bai Fan no time to stop him. He had heard that powerful beast tamers could interrupt the teleportation scroll activation process. But with his current strength, he simply couldn't do it. So, Bai Fan did this to give Feng Zhao a glimmer of hope. With the beast pet not dead, it could always recover in the beast pet space. If he had truly killed it and allowed Feng Zhao to leave via a teleportation scroll, Bai Fan's purpose in taking action would have been thwarted. You. Upon hearing Bai Fan's words, Feng Zhao's face grew even uglier. The opponent actually set his sights on his storage equipment. For a moment, he felt an immense anger in his heart. As a proud talent of the Far East Province, he never imagined that one day he would be robbed by someone his own age. But if he were eliminated now, he wouldn't agree to it. The ranking after the training determined the allocation of resources in Qingbei Academy. Even if his talent was good, he would be increasingly outpaced by others if his resources were inferior. What are you waiting for? Hand over your storage equipment quickly, and I'll let you live. Seeing Feng Zhao's angry expression, Bai Fan said with some impatience. Although the battle ended quickly, it caused quite a commotion, which probably attracted the attention of the surrounding monstrous creatures. The longer he stayed by the stream, the more unsafe it would be for him. Fine, here. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhao gritted his teeth and threw over a small bag from his person. This kid. In the combat room of the Tingsha 6, the burly pilot looked at the screen showing Bai Fan's feed and couldn't help but smile. Clearly, Bai Fan's actions didn't cause him any discomfort. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. As an experienced member of an exploration team, the burly man had seen many instances of beast tamers robbing others, just like Bai Fan. When exploring unknown monster zones like this, battles between beast tamers were commonplace due to interests and greed. After all, in such places, human laws that constrain oneself are non-existent. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, is the supreme truth for everyone's survival. If it were him, he would probably be even more thorough than Bai Fan. He wouldn't spare Feng Zhao's life at all. He would directly choose to take the storage equipment from the opponent's corpse, eliminating a competitor. However, this little fellow's strength is indeed impressive. In the recent battle, Feng Xiao had no room to resist at all. For Bai Fan, he completely possesses overwhelming power. Is this a beast tamer who has contracted a hidden beast pet? To possess such powerful strength at a low level. After a chuckle, the burly man began to ponder again. Just now, Bai Fan demonstrated overwhelming power against Feng Xiao, easily defeating him despite the opponent's beast pet being of a higher level. The strength Bai Fan displayed made even him look on with some admiration. The level 11 Titan Snail combined with Bai Fan would have a fighting chance even against a level 20 beast tamer. As he thought this, the burly man couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the figure on the sofa. He felt that the strength Bai Fan was currently displaying was even more formidable than that of their own captain back then. "Why are you looking at me?" As if sensing the burly man's gaze, Xinyu let out an unhappy snort, her eyes also falling on the screen showing Bai Fan. "Captain, does the hidden beast pet, Titan Snail, have such strong capabilities even in its infancy?" According to the power Bai Fan displayed just now, his strength is at least twice that of Feng Xiao. Even your purple gold lion probably wouldn't be a match for the Titan Snail at the same level. Isn't this a bit too extraordinary? With a hint of confusion on his face, the brawny man asked Xinyu. Hearing his words, Xinyu, who was staring at the screen, couldn't help but show a flicker in her eyes. The burly man's evaluation was indeed high. The purple gold lion contracted by Xinyu was also a top-tier first sequence beast pet, with immense growth potential, rumored to possess power comparable to gods when fully grown. Now, after many years of nurturing by Xinyu, the purple gold lion had already displayed an invincible aura among its generation, and beast tamers of her generation were almost no match for her in a single bout. Isn't this quite normal? As a hidden beast pet of the first sequence, the Titan Snail ranks among the top 3 of all currently known beast pets. If it couldn't demonstrate overwhelming power against other beast pets, how could it be so highly revered by so many people? It was only because dragons became extinct in the past century, and the Titan Snail struggled to obtain sufficient growth resources, that it gradually fell from its pedestal and declined. Now that Bai Fan has once again showcased the glory of the Titan Snail, I'm afraid that once he grows to the limit of the gold level, he will possess strength comparable to that of a master. Looking at the enormous, monstrous figure on the screen, Xinyu spoke with a calm expression. Hearing her words, the brawny man's face couldn't help but show a trace of shock. He had never expected Xinyu to hold such a high opinion of the Titan Snail and Bai Fan. Gold-level beast tamers and master-level beast tamers are completely different tiers. The strength gap between these two realms is like an insurmountable chasm. Even the weakest master-level beast tamer can easily obliterate 10 times their number of gold-level beast tamers. Even gold-level limit beast tamers are simply nothing to these powerhouses at the pinnacle of humanity. Now Xinyu said that Bai Fan would possess strength comparable to a master-level beast tamer after reaching the limit of a gold-level beast tamer. How could this not shock the brawny man's heart? Doesn't this mean that Bai Fan can break the divine human barrier? And achieve a saint title in the future? Looking at Xinyu, the strong man was full of shock at this moment, his voice trembling involuntarily. Beast tamers who can achieve a saint title are considered legendary powerhouses on today's Blue Star. Over thousands of years, only a select 3 have managed to reach this level. Each has made indelible contributions to humanity, leaving a brilliant mark in history that countless people aspire to. It can be said that saint-level beast tamers are the guardians of all humanity on Blue Star. Hearing his words, Xinyu nodded silently, confirming his conjecture. In the Beast Pet Compendium, the Titan Snail's strength can rank among the top 3. Besides its terrifying growth potential, there's an even more important factor determining its ranking. That is, historically, a beast tamer who had contracted a Titan Snail once entered the Saint Realm. In the war between humans and monsters, this individual turned the tide, killed a monster god, and saved humanity. But you don't need to be too surprised. The current Bai Fan merely possesses such potential. Whether he can reach that supreme achievement in the future is still unknown. After nodding, Xinyu said calmly. In the past, she had seen many incredibly talented individuals with great potential who, before they could grow, perished in various accidents. So even though Bai Fan has demonstrated immense potential, he is still just an undeveloped young fellow in front of her. That's terrifying enough. At this little guy's growth rate, I'm afraid it won't be long before he surpasses me. Hearing Shin Yu's nonchalant words, the strong man couldn't help but exclaim with a look of shock. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, and then he continued. It seems that your assignment to Qingbei Academy isn't entirely bad, Captain. You absolutely cannot let this little guy go. We must recruit him into our team in the future. In the future, our purple gold team might become the 4th SSS level team in history. This is an unparalleled honor. I can boast about it for a lifetime. The strong man's tone was excited and full of longing. After hearing his words, even Shin Yu couldn't help but show a hint of aspiration on her face. SSS level team? Shin Yu murmured, her gaze fixed on Bai Fan in the image. Don't worry. He won't get away. As his exclusive mentor, we are already bound together. Bai Fan was naturally unaware of the prying eyes from high in the sky. At this moment, holding the storage equipment Feng Xiao threw him, his heart was practically bursting with joy. Feng Xiao's storage equipment was roughly the size of a fanny pack, dark gray, with mysterious patterns etched onto its surface. High-quality storage equipment. Just seeing it at first glance, Bai Fan confirmed the value of this storage equipment. I'm rich. Thinking silently to himself, he played with the small bag, unable to put it down. He recalled that he had once inquired at a beast tamer shop in Dongjiang City, and a low-level storage item about the same size as the backpack he was currently wearing cost $1 million. And one the size he now held in his hand could be considered a high-quality item among storage equipment. Not only did its space not shrink, but it was also more convenient. Such a high-quality item was priced at more than 5 times that of ordinary storage equipment. At this moment, with a thought, his consciousness delved into the storage equipment. Low-grade storage equipment had no anti-theft measures. Anyone who acquired it could use it, unlike the storage ring in Shin Yu's hand, which, once bound to its owner, could not be opened by anyone else unless Shin Yu severed her connection with it. Forcible breaking would only shatter the entire storage ring, annihilate the space within, and drag all its contents into spatial turbulence. As his consciousness sank into the storage equipment, Bai Fan's vision blurred for a moment. What appeared before him again was a space 1 meter in length, width, and height, with various items scattered sparsely inside. Some snacks, 2 long knives, some changes of clothes, and Feng Zhao's data terminal. Seeing this scene, Bai Fan understood the reason for Feng Zhao's seemingly glamorous appearance. It seemed this guy had kept his terminal in the storage equipment for the past few days, except when actively battling monsters. That's a good idea. With this in mind, Bai Fan took out Feng Zhao's data terminal, then silently put the small bag into his arms, and then patted it twice with satisfaction. A treasure, now his. You can go now. Saying this, he tossed the data terminal back to Feng Xiao. Fumbling to put the terminal back on, Feng Xiao looked at Bai Fan with a face full of grief and indignation, a hint of resentment in his eyes. Without the storage equipment, he could foresee that the coming days would certainly not be easy. But at this moment, circumstances were stronger than man, and no matter how much injustice he felt, he could only choose to bow his head. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly glanced at his storage backpack and the golden snake grass on the ground, then turned to leave. However, at this moment, Bai Fan's calm voice sounded in his ear. These golden snake grass, do you want them? Hearing this, Feng Xiao, who had been turning to leave, paused, a look of surprise on his face. You don't want the golden snake grass? He asked, and was about to pick up the golden snake grass from the ground. Golden snake grass has the effect of increasing the growth value of snake-type beast pets, and at the same time, it can also restore injuries for snake-type beast pets. Given the injuries suffered by the crimson flame snake, about 3 stalks of golden snake grass would be enough to restore it, and the remaining golden snake grass would be sufficient to increase the crimson flame snake's growth value by 200 points. Since Bai Fan didn't want it, Feng Xiao naturally wouldn't let it go. Ha. Seeing Feng Zhao's appearance, Bai Fan couldn't help but sneer. This kid really isn't getting it. Are you perhaps dreaming of eating farts? These golden snake grass are my spoils of war. Bai Fan said with a cold laugh at this moment. Hearing this, Feng Xiao, who was about to put away the golden snake grass, instantly turned pale, looking up and glaring at Bai Fan. What do you mean? He felt that Bai Fan was making fun of him. I can give you the golden snake grass, but you'll have to pay for them. Bai Fan didn't care at all about Feng Zhao's glare. Instead, he said with a light chuckle. Golden snake grass was useless to Bai Fan. It couldn't enhance Shelly's strength, it would take up space in the storage backpack, and he had nothing to preserve the golden snake grass with. Selling it to Feng Zhao was clearly a good choice. Although this could be considered aiding the enemy, Bai Fan was confident that even if Feng Zhao and the Crimson Flame Snake's strength greatly increased, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble for him. Hearing Bai Fan's words, Feng Zhao's eyes flashed at this moment, and a hint of eagerness appeared on his face. Paying for them, this was indeed a good option. For a young master from a wealthy family like him, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. All right. I'll take all these golden snake grass. As he spoke, Feng Zhao took out his communication device and prepared to transfer money, but soon, after manipulating it a few times, his expression turned somewhat grim. In unexplored monster areas like Bright Light Island, there was no network signal coverage at all. Even if he had money now, he couldn't spend it. There's no signal here, so I can't transfer the money to you. After tinkering for a long time, Feng Zhao looked at Bai Fan with a troubled expression, his tone a little downcast. It's alright, you can put it on my tab. 16 stalks of golden snake grass, I won't ask for much more from you. Just round it up and write an IOU for 400,000. Hearing his words, Bai Fan smiled. He waved his hand dismissively, acting as if it didn't matter at all. As he spoke, he took out a pen and paper from his storage backpack and tossed them to Feng Zhao. 400,000? Why don't you just rob me? After hearing Bai Fan's words and taking the paper and pen, Feng Zhao's face turned incredibly ugly. Although golden snake grass is a precious resource and quite useful for snake-type beast pets, its market price is only 10,000 dragon coins per dose. 40,000 is enough to buy 40 stalks of golden snake grass. The price Bai Fan quoted was more than double, it was exaggerated. And was that how one rounded up? Shouldn't it be rounding down to 300,000 by removing the fractional part? Rob? Haha, robbing isn't as quick to make money as doing business. Facing Feng Zhao's glare, Bai Fan didn't care at all. Instead, he chuckled indifferently and said, Do you want it or not? If not, I'll find the next buyer. I'm sure others wouldn't mind their beast pet improving its strength a bit more. Hearing this, Feng Zhao clenched his fists, his teeth grinding, wishing he could throw away the pen and paper in his hand. But after thinking it over, he eventually wrote down an IOU for 400,000. This amount of money was nothing to him. His earlier anger was merely because Bai Fan was asking too high a price, but eventually, he realized that improving his strength now, moving up in the rankings among all new students, would yield far more resources than 40,000 could ever compare to. That's more like it. My offer is very reasonable and fair. 400,000 is me being considerate to you. I didn't even charge interest. Oh, and don't forget to put your fingerprint on it. Seeing Feng Zhao sign the IOU with a look of indignation, Bai Fan's face broke into a smile, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. He felt like he had found a way to get rich. Thank you for your patronage. Hope to see you again next time. Bai Fan, who was making his first transaction, contentedly held the IOU signed by Feng Zhao. He watched the other parties departing back and couldn't help but wave. In the distance, after hearing Bai Fan's words, Feng Zhao's body swayed involuntarily, his steps quickened, and in a flash, he disappeared into the jungle. Thank you for your patronage, my foot. During the new student training period, he never wanted to see Bai Fan again. What an impolite fellow. I gave you a way out, and you don't even know how to thank me. Seeing this scene, Bai Fan muttered to himself as he put Feng Zhao's IOU into his storage equipment. He wasn't worried about whether the other party would honor the debt after the freshman training. After all, everyone was an adult now, and he didn't think Feng Zhao would be so shameless as to refuse to acknowledge the IOU. Moreover, it was clearly written in black and white. If Feng Zhao didn't acknowledge it, Bai Fan could totally take the IOU to the school for intervention. At that point, Feng Zhao would suffer an even greater loss. He. A good harvest. Indeed, smart as I am, I can find a way to make money anywhere. Thinking happily to himself, Fan patted the storage equipment tucked into his arms. He felt that he could totally continue this kind of business during the new student training. As long as he worked hard, becoming a multi-millionaire after the freshman training would be no problem. For a moment, Fan envisioned a bright future in his mind, then replenished some water and left the stream with Shelley. He had already heard chaotic sounds from afar. It wouldn't be long before the monsters attracted by the battle sounds would arrive. 3 days later. Having explored the outer areas, Fan and Shelley crossed the peripheral mountains and headed towards the central region of Brightlight Island. With the storage equipment, Fan had been living a very comfortable life these past few days. He no longer had to rest anxiously every night, and his entire being was radiant. However, it was a bit of a pity that, apart from Feng Xiao earlier, he hadn't encountered any other freshmen in these 3 days, which had somewhat hindered his grand money-making plan. Phew! After one forest, another forest, Shelley. I'm afraid we're going to live a life in darkness again. Sitting under a large tree, Fan stroked Shelley's head and said with a touch of emotion. During the process of crossing the mountains, he had once stood on the peak and looked into the distance, realizing that the environment of the entire Brightlight Island was very peculiar. The shape resembled several concentric circles of varying sizes, with rings of mountains acting as barriers, dividing the entire Mingguang Island into 3 distinct zones. He was currently in the second zone, which was still a forest, with giant trees towering dozens of meters high everywhere. Their dense canopies completely blocked out the sunlight, making the surrounding environment very dim. And at the end of this forest was the island's core, encircled by a ring of mountains. The straight-line distance from Fan exceeded 20 kilometers, so his vision couldn't make out the situation at the island's core. He could only see a colossal figure in the very center, soaring into the sky, at least hundreds, if not thousands, of meters tall. The highest point was already deep within the clouds, making it impossible to see its full form. He couldn't tell if it was a mountain peak or something else entirely. There's still a lot of time, Shelley. Let's first test the strength of the monsters in this area. And while we're at it, I'll get you to level 13 today. Looking at his surroundings, Fan chuckled softly, then took out the data terminal from his storage equipment. Roar! As the scent of the beast-luring incense spread, the monsters wandering in the vast area around Fan, as if smelling fish, let out extremely savage and furious roars. Boom, boom, boom. In just a short time, violent tremors resounded around them. An unknown number of monsters rapidly approached, their combined charge making the very earth seem to tremble. Soon, pairs of crimson eyes, gleaming with fierce malice and brutal red light, began to appear in the dim forest. Hiss! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shelley, did we accidentally stumble into a monster den? Seeing this scene, Fan couldn't help but gasp. There were at least 100 of these monsters around. And every single one of them exuded an aura far more powerful than any monster he had encountered in the outer regions. However, though he spoke like this, there was no fear on Fan's face, but rather a hint of excitement. Shelley, on the other hand, actively activated the Titan's body skill, her massive form appearing in the forest. Roar! He let out an excited roar, and the aura of a top-tier beast pet spread with the roar, momentarily suppressing the roars of the surrounding monsters. The monsters that had surrounded them involuntarily retreated a few steps, making the chaotic environment quiet. However, immediately after, these violent and ferocious monsters once again let out brutal and angry roars, their bloodthirsty scarlet eyes fixed on Fan and Shelley in the center. Even facing the oppressive aura of a top-tier creature like the Titan snail, this group of unintelligent monsters did not retreat a single step. Having completely degenerated into evil creatures, their eyes held nothing but a yearning for human flesh and blood. Roar! 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 Amidst the continuous roars echoing one after another, a monster, unable to suppress its craving for human flesh, suddenly launched an attack. Whoosh! A giant black snake, thicker than Fan himself, shot out from the forest like lightning, opening its ferocious maw and striking towards Fan. Upon closer inspection, one could see rows of fine, saw-like teeth inside the black serpent's gruesome mouth. Every tooth glinted with a chilling light. Even steel would likely be torn to shreds by its mouthful of fangs. Monster, serrated python. Level, 19. Combat style, melee. Skills, serrated bite, crushing coils. Before the attack of the giant toothed python even drew near, a foul stench enveloped by Fan and Shelley. However, facing the serrated python's sudden fierce attack, neither the human nor the beast pet showed any fear, nor did they even have any intention of retreating or evading. At this moment, Shelley's body remained still, but the massive tentacles on her head swiftly lashed out, landing directly on the serrated python's head. Bang! Under this powerfully imbued attack, the serrated python's head was directly shattered, its dark, foul-smelling flesh fragments along with the remaining half of its body crashing heavily to the ground. However, after Shelley easily slayed the serrated python, the surrounding monsters could no longer restrain their bloodthirsty nature. The smell of flesh drove them completely mad. The two low-level monsters on Blue Star, under the contamination of evil forces, had completely transformed into utterly evil creatures. In their consciousness, besides submitting to superiors due to bloodline suppression, all that remained was endless slaughter and an insatiable craving for fresh flesh. Beyond this, they felt no fear whatsoever, making them the perfect cannon fodder. So, after Shelley blasted the insidious serrated python to death, the surrounding monsters that had gathered completely went insane. In the dim forest, pairs of scarlet eyes, brimming with chilling malice, emitted a substantial red glow, and rampant killing intent emanated from their bodies. The smell of blood thoroughly awakened the brutality within them. After a series of extremely savage and furious roars, all the monsters launched their attack. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of monsters charged, creating an earth-shattering sound. A foul, fishy smell continuously surged towards Shelley and Fan as they advanced. However, facing this scene, Fan and Shelley showed no fear at all. After killing the serrated python, Shelley's massive body stood across in front of Fan, like a city wall. Any charging monster was smashed to pieces before her, torn apart by her giant tentacles. Behind her, Fan, who had retreated a few steps, twisted his body and swung the sword of lightness, striking directly to the side. Whoosh! Woof! A shrill scream pierced the air as a gale wolf, attempting to ambush Fan, was instantly cleaved in two by his sword, its corpse thudding to the ground. Having successfully struck, Fan showed no hesitation. The swift blade vanished from his hand, only to be replaced by a short staff radiating a mysterious aura, its entire length a tender green. This was none other than the Staff of Destiny. Now, with the Staff of Destiny in hand, Fan's full attributes experienced an explosive increase. The Staff of Destiny added 100 to all attributes, combined with Fan's already formidable mental attributes, pushing his highest attribute beyond 300 points, boosting his strength by more than double. Ha ha! Let me see, to what extent can the power of my skills increase after equipping the Staff of Destiny? He chuckled softly, and a mysterious power surged with his thoughts. The Staff of Destiny immediately glowed with an earthy yellow light. With the staff equipped, Fan no longer needed to perform hand seals when casting Earth Spike, as he did before. The skill's casting speed was more than twice as fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, terrifying power gathered at the tip of the Staff of Destiny. An earthy yellow energy orb spun above it, subtly causing the surrounding air to twist. Earth Spike! With a soft cry, Fan, without a moment's hesitation, gripped the Staff of Destiny and fiercely swung it towards the horde of monsters. In an instant, an earthy yellow magical fluctuation spread out 50 meters in front of him, engulfing all the monsters in that area. Immediately after. Boom, boom, boom. The forest shook violently as incredibly sharp earth spikes rapidly erupted from the ground, mercilessly piercing through the bodies of the monsters above. Roar! Agonized roars rose and fell, and in an instant, at least 30 or 40 demons were pierced through their bodies by earth spikes and hoisted into the air. As expected of a diamond-grade weapon, the increase in power is truly formidable. Witnessing this scene, Fan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The covered range of earth spike increased by a full twofold, and each earth spike summoned by magic power became sharper and harder, with its length reaching 4 meters. At this moment, within 50 meters in front of him, dozens of demons pierced by earth spikes looked like dried meat hung out to air. With continuous casting, I can use earth spike 4 times. Feeling a quarter of his stamina drained from his body, Fan thought with satisfaction. Compared to before, when it drained half of his stamina in one go, his sustained combat ability had now also doubled. And now, he could feel a warm energy circulating within his body, and his stamina was slowly recovering. According to his estimation, in about 2 minutes, he would recover enough stamina to cast Earth Spike once. As Fan rejoiced in his own improvement, the Earth Spikes formed by magical energy began to disappear one by one, and the monsters impaled by them fell heavily to the ground. Some demons that weren't critically hit writhed on the ground, emitting exceptionally harrowing roars. But doing so only intensified their pain. The thick Earth Spikes had already impaled their bodies, and death was only a matter of time for them. After killing dozens of monsters with a single Earth Spike, Fan did not let down his guard. The magical fluctuations on the Staff of Life surged once more. And on the other side, without the obstruction of the Earth Spikes, the demons, completely maddened by the smell of blood and flesh, once again launched an attack, treading on the corpses of their kind. Those monsters impaled by the Earth Spike didn't die from Fan's attack. Instead, they were trampled into a bloody mess by their own kind. Fan even saw some monsters stop their advance to tear at the bodies of their fallen comrades. It had to be said that this scene made him truly realize the madness and brutality of the demons. But precisely because of this, these monsters also became glaring targets in Fan's eyes. At this moment, as the demons charged, the magical fluctuations on the Staff of Life grew stronger and stronger. Soon, a fiery red energy sphere emitting an intense heat appeared at the top of the Staff of Life. This fiery red energy sphere was extremely condensed, with a faint tendency to turn purple internally. No sooner had it appeared than surging heat waves spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the chilling temperature in the forest increased by several degrees after the appearance of this fireball. Blaze Orb. Since acquiring this new skill, Fan was using it for the first time, and today was the perfect opportunity to test its power. When the fireball appeared, the monsters charging in a cluster were less than 10 meters away from Fan and Shelley. Fan could clearly see the sharp fangs in the mouths of the leading monsters and the madness in their eyes for fresh blood and flesh. Go to hell! Watching these charging monsters, a cold arc curved on Fan's lips. Immediately after, he tightened his grip on the Staff of Life and swung it fiercely forward. Whoosh! The fiery red energy orb shot out like lightning, hurtling towards the charging monsters. And once it was freed from Fan's control, the energy orb rapidly expanded, almost in the blink of an eye, transforming from fist size to the size of a millstone. After the fireball flew from Fan's hand, it took only a blink of an eye to transform into a massive fireball, radiating an incredibly scorching aura. As soon as it approached the monster horde, it was evident that under this scorching aura, the fur on the leading monsters was already curling up due to the high temperature. However, this was just the beginning. Boom! The flame bomb heavily struck the ground, and in an instant, dazzling flames shot into the sky. An incredibly loud explosion echoed throughout the entire forest. The ground within several hundred meters vibrated violently, as if tons of explosives had detonated. At the very center of the flame bomb's explosion, the surrounding monsters were instantly blasted into tiny fragments of flesh and blood, their souls sent directly to the underworld before they could even let out a scream. Immediately after, a violent shockwave and firewave swept across an area tens of meters in radius, engulfing all the monsters within this zone. Roar! Although these monsters didn't die in the explosion, under the firewave and shockwave, they barely managed to let out a scream before being torn to shreds by the violent shockwave and then burned to charcoal by the terrifying high temperature. Wow, what an exaggerated power! Is this the fireball, hailed as one of the strongest single-target attack skills for low-tier beast tamers? The extreme power of the fireball made Fan exclaim in admiration. Such formidable destructive power far surpassed even Earth Spikes. The only drawback was that beneath this formidable power, the stamina consumption was also enormous. Fan felt as if he would be completely drained after using this one fireball. It's important to know that he still had 3/4 of his stamina left, which was enough to support him casting Earth Spikes 3 times. Phew! Fortunately, I didn't try to use the flame bomb before equipping the Staff of Life. Otherwise, with my current stamina, I probably would have been completely drained into a mummified corpse. After marveling at the power, Fan couldn't help but feel a little scared. He quickly retreated a few steps, letting Shelley completely shield him. With his stamina almost completely depleted, he was temporarily unable to fight again. But it was enough for now. After 2 rounds of area attacks, only about 10 monsters remained, and with Shelley's strength, she could easily crush them. "Shelley, it's all up to you now." As he spoke, Bai Fan tightened his grip on the Staff of Life, seizing the time to recover his stamina. In fact, among Feng Zhao's storage equipment, there were 2 stamina recovery potions that could fully replenish Bai Fan's stamina within a minute. However, he didn't intend to use them now. These were life-saving items that could have surprising effects during intense battles. Moreover, his natural recovery rate was enough to restore him to full combat strength within 10 minutes. Of course, all that said, the main reason was poverty. Each bottle of this type of stamina recovery potion, suitable for low-tier beast tamers, cost as much as 100,000 dragon coins. And more advanced stamina recovery potions were even more expensive, costing hundreds of thousands or even millions of dragon coins. In the current unnecessary situation, Bai Fan simply couldn't bear to use them. Woo woo! Upon hearing Bai Fan's command, Shelley let out a cheerful chirp. Her body stretched across the front, guarding her master like a city wall. Looking at the tall figure in front, a strong sense of security filled Bai Fan's heart. He suddenly realized that his combination with Shelley was very much like a tank and a mage when playing games in his previous life. Shelley was responsible for defense, and he was responsible for output. However, this thought had barely appeared before Bai Fan shook it out of his mind. Shelley's strength was far more than what she currently showed. Although he had killed more monsters than Shelley now, it was only because Shelley had not awakened an area of effect attack skill yet. Once Shelley awakened an area of effect attack skill, with her formidable core attributes, it would likely only take 1 move to wipe out all those monsters from before. Soon, the dragon's soul grass will be ripe in little over 10 days. When that happens, feeding it all to Shelley will likely awaken another skill. Coupled with the divine pet system's 10,000-fold return, Shelley and my strength will experience another leap. Thinking silently, Bai Fan couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. After claiming the task reward for completing the college entrance exam, the area of the planting space had doubled, and the number of plants that could be cultivated each time reached 20. He had planted all dragon soul grass, and after a month when they matured, he would obtain 20 main dragon soul grass. Each stalk of dragon soul grass could provide Shelley with 3 growth value points, adding up to 60 points. After feeding, Shelley's growth value would exceed 500 points, making it very likely for her to awaken a new talent skill. Coupled with the divine pet system's 10,000-fold return, his and Shelley's strength would once again usher in a new breakthrough. While Bai Fan recovered his stamina, Shelley, like a machine of destruction, with her massive physique, charged into the monster horde. Bang bang bang! Its 2 tentacles repeatedly smashed down, effortlessly crushing monsters into pulp. The scene of flying flesh and blood made this area of the forest seem like a slaughterhouse. The monsters, usually feared by humans, were like paper in front of Shelley. Meanwhile, as Shelley was displaying her might, 100 meters away from this area, 2 figures observing from behind trees had turned deathly pale. Is this the strength of the number 1 ranked in the college entrance exam? Damn, are they even letting people live? He's practically a monster. What should we do? Let's retreat quickly now. Even after killing these monsters, Bai Fan's remaining strength is enough to overwhelm us. A thin young man said to his companion, his voice trembling slightly. Beside him was a chubby man with a round face. His performance was not much better than his companions, with cold sweat constantly breaking out on his forehead. The thin young man's name was Lu Ming, and the chubby man's name was Zheng Tian. The 2 were good friends before entering Qingbei Academy. When the freshman training began, they chose to team up on Mingguan Island to deal with monsters and other freshmen together. In their opinion, without sufficient resources, they would be seeking death on Mingguan Island. It would be better to eliminate some other freshmen to make their own ranking look better. Currently, among all freshmen on Mingguan Island, there were many who shared their mindset. Instead, lone wolves like Bai Fan were the true anomalies among the new students. After discovering the commotion of the monster horde's rampage, the 2 quietly approached. Originally, they thought they could eliminate another freshman and pick up some easy gains. Unexpectedly, what appeared before their eyes was the scene of Fan and Shelley crushing the monster horde. In less than a minute, the remaining monsters were all slaughtered by little Snail. Under Shelley's violent onslaught, huge deep pits appeared on the ground within a radius of dozens of meters. The demon monster's flesh and blood were sprayed so evenly in the deep pit that it's estimated dozens of towering trees will sprout here again in no time. Well done! Fan, having recovered some stamina, smiled and praised Shelley upon seeing this. Upon hearing this, the grotesque Shelley waved its tentacles, emitting excited hisses. After killing hundreds of monsters, Shelley's level successfully reached 13, and the experience needed for the next upgrade had also accumulated to 1/10. It must be said that all of this was thanks to the selfless contribution of the demon monsters in this new area. Now that it had reached level 13, Shelley's attributes had received a very powerful boost once again. Beast Pet Titan Snail. Nickname, Shelley. Age, 1 month. Level, 13. Aptitude, Excellent Purple. Growth value, 446 10,000 Infancy. When the growth value reaches a certain level, there's a chance to awaken new talents and skills. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. Core attributes, Strength 1650, Intellect 1650, Physique 1650, Agility 1650 without any buffs, equipment, or item bonuses equipped with Titan's Rage. Strength attribute is 1700. Skills, Titan's Body S, Mental Deterrence S. Loyalty, 95. Equipment, Gold Tier Titan's Fury. And it wasn't just Shelley. Fan's strength had also significantly improved at this time. The attributes Shelley fed back to him at level 13 allowed all of Fan's current core attributes to break through the 200 mark. Coupled with the 100-point all-attribute bonus from the Staff of Life, his various attributes now all exceeded 300 points. With such terrifying attributes, Fan felt he could almost solo Feng Zhao's Blazefire Serpent. As for Shelley, he felt it wouldn't be long before they could try to seek out the trouble of the Lord-tier monster in the center of Brightlight Island. It's a pity these demon monsters didn't drop a single treasure chest. After contentedly checking Shelley's attributes, Fan somewhat insatiably looked at the corpses of the dead monsters. Killing demon monsters has a certain chance to yield treasure chests, from which various precious resources, skill books, and equipment can be obtained. The Minotaur leader he encountered in the Tsangfeng Great Mountain Range before had contributed a lowest-tier treasure chest to him, from which he acquired a Minotaur ring. However, this drop rate is extremely low. Fan was incredibly lucky that time, coupled with the bonus from the Minotaur leader's rank, which led to that harvest. Although these ordinary demon monsters in front of him were quite a bit higher in level than the Minotaur leader, if one were to calculate it, their chances of dropping a treasure chest couldn't even compare to the Minotaur leaders. Forget it, I guess I'm being a bit too greedy. Shaking his head, Fan opened his terminal to check. After slaying over 100 ordinary demon monsters, his current points had accumulated to 6,500, pushing his rank among all freshmen into the top 10, placing him at 8th. 11 days had now passed since the freshman training began, and there were currently only 45 remaining freshmen on Brightlight Island. This number is half the number of new students enrolled by Tsinghua and Peking universities this time, which shows how high the elimination rate of this new student training is. There's still more than a month and a half until the training ends. I'm afraid that by the 2-month mark, the number of new students remaining on Brightlight Island will likely only be in the single digits. Woo-woo! As Fan was pondering, Shelley, twitching her tentacles, let out a strange hissing sound. Hearing this sound, Fan was momentarily stunned, then suddenly glanced in a certain direction. Haha, looks like business is coming our way. Thinking to himself, he put the terminal back into his storage equipment, then left the spot with Shelley, who had deactivated Titan's body. Brother Tion, let's retreat quickly. At this distance, if Fan discovers us, we'll both be in trouble. Not far from where Fan had fought the monsters, Lu Ming nervously spoke to his companion. The 2 beast tamer skills Fan displayed were already terrifying enough, but what he hadn't expected was that the Titan snail's power exceeded his imagination even further. Such large monsters, under the Titan snail's tentacle attacks, had no room to resist and were directly smashed into pulp. This scene completely terrified Lu Ming. It's worth noting that among the monster horde slaughtered by Shelley, there was a level 20 horned rabbit. The unicorn rabbit's melee combat ability was very strong, and the horn on its head could also unleash magic attacks. Its strength was comparable to Lu Ming's own beast pet, the lightning wolf, a second sequence combat beast pet. Even so, the horned rabbit had no room to resist in front of Shelley. Its entire head, along with its hard horn, was smashed into fragments. Seeing this, Lu Ming clearly understood that the lightning wolf would probably be no match for the titan snail, likely just one tentacle's work. Okay, let's retreat now and go after other new students. We too can't afford to offend this by fan. Zhang Tian, whose forehead was constantly covered in cold sweat, quickly chose to retreat, hearing this and being very sensible. But just as the two were about to turn around, roar! A deafening tiger's roar echoed from the forest, the immense sound causing the leaves to rustle vigorously. As the sound rang out, a huge figure radiating a violent aura appeared before Lu Ming and Zhang Tian. This was a massive tiger, 5 meters long with a pair of wings on its back, its body covered in twisted black patterns, and the conspicuous king character on its forehead emitted a terrifyingly evil aura. Twin-winged demon tiger. Upon seeing the monster appear, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian instantly felt their hands and feet turn cold. Especially after seeing the twin-winged demon tiger's attributes, they trembled uncontrollably. Monster, twin-winged demon tiger leader rank. Level, 23. Combat style, melee, ranged. Skills, soul-devouring wind blade, roar of the king, shadowless, powerful pounce. Type, mutated. A level 23 leader, the twin-winged demon tiger. Lu Ming and Zhang Tian never expected that they would be so unlucky as to encounter such a powerful monster while secretly hiding here to watch the battle. Moreover, in addition to anger, their hearts were also filled with resentment. The smell of blood on Bai Fan's side was so strong, yet it didn't attract the two-winged demonic tiger. Instead, it was drawn to them. Their luck today was really terrible. Gusts of foul wind blew. After the twin-winged demon tiger appeared, its huge body lingered in the distance, not approaching. Its tiger claws, as large as millstones, gently scraped the ground, and its crimson eyes held a hint of scrutiny. It just quietly watched Lu Ming and Zhang Tian, as if contemplating where to strike first. Damn it! Brother Tianer, do we really have to be this unlucky? Lu Ming stared nervously at the twin-winged demon tiger at this moment, complaining to Zhang Tian. What's the use of saying that now? If we don't deal with it, we'll be finished here today. Zhang Tian, who was equally tense, gritted his teeth at this moment, waving his hand to summon his beast pet. Following his movement, a black figure appeared beside him. It was a ferocious creature the size of a calf, with 2 heads and 4 legs, shrouded in a layer of black flames, emanating a scorching aura. First sequence combat beast pet, Cerberus. On the other side, Lu Ming, seeing Zhang Tian summon his beast pet, didn't hesitate for a moment either. The ground churned, and then a cylindrical creature burst forth. This creature had no eyes. Its top was a huge, hideous oral cavity, and 2 rows of sharp teeth glinted with a cold light in the air. First sequence combat beast pet, Shadow Earth Dragon. Of course, although called Shadow Earth Dragon, Lu Ming's beast pet had no relation to dragons whatsoever. Earth dragons, also known as earthworms, possess powerful regenerative abilities, coupled with their inherent shadow attribute, placing them among the top-ranked first-sequence combat beast pets. Both of their beast pets had been trained to level 15, each awakening 2 talent skills. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar suddenly echoed. The two-winged demonic tiger looked at the beast pet summoned by the two, a look of satisfaction flashing in its crimson eyes. It was as if it had spotted enough food to sate itself. And after the roar, the dual-winged demonic tiger's wings behind it flapped violently twice. Swish! Swish! Instantly, with its movement, 2 fierce wind blades shot out, hurtling towards Lu Ming and Zhang Tian. Where they passed, trees in the path of the wind blades were effortlessly sliced into 2. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian quickly retreated, simultaneously ordering their respective beast pets to attack and intercept. The dual-headed hellhound opened its mouth wide, and 2 black energy spheres shot out, meeting the incoming wind blades. Meanwhile, the Shadow Earth Dragon on the other side was not to be outdone, spewing a jet of dark sticky fluid from its grotesque mouthparts, colliding with the oncoming wind blades. Boom! Violent crashing sounds erupted, causing fierce gales to sweep through the forest. And as the strong winds rose, the dual-winged demonic tiger's wind blades shattered the attacks of the Hellhound and the Shadow Earth Dragon, carrying immense power as they struck the two beasts. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds echoed. The dual-headed Hellhound was knocked flying by the powerful force carried by the blades, tumbling 7 or 8 times on the ground before coming to a stop. And the Shadow Earth Dragon on the other side, its entire body was dislodged from the ground by the powerful impact, falling heavily to the ground. Holy crap! How can we fight this? Seeing the state of their respective beast pets, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian couldn't help but let out a wail. With just one encounter, their two beast pets had sustained significant injuries. If they continued to entangle, they would all likely become food for the two-winged demonic tiger. Run! With a roar, the two didn't hesitate for a moment, fleeing directly backwards. A level 23 leader tier monster was simply not something two rookie beast tamers like them could contend with. At this moment, both of them wished they had 2 more legs so they could run faster. Behind them, the twin-winged demonic tiger saw this scene, and a hint of mockery flashed in its crimson tiger eyes. Its 4 massive tiger claws stomped the ground as it slowly pursued them. Although its movements seemed relaxed and casual, its speed was not slow at all. As the saying goes, dragons come with clouds and winds follow tigers. For the twin-winged demonic tiger, speed was precisely its advantage. At this moment, it leisurely trailed behind Lu Ming and Zhang Tian, watching its prey flee in terror. Damn it! This cursed monster is toying with us. Lu Ming and Zhang Tian, having noticed the twin-winged demonic tiger's movements, were filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, they were each riding on their beast pets, fleeing frantically through the forest for their lives. But their speed was no match compared to the twin-winged demonic tiger behind them. The Hell's double-headed hound and the Shadow Earth Dragon were using every ounce of their strength, yet under the twin-winged demonic tiger's leisurely pursuit, the distance between them not only failed to widen but was slowly closing. Are we two going to be eliminated today? Lu Ming and Zhang Tian, seated on their beast pets' backs, exchanged glances, and the same thought involuntarily arose in their minds. The teleportation scroll could save their lives, but to teleport away now, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian were extremely unwilling. If they ranked lower, the amount of resources they received would be significantly less. Who would have thought that even hiding far away and observing the battle, they would encounter such a behemoth as the twin-winged demonic tiger? This was truly an unprovoked disaster. This road is closed. Just as the two were frantically fleeing, a gigantic figure appeared directly in their escape path, and at the same time, a frivolous voice rang in their ears. It was an enormous snail, noble purple in color, with mysterious patterns on its shell and a fearsome appearance. And on the snail's back, a handsome young man sat at ease, looking at the two with a smile. Titan Snail. By Fan. Student by Fan, there's a two-winged demonic tiger chasing us from behind, please help us block it. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian's hearts filled with joy. They simultaneously shouted, then tried to make their beast pets go around the Titan Snail and continue their frantic escape. However, just then, they saw a tender green shortstaff appear in the hand of the handsome figure on the Titan Snail shell. I already said this road is closed. You wouldn't want to be eliminated by me right now, would you? No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of magical power rose from the short staff. Hearing this, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian couldn't help but curse under their breath, but at the same time, they both ordered their beast pets to stop. The battle between Bai Fan and the monster horde was still vivid in their memories. They certainly didn't want to endure Bai Fan's powerful skill attacks. Bai Fan, what exactly do you want to do? Forced to stop, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian's faces were now grim. With the Titan Snail in front and the two-winged demonic tiger behind, their situation was extremely difficult. Ha! Hearing their words, Bai Fan sneered. Can't you tell? I'm here to save you. You didn't really think you could escape the twin-winged demonic tiger's pursuit with your speed, did you? You'd be that kind-hearted? In the forest, looking at the figures blocking their path, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian couldn't help but mutter to themselves. They certainly didn't believe that Bai Fan and the Titan snail appearing here would be to help them. This clearly meant trouble. Seeing their wary expressions, Bai Fan, sitting on Shelly's shell, couldn't help but show a hurt expression. What kind of attitude is that? I came all this way with good intentions to help, and you actually suspect me? It's truly heartbreaking. With a tone of indignant sorrow and exaggerated expressions, Bai Fan felt his current performance was worthy of an Oscar statuette. After Shelley's reminder earlier, he had already noticed these two guys who had been observing from the shadows. So he unhesitatingly chose to circle around to their front, blocking their escape route. Now, in his eyes, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian had completely transformed into fragrant dragon coins. These were two walking ATMs. What exactly do you want? Sensing the increasingly close whistling sound from behind, Lu Ming spoke with a tense expression. If they delayed any longer, the twin-winged demonic tiger would catch up. However, beside him, the chubby Zhang Tian had a thoughtful expression on his face. He knew very well that with his and Lu Ming's speed, they couldn't possibly escape the pursuit of the twin-winged demonic tiger. No matter what Bai Fan wanted to do at this moment, dragging him into it might create an opportunity to escape. Student Bai Fan, thank you. Thinking to himself, Zhang Tian's face broke into a smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Bai Fan make a shushing gesture, then pointed a finger forward. It's here. Looking in the direction Bai Fan pointed, the two-winged demonic tiger's massive body slowly but steadily caught up. Its gaping maw was constantly drooling, and its crimson tiger eyes showed undisguised greed as it stared at the food before it. Roar! One more! Today I'll have a good meal. With the appearance of the twin-winged demonic tiger, a violent, reeking wind enveloped the surrounding area, causing Lu Ming and Zhang Tian's bodies to tremble involuntarily. Student Bai Fan, this is a level 23 two-winged demonic tiger, a leader-tier monster. Let's kill it together, and all the spoils will be yours. Feeling the terrifying aura of the two-winged demonic tiger, Zhang Tian swallowed hard at this moment and said to Bai Fan in a fawning tone. Higher-level monsters have a greater chance of dropping items, and the leader tier also increases this chance. So, if they killed the twin-winged demonic tiger, it was highly likely to drop a treasure chest. Even without that, the materials from the dual-winged demonic tiger are incredibly valuable. Its enormous wings, tiger bones, and tiger hide are all excellent materials for crafting equipment. Moreover, this particular dual-winged demonic tiger is a male, and a certain material from its body is highly sought after in the market, practically priceless. Zhang Tian felt that such a concession on his part would be enough to sway Bai Fan. And sure enough, after hearing his words, he saw Bai Fan nod. A surge of joy went through him, and an excited expression involuntarily appeared on Zhang Tian's face. But then, he heard a rather annoying voice ring in his ear. All right, then you go ahead. Bai Fan was sitting on Shelly's shell at this moment, looking completely at ease, not even moving. Seeing this scene, the corner of Zhang Tian's mouth twitched, and anger showed on his face. What exactly do you want? Didn't you say you came to help us? Warily keeping an eye on the two-winged demonic tiger behind him, he glared at Bai Fan. Hearing his words, Bai Fan, sitting on Shelly's shell, spread his hands helplessly, looking innocent. That's right. I am here to help you. You guys hurry up and go, I'll provide support from the side. Don't worry, while you're fighting, I'll take care of any monsters trying to ambush you. You guys keep it up, kill this dual-winged demonic tiger. As he spoke, Bai Fan powerfully waved his fist, cheering on Lu Ming and Zhang Tian. Seeing this, Zhang Tian was almost angered to the point of spitting blood. Damn it! Do I need you to cheer us on? What I need is for you to help us fight the dual-winged demonic tiger. Zhang Tian now clearly understood, helping them? No way, Bai Fan was just here to watch the show. But before he could condemn Bai Fan's actions, the two-winged Tiger King had already made its move. Roar! A shrill roar echoed, and the dual-winged demonic tiger, eager to savor fresh blood, no longer hesitated. In the next instant after its roar, it flapped its wings directly. Whoosh! In Zhang Tian's terrified gaze, the incredibly massive dual-winged demonic tiger charged towards him at an incredibly frightening speed. In just one breath's time, the distance between them was completely closed by the dual-winged demonic tiger. Black flame. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tian quickly retreated, exclaiming loudly. No sooner had his voice fallen than, just as the dual-winged demonic tiger's enormous claw was about to land on him, a figure wreathed in hellfire positioned itself between the two. It was Zhang Tian's beast pet, the hell two-headed hound. Roar! Compared to the dual-winged demonic tiger's colossal size, the hell two-headed dog looked like a small child in front of it. Yet, at its master's command, it let out a fearless roar, meeting the dual-winged demonic tiger's giant claw. It was seen to brace its hind legs, standing upright, and swung its two hellfire-burning front claws heavily. The sharp claws rapidly grew in the wind, transforming into 10 blades glinting with cold light, colliding with the dual-winged demonic tiger's enormous claw. This was precisely the hell two-headed dog's second awakened skill, powerful claw strike. Even when facing a monster of the same rank, such an attack could tear the opponent to shreds. However, now, it faced the terrifying dual-winged demonic tiger. Bang! A violent crash resounded. The hell two-headed dog's attack offered no resistance to the dual-winged demonic tiger whatsoever. Instead, under the dual-winged tiger king's enormous claw, the hell two-headed dog was swatted away like a ball, both its front paws instantly broken. Woof! The intense pain caused the hell two-headed dog to let out a miserable yelp, but thanks to its interception, Zhang Tian had now escaped to a safe distance. Black flame. Seeing the miserable state of his beast pet, Zhang Tian's eyes turned red with heartache. A silver short staff appeared in his hand, and then a light green glow burst forth. On the ground, a vine as thick as a thigh rapidly grew, quickly reaching a length of 7 or 8 meters, coiling around one of the dual-winged demonic tiger's front legs. At the same time, Lu Ming's attack also arrived. The Shadow Earth Dragon burst from the ground, its massive mouthparts opening to bite at the dual-winged demonic tiger's soft underbelly. At this moment, the enormous vines unleashed by the binding spell restricted the movements of the twin-winged demonic tiger, and coupled with the Shadow Earth Dragon's attack, the twin-winged demonic tiger instantly found itself in a perilous situation. Witnessing this scene, Bai Fan, from a distance, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. These two guys, they're quite well coordinated. He hadn't expected such synergy between Zhang Tian and Lu Ming. In the heat of battle, the two had no opportunity to confer, yet their respective attacks still formed a cooperative effort. It must be said that as freshmen at Qingbei University, Zhang Tian and Lu Ming's strength was indeed considerable, completely befitting their genius status. After the surprise, Bai Fan's gaze fell back on the short staff in Zhang Tian's hand. The staff was exquisitely crafted, entirely golden as if forged from pure gold, giving off an aura of extreme wealth at first glance. They're quite well off 2 gold tier equipment. Looks like these two are still fat sheep. Thinking silently, Bai Fan began to ponder how much appearance fee would be appropriate for himself later. If he asked for too little, it would be an insult to these two rich individuals, and it wouldn't be fitting for his own status. Roar! As Bai Fan's thoughts swirled, an angry tiger's roar rang out. Lu Ming and Zhang Tian's coordination was indeed excellent, and their combined attacks were seamless. Even a leader-tier demon beast of the same level would likely perish on the spot under their assault. However, facing the twin-winged demonic tiger now, it seemed somewhat insufficient. Don't forget, the twin-winged demonic tiger was not only powerful but could also fly. Its massive wings suddenly flapped, and its body rapidly ascended into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the vines unleashed by the binding spell were snapped by its sheer force. At the same time, the twin-winged demonic tiger, soaring in the sky, twisted its body, and its thick tiger tail, like a steel whip, swung towards the charging Shadow Earth Dragon. Bang! A powerful collision sound erupted. The twin-winged demonic tiger's steel whip-like tail directly exploded the Shadow Earth Dragon's grotesque maw in mid-air. Gush! Fragments of flesh and blood, along with blood, fell to the ground, staining the earth bright red. The Shadow Earth Dragon's half-severed body crashed to the ground, immediately burrowing into the earth. When it reappeared, it was already back by Lu Ming's side. However, the Shadow Earth Dragon's body length was now only half of its original size, and although its grotesque maw had regrown, its aura had become extremely weak. The Shadow Earth Dragon possessed extreme vitality. Even if cut into two segments, it could regenerate lost limbs. However, each regeneration would cause its strength to decline, or even regress. In less than a minute, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian's beast pets were severely wounded. Roar! In the sky, the twin-winged demonic tiger, having caught the scent of blood, revealed a look of savagery in its crimson tiger eyes. With a flap of its wings, its massive body hurtled towards the ground at an incredibly terrifying speed. From its two colossal tiger paws, sharp claws extended, aiming directly at Zhang Tian on the ground. In the simple wisdom of the twin-winged demonic tiger, larger humans tasted more delicious. Feeling the gusts of foul wind hitting him, the pale-faced Zhang Tian felt an indescribable chill envelop his soul. "Bai Fan, save me!" At this critical moment, he scrambled backward, letting out a cry of alarm. "Heh heh, you asked for this." Hearing Zhang Tian's plea, a smile appeared on Bai Fan's face, and then he patted Shelly's back shell. Whoosh! A swift whistling sound rang out, and Shelly instantly vanished from her spot. When it reappeared, its enormous body, like a city wall, blocked the path of the two-winged demon tiger's pounce. A loud bang. Two huge tiger claws heavily struck Shelly's shell, stirring up a purple halo. Under the outpouring of terrifying power, Shelly's body remained motionless. Meanwhile, the two-winged demon tiger, which had launched the attack, was sent flying back as if it had slammed into a mountain. Bang bang bang! After crashing through several trees as thick as a man's embrace, the two-winged demon tiger's backward flight finally stopped. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar sounded, and after landing, the two-winged demonic tiger's crimson eyes fixed on Shelly, spewing out furious killing intent. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that the two tiger claws it had used to attack were now subtly trembling. So strong! Zhang Tian, having escaped disaster, looked at the titan snail blocking his path, and couldn't help but let out an involuntary gasp of admiration. He never expected that the dual-winged demonic tiger, which had effortlessly severely wounded his beast pet, would actually suffer a setback in front of the titan snail. "What are you standing there for? Let's discuss the fee for me to make a move." Just then, a voice rang in his ear. Turning around, he saw Bai Fan walking over with a smile. "Fee?" Hearing Bai Fan's words, Zhang Tian, having just survived a perilous situation, couldn't help but retort. However, immediately after, he saw Bai Fan's face turn instantly cold, and he quickly understood. "Student Bai Fan is right, you lent a helping hand, and we should thank you." Getting up from the ground, Zhang Tian said in a fawning tone, a forced, ugly smile on his chubby face. "Thank you?" Hearing this, Bai Fan looked at Zhang Tian with satisfaction, the expression on his face becoming somewhat subtle. "This little fatty, he's really on the ball." He praised him silently, feeling a little embarrassed about making such an exorbitant demand. "I think this golden staff of yours is pretty good, let's just consider it the fee for my intervention." Looking at Zhang Tian, Bai Fan said with a smile at this moment. "Oh, this." Hearing Bai Fan's words, Zhang Tian's mood became heavy. This golden tear staff was the most valuable item he owned. He had bought it for 2 million dragon coins at the time. This was blatant robbery. If he really gave it to Bai Fan, not to mention the heartache, without the staff, his strength would drop by at least half. But at this moment, with his beast pet, the hell twin-headed hound, severely wounded, and Bai Fan eyeing him menacingly, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Unless he triggered a teleportation scroll now and directly gave up on the freshman training. "What, Zhang Tian, you're unwilling?" Looking at the conflicted chubby guy, Bai Fan intensified his tone. Hearing this, Zhang Tian, unwilling to be eliminated now, reluctantly handed the golden staff to Bai Fan. As a genius ranked throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, when had Zhang Tian ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, he was so angry his lungs felt like they would explode, yet he dared not show it on his face. Seeing the chubby guy's face, black as the bottom of a pot, Bai Fan chuckled inwardly as he checked the golden staff's attributes. Equipment, binding staff. Type, magic staff. Grade, gold tier. Level restriction, level 15. Basic attribute, intelligence plus 50. Enchantment attributes: 1. Increases stamina recovery speed by 5%. 2. Reduces the cost of using binding spell by 50%. Just barely passable. After examining the attributes of Zhang Tian's magic staff, Bai Fan pouted, thinking somewhat indifferently. The binding staff's attributes were far inferior to the staff of life in his hands. It was like heaven and earth. The increase of 50 points in intelligence is quite good, but the special attributes are truly somewhat trash. The 5% increase in stamina recovery speed is mediocre, and the subsequent reduction in the consumption of binding spells is too targeted. If all skill casts reduced consumption by 50%, the value of this staff could increase by at least tenfold. Bai Fan, aren't you satisfied with my magic staff? Seeing Bai Fan pout, Zhang Tian couldn't help but say somewhat ingratiatingly. Otherwise, let's exchange it for something else. I actually think the staff's attributes are quite ordinary too. Hearing this, Bai Fan glanced at Zhang Tian, feeling a bit amused inside. Just a moment ago he looked pained, and now it's ordinary. He. Indeed, a man's words are a deceptive ghost. Now, honest boys like him are almost extinct. It's alright, ordinary is ordinary. I'll take a loss and accept it as a thank you. If you replaced it with something else, wouldn't it weaken your strength? Waving his hand, Bai Fan adopted a very understanding demeanor. Hearing his words, Zhang Tian's mouth twitched immediately. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. I just said it simply, and you actually believed it. This is a treasure worth 2 million dragon coins. It was the reward my family prepared for me when I got into Qingbei Academy. For a moment, Zhang Tian's heart roared wildly. What about you? However, Bai Fan had no time for him at this moment, turning to look at Lu Ming, who had approached. He was actually a little expectant of what this guy could bring him. Seeing Bai Fan look at him, Lu Ming really wanted to ask, Zhang Tian has already paid the protection fee, why are you still coming after me? But after thinking about it, he ultimately didn't dare to speak. I only have this. As he spoke, he pulled out a fiery red, very striking piece of equipment from his backpack. 1 meter in length, with a ferocious appearance. The appearance of this piece of equipment couldn't be described as merely similar to a common repair tool, it was identical. Oh, this. Seeing what Lu Ming took out, Bai Fan was somewhat dumbfounded. His gaze moved up and down between the equipment and Lu Ming, and he felt that today truly was an eye-opener for him. So, you're the legendary Lu Ming with the fire tongues. Looking at Lu Ming, Bai Fan's tone carried an unspeakable sense of melancholy. Over the years, from online sources and library materials, he had seen many strange pieces of equipment, but one like Lu Ming's was truly unprecedented. My equipment is very strong. Hearing Bai Fan's words, a flash of shame and irritation involuntarily crossed Lu Ming's eyes, and he stammered a retort. As he spoke, he displayed the equipment attributes before Bai Fan. Weapon, pipe wrench. Type, melee weapon. Grade, gold tier. Level restriction, level 15. Basic attributes, strength plus 50, physique plus 50. Enchantment attributes, 1. Each attack carries a fire attribute attack, 2. After every 5 attacks, the next attack is guaranteed to trigger a stun effect, stun duration 3 seconds. Note, power creates miracles. After reviewing the equipment attributes, Bai Fan realized that this rather unconventional piece of gear was indeed as powerful as Lu Ming had described. Both basic attributes increased by 50 points, and the enchantment attributes were also very powerful. Especially the second one, where every 5 attacks guarantee a stun on the next hit, which could have an unexpected effect in combat. The value of this equipment completely surpassed Zhang Tian's magic staff by a mile. However, its appearance made Bai Fan wince a little. He couldn't imagine what the creator of this equipment was thinking to come up with such a bizarre design. He feared that bringing out this equipment would instantly attract the aggro of monsters. Bai Fan felt that fighting would be a troublesome affair from now on. Alright. I'll reluctantly accept it. After thinking about it, he still took the flashy pipe wrench. After all, it was a freebie, so what reason did he have to be picky? Both pieces of equipment had a level restriction of 15, which Bai Fan couldn't equip yet, so he had to put them in his backpack for now. Moreover, the attributes of the gold-grade binding staff were simply incomparable to those of the diamond-grade life staff. During the freshman training period, its fate was surely to gather dust in the backpack. After some thought, Bai Fan suddenly felt a bit of a loss. Lu Ming's pipe wrench could at least be used as a melee weapon later on, but the magic staff, sitting in his backpack gathering dust for over a month, was a complete waste. Student Zhang Tian, would you like to continue using this magic staff for the remaining time? Mulling it over, Bai Fan dangled the binding staff in front of Zhang Tian, speaking in a somewhat tempting tone. Hearing his words, the dejected Zhang Tian's face brightened with surprise. Are you going to return the magic staff to me? Hearing this, Bai Fan glared at him exasperatedly. What a beautiful thought, for something that entered my hands to be returned to you. What I mean is, for the next month, I can rent this magic staff to you. The price isn't expensive. For 1 month, the rent will be 500,000 dragon coins. It's okay if you can't transfer the money now, you can just write an IOU and put your fingerprint on it. As he spoke, Bai Fan smilingly took out a pen and paper from his storage equipment. Holy crap! Zhang Tian and Lu Ming were both astonished by Bai Fan's words. Me, paying to rent my own equipment? They couldn't quite grasp how Bai Fan's mind worked. He was truly a business genius. Seeing their shocked expressions, Bai Fan smiled reservedly. They really haven't seen much of the world. If I were to use some of the business tactics I heard about in my previous life, these two guys, Lu Ming and Zhang Tian, would have to work for me their entire lives. How about it? Give it some good thought. With this piece of equipment, you can increase your strength by half. Hold on for a few more days, and you'll get a good ranking in the freshman standings. No matter how you look at it, you'll profit. Looking at Zhang Tian, Bai Fan spoke with a beguiling tone, as if implying he was getting an amazing deal. This left both Zhang Tian and Lu Ming stunned. Classmate Bai Fan, can I also rent my equipment back? After Bai Fan made his suggestion, Zhang Tian hadn't even replied when Lu Ming, from the side, asked with some anticipation. However, Bai Fan immediately gave him a flat refusal. What are you talking about? I still need this piece of equipment. Moreover, the monsters in the central region are very strong. Are you still planning to fight them in close combat with a pipe wrench? Bai Fan had no intention of renting the pipe wrench to Lu Ming in Lu Ming's hands. It was completely useless for fighting monsters. One must remember that in the low-tier beast tamer stage, there's a huge gap in strength between a beast tamer and their beast pet. Engaging in close combat with monsters, with those meager attributes, would surely lead to a gruesome death. Even Bai Fan, empowered by Shelley's formidable attributes, could only bully some low-level monsters. If he encountered a powerful, high-level monster, his best option would still be to hide behind Shelley and cast skills. However, this situation would greatly improve after reaching the gold rank. Only then could a beast tamer be considered a true powerhouse. After asking Lu Ming a rhetorical question, Bai Fan suddenly thought of a new possibility and then continued to ask. No way, are you planning to keep it to ambush people? As he spoke, Bai Fan's eyes scrutinized Lu Ming. He felt that he seemed to have discovered the correct usage for the pipe wrench equipment. No, he definitely had to try it later. Hearing Bai Fan's words, a flicker of exposed panic and embarrassment flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He hadn't expected Bai Fan to guess his little secret. This piece of equipment was indeed something he used to trick people. In the half-month since the new student training began, he and Zhang Tian had worked together to take down several new students. Seeing Lu Ming's reaction, Bai Fan knew he had guessed correctly. Ha ha! This kind of trick people artifact was something Bai Fan was even less likely to hand over. One must know that with his current strength, after being hit by that thing 5 times, he would also fall into a dizzy state next time. Even with the life-sharing connection between him and Shelley, there was no way to avoid this state. Although it wouldn't be fatal, it would hurt. Moreover, 3 seconds was enough time to do many things. Have you made up your mind? If you agree, write out a lease IOU according to my terms. Without lingering with Lu Ming, Bai Fan turned to look at Zhang Tian, who was full of internal conflict, and began to urge him. Shelley and the twin-winged demonic tiger were locked in a tense standoff, and battle was subtly brewing once more. He needed to finish this job quickly. He still had to prepare to cheer Shelley on. "I'll rent it." Gritting his teeth, the chubby Zhang Tian steeled himself, took the paper and pen directly, and wrote out an IOU. He had figured it out now. Since the items weren't coming back anyway, he might as well take advantage of the opportunity to spend money and move up in rank. If he achieved a good ranking later, these losses could be compensated by the extra resources he would gain. That's more like it. Smiling, Bai Fan took the IOU and put it away, then casually tossed the binding staff to Zhang Tian. He realized that ever since the freshman training began, his financial luck had been unstoppable. In half a month, he had earned more than in all his previous years combined. It seemed the old saying was true. He still needed to wear his golden belt during training. "Alright, the transaction is over. Classmate Zhang Tian, don't forget to return my equipment to me later." Smiling as he spoke, Bai Fan directly began to usher Lu Ming and Zhang Tian away. Hearing his words, the two no longer hesitated, scurrying into the forest as if fleeing a plague god. Bai Fan felt that after today's events, these two guys would likely have a trauma and never want to see him on Bright Light Island again. "I hope I don't run into you two next time." Watching their retreating figures, Bai Fan shook his head, his tone somewhat teasing. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the twin-winged demonic tiger confronting Shelley. Their transaction, though lengthy in description, only took a few minutes in total. At this moment, the twin-winged demonic tiger lingered not far away, its scarlet tiger eyes fixed on Shelley, occasionally letting out menacing roars. Through that previous attack, the twin-winged demonic tiger, possessing considerable intelligence, had clearly realized the difficulty of dealing with the Titan snail. But it wasn't ready to give up. The fresh blood and some strange scent continuously assailed its nostrils, causing more and more clear liquid to drip from its gaping maw. Its patience was running out. "Ha. Giving you a chance is useless. If you had run away while we were making our trade, you might have kept your life today. But now, become my spoils of war. I hear the materials on your body are incredibly nourishing." Watching the constantly threatening twin-winged demonic tiger, Bai Fan spoke lightly, his tone somewhat dismissive. "Roar!" As if sensing Bai Fan's contempt, the twin-winged demonic tiger suddenly let out an ear-splitting roar. The attitude of this human ant and the scent that provoked its violent instincts made it impossible for it to control its bloodthirsty urges any longer. It flapped its wings, and two massive wind blades rapidly swept towards Bai Fan and Shelley. In the blink of an eye, the wind blades arrived before the man and his beast pet. Bang! Bang! Two collision sounds rang out, and Shelley's body twisted slightly, using its massive shell to smash the wind blades into pieces. However, just as the wind blades were released, the dual-winged demonic tiger moved its pillar-thick limbs, rushing forward at an incredibly terrifying speed, following right behind them. The moment the wind blade was shattered by Shelley, the distance between the two sides was completely closed by the twin-winged demon tiger. If Lu Ming and Zhang Tian were still present at this moment, they would undoubtedly be shocked to see that 1 second the dual-winged demonic tiger had just flapped its wings to unleash the wind blades. The next second, it appeared before Bai Fan and Shelley along with the wind blade. This unparalleled terrifying speed made even Bai Fan, with his strength, feel a shock. At least with his current strength, if he were to face the dual-winged demonic tiger's charge head-on, he probably wouldn't be able to react at all. However, at this moment, he didn't need to act at all. No matter how fast the twin-winged demon tiger was, it was still like a junior in front of Shelley. According to Bai Fan's estimation, during the duration of Titan's body, Shelley could contend with a level 30 lord on Mingwang Island. Of course, despite this confidence, Bai Fan wouldn't go looking for trouble with that level 30 lord now. After all, any monstrous beast that can become a lord tier creature has swarms of subordinates. Unlike this leader tier monstrous beast, the dual-winged demonic tiger, which had no status, not a single subordinate, a complete lone wolf. It's not even as good as the Minotaur leader of Azure Wind Mountains. Although it's weak, at least it has a family to support. Bang! A violent collision sound rang out. The twin-winged demon tiger, rushing at extreme speed, was hit by Shelley's tentacles, and its massive body flew back at an even faster speed. It crashed through more than a dozen thick trees before finally coming to a halt, rolling on the ground. After the dust settled, the miserable state of the twin-winged demon tiger appeared before Fan and Shelley. Its two tiger claws, which had just launched the attack, were now a bloody mess, and the faint sight of shattered white bone fragments could be seen. With just one blow, the twin-winged demon tiger was severely wounded by Shelley. "Little brother, you're not strong enough." Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Fan's face. Under the fivefold amplification of Titan's body, before the skill duration ended, Shelley could easily crush a level 20+ leader class monster like the twin-winged demon tiger. "Shelley, deal with it. Dinner time is approaching, and if we delay any longer, we'll miss it. Regular routines lead to robust growth." Fan spoke with a relaxed tone at this moment, giving the impression that he was on vacation on this dangerous, monster-infested Mingguang Island. Upon hearing his command, Shelley let out an excited chirp, then its massive body instantly appeared before the twin-winged demon tiger, and its thick tentacles slammed down directly. Bang! The twin-winged demon tiger's enormous tiger head was instantly reduced to bloody fragments under Shelley's attack. Not long after completing this, Shelley's body returned to its original state, a tiny and adorable figure, spotless, obediently leaping onto Fan's shoulder. "Let's go! Today, we feast." After collecting the materials from the twin-winged demon tiger, Fan led Shelley deeper into the forest. "Holy crap! Gao Tianji, what the hell are you doing?" In the forest of the central region of Bright Light Island, a terrified gasp suddenly rang out. The one who spoke was a petite girl with bright eyes, white teeth, and a doll-like face, looking very cute. At this moment, her face was filled with fear, and her body was faintly trembling. Hearing her words, Gao Tianji, who had just run out to lure monsters, hadn't even caught his breath before he followed the girl's gaze. In the dark part of the path he had just run through, a monstrous creature with a single horn, over 10 meters long, and an intimidatingly massive body slowly emerged. Roar! This gigantic monster let out a deafening roar, moving its four limbs to approach the two of them. With its massive size, every step it took caused violent tremors, making the ground shake. Rumble! It felt as if an earthquake was happening. "We're doomed!" It's a horned demon rhino, a leader-level monster. It excels at both close quarters and long-range attacks, extremely dangerous. Gao Tianji's voice trembled as he spoke. Hearing his words, the petite girl beside him rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, somewhat indignantly, "Do I need you to introduce it to me? What exactly did you do? How did you manage to attract the horned demon rhino?" Upon hearing this, the visibly nervous Gao Tianji couldn't help but feel a little wronged. "You can't blame me for this. When I was luring monsters just now, I didn't spot this big guy at all." Hearing her companion's words, the petite girl snorted and said nothing more. Their relationship was similar to that of Zhang Tian and Lu Ming. They knew each other before participating in the freshman training. So, after arriving at Bright Light Island, they chose to jump to adjacent locations and work together. In the past few days, relying on their tacit understanding, they had killed quite a few monsters, ranking 9th and 10th respectively among all freshmen. The man's name was Gao Tianji, level 16, and his contract was with a first sequence combat beast pet, the Lava Giant, a beast pet with extremely powerful melee capabilities. The petite girl's name was Su Lingyun, level 15, and her contract was with a second sequence hidden beast pet, the Spirit of Shadow. This is a very rare beast pet. In addition to its decent combat power, it can possess other creatures or its master, enhancing their strength. And the horned demon rhino facing them was also a monster rarely seen in the outside world. Monster, horned demon rhino leader level. Level, 22. Talent, water affinity. Combat style, ranged, melee. Skills, wild charge, black water roar bomb, transform earth to mud, deterrence. Type, mutated. Although the horned demon rhino's level wasn't as high as the twin-winged demon tiger, its strength was by no means weak. And it also possesses a talent that the twin-winged demon tiger does not, water affinity, which allows its strength to increase by 10% when fighting in water. However, horned demon rhinos usually operate near water sources. For one to appear in a forest like this, Gao Tianji and Su Lingyun's luck was truly awful. "You go first, I'll hold it off for you." Watching the approaching one-horned demonic rhino, Gao Tianji summoned his lava giant and said with a trembling voice. The juvenile lava giant stood about 3 meters tall, its body appearing to be made of rough stone, with molten lava flowing across its surface, radiating heat. As soon as it appeared, it let out a silent roar, looking formidable. However, in front of the 10-meter-long one-horned demonic rhino, the 3-meter-tall lava giant looked like a child. Upon seeing its appearance, a human-like flicker of disdain and disappointment crossed the one-horned demonic rhino's large eyes. Elemental creatures like the lava giant have no edible parts. Eating them would not only fail to satisfy hunger but would also cause an upset stomach. Walking slowly, the monoceros demon rhinoceros's crimson eyes looked at Su Lingyun, anticipating that this tiny human would summon a large creature for it to eat. Idiot, do you think you can stop the monoceros demon rhinoceros with your strength? Hearing Gao Tianji's words, Su Lingyun snorted and said irritably. Besides, the monoceros demon rhinoceros isn't slow. After it deals with you, it will quickly catch up to me. Separating now is just asking for death. As she spoke, Su Lingyun controlled her beast pet to approach the lava giant. In the dim forest, a faint shadow could be seen rapidly advancing on the ground, quickly reaching the lava giant's feet and attaching itself to its body. This was the shadow spirit, Su Lingyun's hidden contracted beast pet. It was a very special beast pet. If it remained still during normal times, it would appear no different from a regular shadow. Among all known beast pets to humanity, the shadow spirit was the most suitable beast pet for assassination and beheading missions. Especially when facing most demon monsters that lack any intelligence, it can achieve surprising effects. But in front of the monoceros demon rhinoceros, the shadow spirit's secret movements were detected. At this moment, while Su Lingyun was talking to Gao Tianji, she gave an order to her beast pet, the shadow spirit, to possess the lava giant and enhance its strength. Soon, in the dim forest, an almost imperceptible shadow merged into the lava giant's form. Such a movement would normally be extremely difficult to detect, but the massive monoceros demon rhinoceros, which had been slowly approaching, showed a human-like sneer in its crimson eyes. The shadow spirit's subtle actions had not escaped its perception at all. One must know that there is also moisture in the air, and the unicorn demon rhino's talent, water affinity, gives it extremely powerful detection abilities. The monoceros demon rhinoceros has a very underdeveloped sense of smell. It was able to find Su Lingyun and Gao Tianji not because it was attracted by the beast lure incense, but by detecting the human scent through the moisture in the air. On a small island like Mingguang Island, which is surrounded by sea, the monoceros demon rhinoceros's perception ability can cover an area of up to 1,000 meters. Su Lingyun's small actions were completely exposed under its watchful eye. Roar! Looking at the lava giant, whose appearance hadn't changed at all but whose strength had doubled, the monoceros demon rhinoceros let out a furious roar. Immediately afterward, its ferocious, wide-open maw began to rapidly spin a huge black water ball, nearly 1 meter in diameter, before spitting it fiercely towards the lava giant. Blackwater roar bomb. Swoosh! A piercing sound ripped through the air, and a massive water orb, like a cannonball, shot towards the lava giant. Sensing the powerful energy contained within the water orb, a solemn expression appeared on the lava giant's rigid face, and its body rapidly darted backward. Bang! The Blackwater roar bomb heavily struck the spot where it had just stood, blasting a large pit into the ground, while a violent shockwave, along with a black, foul-smelling liquid, furiously spread in all directions. The lava giant, having just evaded the attack, was directly hit by this furious shockwave, causing its body to slide backward 5 or 6 meters, plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground. And not only that, the black liquid from the Blackwater roar bomb scattered and landed on its body, emitting sizzling sounds. Visibly, the parts of the lava giant's body stained by the black liquid rapidly turned from crimson magma to black, then flaked off piece by piece onto the ground. Roar! This layer of crimson magma was like human skin to the lava giant. Although the damage caused by the black liquid at this moment didn't look severe, the pain felt as if a human was enduring the agony of being flayed. So powerful? Even though they had known the strength of the horned demonic rhino, witnessing the power of its attack firsthand only deepened the shock in Gao Tianji and Su Lingyun's hearts. As the violent shockwave surged, they could only cling to nearby trees to maintain their balance, otherwise, they would have been directly blown away. However, both of them were geniuses recognized by Qingbei University. After all, after the initial shock, their expressions quickly returned to normal. Since they had chosen to confront the horned demonic rhino head-on, they had to give it their all. A vicious-looking jet-black revolver appeared in Su Lingyun's hand. With her legs slightly apart, she assumed a standard shooting stance, and immediately, a faint ethereal glow emanated from the revolver. Click! Click! Bullets appeared one by one in the revolver's cylinder, quickly filling the 5-shot capacity. At the same time, Su Lingyun's face also turned somewhat pale. This revolver is a gold-tier equipment. The bullets it uses are not technological products, but are created by consuming the beast tamer's stamina and energy. Equipment: Shadow Behemoth Revolver. Type: Firearm. Grade: Gold. Level restriction: Level 15. Basic attributes: Physique plus 20, Strength plus 20, Shooting accuracy plus 30%. Enchantment attributes: 1. Consumes a certain amount of physical energy to create a shadow attribute bullet, dealing moderate damage to flesh and blood creatures and minor damage to ethereal creatures. Magazine capacity of 5 rounds, unlimited attacks against shadow creatures. 2. Consumes a large amount of physical energy to create a powerful bullet with penetrating effect, dealing significant damage to flesh and blood creatures. Note: each use requires a 5-minute cooldown. Judging from the revolver's attributes, this equipment was a rare gem among gold-grade items. If measured by value, it was at least 5 times that of Zhang Tian's magic staff. Its basic attributes increase strength and physique because the recoil of this revolver was extremely exaggerated. Without sufficient physique and strength, it would be incredibly difficult to use. Just like the M500 revolver developed by Smith Wesson in Bai Fan's previous life, it possessed the power to kill an elephant with a single shot, but firing it could also shatter the shooter's hand bones. Given Su Lingyun's current strength, the maximum number of bullets she could produce was 10. Producing 5 at once now instantly made her face turn pale. Prepared, she did not act rashly but instead held her gun, aiming at the horned demon rhinoceros. Given the horned demon rhinoceros's massive size, even with poor marksmanship, missing was impossible. However, its tough hide could probably withstand rocket blasts, and no matter how powerful the Shadow Beast revolver was, it would be difficult to penetrate its defense. If Su Lingyun wanted to harm the horned demon rhinoceros, she could only shoot bullets into areas not protected by its tough hide. For example, its eyes, mouth, and a certain indescribable part behind its butt. As she prepared, Gao Tianji on the side also began his countermeasures. First, he flicked a pale green light towards the lava giant. The light merged into the lava giant's body, causing the parts that had been corroded by the black liquid to quickly recover. This is a skill Gao Tianji possesses, miniature healing, which can restore beast pets' injuries. Then, a dark red scepter appeared in his hand. The scepter's shaft was curved, and its top was a fist-sized skull. Equipment: Scepter of Sacrifice. Type: Magic Staff. Grade: Platinum. Level restriction: Level 15. Basic attributes: Intelligence plus 80, Physique plus 80. Enchantment attributes: 1. Sacrifice, consumes a large amount of stamina to apply a 50% all-attribute enhancement buff to the beast pet, lasting 1 minute. 2. Drain, consumes a large amount of stamina, selects a target to drain life force from to rapidly recover one's own injuries. Note: drain cannot restore stamina. 3. Damage transfer, establishes a link with a target, 50% of the damage the other party receives will be transferred to oneself. Note: the transfer relationship is interchangeable, but the target chosen to bear the damage will receive 2 the damage. It has to be said, new students like Gao Tianji and Su Lingyun, who came from powerful families, had equipment more splendid than imagined. Especially Gao Tianji, the platinum grade weapon in his hand would likely be coveted even by golden grade beastmasters above level 30. Not to mention the basic attribute bonuses, just the 3 enchantment attributes were incredibly powerful. The former can amplify the beast pet's strength, enough to become a game-changing move in battle. And the latter 2 attributes can almost be said to give the beast tamer an extra life. One must know that a beast pet's vitality is many times stronger than a beast tamer's, capable of providing a large amount of healing at critical moments, even turning fatal damage received by the beast tamer into minor injuries. Now, having taken out the scepter of sacrifice, Gao Tianji gritted his teeth and directly activated the first enchantment effect. And dark red light emerged from the scepter of sacrifice and then suddenly fell upon the lava giant. With a 50% all-attribute boost, combined with the possession bonus from the Spirit of Shadow, the lava giant let out a deafening roar, and its body rapidly began to expand. Adding them together, his strength doubled once again. The magma flowing on the surface of his body became even hotter and brighter. By the time his body stopped expanding, he had transformed into a colossal creature 6 meters tall, already able to look down upon the horned demon rhino. Next, as the lava giant's strength increased, Gao Tianji, holding the sacrificial scepter, stumbled and fell directly to the ground, gasping for breath. After activating this skill, having expended a large amount of stamina, he had no combat ability left. His vision blurred, and if he hadn't known he was still in danger, he probably would have passed out directly. Ling Yun, I'll have to rely on you for now. As he spoke, Gao Tianji took out a bottle of stamina potion, pulled out the stopper, and tilted his head back to drink it. Ugh! Immediately after drinking, he involuntarily dry-heaved, quickly covering his mouth and forcing himself not to vomit. This elementary stamina potion, suitable for low-tier beast tamers, has a very potent taste. It was like spinach juice mixed with bitter melon juice, incredibly foul-tasting, and the recovery amount was very low. But there's no way around it. Intermediate stamina potions offer a large recovery, but a low-tier beast tamer's physique simply cannot withstand it. After all, there's a saying, too weak to be nourished. Rashly drinking a recovery potion beyond one's tolerance could cause the violent medicinal power to directly burst a person. Blue Star had been working for many years to improve stamina potions, but the results had always been very minimal. The original stamina potions were found in treasure chests. Blue Star analyzed their components using technology and then began production. These potions used materials from demonic beasts as raw ingredients, and the formula was very clear and straightforward, but even now, Blue Star's human side hadn't figured out the relationships between the various ingredients in the stamina potions. One bottle of elementary stamina potion can restore 1/3 of a level 15 beast tamer's stamina. After the churning nausea in his stomach subsided, Gao Tianji, with a determined look, took out another bottle, tilting his head back to drink it with an expression of heroic sacrifice. The nausea brought on by 2 bottles of stamina potion almost knocked him unconscious. After doing all this, his body having recovered some stamina, Gao Tianji leaned on the sacrificial scepter and began to retreat. As for why he didn't drink the 3rd bottle to fully restore his stamina, Gao Tianji could swear that it wasn't that he didn't want to recover his strength quickly, but that now, as soon as he smelled that scent, he would be directly knocked out. As he began to retreat, the colossal body of the horned demonic rhino accelerated, its enormous horn, like a battering ram, charged towards the lava giant. Boom, boom, boom. Its limbs, as thick as bridge piers, landed on the ground, creating thunderous vibrations. Despite its massive size, the horned demonic rhino's speed was incredibly fast when running at full force. In the blink of an eye, it had charged in front of the lava giant. Its incredibly sharp horn fiercely stabbed towards the lava giant's chest. Bang! Facing the attack, the lava giant chose not to dodge but to meet it head-on. Its 2 rock-hewn hands heavily gripped the charging horn of the horned demonic rhino. The crimson magma flowing on its palms sizzled the moment it came into contact with the horn. However, even though its strength had doubled at this point, it was still no match for the horned demonic rhino's savage power. Bang bang bang! The lava giant, which had just gripped the horn, retreated continuously under the impact of the immense force, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. It retreated a good 7 or 8 steps before finally stopping. But it wasn't that it had stopped the horned demonic rhino with its own strength, but rather that the opponent chose to stop. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, and the horned demonic rhino's 4 feet slightly sank into the ground. Its massive body exerted force, directly tossing the lava giant, which was gripping its horn, into the air. The 6-meter-tall lava giant weighed at least over 10 tons, but with the horned demonic rhino's burst of power, it was launched more than 20 meters into the sky. Watching the lava giant in mid-air, the horned demonic rhino opened its hideous maw, and a black water ball reappeared in its mouth, ready to shoot out in the next second. However, at this moment, Su Lingyun, who had been aiming her gun, suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! A cold gleaming bullet shot out from the monstrous barrel. Under the action of powerful kinetic energy, it appeared in front of the horned demonic rhino almost instantaneously, then struck the black water ball in its mouth. 1/3 of the already formed water ball was scattered. Bang 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 bang! Then, after the first bullet shot out, 4 more bullets flew out in quick succession. They formed almost a straight line, heading towards the horned demonic rhino's hideous maw. The second bullet again shattered 1/3 of the water sphere. Discovering this, the one-legged demonic rhino was about to close its ferocious maw. However, at that moment, it suddenly found its body not belonging to itself, as if its closing motion was incredibly sluggish, like it was biting onto something. Coiling around its massive shadow was a thick, dark silhouette, precisely Su Lingyun's beast pet, the shadow spirit. As the lava giant was flung into the air, the shadow spirit swiftly detached itself under Su Lingyun's command and quietly attached itself to the one-legged demonic rhino's shadow. It could enhance its allies' strength through possession, and also influence enemies' actions by controlling their shadows. But the shadow spirit's strength was too far inferior to that of the one-legged demonic rhino. Even though it was trying its best to control it, the rhino's ferocious maw was still slowly closing. In just a fraction of a second, it would be completely shut. However, for the incredibly fast flight speed of the bullets, this time was already sufficient. The third bullet completely shattered the black water sphere. The fourth and fifth bullets heavily landed inside the one-legged demonic rhino's ferocious maw. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the demonic rhino's colossal maw had just closed when 2 explosions erupted almost simultaneously. It could be clearly seen that its huge, elongated face suddenly bulged at that instant. Because the demonic rhino closed its mouth only after the bullets had entered, it bore the full force of the explosion. The aftermath of the explosion ravaged the inside of its massive mouth, turning it into a bloody mess. Roar! A piercing roar erupted as the one-legged demonic rhino shrieked in pain, opening its massive maw to bellow. But at this moment, the colossal beast, which had been so arrogant before, lost its formidable presence and became disheveled. As its huge mouth opened, foul-smelling black blood poured out like a torrent, and half of a large object fell to the ground at that moment. It was the half of its tongue that had been blown off. At this moment, the one-legged demonic rhino's crimson eyes were fixed intently on the pale Su Lingyun. Its thick limbs suddenly exerted force, and its massive body charged madly like a war chariot. Rumble! The ground trembled incessantly at this moment. The violent power trampled the earth, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously. In the blink of an eye, the one-legged demonic rhino had already charged in front of Su Lingyun. Having expended half her stamina to create the bullets for the revolver shadow beast, coupled with the powerful recoil she endured after emptying the clip earlier, the pale Su Lingyun's reaction speed had reached its lowest point at this moment, making it impossible for her to dodge the one-legged demonic rhino's charge. Lingyun! Gao Tianji, who was standing on the other side recovering his stamina, let out an angry roar at this moment, his body trembling slightly. He wanted to save Su Lingyun, but his furious roar was drowned out by the trembling of the earth, and the floating lava giant beast had not yet landed. Su Lingyun, enveloped by the massive body of the horned demon rhino, showed a look of horror on her face. She was about to activate her teleportation scroll and abandon this training session. It seems this training ends here for me, she thought to herself, a mix of sadness and reluctance appearing in her eyes. However, at that moment, a figure rushed out from the side at an extremely fast speed, wrapped an arm around Su Lingyun's slender waist, and, with a roll, narrowly dodged the horned demon rhino's charge. At the same time, a dark object spun rapidly in the air, hitting the horned demon rhino's front leg with a piercing whoosh. Bang! It was a large bludgeon, its entire surface covered with sharp, matte spikes. Compared to the horned demon rhino's front leg, it seemed somewhat small, and its power wasn't particularly immense. But it was this single blow. It directly caused the charging horned demon rhino to lose its balance. Its massive body stumbled, and propelled by its own terrifying kinetic energy, it rolled directly forward and to the side. It rolled for a full 40 to 50 meters, flattening the forest ground and snapping every tree in its path. Su Lingyun, having survived the ordeal, gasped, her chest heaving. It took her a long time to accept the fact that she had been saved. Feeling the touch on her waist, her face flushed, and she softly whispered thanks. Then she looked up at the figure holding her waist. Student by Fan? Upon recognizing her savior, she couldn't help but exclaim, clearly surprised. It was Bai Fan who had suddenly appeared and saved her, but at this moment, he had no time to spare for Su Lingyun, his sharp eyes intently fixed straight ahead. There, two figures, one tall and one short, emerged. The short one was an ordinary-looking young man holding a long metal staff. The tall one was an ape, 3 meters in height, with fur standing on end like steel needles, and hard, muscular lines on its body as if forged from steel. Stealing my business? Seeing Shen Mingwei and his beast pet, the King Kong demon ape, Bai Fan's tone at this moment was somewhat unfriendly, his arm tensing with anger. He had never expected that while taking a post-meal stroll, he'd be lucky enough to discover 2 potential clients, only for someone to intercept them halfway through his first move. How could he possibly tolerate this? Student Bai Fan, thank you for saving me. Can you let me go now? Feeling the arm tighten around her waist and the hot male scent from behind, Su Lingyun's face flushed crimson after her brush with death. She had never been this close to a male, other than her father, in her entire life. Oh. Remember to settle my service fee in a bit. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan released his arm, not even glancing at Su Lingyun. Upon hearing his words, 2 large question marks immediately appeared above Su Lingyun's head. Fee? She suddenly couldn't quite grasp what was happening. And after Bai Fan finished speaking in a faint tone, his gaze remained fixed on Shen Mingwei, who had walked not far away. A hero saving a damsel in distress. I didn't expect student Bai Fan to have such a refined taste. How about this, we split the spoils 50-50? Noticing Bai Fan's scrutinizing gaze, Shen Mingwei and the King Kong demon ape stopped. Hearing his words, Bai Fan couldn't help but let out a cold snort. What hero saving a damsel in distress? He was clearly dedicated to his work, providing considerate service to his clients. And 50-50? What a joke! It's all mine.